Chapter 1 Parma. Today, the Tardini Stadium, the home ground of Parma, welcomed a distinguished guest. Benedict Levy, a mysterious mixed heritage magnate from England, graced the occasion. "Good day, Mr. Levy," greeted Bondi, the government-appointed trustee, with a professional smile as he extended his right hand while discreetly scrutinizing the enigmatic tycoon before him. Levy appeared remarkably youthful. Indeed, he was, as passport indicated, he was 24 years old. In Bondi's eyes, Levy radiated an even more vibrant energy, resembling a footballer recently promoted to the first team, clad in athletic attire that made him seem barely 20. "Hello, Commissioner. You may simply call me Levy," Levy replied, his sunny smile illuminating the room as he firmly grasped Bondi's outstretched hand. Bondi presented a document to Levy, stating, "Mr. Levy, please take a look at this. If everything is in order, we can proceed to sign. Upon signing, you shall become the owner of Parma, one of the illustrious Seven Sisters of Syria." Levy nodded and handed the contract's duplicate to his team of lawyers for review, perusing the summary of the agreement himself. The contract mirrored the outcomes of their previous negotiations. First, Levy would invest 20 million euros to acquire 100% ownership of Parma. Second, he would contribute 10 million euros to settle and assume Parma's debt of 17 million euros. Third, the Parma government would extend several policy advantages to Levy, such as tax reductions and lower stadium rental fees. Levy turned to his legal team, who nodded in affirmation, indicating there are no issues with the contract, everything aligns with the negotiation results. He addressed Bondi, "If you have no objections, let us proceed with the signing." Bondi beamed with delight. Although he had become the de facto president of the club, his ambitions did not lie in leading Parma to glory. Rather, he was solely concerned with securing a lucrative sale for the club. No objections, we can sign now. I am curious, however, when the initial funds of 15 million euros will be transferred to the government-designated account. Levy refrained from answering Bondi's inquiry, instead glancing at his financial advisor beside him. The advisor adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly, "The first tranche of funds will arrive in the designated account within 72 hours post-signing. The subsequent 5 million euros will be settled within 3 months. Regarding the 10 million euros for debt repayment, 5 million euros will be paid 1 month from now, with the remaining 5 million euros settled before December 31st of this year." Bondi was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement. As was the Parma government, they could finally rid themselves of this considerable burden. 3 days later, the news reverberated throughout the football world. Parma concludes 3 years of trusteeship. A mysterious magnate takes charge, and a stunning turnaround. Former Real Madrid president Sans faces defeat against the enigmatic billionaire. Parma's lightning transfer. Within a mere 87 hours, esteemed Italian media outlets such as Gazzetta dello Sport, Corriere dello Sport, La Stampa, and Tutto Sport have extensively reported on the transfer of Parma. Notably, prominent European publications like Marca, The Sun, and Bild have also featured this transfer prominently on their front pages. The Parma Daily aimed to seize the opportunity, promptly dispatching a request for an exclusive interview. However, Li Wei declined, instructing the press officer to politely refuse the request from Parma Daily, along with similar requests from other media outlets, as he was not prepared to grant any interviews in the immediate future. Li Wei was wholeheartedly immersed in his work at the club, driven by a fervor that reached an extraordinary level. Never before had he felt such a profound sense of fulfillment from any decision made in a previous life. Li Wei was a Chinese footballer, once lauded as Little Cac. Regrettably, his football career was cut short due to a malicious injury stemming from his refusal to participate in match fixing, forcing him into an early retirement. Nevertheless, his passion for football remained unwavering, leading him to become a coach. To enhance his coaching prowess, he even funded his studies in Europe. Just as he completed his education and prepared to return home, he unexpectedly found himself transported through time in this new existence. He emerged as the illegitimate son of a British nobleman. Although his status was shrouded in secrecy, he received a substantial compensation of £40 million as a concession for not contesting the family fortune. With this newfound wealth, Li Wei leveraged a few key memories to make significant financial gains. However, despite possessing ample funds, he felt a sense of uncertainty regarding his future. Should he aspire to become an international financial magnate? Li Wei understood his own limitations. His business acumen was not inherently superior to that of an average individual. This was evident from the failures of several minor investments he had attempted. Suddenly, a wave of confusion washed over him. With wealth in hand, he realized that beyond squandering it, he lacked the ability to engage in any meaningful endeavors. A serendipitous event reignited his passion for football, compelling him to aspire to become the head coach of a top-tier league team. Yet, No club would appoint a novice without any footballing experience as head coach, particularly given Li Wei's strong desire for authority and control, which made such aspirations even more challenging. Thus, the notion of purchasing a club, where he could dictate his own terms, began to take root in his mind. Once among the illustrious Seven Sisters of Serie A, Parma had now fallen into government administration, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, thus capturing Li Wei's attention. Having successfully acquired Parma, Li Wei felt an overwhelming sense of achievement, only to soon discover that reality was far more complex than he had anticipated, a narrative that traces back to 2003. Parma is a club with a glorious history, one that was cultivated through substantial investments from its original sponsor and holding company, Parmalat. However, in 2003, the Parmalat Group succumbed to a financial crisis and filed for bankruptcy, with debts amounting to a staggering 14.3 billion, which, based on the exchange rate at the time, equated to approximately 150 billion. It is worth noting that China's national tax revenue at that time had only just surpassed 20 trillion. This colossal sum not only devastated the Parmalat Group, but also brought the Parma Football Club to its knees, necessitating government intervention and the forced sale of star players. At a significant number of club employees were laid off to curb daily expenditures. The Parma club that Li Wei inherited was, to say the least, in a state of disrepair, desperately in need of revival. The management team was severely lacking, and the head coach had abandoned the club. The current head coach of Parma, Barreto, though not particularly renowned in later years, performed remarkably during the 2005-2006 season. Under the constraints of Parmalat's dire financial situation, Barreto not only led Parma to safety 4 rounds before the season's end, but also secured an impressive 10th place in Serie. Yet, when Li Wei reached out to Barreto, the latter expressed his regrets, stating, "I apologize, Mr. President, but I've already signed with Siena. I simply did not wish to affect the players, which is why I refrained from making it public." What could Li Wei say? His initial intention for calling Barreto was to propose a transition from head coach to the position of sporting director, which was already a difficult request, especially now that Barreto had found a promising opportunity. All he could do was wish Barreto well over the phone. "Good luck, Mr. Barreto." Although Li Wei's choice for the sporting director had changed, he was still able to find a suitable replacement, one even more remarkable than Barreto, thanks to Parma's illustrious history. Pietro Camagnani. Camagnani, born in Altapascio, Italy, is now 61 years of age. During his playing career as a goalkeeper, he represented Como 47 appearances, 30 goals conceded, and Varese in 92 appearances, 83 goals conceded. At the age of 28, he joined the prestigious Juventus, where he made 25 appearances and conceded 21 goals, contributing to the team's victory in the 197-172 league season. Subsequently, he was sold to Napoli, where he excelled, amassing 144 appearances and conceding 125 goals over 5 years, earning the affectionate nickname Gideon from the fans, and aiding the club in securing the Coppa Italia. From 1977 to 1979, he spent the final phase of his playing career at Fiorentina, making 10 appearances and conceding 16 goals. During the latter part of the 1984-85 season, Camagnani began his coaching career at Parma as a firefighting coach. The following season, the then unknown Sacchi arrived, and Camagnani served as his assistant. He subsequently held assistant coaching roles under Zaman, Vitali, and Scala until 1991. After Sacchi took charge of the Italian national team, Camagnani was invited to join the national team as an assistant coach. In 1996, he returned to Parma, and for the subsequent 11 years, he was called upon twice in times of crisis, rescuing the team and becoming an unforgettable figure for the fans. During the 2001-2002 season, he succeeded the renowned Argentine coach Passarella, who had set an unprecedented record of 5 consecutive defeats. Under his leadership, Parma rallied together, emerging from the shadows, and triumphed over Juventus in the Coppa Italia final, securing the championship. At the season's conclusion, he graciously handed over the managerial position to the rising star coach Prandelli in the 2004-2005 season. He once again took the reins after Silvio Baldini left behind a challenging situation, guiding the team to victory over Bologna in the relegation playoffs, thus ensuring their survival in the league. For the people of Parma, Camagnani is a revered elder, and for the players, he embodies the warmth of a benevolent father. When Li Wei called upon him, Camagnani, deeply devoted to Parma, readily accepted the invitation. Li Wei also recruited former Roma sports manager Baldini as the club's general manager. With Li Wei preparing to take on the role of head coach, the framework of Parma was beginning to take shape. Chapter 2. Negative reports. With additions, there are naturally departures. The government aides, including former club president Angelini, were removed from the club's management, replaced by personnel recruited by Li Wei through headhunting firms. However, before the club's management could stabilize, Kamenyani delivered some unfortunate news to Li Wei. "Mr. President, here is today's report," Kamenyani said with a resigned expression, handing a newspaper to Li Wei, who was seated in the boss chair. Li Wei casually took the newspaper and inquired, "What's the issue?" Upon seeing the headline, Li Wei's expression darkened slightly, revealing the Parma president. The prodigal son. This was not merely clickbait. Beneath the headline were two photographs. One depicted Li Wei in a suit, presumably taken as he prepared to enter the club, showcasing his striking mixed heritage and exotic charm. Had he found himself destitute at that moment, he could easily have pursued a career as a model. However, the second photograph told a different story. It was a rather blurry image set against the backdrop of a nightclub, featuring a voluptuous bikini model seated on a man's lap, engaged in a passionate kiss, while he embraced two scantily clad women with each arm. Despite the photo's lack of clarity, it was evident that the man depicted was Li Wei. This was Li Wei from approximately 8 months prior. Having endured his 4th consecutive investment failure, felt a profound sense of frustration and inadequacy. With only his foresight for the future to rely on, he believed himself utterly incapable of entrepreneurship. Feeling like a failure in his despair, he sought solace in nightclubs, gradually entangling himself with various women and even falling into drug use at one point. Until 5 months ago, Li Wei nearly succumbed to drugs, prompting a profound awakening that led him to resolutely abandon his former extravagant lifestyle. A good friend of Li Wei's, in a bid to help him relinquish his past and restore his physical vigor, encouraged him to join an amateur football team. This seemingly casual gesture rekindled Li Wei's passion for football. With his friend's unwavering support, he not only swiftly emerged as a key player, but also ousted the previous head coach. Employing his modern football tactics, he guided the team through a remarkable series of victories, achieving the best regional league performance in years. Had Li Wei not been new to coaching, the team might have narrowly missed promotion to a higher tier of amateur league play. Unbeknownst to his friend, Li Wei possessed such latent talent, prompting his friend to fervently suggest that he pursue a coaching certification to become an exceptional football coach. This 3-month coaching stint ignited Li Wei's love for the sport, leading him to disdain remaining in a lower league, thus culminating in his decision to acquire Parma Football Club. According to reliable sources, Li Wei's passion for football blossomed 3 months ago when, through personal connections, he took the helm of an amateur club in England's 9th-tier league. During his brief tenure, he led the team to its best ranking in nearly a decade, falling just a point shy of potential promotion, reported The Sun. While the article appeared impartial, it subtly steered the reader's perception of Li Wei, painting him as indulgent, fleetingly passionate, and capricious with wealth. Bernardo, a mid-level manager at a bank, took pride not merely in his profession, but in being the manager of the Parma Boys. This group represents the largest and most influential faction among Parma supporters. Habitually, Bernardo settled into his chair, instinctively reaching for the Milan Sports Daily rather than the cheese, bread, and milk on the table. Bang! Startled, his wife, who was cooking in the kitchen, turned to him. "Dear, what's the matter?" Suppressing his mounting frustration, Bernardo reassured her, "I need to step out for a moment. Could you please take the kids to school today?" With that, he swiftly retreated to get dressed, hastily grabbing a folder before exiting the house. The negative repercussions of the Milan Sports Daily's coverage soon manifested, as fans led by the Parma Boys protested outside the city hall against the government's decision to sell their beloved club to a playboy. Numerous agents called Li Wei, some hinting subtly, others being forthright, all conveying the same message. With a new and wealthy owner, wasn't it time for a salary increase? Confronted with these calls, Li Wei could only feel the deep frustration within him. These leeches truly believe I am a fool with money to spare? In the conference room, Camignani fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Mr. Chairman, what prompted your decision to acquire Parma?" Sitting beside him, the former sporting director of Roma, now Vice Chairman Baldini, also turned his gaze towards Levi, his eyes brimming with intent. Levi realized that if he did not make some sort of declaration, this venerable figure from Parma would likely submit his resignation. "Pietro, I admit I have experienced a downfall in the past, but the person I am today is evident for all to see. I arrive at the club by 8 every morning and seldom depart before 8 in the evening. There are times when I become so engrossed in my work that I lose track of time and end up spending the night in my office. Do you truly believe that a person like this regards Parma as merely a plaything?" Camignani's expression softened slightly, though a sense of unease lingered within him. Levi continued, "Here, I assure you that I will commit no less than €30 million in net investment into the club this summer." Camignani appeared somewhat agitated, addressing the chairman. "Sir, when you mention 30 million, are you referring to the net investment?" The term net investment implies that regardless of the sum Parma receives from player sales, those funds will be exclusively reinvested in the transfer market. Furthermore, Li Wei will augment this transfer fee by an additional 30 million euros. In other words, this year, Parma's transfer expenditure will not be less than 40 million euros. And it is even conceivable that it could reach 50 million euros. With a smile gracing his face, Li Wei turned to Baldini, who was quietly listening beside him, and remarked, "Mr. Vice President, you must have quite a busy summer ahead." Baldini chuckled in response. "Indeed, this is perhaps the most joyous season I have experienced." In Rome, the transfer budget for Baldini typically hovers around 20 million euros per season. Now, with transfer fees multiplying several times over, how could one not feel elated? Li Wei rose and addressed Baldini, saying, "Baldini, prepare to convene a press conference. It seems the time has come to announce some prospects regarding Parma." Chapter 3. Silence or eruption. Although the telephone scandal in Italy was intensifying, a considerable number of journalists still arrived at Tardini Stadium. This brought a sense of quiet satisfaction to Li Wei, as it indicated that both he and Parma maintained a noteworthy influence. However, Baldini, accompanying Li Wei, interjected with a note of caution, "Mr. Chairman, do not be deceived by the number of journalists present. This may not bode well." Although Li Wei felt a tinge of dissatisfaction within, Baldini, having served in the management of Serie A for an extended period, possessed a wealth of experience and an extensive network, thus he would not speak frivolously. "Have you received any news?" Baldini inquired. "Surely the chairman should be concerned about the telephone scandal?" Li Wei nodded and remarked, "As a member of the Serie A club presidency, how could I possibly overlook such a sensational scandal that has reverberated throughout not only Serie A but also European football? However, I must inquire why you have drawn a connection from the press conference to the Calciopoli affair." In truth, Li Wei possessed a deeper understanding of the future ramifications of Calciopoli than Baldini did. Baldini, with a somewhat grim expression, responded, "The Italian clubs implicated in the Calciopoli scandal are by no means insignificant. Juventus, AC Milan, Fiorentina, and Lazio are all giants of Serie A, wielding considerable influence in the football realm. This influence extends beyond the confines of Serie A in the transfer market, encompassing television, radio, and print media as well. For instance, Silvio Berlusconi, the president of AC Milan, owns a television company with 3 channels, the largest publishing group in Italy, a major advertising agency, and a film production company, in addition to controlling 2 prominent newspapers. Other clubs maintain close ties with influential media outlets, all of which are present at today's press conference. Surely, the chairman understands the implications of this?" At this moment, Li Wei began to comprehend the situation, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Are you implying that the reason so many media outlets have gathered for today's press conference is due to Juventus and AC Milan deliberately orchestrating this event in hopes of diverting fans' attention from them through us?" Baldini nodded gravely. "When those media representatives pose any outrageous questions later, I hope you maintain your composure, Mr. Chairman. If you find it difficult to respond, I will step in to manage the situation. There is a saying circulating online, life is akin to an act of violation. Li Wei now feels as though he is being violated, yet he must endure it. As the saying goes, it is better to find solace and enjoyment than to struggle against it, albeit a bittersweet form of amusement. The press conference room of Parma Club is rather modest, accommodating only around 40 individuals. In ordinary circumstances, this capacity would suffice, for the current Parma is no longer the formidable force that once dominated European football. Upon entering the conference hall, Li Wei is momentarily taken aback by the bustling scene before him. The room is filled with an array of cameras, not to mention 2 video cameras, while the throng of reporters appears to swell to no less than 40, alongside several club staff members, rendering the once spacious hall akin to a can of sardines. Li Wei had just taken his seat. Typically, at this moment, the press officer of Parma Club would deliver a brief introduction, followed by selecting reporters to pose their questions. Only those granted permission would be allowed to inquire. However, as soon as Li Wei settled in, a journalist disregarded the press officer's presence and posed a rather pointed question. "Li Wei, what does Parma represent to you? Champagne? Beauties? Or perhaps those irresistible temptations?" Li Wei, with a stern expression, remarked, "Parma is a distinguished club, and it is precisely due to its greatness that I have chosen to acquire it. As for the champagne and beauties you mention, are they not the very indulgences that a young man like myself ought to possess? Regarding your reference to the toxic pen, I am entirely unfamiliar with it. Rather, Your use of such irresistible terminology seems to entice the youth into temptation. So, Li Wei, what do you intend to bring to Parma? A second place in the league? Or perhaps first? Apologies, I should clarify. I was referring to the bottom ranks. The reporter, either thick-skinned or incensed, continued to assail Li Wei. Li Wei cast a glance at the tenacious journalist, whose press badge from Tuttosport, an echo of Juventus' voice, hung prominently around his neck. It was evident that this individual was intent on provoking Li Wei, seeking to unearth sensational news to alleviate the pressure engulfing the scandal-ridden Juventus. Baldini promptly interjected, stating, "I apologize, sir, but you are infringing upon our speaking regulations. Please vacate the premises. Security. Security. Immediately." Two burly security guards rolled up their sleeves and approached the Tuttosport journalist. Unfazed by their imposing presence, the journalist sneered, "What do you know about football, you wealthy brat? Aside from throwing money around? If Parma wishes to claim the championship under Li Wei's stewardship, the only feasible outcome is a victory in the third division." Such words were a venomous curse upon a club. Lu Sun once wrote in memory of Lu and Jinjuan, "One either erupts in silence or perishes in silence." Now, Li Wei was confronted with two choices, to erupt or to perish. At this moment, the two security guards had flanked the Tuttosport journalist. Baldini was attempting to mitigate the negative impact of expelling the journalist from the press conference to the other reporters. The Tuttosport journalist continued to shout defiantly, "Justice shall not perish. Freedom of speech. This is an attempt to stifle liberty." Li Wei raised his hand, signaling the guards to momentarily refrain from escorting the journalist away. Instantly, the journalist resembled a victorious rooster, declaring with pride, "Apologize, or you shall undoubtedly regret this." In the depths of the Tuttosport journalist's mind, Li Wei's gesture was perceived as a sign of weakness, an indication of submission. Nearby reporters shifted their focus from Baldini to the exchange between the Tuttosport journalist and Li Wei. Was this privileged heir truly preparing to apologize? It seemed unlikely, for such affluent individuals often exuded arrogance. Yet, deep down, the Tuttosport journalist understood that an apology from Li Wei was improbable. His every action was merely a ploy to amplify the situation, hoping for a confrontation that could yield sensational headlines and substantial rewards. The mere thought of it filled the Tuttosport journalist with exhilaration. Li Wei, with a stern expression, declared, "You may believe that next season Parma's primary objective is merely to avoid relegation, and that reaching the finals of the Coppa Italia would be a significant achievement. Winning the championship would be a tremendous gain, while securing the runner-up position would still warrant rejoicing. This is your perspective, but it is far from my own. In my worldview, I shall not rest until I achieve success." Chapter 4. The purge. As he spoke, Li Wei emphatically struck the table with his fist, his voice resonating with conviction. "I have but one goal in coming to Parma. This summer, we must secure at least one prestigious championship." A journalist from Tuttosport scoffed. "Championships are not won merely through words." Li Wei cast a glance at the journalist from Tuttosport and remarked, "Although this reporter is quite bothersome, he speaks the truth. Champions are not made through mere words. To that end, I shall invest €50 million into Parma this summer, with 45 million allocated for the transfer market and an additional 5 million dedicated to upgrading the stadium and the club's fitness and medical facilities." In 2006, Italy's economy had sunk to a new low, a fact evident in the transfer fees of the Serie A's top players. In 2002, the record transfer fee was held by Crespo at €36 million. In 2003, the top transfer was Frey's move from Inter Milan to Parma, costing €21 million. In 2004, Emerson's transfer involved €12 million in cash plus Brigi, totaling approximately €24 million. Last year, in 2005, Gilardino was the top transfer at €25 million, albeit paid in installments. In Li Wei's era, to think that over €20 million could secure the title of top player was rather naive. Such funds were merely sufficient to acquire a promising talent or cover a year's salary for Cristiano Ronaldo. This illustrates the decline of Serie A, as clubs are investing far less than in the past. Regardless of how Li Wei chooses to spend his €45 million, it is certain to induce a seismic shift in the landscape of Serie A. Baldini stared at Li Wei, somewhat dumbfounded. Was this windfall not too sudden? Wasn't the agreed amount €30 million? Suddenly, it had doubled to 45 million. Li Wei rose to his feet and declared, "I have expressed all that needs to be said. Should there be any inquiries, Baldini will address them." With that, Li Wei turned and departed. It was only at this moment that the journalists regained their composure and pressed on with their questions. "Mr. Chairman, With such significant investments in Parma, will the club be changing its head coach? What star players does the club intend to acquire? Li Wei departed with remarkable decisiveness, mirroring the resolute nature of his speech. Left behind was Baldini, exhibiting a countenance of helplessness as he handled the inquiries of the press. In the corridor, Li Wei encountered the sporting director, Camignani. To say it was a chance meeting would be somewhat inaccurate, for Camignani had deliberately awaited Li Wei's arrival. With a wry smile, Camignani remarked, "Mr. Chairman, your earlier impulsiveness was rather pronounced. The transfer fee of 45 million you proposed will undoubtedly embolden those opportunistic agents to inflate their demands," Li Wei calmly stated. "Let them raise their demands as they wish. The majority of the players in the Parma squad do not meet my expectations." "Meet your expectations?" Camignani thought to himself, gazing at Li Wei. "Why should they conform to your standards? You are merely the club president, not the head coach." Li Wei understood that it was time to unveil some of his concealed thoughts. "My role is not merely that of a club president. I shall also assume the position of the assistant coach for the team." Camignani, who had originally been half asleep, widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing this. "Mr. President, today is not April Fool's Day," Li Wei calmly stated. "I have successfully obtained the UEFA B coaching license, and I will strive to acquire the A license before the next season." Camignani found himself at a loss for words, as he discerned the underlying implications within Li Wei's tranquil tone. "Currently, I am serving as an assistant coach due to my lack of an A license. But upon obtaining it next year, I shall ascend to the position of head coach." Camignani, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Mr. Chairman, please refrain from such jest. The club is not a mere plaything for anyone." Li Wei remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not treat the club as a mere toy. After all, such an extravagant plaything is not something anyone would purchase. My ambition is to become the head coach, but that is a matter for the future, not the present. What is paramount for me now is to learn." Camignani could only manage a hollow laugh, left speechless. Li Wei said to Camignani, "Head coach Barreto has decided to depart. Please arrange for a list to be compiled, and I shall determine which coaches to engage with." Camignani nodded in agreement. Li Wei was acutely aware of the lingering grievances harbored by Camignani, yet he refrained from further dialogue. Before returning to his office, he instructed his secretary to bypass Camignani and procure the roster of the first team. Regardless of Camignani's dissatisfaction, Li Wei had resolutely decided to cleanse the first team of the majority of its players and embark on a comprehensive reconstruction. The process of rebuilding unfolded smoothly. In fact, many of Parma's players appeared indifferent to Li Wei, generally believing that the club would devolve into a mere plaything of his financial whims. The first to depart was the Italian forward, Colad, who had been on loan from Valencia to Parma. During the 2005 to 2006 season, he netted 10 goals for Parma, sharing the title of top scorer with his teammate, Simplicio. In truth, retaining Colad was not out of the question, as Valencia had set a transfer fee of 5 million euros. Undoubtedly, in Li Wei's estimation, Colad was not worth such a sum. He unhesitatingly allowed the former top scorer to return whence he came. Chapter 5, the grand acquisition. The second player to leave was Marchioni, whose departure left Li Wei somewhat exasperated. As the league's assist king, he had scored 8 goals and provided 15 assists for Parma in the previous season. His stellar performance caught the attention of Juventus, and despite the club being embroiled in the Calciopoli scandal, Marchioni did not hesitate to abandon Parma for Juventus. He leveraged the 6 months of unpaid wages owed to him by the club, demanding either legal action or a free transfer. Historically, Marchioni did indeed secure a free transfer. However, Li Wei was no pushover to be easily manipulated. He dispatched representatives to Juventus, stating, either engage in legal proceedings, he had ample resources for that, or pay a training fee of 1 million euros. Juventus, deeply mired in the scandal, clearly preferred not to entangle themselves with Li Wei, yet they were also reluctant to meet his demand for the training fee. After negotiations, Juventus ultimately consented to Li Wei acquiring half of Chiellini's rights for 5 million euros, of which 1 million would constitute the training fee. Li Wei's ultimate desire was to secure full ownership of Chiellini, a player he envisioned as a future world-class defender. However, Juventus, recognizing Chiellini's potential, valued him at 18 million euros, an exorbitant price in Europe at that time. Especially considering Chiellini was merely a 22-year-old defender with only 23 appearances for Juventus in the previous season. Li Wei reluctantly opted to acquire a 50% ownership stake and subsequently loaned Chiellini to Parma. Juventus was also amenable to having Chiellini nurtured at Parma for a period before reclaiming him. It is worth noting that the contract between Parma and Chiellini stipulates Juventus's preferential right of purchase regarding Chiellini. This transfer, characterized by the exchange of players, has sparked considerable controversy within the club. Is this 22-year-old defender truly worth 10 million euros? Li Wei chose to remain indifferent to the controversies within the club, focusing instead on his opportunity for a thorough overhaul. Frey officially transferred to Fiorentina for a fee of 6 million euros. In truth, although Frey was nominally a player for Parma, he had been partially owned by Fiorentina since 2005. Thus, the 6 million euro transfer fee that reached Li Wei amounted to a mere 3 million. Just 3 years prior, Frey had joined Parma at a staggering price exceeding 20 million euros. Who could have anticipated that, 3 years later, he would be acquired by Fiorentina for only 6 million? The team's steadfast anchor, Cannavaro, transferred freely to his hometown club, Napoli, in Italy's Serie B. The lone Pasquale returned to Inter Milan. Palermo made a 10 million euro offer for Parma's midfield duo, Bresciano and Simplicio. AC Milan extended a 3 million euro bid for the defender Bonera, who the media touted as the future successor to Nesta. Bonera, upon receiving the call from AC Milan, was overwhelmed with excitement, displaying a fervent determination that suggested he would stir up a tempest if his transfer were thwarted. Li Wei disregarded Bonera, assigning Baldini the responsibility for the transfers of Bresciano, Simplicio, and Bonera. And what of Li Wei? Li Wei, accompanied by his attorney, personally arrived in Marseille, France's second-largest city and its most significant port. Renowned for being home to the only club in France that has ever clinched the prestigious European Cup. However, this remarkable achievement dates back to 1993. Following their triumph, Marseille was embroiled in controversy when, on the eve of the European Cup final, they were found guilty of bribing key players from their league rivals, Valenciennes, to ensure that substitutes could compete in the match while the main players rested for the final, resulting in a comfortable 1-0 victory. Shortly after their championship, the scandal broke, leading to Marseille being stripped of their title for the 1992-93 season, relegated to the second division, and banned from European competitions. The club's president, Bernard Tapie, was sentenced to a year in prison for orchestrating the scheme. It is only now that Marseille has begun to regain a semblance of its former glory, having reached the UEFA Cup final in 2004, where they ultimately succumbed to a 0-2 defeat against the La Liga powerhouse Valencia, managed by Benitez. Today, however, Li Wei's visit to Marseille is not one of homage to the club's past glories. Upon exiting the airport, staff from the Marseille club promptly approached him. "Hello, are you Mr. Li from Parma?" one inquired. "Indeed, I am," replied Li Wei, extending his right hand amicably. The staff member, somewhat taken aback, shook his hand and said, Oh, please, follow me." Li Wei inquired, "Where shall we go first?" The staff, regaining their composure, replied, "Let us first proceed to the hotel to deposit your luggage. Should you choose not to rest, we can head to the club this afternoon. The general manager is already awaiting your arrival in the office." Li Wei nodded and remarked, "There is no need to rest at the hotel. Let us proceed directly to your esteemed club." The staff member acknowledged with a nod, understood. The Marseille club held Li Wei in considerable regard, arranging 2 Renault vehicles to welcome him and his entourage. After approximately an hour's drive, they arrived at the Marseille club's office building. The club's vice president and general manager, Diouf, personally greeted Li Wei in the lobby. With a hint of jest, Diouf commented, "It seems you are quite determined to acquire Ribéry this time, Li Wei. Typically, when either party in a transaction exhibits eagerness, it often places them in a disadvantageous position." However, Li Wei found himself in a predicament as it was already June 1st. And June 9th marked the opening match of the 2006 FIFA World Cup in Germany. While Li Wei was uncertain which match would showcase Ribéry's brilliance during the World Cup, securing him prior to the tournament would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. Li Wei responded with a cheerful smile, saying, "I have been following Ribéry since his time playing in Turkey. His dribbling skills are exceptional, and I believe he will become a great player in the future." Diouf made a gesture of invitation and said, "Let us discuss this in the office. I have arranged for some Blue Mountain coffee, the authentic kind." Li Wei chuckled, remarking that he must savor the moment. Within the confines of the office, the alluring female secretary presented Li Wei and his companion with the aromatic Blue Mountain coffee. However, it was evident that both Li Wei and Diouf were preoccupied, their attention far from the enticing brew. Chapter 6. The Grand Procurement 2. After a brief silence, Diouf stated plainly that the quotation faxed from your esteemed club had failed to impress us. It is essential to recognize that Ribery is a prized asset for Marseille. Last year, he emerged as a pivotal player for the French under-21 national team, achieving remarkable feats during the UEFA U-21 championship qualifiers, ultimately leading the national squad to a successful advance to Portugal. This year, he has distinguished himself further, securing a place in the World Cup team through his outstanding performance. Li Wei's fingers unconsciously brushed lightly against the side of the coffee cup, producing a crisp sound. Indeed, I am aware of all that you have mentioned. It is precisely for this reason that I chose to take the risk of purchasing this seasoned veteran of the French national team at a premium price. The pronunciation of Li Wei's heavy veteran is noteworthy. Ribery is not considered old at this juncture. He is merely 23 years of age. However, as a national team player, being selected for the first time at the age of 23 indeed signifies a certain level of maturity. Li Wei gathered his thoughts and continued. I have drawn inspiration from the successful paths of numerous superstars, particularly the illustrious figures from France. Take Zinedine Zidane as an example. Although he joined the national team at the age of 22, he was already hailed as a prodigy by the age of 13. By 16, he graced the pitch of Ligue 1, and in his inaugural match for the national team, just 15 minutes in, Zidane scored 2 goals with a deft header and a precise strike, turning the tide for a France team that was initially trailing. Similarly, consider Thierry Henry, the king of Highbury, who made his Serie A debut at 17 and, by the age of 19, had led the French youth team to victory in the UEFA European Under-19 Championship. At 21, he celebrated triumph with his teammates in the 1998 World Cup. During the UEFA Euro 2000, Henry netted 3 goals for his team, including a crucial strike in the semi-finals against Portugal, establishing himself as France's leading scorer and contributing to their triumph in the European Championship. In comparison to these titans, Franck Ribery seems like a fleeting meteor across the sky. I believe that an offer of €8 million adequately conveys our sincerity. Diouf shook his head and replied, €18 million. That is the club's valuation of Ribery. Let us not forget that Ribery is currently part of the World Cup squad, and he may very well demonstrate a worth exceeding €15 million on that grand stage. Li Wei remarked, €18 million is utterly impossible. Although I hold a deep admiration for Ribery, he is not worth such a price. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am prepared to offer a transfer fee of €12 million, of which €9 million will be paid immediately. The remaining €3 million will serve as a performance-related bonus. €200,000 will be disbursed if Ribery makes 30 appearances for Parma in official matches next season. And an additional €100,000 will be granted if his combined goals and assists exceed 10. Diouf's brow immediately furrowed. Li Wei took a sip of coffee and earnestly stated, My admiration for Ribery is profound. Thus, my offer is imbued with sincerity. It is precisely this sincerity that compels me to decline any counteroffer, even if it is merely €1 higher. I urge Mr. Diouf to reflect carefully on this matter. After a brief pause, Li Wei rose and declared, I shall remain in Marseille for 3 days. Should Mr. Diouf fail to respond within this time frame, I shall seek alternatives to Ribery in other cities. At that point, should Mr. Diouf choose to reply, all I can express is my regret. Li Wei remained true to his word. Indeed, on the 3rd day without receiving a response, he arrived at Marseille airport to purchase a plane ticket. At that moment, a familiar ringtone echoed, and Li Wei picked up his BlackBerry, smiling upon seeing the screen. The caller was Diouf, the head coach of the Marseille club, whom Li Wei had saved in his contacts 3 days prior. Mr. Benedict, you have won. Diouf's voice conveyed a blend of resignation and barely contained excitement. The resignation stemmed from Diouf's realization that Li Wei had indeed followed through on his promise. Had he not arranged for someone to keep a watchful eye on Li Wei, this highly publicized transfer might have ended in failure. The excitement arose from Diouf's successful sale of Ribery for an astonishing sum of €13 million. Just a year ago, Ribery was merely an ordinary French player. Marseille had acquired him for free, and now, a year later, they stood to gain up to €13 million. How could that not evoke excitement? The transfer process proceeded smoothly. After signing the intent contract, Marseille granted Li Wei the opportunity to meet Ribery. Although Ribery was engaged in World Cup training, the head coach of the French national team, Domenech, allowed him 2 hours of personal time. The communication between Li Wei and Ribery was not particularly smooth, primarily due to the eruption of the telephone scandal, which left Ribery with a bias against Serie A. However, after Li Wei articulated his vision for Parma and the conditions he would extend to Ribery. The latter ultimately agreed to transfer to Parma. At Parma, Li Wei offered Ribery a remarkably generous package, which included a staggering annual salary of €3 million, along with a signing bonus of €1 million, an annual salary increment of 15%, and a loyalty bonus of €2 million after 4 years of service. The only aspect that left Ribery somewhat dissatisfied was the contract duration. It was structured as a 5-1 agreement, comprising a 5-year term with an option for a 1-year extension. Despite his reservations, Ribery recognized that this was a highly advantageous contract, especially considering even superstars like Henry earned merely £460,000 annually at Arsenal. After Ribery's signing, Li Wei promptly traveled to Toulouse, France, to seek out Hazard's parents. However, they were reluctant to allow their son to venture to another country to pursue his football education and life. Li Wei's approach was remarkably straightforward. He promised to secure employment for Hazard's parents within the club and to provide them with a rented residence funded by the club. Most importantly, he offered a signing bonus of €300,000, given that the average monthly salary in France was merely €2,000. The prospect of signing for such a substantial amount was enticing, an amount that would take an ordinary worker 12 years of frugal living to earn. Ultimately, Hazard's father acquiesced to the transfer to Parma. With the situation regarding Hazard's parents resolved, matters became considerably easier. Although Hazard was still technically under contract with Toulouse, he had not signed a professional contract with the club. His existing agreement was merely an apprenticeship. Li Wei paid a modest training fee of €150,000, prompting the Toulouse club's youth academy officials to gladly allow him to take Hazard away. It was still 2006, a time when player valuations had yet to reach the exorbitant levels of the future, where even a modest talent would command a fee of at least €10 to €20 million. English players had the added advantage of their nationality. Chapter 7. The Grand Acquisition. Following the acquisition of Hazard, Li Wei felt a mixture of elation and overwhelming responsibility. Many players were entrusted to others, but he preferred to manage affairs personally. Without a moment's respite, he traveled to Paris to meet with Yaya Tour's agent. After promising a €1 million incentive, along with an annual salary of €1 million and a signing bonus of €500,000, Yaya Tour's agent promptly confirmed that Tour would don the black and white striped jersey of Parma at the Tardini Stadium for the 2006 to 2007 season. Li Wei then delegated the subsequent arrangements to his assistant, Wu Luosi. Although Wu Luosi was not particularly well-versed in the operations of the football world, Li Wei was confident that, with the cooperation of Yaya Tour's agent, there would be no major issues. Subsequently, Li Wei flew to Zagreb, the capital of Croatia, where the dominant force of Croatian football, Dinamo Zagreb, is situated in the vibrant city of 800,000 inhabitants. Li Wei's target player is the future midfield linchpin of Croatia, Luka Modric. The complexity of this transfer has proven to be more challenging than Li Wei initially anticipated. The Zagreb Dinamo Football Club recognized Modric's potential early on, and last year they secured him with a decade-long contract upon his return from a loan. Consequently, for Li Wei to acquire Modric, he undoubtedly requires the consent of the Zagreb Dinamo Football Club. As for employing underhanded tactics to induce the player to go on strike, such notions are futile. As long as the Zagreb Dinamo Football Club remains unwilling to release him, the 10-year contract is sufficient to bind the future Modric within Croatia. The Zagreb Dinamo Football Club, brimming with confidence, has set an exorbitant asking price of €10 million. Not a single cent less will suffice for the release of Modric. While €10 million is not beyond Li Wei's means, his current financial resources are rather limited. His liquidity has been entirely invested in Parma, amounting to €35 million. As he mentioned in the press conference, to secure Ribery, Li Wei has expended a considerable amount of capital, €9 million plus €3 million in performance-related bonuses, the latter of which will be payable to Marseille in the following season. Moreover, it is worth noting that to facilitate Ribery's signing, Li Wei also allocated €3 million for his annual salary and €1 million as a signing bonus. In other words, this year, Li Wei must disburse a total of €13 million to acquire Ribery, which already constitutes over one-third of the total transfer budget. Additionally, Juventus defender Chiellini was acquired for €4 million, while Hazard came at a signing fee of €300,000 plus a training compensation of €150,000. Collectively, the transfer fees for these three players amount to €18,450,000, representing more than half of the total transfer expenditure. Do not forget that Li Wei, in an effort to persuade Yaya Touré to join, has already signed a contract with Touré's agent. Upon Touré's successful transfer, a sum of €1 million will be disbursed to the agent as a commission, alongside Touré's annual salary of €1 million and a signing bonus of €500,000, amounting to a total of €2,500,000, excluding the transfer fee payable to Olympiacos. Consequently, the transfer budget at Li Wei's disposal dwindles to approximately €15 million. This time, Li Wei cannot simply throw money at the situation. He must engage in a protracted negotiation with Dinamo Zagreb. After 20 arduous days of back and forth, Li Wei ultimately succeeds in reaching a transfer agreement with Dinamo Zagreb. The transfer fee for Modric stands at €7 million. And should Modric transfer from Parma within 4 years of this transaction, Dinamo Zagreb will be entitled to 20% of the transfer fee profit. The only favorable news is that Li Wei managed to negotiate payment in installments for Modric's transfer fee, persuading Dinamo Zagreb to accept an initial payment of €4 million, with the remaining €3 million due by September 1, 2007. Even so, Li Wei's available funds are diminished to around €11 million. At this juncture, Li Wei recalls Baldini, pondering whether he could successfully sell players from the team at a substantial price. However, Baldini, who is under Li Wei's scrutiny, finds himself in a predicament. He initially believed he could operate freely in the transfer market, only to discover that the power to make transfers rests entirely with Li Wei, who does not consult him and instead directly engages in purchases. Now that Li Wei's funds are scarce, he makes a call inquiring about players like Brigiano and Bonera. Have they reached the previously established price? Baldini, filled with helplessness, responds negatively. Regarding Bonera, AC Milan, aware of Parma's extravagant spending, has limited liquidity, and Bonera's unwavering stance towards Milan has led them to firmly set their price. After nearly a month of negotiation, Baldini has only managed to raise AC Milan's offer from €250,000 to €270,000, a mere €20,000 that fails to spark Li Wei's interest. On the other hand, the midfield duo of Brigiano and Simplicio from Palermo has increased their offer from €10 million to €12,400,000, a remarkable 24% rise. Nonetheless, this still falls significantly short of the €18 million Li Wei instructed Baldini to achieve. With his pockets devoid of funds, Li Wei found himself unable to stir up any commotion abroad and was left with no choice but to return to Italy by plane. Fortunately, at this juncture, the scandal surrounding the telephone gate and the World Cup dominated the headlines, overshadowing the past instances where Li Wei had lavishly splurged on players, often at exorbitant prices, which would have undoubtedly sparked considerable controversy for Parma. Although Li Wei's return garnered a substantial amount of media attention, news regarding Parma was destined to remain beneath the headlines. And even its placement on the second or third pages was subject to debate, given the overwhelming number of sensational stories this year. Foremost among these was the telephone gate. With the initial judgment now rendered, Juventus faced relegation to the bottom of the 2005 to 2006 season, stripped of their 2004 to 2005 league championship title, as well as their 2005 to 2006 league championship. They were set to commence the new season in Serie B with a penalty of 9 points and a fine of €80,000. The former general manager Maggi and ex-chairman Gilardino were barred from participating in football-related matters for 5 years, each fined €50,000 and €20,000 respectively. AC Milan retained their qualification for the upcoming Serie A season, albeit with a deduction of 15 points, following a staggering 44-point penalty from the previous season, rendering them ineligible for the next UEFA Champions League. The club's vice president Galliani was prohibited from engaging in football-related activities for a year, while AC Milan official Maioni faced a 3.5-year ban from such matters. Fiorentina faced relegation to Serie B in the new season, accompanied by a 12-point deduction. The club's president, Andrea Della Valle, was barred from football-related activities for 3.5 years, fined €20,000. While the honorary president and owner Diego Della Valle faced a 4-year prohibition and a fine of €30,000. Lazio, too, faced relegation to Serie B, starting with a 7-point deduction. The club's president Lotito was prohibited from engaging in football-related activities for 3 years, fined €10,000. Chapter 8. Head coach Li Wei understood that the telephone scandal had not reached its conclusion with the first instance verdict, particularly with clubs like AC Milan expressing the most vehement reactions. Regarding the World Cup, the outcomes remained unchanged. Those deserving joy celebrated their championship, while those disheartened continued to bear the weight of their runner-up status. In a world skeptical of Italy's prospects, the team united with unwavering resolve to reach the finals, where they battled France to a 1-1 draw in regular time. During extra time, French superstar Zinedine Zidane headbutt Italian player Marco Materazzi and was promptly shown a red card. This decision sparked considerable controversy and was regarded as a pivotal moment in the final. Subsequently, Materazzi faced widespread criticism from the media, apart from Italian supporters. Few fans expressed any admiration for him. Deprived of Zidane, the French team adopted a more cautious approach, and ultimately, no goals were scored during extra time, leading to the harsh reality of a penalty shootout, marking only the second occurrence of such in World Cup final history. In the first round, Andrea Pirlo converted a right-footed shot into the center of the net, while Sylvain Wiltord netted with a right-footed effort to the bottom right corner, leveling the score at 1-1. In the second round, Materazzi, despite the crowd's jeers, scored with his left foot into the bottom right corner, while David Trezeguet's right-footed strike struck the crossbar and bounced outside the goal line, making it 2-1. In the third round, Daniele De Rossi found the top left corner with a right-footed shot, while Abidal deceived Gianluigi Buffon and scored with a left-footed shot into the bottom left corner, bringing the tally to 3-2. In the fourth round, Alessandro Del Piero placed a right-footed shot into the left side of the goal, and Fren Ois Sagnol responded with a powerful right-footed shot into the net, resulting in a score of 4-3. In the fifth round, Fabio Grosso sealed the victory with a left-footed shot into the right side of the goal, concluding the shootout at 5-3. Italy finally broke their previous streak of 3 World Cup penalty shootout defeats and delivered the most significant upset of this tournament. Li Wei has finally acquired wealth. Prior to the commencement of the World Cup, he boldly proclaimed his support for the Italian football team, confidently asserting their potential to clinch the championship. He publicly wagered €500,000 on Italy's triumph. As for the inquiries regarding why Li Wei does not engage in underground football betting, the answer lies in the inherent dangers of such activities. Firstly, they are illegal. Should one secure a significant victory, the opposing party could easily abscond with the winnings. Given the illicit nature of these dealings, even reporting to the authorities would yield little recourse. Moreover, any entity capable of operating an underground casino is likely to have nefarious affiliations. If discovered, one could face dire consequences. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Thus, Li Wei is unwilling to assume such risks. Of course, Li Wei has not entirely shunned underground betting, albeit on a smaller scale, €1 million, spread across 50 accounts and 20 underground betting houses in Europe, averaging a mere €50,000 wagered per establishment. This investment of €1,500,000 has yielded an astonishing return of €21 million. This outcome demonstrates Li Wei's prudence, as it represents only a portion of his direct score purchases. Had he pursued further opportunities, his earnings would have been even greater. Li Wei consequently graced the front page of the Milan Sports Gazette, and astonishingly, he achieved a double success. The president of Parma joyfully announced the acquisition of a €7 million bonus, a remarkable profit indeed, as Parma secured the French prodigy Ribery at a bargain price. It was at this moment that the Italian media began to marvel at Li Wei's extraordinary talent for recognizing potential. He placed a substantial bet on Italy's triumph, preemptively acquiring Ribery before the World Cup. What others deemed inconceivable, Li Wei not only foresaw but also actualized. What remarkable prowess is this? A surge of journalists flocked to this small town of merely 180,000 inhabitants, for they uncovered a treasure trove of news both in Parma and surrounding Li Wei. Whom else will Li Wei sign? Who will be the head coach of Parma for the upcoming season? Vice President Baldini harbors discontent due to Li Wei's usurpation of power. Parma undergoes a significant transformation, with Triple X set to be purged. A player from Triple X hints at departing from Parma. The second piece of news was swiftly addressed in a press conference for clarification. Li Wei and Baldini jointly attended a press conference, where Li Wei expressed, "In our professional endeavors, Baldini and I are excellent partners. In our personal lives, we are good friends." In response to media inquiries, Baldini remarked, "Is there resentment due to the loss of transfer rights? No, that is mere speculation. We simply have different responsibilities. I handle outgoing transfers while Benedict, Li Wei, is in charge of incoming ones. As you can see, Benedict is a genius. He has acquired several prodigious talents for the club at remarkably low prices. I can hardly wait to see Li Wei and others don the black cross jersey at Tardini Stadium. The journalists present were evidently not solely motivated by the potential conflict between Li Wei and Baldini. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, their eager eyes searching for a sensational story from either of them. No sooner had Baldini completed his statement than a reporter raised his hand to inquire. I have heard that following the telephone scandal, Parma Club is considering appointing Zaman as the head coach. Is there any truth to this? Upon hearing this, Baldini subtly turned his head to glance at Li Wei. This small gesture did not go unnoticed by the reporters, who became even more animated. Many fans who began following Football Post 2000 may find Zaman a rather unfamiliar figure, particularly those who, after Serie A's decline, have focused solely on the Premier League and La Liga. Zaman is a uniquely charismatic coach within Italian football, which traditionally emphasizes defense. He, however, champions attacking football. During the 1994-95 season, after overcoming an initial adjustment period with Lazio, Zaman's audacious attacking style captivated the entire Italian peninsula. Lazio achieved significant victories, including 5-1 against Napoli, 5-1 against Padova, 3-4 against Juventus, 7-1 against Foggia, 4-0 against AC Milan, 8-2 against Fiorentina, 2-3 against Napoli, and 4-0 against Genoa. Subsequently, Zaman found success with Roma. Despite coaching the club for only 2 seasons, he astonishingly amassed a total of 136 goals, earning numerous accolades from the discerning Roman media. However, on July 5, 1998, while serving as Roma's head coach, Zaman made a peculiar statement, asserting that football should free itself from the influence of drugs, as the sport was rife with various substances. On July 27, 1998, the Italian Olympic Committee promptly commissioned lawyer Ugo Longo to investigate the matter. On August 6, 1998, Zaman, in an interview with a weekly magazine, revealed the issue of drug abuse within football, mentioning the rapid muscle growth of Juventus players such as Del Piero and Vialli. The following day, the Italian Olympic Committee's anti-doping lawyer met with Zaman. At that time, it was a widely known secret within the Italian football sphere that Juventus was using banned substances. In that moment, Zaman resembled the child from Andersen's timeless tale, boldly revealing the emperor's lack of clothes. Andersen did not disclose the fate of that child in his fairy tale. However, Zaman soon felt the mounting pressure from his adversaries. He quickly became the target of widespread criticism. Vialli labeled him a terrorist, while Piero accused Zaman of infringing upon his authority and ruining his life. Maggi claimed he would destroy football, and others branded him a pervert. Lippi even demanded a 5-year suspension for him. Ultimately, overwhelmed and isolated, Zaman had no choice but to leave and journey to Turkey, stepping away from the mainstream of European football. Chapter 9. Head Coach 2 last year. Prior to Li Wei's takeover of Parma, the Swiss-born Neapolitan Valenza had reached an acquisition agreement with Parma for 30 million. Yet, on the day of payment, Parma suddenly informed him of a change in account details, causing the deal to collapse. The transaction, which seemed 99% successful, fell through for reasons unknown to Li Wei. However, he was aware that if Valenza's acquisition succeeded, significant upheaval would ensue within Parma's upper echelons. While all players would remain, everyone else would be dismissed. With the general manager replaced by former Roma sports director Baldini, the sports manager appointed as Gali, a former Parma goalkeeper, and the head coach being Zaman. This arrangement would undermine the sacred alliance and disrupt the established order of Serie A, thus leading to the inevitable rejection of the transaction by those wielding greater power. In truth, Li Wei's ability to purchase Parma was significantly influenced by the eruption of the Calciopoli scandal, which left Juventus too preoccupied to obstruct the process. Consequently, Iadone successfully appointed former Roma sports director Baldini as the club's vice president. With the greatest resistance to Zaman's return now eliminated, his comeback appeared to be a natural progression. Did it not? A journalist kindly pointed out that Vice President Baldini had a good rapport with Zaman. The surrounding reporters immediately displayed looks of understanding. Observing the excitement among the journalists, Baldini could not help but smile wryly. He had indeed recommended Zaman to Li Wei as the club's head coach. However, Li Wei declined Baldini's suggestion, opting for someone entirely unexpected as the new coach. Ahem. Li Wei cleared his throat, leaned closer to the microphone, and earnestly stated, "There is absolutely no such situation." What? The journalists at the press conference were taken aback. Zaman possessed both fame and capability, and most importantly, he was currently unemployed, making it easy to appoint him as Parma's head coach without significant expenditure of time or resources. One quick-thinking reporter immediately inquired, "So, Mr. President, do you have a better candidate in mind?" The atmosphere in the press room shifted, with the journalists buzzing with excitement. If Li Wei had indeed rejected Zaman, then the new head coach must be even more formidable. What other reason could there be for dismissing Zaman? The thought alone was exhilarating, a major scoop. Li Wei calmly announced, "I have invited Mr. Stefano Pioli to assume the role of head coach for Parma Football Club." Stefano Pioli? What is that? However, being sports journalists, it didn't take long for someone to unearth Pioli's background. "Mr. Chairman, are you referring to the coach of Modena, who recently failed to secure promotion?" "What? He is merely a coach from the Italian Serie B? Moreover, he lacks experience in Serie A?" A wave of astonishment swept through the reporters. Nonetheless, some journalists viewed this as an intriguing topic. A reporter from Parma Daily inquired, "Mr. Chairman, why have you chosen to part ways with Zaman in favor of a newcomer?" Li Wei replied, "Perhaps you have forgotten that while Pioli is indeed a newcomer, he hails from Parma. Furthermore, he is youthful and regarded as a promising young coach in Italy. Rather than extending opportunities to those who have already established their credentials, I would prefer to invest in an emerging Italian talent. Perhaps he could be the future Capello of Italy." Italy is a rather insular nation, consequently. Foreign investment has already infiltrated other leagues, whereas the once-celebrated mini-World Cup has seen little in terms of foreign capital. Li Wei's commendation of the Italian coach immediately garnered the favor of the reporters. However, there remained those who were filled with skepticism regarding Li Wei's choice. A journalist from Tuttosport remarked, "If I recall correctly, Pioli is merely 41 years old and lacks substantial coaching experience, most notably. He has yet to manage any Serie A team. Mr. Chairman, is it not exceedingly audacious of you to select him to lead Parma? Are you not apprehensive that Pioli might lead Parma into Serie B?" Li Wei remarked, "I have reviewed the match footage of Modena under the tutelage of Pioli. Under his guidance, Modena's defense has remarkably improved, and it is precisely this enhancement that has propelled the team into the promotion playoffs, nearly securing a place in Serie A. As for experience, let us not forget that our club is graced with the presence of a master like Camignani. He is truly a treasure for us." After a brief pause, Li Wei unexpectedly dropped a bombshell, creating ripples of astonishment, in order to assist the team. "I will assume the role of assistant coach for the first team." What? Li Wei is actually taking on the role of a coach? Surely this must be a jest. Immediately, a reporter accused Li Wei, "Are you treating Parma as a mere toy?" Li Wei retorted, "I possess a B-level certificate, and I am more than capable of contributing to the club." Baldini, appearing somewhat helpless, intervened, stating, "The chairman is a passionate football enthusiast. His role as a coach is primarily for learning, and becoming the head coach is a matter for the future. Please, let us not overreact to such developments." A journalist from Milan Sports Daily remarked, "If I heard correctly, Mr. Li Wei referred to himself as the deputy coach, not the assistant coach." The other reporters immediately sensed that this was a significant story. While both deputy and assistant coaches are part of the coaching staff, their definitions diverge. The deputy coach is a product of the dual coach system. Although he is not the head coach, he wields powers comparable to that of the head coach. Conversely, the assistant coach merely serves in a supportive role and poses little threat to the authority of the head coach. Baldini elaborated, "The chairman's nature is quite unique. Appointing him as an assistant coach might lead Coach Pioli to harbor certain thoughts, complicating the distribution of power within the first team. Thus, we designated the chairman as the deputy coach. In our understanding, the chairman primarily learns from the sidelines and oversees football tactics, regardless of how well Baldini's explanation might resonate." The reports that ultimately surfaced in the media were starkly misaligned with reality. Arrogant and presumptuous? The president of Parma aspires to coach the first team. A puppet head coach in Pioli. The most expensive toy in history. 30 million spent to acquire Parma, solely for the sake of a football simulation. Parma fans reacted vehemently to these reports, with large crowds gathering outside the club to protest. More radical supporters even burned Li Wei's likeness at the club's entrance. Not only did Li Wei face the brunt of the backlash, but the Parma government also did not escape the ire of the furious fans. The angry Parma supporters accused the government of accepting bribes and selling their beloved club to a spoiled rich kid. Over 30 Parma fans staged a sit-in outside the government office building. Chapter 10. Head Coach 3 in the conference room. Baldini pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, his gaze falling upon the composed Li Wei, while a tempest of fury raged within him. "Chairman, look at the mess you've created." We just received a call from the government demanding that we quell the fan protest within 3 days, or else we shall not escape the consequences of governmental action against Parma Club. Li Wei rose to his feet and approached Baldini, patting his robust shoulder as he spoke. You have worked hard, Baldini. Rest assured, the fans' unrest took me by surprise, but I possess the means to quell their fury. Baldini sighed in resignation and replied, I hope so. Initially, Baldini harbored little confidence in Li Wei, yet reality delivered a harsh slap to his expectations. Li Wei has invested €1 million to establish the Parma Fans Charity Foundation, which will provide assistance to all Parma supporters in need. This foundation is not merely a verbal commitment. On the very next day after its announcement, Li Wei, in collaboration with a local Parma television station, visited the homes of 3 Parma fans. These fans are grappling with severe illnesses that have plunged their families into financial hardship, rendering them unable to afford the exorbitant medical expenses. Li Wei personally delivered cash to the hands of these Parma fans, accompanied by a football or jersey signed by Parma players. Following the broadcast by the television station, the majority of Parma supporters began to alter their perception of Li Wei. Parma legend Camagnani also stepped in to persuade the fans, who gradually quelled their anger and observed the club's subsequent actions with a watchful eye. However, these gestures were insufficient. Li Wei demonstrated through tangible actions that he did not regard Parma as a mere plaything. On July 13th, Parma officially announced the acquisition of Inter Milan player Domenico Morfeo for $7.5 million. Although Morfeo was a player for Inter Milan, he was not unfamiliar to the Parma fans, as he had been loaned to Parma for 3 seasons starting in 2003. During that time, Morfeo captivated Parma supporters with his surgical precision and passing. Even last year, fans expressed a desire for Parma to secure Morfeo's permanent transfer, wishing to retain the former 20 million man at Tardini Stadium forever. Note, in 2002, Inter Milan paid $20 million to Fiorentina to acquire Morfeo. Over the past 3 years, Parma had seen a significant loss of key players, but now everything has changed. The club has managed to retain its midfield maestro, which has elicited great excitement among Parma fans. In response to inquiries from a reporter of the Parma Daily, Li Wei asserted that retaining key players within the squad is the first step towards the resurgence of Parma. On July 15th, Parma officially announced the signing of Fabio Quagliarella. This transfer cost €5 million, a sum that is neither insignificant nor excessive. The media candidly remarked that this is a transfer worth anticipating. At the age of 23, Quagliarella has yet to exhibit the brilliance that his future may hold. He remains somewhat inexperienced. During the previous season, he was loaned by Udinese to the newly promoted Serie A side Ascoli, where he made 33 appearances in Serie A, netting 3 goals. Although this record may not be particularly dazzling, it at least demonstrates his capability to compete at the highest level of Italian football. Li Wei acquired a 50% stake in Quagliarella from Ascoli for €2 million, ultimately purchasing the remaining half from the unscrupulous Udinese for €3 million. It must be said that Udinese indeed operates with questionable integrity. On July 17th, Parma announced the loan of young center-back Leonardo Bonucci from Inter Milan, for which they would compensate Inter with €80,000, of which $60,000 pertains to the acquisition of half ownership of Bonucci, while the remaining $20,000 constitutes the loan fee, including a clause allowing Parma to secure Bonucci for €1 million at the season's end. On July 21st, Parma declared the acquisition of Antonio Di Natale and Samir Handanovi from Udinese. To obtain Di Natale, Li Wei begrudgingly paid Udinese a transfer fee of €15 million, including $6 million in performance-related bonuses. However, this exorbitant fee has drawn considerable controversy. At this juncture, Di Natale was not yet the prolific forward he would later become. In the last season, he made 35 appearances for Udinese in Serie A, scoring a mere 8 goals, a performance that could only be deemed mediocre on such a competitive stage. Conversely, he excelled in cup competitions, netting 3 goals in 3 appearances in the Coppa Italia and 4 goals in 10 matches in the UEFA Champions League. Overall, he participated in 48 matches throughout the season, accumulating a total of 15 goals. This data suggests that Di Natale could be regarded as a competent striker, yet not an exceptional one. More crucially, he was already 29 years old. According to the norms of football, a 29-year-old forward is often seen as having reached the zenith of his abilities, with little room for further development, and upon crossing the threshold of 30, one inevitably begins to decline physically. Little did anyone know that Di Natale would transform into a formidable force, capturing the Serie A Golden Boot 3 times over the subsequent 3 years. At this time, Handanovi had yet to become the renowned guardian of Inter Milan. He was merely a fledgling goalkeeper at the tender age of 22. Although he was a player for Udinese, he had not been afforded the opportunity to serve with them, having been perpetually loaned out since joining the club, and last season he managed a paltry 4 appearances while on loan. Li Wei merely expended €2 million to secure the transfer of Handanovi from Udinese. While Udinese officials secretly mocked Li Wei as a fool, none could foresee the regret they would carry for their decision today. On July 26th, Parma club reached an agreement with Pioli, who will sign a 1-1 contract worth €800,000 per annum. In addition to Pioli himself, he brought along assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, tactical coach Davide Lucarelli, fitness coach Matteo Osti, and goalkeeping coach Graziano Vinny de Parma. In an interview with the Parma Daily, Pioli expressed, "When a significant club like Parma comes knocking, there is no room for refusal. I have no reason to decline the opportunity to coach Parma." Regarding the dual coach situation, he clarified, No, I have already discussed this with Chairman Benedetti. He is solely responsible for tactical matters. Everything else is managed by my team and me. We are the ones in charge, that is certain. As for the season's objectives, he stated, certainly. It is not merely about avoiding relegation. I take pride in the current squad at Parma, which has demonstrated its capability to pursue significant honors. After nearly 2 months of negotiations, on July 28th, Parma club finalized transfer agreements for players Simplicio, Brigiano, and Bonera with other clubs. Simplicio transferred to Palermo for €7.5 million, while Brigiano also moved to Palermo for €6 million. With Palermo paying a total of €13.5 million to acquire Parma's midfield duo, Bonera transferred to AC Milan for €3.5 million. Chapter 11. Training camp. Parma's accounts still held €23,700,000. While this sum may not be substantial, it is sufficient to facilitate the acquisition of a Serie A star. However, this was not Li Wei's current focus. He had already accompanied the team to a pre-season training camp in Bad Ragaz, located in eastern Switzerland, on July 17th. The training roster featured numerous new players, yet the presence of veteran players was even more pronounced. Goalkeepers: 1 Handanovi, 5 Bucci, 23 De Lucia, 32 Virgili. Defenders: 3 Cardone, 14 Contini, 17 Rossi, 19 Benucci, 24 Cuddo, 26 Filinetti, 28 Pesci, 30 Cialini, 33 Colai, 80 Posetti. Midfielders: 4 De Sena, 6 Bolano, 7 Ribery, 10 Morfeo, 13 Grella, 15 Modric, 16 Pisano, 20 Hazard, 21 Siciliani, 27 Manderlini, 34 Savi, 41 Zairamaturo. Forwards: 9 Di Natale, 18 Quagliarella, 29 Dedic, 35 Paponi, 40 Lorenzini. A total of 28 players were present, an excessive number, and many lacked notable acclaim. Li Wei resolved to observe during the training camp and promptly release those who did not meet his standards. Even if one cannot sell at a favorable price, terminating the contract is preferable to being left with it in hand. The training camp is situated within a luxurious 5-star hotel at an elevation of approximately 2,000 meters. As all the players disembarked from the bus, still enraptured by the breathtaking scenery of Bad Ragaz, Levi approached with a beaming smile, pushing a bicycle ahead. The training session commenced at this very moment. The players remained blissfully unaware that they were about to enter a veritable hell. They cheerfully accepted brand new mountain bikes, engaging in discussions about which color was the most appealing. It seemed they had forgotten that breathing at an altitude of 2,000 meters is no trivial matter, especially with an arduous 18 kilometers to traverse to the training camp. Initially, the players laughed heartily, appearing more as if they were on a leisurely vacation rather than participating in a training regimen. In fact, Bad Ragaz itself is a renowned tourist destination. One could gaze down upon a verdant expanse resembling a green ocean, while the majestic, towering peaks of the Alps loomed above. The roadsides were adorned with an array of unfamiliar blossoms. The players even learned of a famous hot spring nestled in the mountains, and that nearby Mayenfeld served as the inspiration for the beloved Swiss novel Heidi. As the players ventured halfway along their journey, many who had indulged during the summer began to lag behind. After the caravan advanced another kilometer, few remained in the mood to converse with their teammates or admire the surrounding scenery. After approximately 10 kilometers, one player could no longer contain himself, breathless, and called out to Levi, "Excuse me, sir, may we take a brief respite?" Li Wei cast a glance at the player, silently noting his name, and shook his head, saying, "No, this is training. If you truly cannot endure any longer, you may rest by the roadside alone, but do not say I did not forewarn you." This pertains to your standing within the team. His words were not solely directed at one individual, but were a message to all who sought respite. Consequently, no one dared to utter a word regarding rest thereafter. Upon arriving at the hotel, not a single player was able to stand upright. Those who could manage to take deep breaths were considered to be in comparatively good condition. Many simply collapsed onto the pavement, exhaling more than inhaling. Li Wei had anticipated this entirely, and with a decisive wave of his hand, summoned the elite fitness team he had employed at great expense from Germany. They promptly emerged from the hotel, assisting those in need, while others who were still capable of walking made their way back independently. The fitness team was equipped with medical apparatus that Li Wei had procured for a staggering sum of 1 million, and they proceeded to conduct thorough medical examinations on all players to formulate tailored fitness training plans based on their individual conditions. As this marked Li Wei's inaugural experience in leading the team, Camignani accompanied him, eager to ensure that the players remained disciplined. Levi observed the slightly breathless Carmignani with concern and inquired, "Are you all right, Pietro?" At 61, Carmignani was no longer the vigorous individual he once was. The arduous journey to Badlagas had taken its toll on his body. After entering the CAF within the hotel, he ordered a glass of milk from the waiter and, with a light chuckle, remarked, "Indeed, I am growing old. In my youth, I could play football for 120 minutes without a hitch." Li Wei also requested a cup of coffee and a slice of cake from the waiter, as the breakfast served on the plane was rather unsatisfactory. He had only taken a few bites and, after an extended period of physical exertion, his stomach now craved sustenance. Once the waiter had departed, Camignani, with a grave expression, inquired of Li Wei, "Sir, what is your assessment of the current players?" "Extremely disappointing," Li Wei replied candidly, revealing his discontent with the veteran players. "Some may think I am oblivious, but I am aware that they secretly take breaks and only push themselves forward at a leisurely pace for a while before regaining enough strength to ride. Their physical condition is utterly inadequate and does not align with my tactical framework." "Fast-paced running," Li Wei asserted emphatically. "Fast-paced running?" Camignani questioned, gazing at Li Wei with a puzzled expression. "I must be getting old. I had not even heard of this tactic. Who conceived it?" Li Wei organized his thoughts and, after requesting the waiter to bring milk and coffee, borrowed a sheet of white paper and a ballpoint pen. As he sketched on the paper, he elaborated, "In a strict sense, the fast-paced style of play has yet to be adopted in football. The fast-paced strategy is a renowned tactic in the NBA, emphasizing the speed of transition between offense and defense, albeit at the expense of half-court capabilities, a basketball philosophy." In the recently concluded NBA 2005 to 2006 season, the Phoenix Suns became famous for employing this strategy. Carmignani furrowed his brow, unconvinced by Li Wei's assertion regarding the fast-paced tactic. After some contemplation, he diplomatically remarked, "This is merely a basketball strategy, and applying it to football may lead to failure. There is no need to implement it from the outset. We can gradually experiment with modifications and conduct localized trials." Li Wei did not vehemently oppose Camignani. Instead, he offered a wry smile and continued to articulate his thoughts. "The term running bombardment is quite literal, encompassing both running and bombarding. In terms of running, professional footballers typically cover a distance ranging from 8,000 to 9,000 meters. Based on the data I have gathered, the Serie A team with the highest average running distance last season barely exceeded 10,000 meters. Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario where Parma averages 11,000 meters in running distance. Does this imply that we possess an additional player compared to our opponents?" Chapter 12. Negotiating termination. Camignani shook his head, responding, "Football is not a mere arithmetic problem. It is not simply a matter of who runs more being the superior player. Running must be executed with efficiency, rather than aimlessly, as such an approach would merely squander the player's stamina." Li Wei smiled, refraining from contradicting Camignani. He continued, "My objective is to achieve an average running distance of 12,000 meters per match, and in European competitions, I aim for an average of 13,000 meters. Why such extensive movement? Because when we lose possession, we require the nearby players to immediately engage in regaining the ball." Camignani was not an obstinate old man. He began to regard the high-pressing strategy with newfound respect. As Li Wei elaborated gradually, Camignani's initial perception began to shift. The high-pressing tactic is indeed unique, imbued with the allure of football, yet the question lingers, can this approach truly succeed? Li Wei confidently proclaimed, "As long as my players can meet my physical demands, I dare not make any other promises, but securing a spot in the European zone for Parma this season is undoubtedly within our grasp." Camignani chuckled with a hint of resignation, replying, Well, who can argue with you when you were the chairman, after all? Li Wei was not angered by Comignani's slightly sarcastic remark. In fact, had he not been the president, he would have been able to sit here with Comignani, engaging in eloquent discourse, and later implement new tactics for the Parma players. The following days would prove to be catastrophic, nay, hellish, for the players of Parma. Several approached Li Wei, subtly suggesting that if the training intensity did not decrease, they would submit transfer requests. To everyone's astonishment, Li Wei adopted a resolute stance. Unable to endure the training intensity? Seeking a transfer? Very well. No club desires you? No matter, the club would not demand a single cent in compensation. And contracts could be unilaterally terminated. In fact, for certain players, the club was even prepared to offer a modest compensation for contract termination. Beginning July 24th, Parma players gradually departed from Switzerland. The legendary goalkeeper, Bucci, negotiated his release, once the mainstay of Parma in the 1990s, at 37. He was evidently no longer suited to serve as the primary goalkeeper under Li Wei. Initially, Li Wei intended to retain Bucci as a backup keeper, given his status as a club icon and his vast experience. However, Bucci not only rejected Li Wei's tactics, but also attempted to leverage his seniority, resulting in Li Wei promptly dismissing him. Third-choice goalkeeper, Vigili, was loaned to Serie B side Napoli. Defender Cadwan was sold cheaply for €1 million to Serie A club Atlanta, with his former number 3 jersey being acquired by Chiellini. Defender Rossi was sold to France for €300,000. Defender Kudo negotiated his release, with the Parma club compensating him €30,000. Midfielder Pisana transferred to Bologna for €800,000. Midfielders Sigarini and Manderlini, wearing numbers 21 and 27 respectively, negotiated their contract terminations. Midfielder Sila Mataro originally belonged to Palermo. He was an additional player when Palermo acquired Bresciano and was loaned to Parma for free. Following amicable negotiations, Parma returned him, with Palermo not demanding compensation. Midfielder Savi transferred to Serie B club Torino for €150,000. Forward Dedic was loaned to Serie B side Frosinone, with a clause in the loan agreement stipulating a €500,000 buyout option. Should Dedic perform adequately, he would permanently transfer to Frosinone next season. Forward Lorenzini, after negotiating his release, transferred freely. After this swift and decisive purge, when the newly appointed head coach, Pioli, arrived in Switzerland on July 27th. Accompanied by his coaching staff and players, he found only 19 first-team players present, including Chiagarini, a youth player who had traveled with him. Chiagarini was a highly recommended youth talent by Comignani during Li Wei's extensive overhaul and, upon Li Wei's agreement, he had flown alongside Pioli to Bad Ragaz, Switzerland. Li Wei observed the emerging youth talent with curiosity. According to Comignani's assessment, Chiagarin possesses the potential to be a midfield orchestrator comparable to Pirlo. He and Parma's current player, De Sena, were once hailed as the twin stars of the youth team. De Sena has now ascended to the first team and has earned the media's praise as Parma's Gattuso, thanks to his tenacious defense and tireless running across the pitch. In the previous season, he made 17 appearances in the league for Parma, including 7 starts, 10 substitutions, and 3 instances of being substituted off, accumulating a total of 963 minutes on the field, during which he scored 3 goals and received 6 yellow cards. Notably, one of De Sena's goals was scored against formidable opponents like Juventus. This occurred during the 24th round of the 2005-2006 season, when Parma traveled to Turin to challenge the league leaders. In the 39th minute, after winning the ball back in their own half, Marchioni delivered a cross from the left. Brigiano cleverly let the ball pass through his legs, and De Sena, arriving at the center, opted not to shoot directly. Instead, he shifted the ball to his right foot, deceiving the slipping Cannavaro before executing a sliding shot from the penalty spot into the bottom right corner, giving Parma a 1-0 lead away from home. Additionally, he demonstrated composure when he scored after a clever run past the offside line to outmaneuver the opposing goalkeeper, Pelazzoli, in a resounding 4-0 victory against Regina at home. In cup competitions during the 2005-2006 season, De Sena participated in 3 matches of the Coppa Italia, with 1 start and 2 appearances as a substitute, accumulating 141 minutes and receiving 1 yellow card. Overall, De Sena's performance in his inaugural professional league season was commendable, showcasing his potential to become a star. At that moment, dressed in a tailored suit, Pioli approached, awkwardly extending his right hand to Li Wei. "Hello, Mr. Chairman. The first-team players are truly impressive." As he spoke, Pioli glanced at the significantly reduced first-team roster. Before his arrival, he had meticulously examined the Parma first team, which boasted nearly 30 players. However, upon his arrival, Li Wei had provided him with a streamlined version of the squad. Faced with Li Wei, the club president, Pioli found it difficult to voice any discontent, resorting instead to subtle nuances in his speech to convey his dissatisfaction. Li Wei was acutely aware of Pioli's subtle intentions, yet he paid them little mind. For it was he, Li Wei, who was the true master of the club. With a smile, he extended his right hand to shake Pioli's, saying, "Let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. I shall take charge of the tactical matters." The smile on Pioli's face grew increasingly awkward. Chapter 13. Pioli's subtle intentions. One Pioli had intended to say something further, but Li Wei had already moved past him, approaching a robust black man behind him, offering the man an enthusiastic embrace. With a beaming smile, Levi released the astonished African-American, extending his arms as he exclaimed, "Welcome, Ya. You will come to love it here." Indeed, this African player was none other than Yaya Toure, the future premier defensive midfielder of the English Premier League, whom Levi had acquired through a bribe to his agent. In pursuit of his transfer, Yaya Toure declined to return to Greece for preseason training, leaving Olympiacos with no choice but to accept Parma's offer of €5 million, although the price could have been negotiated lower. Levi was keen to prevent any delays in Yaya Toure's participation in the pre-match training, instructing Baldini to expedite the process without haggling with Olympiacos. Otherwise, the transfer fee could have been even less. Yaya Toure smiled, his pearly white teeth contrasting strikingly against his dark complexion. "You are truly warm-hearted, Mr. President," he remarked. Li Wei solemnly stated, "No, do not refer to me as chairman. You may call me sir or coach. I am currently the assistant coach, not the chairman. Do you understand?" Although Yaya Toure was somewhat perplexed by Li Wei's insistence, he recognized that Li Wei had a preference for how others addressed him. "All right, sir," he replied. Li Wei smiled even more cheerfully. "Yaya, what number do you prefer?" Yaya Toure pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired, "Does anyone wear the number 8 jersey?" Li Wei snapped his fingers. Fortuitously, no one is wearing the number 8 jersey, and now this number belongs to you. Yaya Toure beamed with even greater delight. As the players headed off to training, Pioli predictably approached Li Wei. "Sir, I believe it is essential for us to have a thorough discussion." Li Wei nodded and said, "How about we head to the Hotel CAF? The coffee, milk tea, and specialty pastries here are quite delightful and worth savoring." Pioli's taut expression softened slightly, and he managed a faint smile as he replied, "Then I shall indulge in them thoroughly." At this moment, it was morning, and the CAF was relatively empty, making it an ideal spot for conversation. Once seated and after each had ordered their respective beverages and snacks, it was Li Wei who broke the silence first, rather than Pioli, who had initially sought him out. "You must have thoroughly reviewed the terms of the contract before signing, correct?" Li Wei inquired calmly. "You should understand your role within the club, so I hope you will refrain from delving too deeply into matters." Originally, Li Wei had intended to coach the team himself, but this proposal met with vehement opposition from Camilleri, whose objections were not without merit. Firstly, Li Wei lacked the A-level coaching certificate issued by the Italian Football Federation, which meant he was not qualified to coach a Serie A team. Secondly, as a foreigner of mixed heritage, he faced significant prejudice in Italy, where many harbored racial biases. Consequently, Li Wei's appointment as head coach would likely attract fierce criticism from the media. Moreover, due to his lack of coaching credentials, Parma would face numerous unnecessary setbacks. Of course, these were merely part of the issue. The crux of the matter lay in Camillerini's lack of faith in Li Wei's coaching abilities. Li Wei's coaching experience was limited to a low-level amateur team, and if one counted his participation in amateur and street football, he had not played more than 100 matches. Ultimately, both parties reached a compromise. Li Wei could assume the role of head coach, but he would be officially recognized merely as the assistant coach, while a puppet, Pioli, would be appointed. Pioli interlaced his fingers, resting them against his chin. "Of course, I understand. I am merely the nominal head coach at the club, while in reality, I am here to assist you, Mr. President, in coaching Parma. However, Mr. President, you must be aware of a clause in the contract. Should you lead Parma into the relegation zone over 3 consecutive matches or within 6 rounds, I will assume full control of the first team." Indeed, Pioli was a puppet coach, and any coach with a modicum of ambition would be reluctant to serve as another's marionette. The reason Pioli willingly accepted the role at Parma was twofold: the lucrative salary offered and, as he mentioned, The opportunity to step in as the interim coach should Li Wei's tenure yield unsatisfactory results. Li Wei observed Pioli with keen interest and inquired, "What is your perspective?" At that moment, Pioli appeared somewhat apprehensive. After a prolonged pause for contemplation, he finally articulated, "Currently, the team seems to be lacking numerous players. Even if we were to focus solely on the league, the number of first-team members is insufficient to support Parma's aspirations for advancement. Furthermore, due to the aftermath of the Calciopoli scandal, we have secured a place in the UEFA Cup for the next season, along with the Italian Cup. It is simply unfeasible for 21 players to sustain Parma's endeavors across 3 competitions." Li Wei nodded and said, "I am already well aware of what you have mentioned. I have arranged for scouts to recommend players. However, I believe I understand the reason behind your words. Are you seeking transfer authority?" Pioli, with an awkward smile, replied, "No. Mr. Chairman, please do not misunderstand me. I am merely offering a suggestion. As you know, I may very well serve as a stopgap coach, and I possess my own coaching philosophies. I hope the club can acquire suitable players. Most importantly, these players will not come at a high cost. They are indeed valuable yet affordable talents, and in the future, their sale could yield significant profits for the club." Li Wei pondered earnestly before responding, "Please share the players you recommend." Although Li Wei believed that failure in coaching was not an inevitable fate, the future remained uncertain. It was akin to the earlier days of Chelsea, where Mourinho led them to Premier League glory, only to see their fortunes plummet the following year, teetering perilously close to the relegation zone, with a mere point separating them from disaster. As a famous adage in football suggests, the ball is round. Should he find himself lacking the requisite skills to guide Parma towards success, Li Wei would not hesitate to assume the role of a student, learning alongside other coaches before stepping into the position of head coach. Under this premise, he permitted Pioli to acquire a few players he favored at a modest cost. Pioli, receiving Li Wei's affirmation, felt elated, for his previous contract explicitly stated that his authority was akin to that of a reinforced assistant coach. Any overreach could result in termination from Parma, with no compensation forthcoming. Now, with his vision validated by Li Wei, combined with the players he had selected and the existing stars on the team, he was confident in securing Parma's survival. Henceforth, he would no longer be merely a Serie B coach, but would ascend to the ranks of a Serie A coach. Chapter 14. Pioli's subtle thoughts. Pioli reached for his pen and rummaged through his pocket, but found no blank paper. Just then, he noticed a pristine napkin on the table. He deftly withdrew a sheet from the box, using the napkin as his canvas, and inscribed the name of a player along with their position and Pioli's assessment of them. Li Wei received the napkin from Pioli, feeling a sense of amusement. It is said that one fateful evening in 2000, within the confines of a Barcelona bar, Rexach, in his capacity as Barcelona's technical director, inscribed a signing guarantee for Messi and his father upon a mere napkin. This serendipitous moment eventually led to the illustrious union of Barcelona and Messi. On that napkin from Barcelona was inscribed the name of Messi, who might be inscribed on the napkin that Pioli handed to him. Christian Ligiano, currently with Empoli. Position, forward. Evaluation, exceptional in aerial duels, standing at 191 meters, robust in physique, weighing 84 kilograms, he could serve as a formidable offensive bastion for the team. At the age of 32, his transfer value is likely to remain modest, making him a valuable addition to the squad. Li Wei pondered deeply, recognizing that within the team, there existed merely 2.5 forwards. The first, number 11, Di Natale, stands at a modest height of only 177 meters, achieving success in aerial duels against defenders who generally tower at approximately 185 meters is no trivial task. Moreover, Di Natale's prowess lies in his ball-handling abilities rather than in heading. The second, number 18, Quagliarella, is classified by Li Wei as either a shadow striker or a winger, which is why he previously considered only 2.5 forwards in his squad, with Quagliarella representing that half. While Quagliarella boasts a height greater than Di Natale's, measuring at 182 meters, he still falls short of the ideal. Lastly, number 35, Papone, is a recent promotion from the youth team, a mere 18 years of age and standing at 179 meters. All 3 forwards are relatively diminutive or possess average heading capabilities. Acquiring a robust center forward could be a viable option, provided the financial terms are reasonable. Li Wei inquired about the estimated transfer fee, expressing a desire for a more definitive figure. He was reluctant to offer €1 million only to be met with a counter of €3 million, as he did not wish to be treated as a fool. Within, Pioli mused, hasn't Li Wei often played the fool himself? €5 million for a striker Quagliarella, who had only scored 3 goals in 33 appearances. €2 million for a perennial backup goalkeeper, Handanovi, who had made only 7 appearances in Serie A over 3 years. And €15 million, plus performance bonuses, for a 39-year-old veteran, Di Natale. Nevertheless, Pioli was aware of one crucial fact: Li Wei could indeed afford to be the fool, as the funds belonged to him. However, should Pioli allow Li Wei to play the fool, he would have to endure Li Wei's wrath. After careful contemplation, Pioli finally mustered the courage to speak. Let us make an initial offer of €300,000. This amount should sufficiently convey our sincerity and potentially persuade Empoli. However, I anticipate that the final transfer fee will likely hover around €350,000, with a fluctuation of approximately €100,000. If Empoli demands over €450,000, it would no longer be worthwhile to acquire Ligon. €450,000 for a 32-year-old Serie A forward? While this price may be reasonable for an obscure player, we ought to examine his statistics before proceeding. Li Wei inquired about the number of appearances and goals scored by the player during the previous season. Pioli responded, stating that the player participated in 33 matches and netted 5 goals. While this efficiency may seem rather ordinary, I believe that Rigon's greatest contribution lies in his role as a tactical fulcrum for the team. Scoring is not the sole means through which he demonstrates his value. Furthermore, as the primary striker for Empoli, he played a pivotal role in helping the team secure an impressive 8th place in the league standings last season. Were it not for his advancing years, Empoli likely would not have parted ways with their key forward. Li Wei nodded and replied, "Certainly. I will arrange for someone to negotiate the transfer of Ligiano with Empoli." Upon hearing Li Wei's response, Pioli became even more exhilarated and wrote down the names of 3 additional players for Li Wei. It was evident that not every player could sway Li Wei. These 3, lacking any notable reputation and failing to enhance the team's depth, were swiftly dismissed by him. Li Wei gazed at Pioli, furrowing his brow as he spoke. If we are to consider players of little potential, it would be better not to mention them at all. Parma is a club with a magnificent history, and its aspirations are lofty, far beyond mere survival or the development of young talents. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on Pioli's forehead. Thus far, he had only decided to pursue the acquisition of a single player, Ligiano, which was not in line with his plan to have 2 or 3 trusted players within the team. Gritting his teeth, Pioli replied, "There is another player, albeit one from Serie B, whose displayed skills are truly remarkable. However, he is likely to come at a steep price, probably exceeding €2 million for his transfer." For Pioli, who had only managed teams in Serie B, €2 million represented a significant transfer fee. In Serie B, player acquisitions typically cost only several €100,000. Levi gazed into Pioli's eyes and, with a hint of mockery, remarked, "Is that so? This is your final opportunity." As he spoke, Levi raised his wrist, gently tapping the watch adorning his right hand, and added, "Time is running short. We have lingered away from the training ground for too long. It is time to return and oversee the players' training." With a clenched jaw, Pioli inscribed the name of the last recommended player on a napkin and solemnly pushed it forward to Levi. Li Wei observed Pioli's expression, which piqued his curiosity. Marek Hamke, a Slovakian player, is affiliated with Brescia, who finished 10th in the Italian Serie B last season. Adorned with the number 17, he appeared in 24 matches without scoring. His position is defensive midfielder. Evaluation: possessing a versatility reminiscent of Nedved. He is capable of playing in any position across the midfield. Proficient with both his left and right foot, he exhibits commendable heading ability. Most notably, his excellent vision, combined with his balanced footwork, allows him to deliver exquisite passes in any direction. Could Hamke be the future linchpin for Napoli? What a remarkable find. He can be acquired for merely a few million euros in the Italian Serie B. Levi stood up, patting Pioli on the shoulder, and laughed heartily, saying, "Your recommendation is commendable, but it is time for us to return." "What does that mean? Should we go, or should we stay?" Pioli, somewhat bewildered, watched as Levi walked a considerable distance before he realized that he ought to follow. After all, in name, he was the head coach. Chapter 15. A different path. During their time in Switzerland, Parma continued its extensive acquisition endeavors. Initially, they secured Empoli striker Riccardo for €400,000, followed by the signing of 19-year-old Marek Hamsik from the Italian Serie B for €1,500,000, plus €500,000 in potential bonuses. However, these were merely minor transfers, overshadowed by the subsequent acquisitions. Levi made a significant investment by purchasing Croatian international Darijo Srna from Shakhtar Donetsk for a staggering €9,500,000, of which €7 million was paid up front and €2,500,000 contingent on performance bonuses. Srna had been with Shakhtar since 2003, but it was during the 2006 World Cup qualifiers that he truly caught the attention of European clubs. His exceptional performance, particularly in crucial matches, helped lead the Croatian team to the World Cup finals, earning him recognition as one of the key contributors. As a right-back, Srna's dynamism on the right flank was remarkable, often appearing unstoppable. Moreover, he possessed a precise passing ability and a talent for free kicks, which became some of the sharpest weapons in Croatia's arsenal. Interestingly, Levi's first choice for the right-back position was not the Croatian, but Maicon. Regrettably, at that time, Maicon was with Inter Milan, and Parma could not compare. Ultimately, Maicon transferred to Inter for €6 million, compelling Levi to acquire the subsequently inflated Srna after the World Cup. A slight consolation for Levi was his successful acquisition of the future world-class left-back, Jordi Alba, at no cost. Alba, born in Barcelona, naturally progressed through the renowned La Masia Youth Academy. However, when Alba was 17, Barcelona's coach deemed his talents insufficient for further development, leading to his dismissal from the club. Historically, Alba then joined Valencia, where he gradually showcased his abilities with the second team and embarked on his professional career. Under Levi's guidance, Alba took an alternative path. Invited by Parma scouts, he opted for the higher competitive level of Parma rather than remaining with Valencia's reserve team. In the midfield, Levi bolstered the team's depth by acquiring Marone from Livorno for €230,000. Marone had an impressive previous season, appearing 35 times and scoring 6 goals, contributing to Livorno's 6th-place finish in the league. His enthusiastic running style is a significant reason why Li Wei is eager to acquire him. While other teams have already commenced their warm-up matches, Parma's preseason preparations begin notably late. It is not until July 30th that Parma faces their first warm-up opponent, the prestigious Basel Football Club from the Swiss Super League. This match serves as a valuable opportunity for practice, however, as it marks Li Wei's inaugural confrontation with a top-tier league team. Even though this club may be considered a third-rate team in Europe, Li Wei places great importance on the contest. Li Wei dispatched his envisioned core lineup. Forwards, Quagliarella, left winger, Di Natale, center forward, Ribéry, right winger. Midfielders, De Sena, left defensive midfielder, Morfeo, central midfielder, Yaya Toure, right defensive midfielder. Defenders, Alba, left back, Chiellini, center back, Contini, center back, Srna, right back. Goalkeeper, Handanovi. This configuration, in 3 years' time, could undoubtedly contend for the UEFA Champions League title. However, at present, 70 minutes had elapsed, and the score stood at 4-0. According to international conventions, the home team is listed first, with the away team following. Undoubtedly, Basel, hosting the match in Switzerland, was the home team, while Parma, arriving from Italy, was the visitor. Pioli, with a smirk of schadenfreude, observed Li Wei shouting animatedly from the sidelines. Camagnani sighed and stepped out from the coaching bench. Addressing Li Wei, "It's time for substitutions. This is merely a friendly match, and there is no necessity for all 11 players to endure 90 minutes. Li Wei gritted his teeth, consumed by an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet, what recourse did he have? Victory, whether on the football field or in any arena, has never been achieved through mere feelings of discontent. Li Wei did not persist in his previous approach. Instead, he heeded Camagnani's counsel and substituted all 11 players on the field in one go. Each departing player wore a dejected expression, feeling as though they had performed dismally. Go and console them. Most of them are still quite young, Camagnani advised Li Wei. In the grip of negativity, Li Wei finally came to his senses and embraced each player as they left the field. You played well, my child. We were just a bit unfortunate today. You did great. Your movement was excellent. Keep it up. However, not all players accepted Li Wei's comfort. The team's captain and center back, Contini, rebuffed Li Wei's embrace, pushing his hands aside and casting a cold glance before striding off toward the locker room. Li Wei clenched his fists tightly. Yet he ultimately refrained from confronting Contini or uttering a word. The final score of this friendly match stood at 5-1. With the sole goal scored by the young Belgian talent Hazard, whom Li Wei had personally brought back from France. Playing as a left winger, Hazard frequently practiced incisive cuts, and this particular goal was a testament to that skill. In this era, wingers are not particularly inclined towards such maneuvers, and the Basel players found Hazard's style quite unfamiliar. especially after their earlier 5-0 lead had led them to relax. Nonetheless, for whatever reason, Hazard's goal was undeniably exquisite. He deftly maneuvered past 3 defenders on the flank before unleashing a powerful shot that salvaged some dignity for Parma. After the match, the Basel coach, while shaking hands with Li Wei, inquired with evident admiration about the possibility of acquiring Hazard, even on a loan basis. Both transfer and loan proposals were met with a firm rejection from Li Wei. How could he part with the future king of dribbling? It would be foolish to neglect his development and send him away. Was he a simpleton? Following the match, Parma concluded their training in Switzerland and prepared to return to Italy for their upcoming friendlies. On the plane, the players' spirits were notably low, which was entirely understandable. Li Wei initially intended to express further thoughts, yet upon witnessing the situation, he ultimately remained silent, opting instead for the flight attendant to play a comedy on the television, with the hope that it might alleviate the players' negative emotions. Chapter 16. Conflict. Once the plane had landed, it was already afternoon, and the team did not proceed to the club's training ground, for the players were utterly exhausted. At the airport, Li Wei announced the disbandment of the group, prompting cheers from the younger players. Indeed, in Switzerland, Li Wei had rigorously adhered to a regimen established by the German fitness team, pushing the athletes to their limits without risking injury. The following day, the training session focused primarily on recovery, with the afternoon dedicated to a playful drill known as monkeying around. In this exercise, one player was tasked with retrieving the ball while 3 or 4 others formed a small circle to pass and receive it. A failed pass resulted in the offending player being designated as the monkey. During this time, laughter and merriment filled the air. Although the unfortunate monkey found themselves in a comical yet exasperating predicament, desperately attempting to intercept the ball. It was through such training that Barcelona significantly enhanced their passing and ball retrieval skills. However, the atmosphere on the training ground was not particularly buoyant. The veteran players appeared listless as they engaged in the exercise, more so performing for Li Wei than genuinely participating in training. Li Wei observed this and furrowed his brow. Li Wei sought out Camigliani and remarked, "Contini appears to harbor significant grievances against me." Camigliani offered a wry smile and replied, "He desires a new contract." When Parma was struggling financially, his annual salary was merely 400,000 euros. As the captain of the team, earning such a meager wage is understandably a source of discontent for him. After a moment of silence, Li Wei spoke. "Is that all there is to it?" Camigliani hesitated for a moment before replying. He believes that the current partner is utterly inadequate, akin to a ticking time bomb in defense, with no one knowing when it might explode. Partnering with Contini in central defense is Chiellini. At this stage, Chiellini has yet to become the stalwart of Juventus that he would later be. Last season, he was still playing as a left back. His recent performances in the center-back position have been alarmingly poor, even worse than Li Wei had anticipated. In fact, had it not been for the knowledge of Chiellini's future brilliance in the central defense role, Li Wei would have long since allowed him to continue at left back. Nevertheless, Chiellini does possess certain advantages in the center-back position, having emerged from the ranks of a fullback. His speed is commendable, often allowing him to intercept the ball before opposing forwards can seize it. Moreover, his success rate in tackles is notably high, yet this also constitutes a flaw. A high success rate does not guarantee that every attempt will succeed. There is a well-known adage in football: if you guard the goal for 89 minutes, but concede in the final minute, you transform from savior to sinner. Chiellini's playing style reflects this, while his tackling technique is commendable. His fervor for tackles often leads him to forget that he is now a central defender, not a fullback. When a fullback fails in a tackle, there remains a chance for recovery. Even if the recovery is delayed, opposing players usually opt for a cross, at which point the team still has central defenders and a goalkeeper to defend. However, when a center-back fails in a tackle, the opposing player is presented with a clear path, directly confronting the goalkeeper. This has become Chiellini's most pressing issue. He struggles to discern when to press and when to maintain a solid defensive stance. Li Wei, too, finds himself at a loss regarding Chiellini's predicament. He has already provided Chiellini with specialized training, assigning an experienced coach to oversee his defensive drills. This coach has previously guided world-class players like Thuram and Cannavaro in the art of defense, and if not for his advancing age, he would have already been promoted to a first-team defensive coach. The seasoned coach has communicated to Li Wei that there is little left he can teach Chiellini. Now, it is more about allowing Chiellini to learn through experience on the pitch. If he endures, Chiellini will emerge as an outstanding defender. If not, the club should swiftly sell him while he still holds some value. Li Wei rapped the table and remarked, if Contini wishes to partner with his old comrade, Pachi, then let them be together. In the forthcoming intra-squad match, he decided to place Contini and Pachi on the substitute bench, allowing Bonucci and Chiellini to assume the roles of central defenders. Camagnani, taken aback, hastily interjected, "No, this is far too risky." Though Bonucci exhibits considerable potential, he is but 19 years of age, a mere child. He remains quite impulsive, and the defensive line formed by him and Chiellini would undoubtedly enable our opponents to score numerous goals with relative ease. Li Wei remains steadfast in his convictions. I understand this is precisely why I have recently begun to contemplate the pairing of Chiellini and Contini as center-backs. However, with Contini currently experiencing emotional turmoil, he is no longer suitable to partner with Chiellini in that role. Thus, I have decided to enlist Bonucci instead. Camagnani inquired, why not consider temporarily placing Chiellini on the bench? Contini and Pachi, as a duo of center-backs, demonstrate a more stable performance, and their defensive line is more adept at thwarting opposing forwards. Li Wei remarked that the central defensive partnership of Contini and Pachi could only be considered a mediocre duo in Serie A, their achievements being rather limited. In contrast, Chiellini and Bonucci are of a different caliber. They possess the potential to become world-class defenders. If nurtured correctly, they could become the cornerstone of Parma's defense for the next 2 decades, instilling dread in the hearts of all Serie A forwards. Camagnani sighed and said, well, I'm just concerned that these 2 young talents may not withstand such pressure, for not everyone possesses a heart as steadfast as Cannavaro's. Li Wei calmly remarked, they are far stronger than you can imagine. During the afternoon's intra-squad match, many players exhibited noticeable changes in their expressions. Chiellini and Bonucci were appointed as the starting central defenders, while Captain Contini was relegated to the bench. What was the meaning of this situation? Several onlookers turned their gaze towards Li Wei, who stood at the sidelines in a white tracksuit, his demeanor remarkably serene. In contrast, Pioli appeared almost like an assistant coach, urging, what are you all staring at? Go warm up. Don't let a lack of preparation lead to injuries during the match. Contini shot a furious glare at Li Wei, who remained unfazed. Contini, visibly agitated, seemed poised to confront Li Wei, but his teammate Paci restrained him. Ultimately, there was no eruption of conflict between Contini and Li Wei. The intra-squad match proceeded without any unpleasant incidents, as Chiellini and Contini did not face each other directly. However, by the end of the training session, a cloud of unease enveloped all the Parma players. They were acutely aware that the conflict between Li Wei and Contini had not dissipated. It was merely a matter of time before it would ignite. Chapter 17, A Deluge of Criticism at Tardini Stadium. In the press corridor, Li Wei had just led the players off the field and was heading towards the locker room when reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, immediately surged towards him and the players. You take the lead with the team, Li Wei instructed Di Natale. Ever since Li Wei had relegated Contini from his starting position, he appointed Di Natale as the second captain of the team. Although he held the title of second captain due to Contini's lack of playing time, Di Natale had often assumed the responsibilities of the captain, earning greater respect within the locker room than Contini. Di Natale cast a worried glance at Li Wei but chose not to voice his concerns as he guided the players out through the side. When reporters inquired, the players remained tight-lipped. Consequently, the journalists turned their focus on Li Wei, which was precisely his intention. A reporter from Roma Sports asked, Mr. Chairman, could you share your thoughts on the club's 5 consecutive defeats in the warm-up matches, particularly the significant margins of those losses? Li Wei calmly remarked, in a warm-up match, everyone understands that the primary objective is to refine the team's composition. The outcome is of secondary importance. As soon as Li Wei's words fell, the reporter from the Roman Sports Daily immediately turned his attention to the indifferent head coach, Pioli, asking, Pioli, do you share the same sentiment? Under your management, Parma's defense has consistently posed significant issues. Today, against Bari, a team that finished in the lower tier of Serie B last season, Parma suffered a resounding defeat with a score of 2-4. Should you not bear some responsibility for this? Pioli was reluctant to shoulder the blame for Li Wei, yet he also wished to avoid offending him. After a moment of contemplation, Pioli diplomatically replied, the team's defensive issues are indeed our most pressing concern at present. I believe that reintroducing last season players, Contini and Pachi, as central defenders could potentially rectify our defensive shortcomings. Of course, the final decision on player selection must involve careful consideration of the assistant coach's insights, as he serves as the brain of the team, overseeing tactical matters. The eyes of the Roman Sports Daily reporter lit up with curiosity as he pressed further. Are you suggesting that the current defensive problems of the team are entirely due to the unilateral decisions of club president Li Wei? No. That is not my implication at all. Please do not misinterpret my words, Pioli exclaimed, raising his voice. However, observing the reporter's fervent enthusiasm, it seemed that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Li Wei's expression was somewhat grim as he cast a sidelong glance at Pioli, who had become increasingly restless, audaciously applying pressure on himself through the media, eager to assume the mantle of the head coach. Although anger simmered within him, Li Wei recognized that venting his frustrations on Pioli in this setting would only exacerbate the situation. Suppressing his ire, Li Wei addressed the gathered journalists. All right, everyone. It is time for us to return to the locker room. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to raise them during the post-match press conference. As he spoke, Li Wei signaled for security to approach. Despite the journalist's relentless shouts, "No, Mr. Chairman, may we ask if you are interfering with the first team's operations? Mr. Chairman, the team has suffered 5 consecutive defeats in warm-up matches. Should you not bear some responsibility for this?" Li Wei refrained from responding and walked directly towards the locker room with Pioli. Outside the locker room door, Li Wei did not immediately open it. Instead, he turned his head, his face etched with fury as he glared at Pioli. Startled, Pioli felt a twinge of anxiety as he met Li Wei's gaze. But he soon averted his eyes, unable to withstand the intensity of Li Wei's stare. Li Wei stared intently at Pioli, his words punctuated with a clenched jaw. "I hope we do not witness a recurrence of the situation we just encountered. You comprehend my meaning." Pioli wished to articulate a response, yet the words faltered on his lips. After a moment's hesitation, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, following this gesture, Pioli felt a surge of frustration within. Why should he cower before this scion of privilege? Every action he undertook was for the salvation of this illustrious club, steeped in nearly a century of history. By what right did he wield such influence over Parma? The team's 5 consecutive defeats in warm-up matches thrust Parma into the eye of the storm, prompting an avalanche of self-proclaimed experts and former greats to condemn Li Wei's interference in Pioli's tactical decisions. The Milan Sports Gazette proclaimed, "the most expensive toy in history." They even commissioned a satirical cartoon depicting Li Wei in a ludicrous manner, triumphantly hoisting the Parma emblem, with a caption exclaiming, "Woo, woo, Parma is taking flight." The Turin Sports Gazette reported of former star's disapproval. "He is unworthy of being Parma's president. The Parma government has made a regrettable decision they shall lament for a lifetime." The Evening Post stated, "Money cannot buy championships, nor can it ensure survival." The Rome Sports Gazette echoed, "Infighting. Coach Pioli dissatisfied with the president's meddling." The Team Gazette lamented, €70 million spent on team building, yet unable to outmatch relegation contenders. The Parma Daily exclaimed, "British interloper, begone." It was not solely the media that unleashed their ire upon Li Wei. Club Vice President Baldini and Sporting Director Camignani also approached him. With a look of resignation, Camignani implored, "Benedict, the situation has spiraled beyond control. I beseech you to cease your interference with the first team, will you?" Although Baldini remained silent, his heavy sigh and melancholic expression conveyed his sentiments to Li Wei. After a prolonged silence, Li Wei nodded and said, "I understand." "Understand?" Camignani and Baldini exchanged bewildered glances. And ultimately, it was Camignani who voiced the question lingering in his mind. "Benedict, do you mean to say that you will no longer intervene in the first team's tactical arrangements?" Li Wei propped himself up on the table, rising with a calm yet resolute demeanor as he proposed, "How about we make a wager?" "Huh, wasn't the discussion supposed to revolve around the first team? How did we suddenly veer into the realm of wagers?" Both Camignani and Baldini appeared somewhat bewildered. Baldini was the first to regain his composure, inquiring, "Benedict, is the wager you mentioned related to your decision to refrain from intervening with the first team?" Li Wei nodded and said, "Indeed." Although Camignani felt a twinge of displeasure at these words, wondering why Li Wei stubbornly clung to Parma at this juncture, as if he truly regarded it as his personal plaything. If that were the case, he would have to resign. He absolutely could not stand idly by while this young man jeopardized Parma. Baldini gazed intently at Li Wei, expressing, "I hope this wager will satisfy everyone. Otherwise, Camignani and I will have no choice but to apologize to you, Mr. Chairman." Chapter 18. The wager. Li Wei stated, "If I lose, I will no longer interfere with the first team's tactics and will resign from my position as the assistant coach." Camignani and Baldini felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. Their joy stemmed from having achieved their purpose of meeting Li Wei, while their anxiety arose from uncertainty regarding how Li Wei would ensure his continued role as assistant coach. In truth, as the owner of Parma Football Club, Li Wei's unwavering resolve could make it exceedingly difficult for Camagnani and Baldini to prevent him from meddling in the first team's affairs, aside from threatening resignation. However, Li Wei refrained from acting solely on his own whims because he understood that relying exclusively on himself would not suffice to keep Parma Football Club functioning smoothly. Baldini, a former player and former sporting director of AS Roma, possesses extensive connections within the football world. Should Parma wish to acquire any player within Italy, Baldini's network would facilitate the acquisition with greater ease. Additionally, when faced with any injustices, Baldini could exert pressure on the Italian Football Federation through his connections, rather than relying solely on Li Wei's angry outbursts in the media. Camagnani, a revered figure in Parma's history, is held in high esteem among the club's youth players and fans alike. He would serve as the ideal intermediary between Li Wei, the players, and the supporters. With Camagnani's assistance, Li Wei could concentrate more on matters within the pitch without the need to frequently quell the discontent of Parma's fans. After exchanging glances, Baldini and Camagnani inquired, "What are the stakes of the wager?" Li Wei refrained from elaborating further and remarked, "This wager should not solely involve the three of us. Let us not forget about Pioli." Camagnani nodded thoughtfully and responded, "Indeed, is the chairman intending to summon Coach Pioli?" Li Wei nodded and said, "This is a natural occurrence. Please wait a moment." Li Wei picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello?" A voice on the other end belonged to Pioli. "It's me, Li Wei. What brings you to call me, Chairman? If it's not urgent, perhaps we could discuss it later, as I am currently instructing the players." Pioli was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the timing of Li Wei's call. "I have something of greater significance to address. Delegate the training responsibilities to someone else. You must come to my office immediately. You know the location." Li Wei's tone was decidedly serious. After a brief silence, Pioli replied, "All right, I will be there in 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, Pioli arrived promptly at the office and noticed the presence of the club's three key figures, which indicated that something significant was afoot. He cast a contemplative glance at Li Wei and inquired, "What is this important matter?" Baldini recounted the conversation shared between the two of them and Li Wei. Glancing at Li Wei as he finished, he remarked, "This presents a wonderful opportunity for everyone." Pioli's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Could it be that he might truly become a genuine head coach, rather than the mere puppet he had been previously? Clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his enthusiasm, Pioli asked, "What sort of wager does the chairman have in mind?" Li Wei glanced down at the small calendar resting on his desk and remarked, "Today is September 1st, and in just 9 days, on September 10th, the first round of the Serie A will commence." Pioli promptly added, "The matches will take place in the evening, and our game is scheduled to be the last in this inaugural round. Our opponents will be the Red Bull Torino, who narrowly triumphed over Perugia in the playoff finals to secure their promotion from Serie B last season. Although the Red Bull Torino are newcomers to the league, their prowess should not be underestimated. They have made several notable signings this summer, the most prominent being the goalkeeper Abbiati, who has been loaned from AC Milan. The most daunting aspect for us is that we will be playing away in Turin, which undoubtedly poses a significant challenge for Parma," Li Wei calmly stated. "Let us regard this match as a wager. If victorious, Pioli, you shall continue to fulfill your contractual obligations, refraining from any further grievances in the media, and cooperate with me earnestly. Baldini and Camagnani, you are equally included in this agreement." Camagnani cautiously inquired, "If we lose, Benedict, are you truly willing to relinquish your position as assistant coach? You have previously expressed considerable enthusiasm for this role." Li Wei smiled, acknowledging their concerns about his potential reluctance to fulfill his commitments and fears regarding his future cooperation. After all, as the president of the club, holding 100% of Parma's shares, his determination rendered him untouchable. They could ease their worries. Although he would not serve as the assistant coach for the first team, he would take on the role of head coach for the youth team to further his development. He was confident that this would not elicit any objections from them. Compared to the first team, the youth team's performance was of lesser significance. Allowing Li Wei to engage with the youth team was certainly preferable to causing disturbances at the first team level. Camagnani, beaming with delight, remarked, "I believe the young players in the youth team will be overjoyed to learn that Benedict will be their head coach. They'll likely be so excited that they won't be able to sleep all night." Baldini and Pioli nodded in agreement from the side. Li Wei disregarded the disdainful demeanor of the group before him, akin to that of a harbinger of misfortune. He rapped his knuckles on the desk and, with a grave countenance, declared, "In the forthcoming days, I do not wish to hear any malicious remarks made in the media, nor tolerate any duplicity in the workplace. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Camignani and Baldini remained silent, their eyes fixed upon Pioli. Within the club, it was evident to anyone of reasonable intellect that Pioli was unwilling to be a mere puppet coach, especially in light of Li Wei's insufficient display of managerial prowess. Every individual aspired to realize their Serie A dreams. Moreover, the current roster of Parma was far from inadequate. Up front, they boasted the Italian striker Di Natale, acquired for 15 million, alongside the illustrious Ribery, who shone brightly during the 2006 World Cup. The midfield retained last season's core player Morfeo, and was bolstered by promising talents such as Hamsik, Yaya Touré, and Modric. Although the defense was somewhat lacking, they had seasoned veterans like Contini and Pacey, while the right-back position was filled by the impressive Croatian Srna, who had made a mark in the World Cup. In goal, Handanovic had begun to exhibit signs of future greatness, having notably saved 2 penalties in a warm-up match, while the backup keeper, De Lucia, a product of Parma's youth academy, ensured healthy competition. Chapter 19. Transforming the central defender. Pioli was convinced that if entrusted with such a squad, he could navigate the upcoming season successfully. With Juventus facing relegation, AC Milan starting the new season with an 8-point deduction, Lazio with 11, and Fiorentina with 19, he believed that with diligence, contending for second place against Roma was not out of reach, even if claiming first was reserved for Inter Milan. Even in the worst-case scenario of finishing 4th or 5th, it would still be a remarkable achievement, especially considering he was only 41, and this was his inaugural foray into coaching in Serie A. At that juncture, even if Li Wei held reservations about him, Pioli would not be intimidated. He could easily secure a position as head coach at a respectable Serie A club, free from the indignities imposed by this spoiled heir. As for collaborating with Li Wei, was that truly a concern? Pioli held little faith in Li Wei, doubting his ability to lead Parma to victory against the formidable Red Bulls at the daunting Torino Olympic Stadium, especially after just 2 days prior. Li Wei had guided Parma to a significant defeat against Bari, a mid-tier team in Serie B, compared to the former Serie B rival. The Red Bulls of Torino were a formidable force. Pioli could not fathom how, in a mere 10 days, Li Wei could transform Parma and lead them to triumph over a Torino team far more powerful than Bari. With these thoughts in mind, Pioli nodded without hesitation. "No problem. I am willing to abide by the terms of the wager." Upon receiving a definitive response from Pioli, Camignani and Baldini nodded in agreement, assuring him that they would diligently support his endeavors in the time to come. After addressing the club's instability, Levi changed out of his suit and donned athletic attire. He preferred to wear sportswear in front of the players rather than the formal suit, as it resonated more with his youthful disposition. At merely 24 years of age, coupled with a youthful appearance that could easily convince most that he was only 18 with a touch of makeup, he found it challenging to exude the requisite authority in formal attire. Additionally, a coach whom Levi admired also favored wearing sports apparel around players, believing that it fostered a closer rapport, transforming him into a friend, or even a family member, to the athletes. On the training ground, Levi refrained from excessive criticism of the practice sessions, as the training regimen was collaboratively devised by him and Pioli's coaching staff, who executed the plans with meticulous precision, leaving no room for Levi to harbor any doubts. However, the players exhibited a lackluster demeanor during training. Indeed, anyone would feel disheartened after suffering 5 consecutive losses in friendly matches. Outside the training facility, the voices of protesting fans could be heard, often expressing their ire, primarily directed at Levi, but also at Chiellini and Bonucci, whose partnership in defense was deemed a major contributor to the team's failures. "Giovanni and Leonardo, come here," Levi called out to the players on the training field. All eyes turned towards the towering figures of Chiellini and Bonucci, who, in stark contrast to their usual imposing presence on the pitch, now stood with heads bowed in a timid demeanor, resembling bashful young girls on their first outing, leaving one to wonder how such fierce defenders could appear so meek. Li Wei silently shook his head. During this period, the media's sarcasm directed at these two individuals was second only to that aimed at him. While Li Wei could somewhat endure it, Chiellini was merely 22 years old, and Bonucci was even younger at just 19. They arrived at a secluded corner of the training ground to converse. Although Li Wei was not significantly older than Chiellini and Bonucci, he appeared as an adult in their presence, while they resembled remorseful children, anxiously following him. Upon reaching the corner, Bonucci could no longer contain himself, With his head bowed, he addressed Li Wei, saying, "I apologize, sir." Chiellini also lowered his head, murmuring, "I am sorry." Li Wei gazed calmly at the two and inquired, "Then, pray tell, why do you feel remorse towards me?" Benucci's lips twitched slightly, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chiellini remained silent for a moment before responding, "We have squandered the opportunity granted to us by you, sir." Still not addressing the crux of the matter, Li Wei pressed on, "What led you to squander the chance I provided? Was it a lack of diligence in training? Or perhaps a lapse in focus during matches?" He nearly roared at Chiellini and Benucci. Some players on the training ground overheard the exchange. Casting anxious glances towards a corner of the field, pondering whether Li Wei might resort to violence, Benucci clenched his teeth and raised his head, a visage of indignation and despair, declaring, "Sir, we did not intend to let you down. We have been striving diligently. After each training session, Gio and I stay behind to practice for an additional 2 hours. During matches, we remain focused and meticulous, fearful of conceding, yet we still find ourselves faltering. Perhaps we truly lack the capability to be regular starters." Li Wei turned to Chiellini, his expression grave as he inquired, "Gio, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Chiellini opened his mouth, fists clenched tightly, resembling a beast on the verge of unleashing its fury. A German coach from the fitness team felt a pang of fear at the prospect of Chiellini unleashing his wrath upon Li Wei, prompting him to rush over. "No need to intervene. This coward lacks the courage to strike me," Li Wei retorted, wearing a provocative expression that deterred the well-meaning coach. The German coach paused, speechless, contemplating how Li Wei seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Did he truly underestimate Chiellini, a formidable presence at 6 feet tall and weighing 80 kilograms? Chiellini raised his gaze to Li Wei, his eyes bloodshot with frustration. "I refuse to accept this. I do not understand why. Despite adhering to what the media advised, caution, and more caution, refraining from reckless advances, I still ended up conceding a goal." Li Wei gazed intently at Chiellini, a genuine smile breaking through his serious demeanor. "Excellent. You have not given up yet. Leonardo, are you prepared to concede?" "No." Benucci, stirred by Chiellini's resolve, responded to Li Wei with a tone as unyielding as steel. "Firm." Levi inquired of the two, "Are you willing to place your trust in me?" Gazing into Levi's resolute and confident eyes, Chiellini and Benucci instinctively nodded in agreement. Li Wei smiled joyfully. "Excellent. Now I shall lead you into specialized training." Chapter 20. The Fiery Pre-Match Press Conference. Go. Do not be afraid, collide with him. Crash into him. Beep. The training ground was in utter disarray. Li Wei stood at the edge of the field, his enthusiasm manifesting in animated gestures, his booming voice reverberating across the expansive training ground. Is this his specialized training? Nonsense. There is utterly no sense of artistry. Pioli, sitting disdainfully on the coaching bench, lowered his voice to address his coaching staff. A glance at the field reveals utter chaos. The players engaged in frequent physical confrontations, the dull thuds of bodies colliding resounding incessantly. Scenes of players tumbling and falling were a common sight on the pitch. Li Wei incessantly urged the players to engage in confrontation as if he had consumed gunpowder. Yet, in Pioli's eyes, there was nothing but chaos, devoid of the elegance characteristic of Italian defense. The fitness coach, Matteo Osti, approached Li Wei with concern, stating, "Sir, if this continues, it is likely that some players will be overwhelmed." Li Wei glanced at the German coaching team, who were engrossed in manipulating electronic instruments, and calmly remarked, "With their presence, the players are less likely to sustain injuries." As soon as Li Wei's voice fell, the German fitness coach shouted, "De Senna, bring him down for a thorough check." In truth, there was a sentiment Li Wei had yet to express. He would not hesitate to sacrifice a player, even if it meant injury on the training ground. It was not due to any wager, but rather the essence of football: victory. Victory. The legendary Liverpool manager Bill Shankly famously remarked, "Football is not a matter of life and death. It is much more important than that." This philosophy resonated deeply with Li Wei. Time does not hasten or slow down according to anyone's will. It marches on with its own unwavering and precise rhythm, arriving steadfastly at September 9th. The match was scheduled for September 10th at 8 p.m., yet on this day, Parma was set to depart for Turin, over 300 kilometers away. Speaking of Turin, one cannot overlook the other prominent team, Juventus. Judging by their performance, Juventus boasts the largest fan base, without question. However, within the city of Turin, Juventus supporters are outnumbered by those of Torino. As Parma's bus entered the city, a chorus of boos erupted from the fans. After checking into the hotel, Li Wei hastily prepared for a pre-match press conference, accompanied by team captain Dynasty. Upon seeing only Li Wei and Dynasty present, the previously calm atmosphere shifted to one of agitation, murmurs rippling through the crowd. Why is it just Li Wei? Where's Pioli? Could there be a rift? This was potentially sensational news. Perhaps Pioli had not even made it to Turin, hinting at something serious. Regardless, they were eager to hear how Li Wei would respond during the questioning. Observing the journalists, who seemed to thrive on chaos, Li Wei felt an unsettling fire igniting within him. In the past, he might have suppressed this impulse and navigated the situation with caution. However, reflecting on recent days, he realized he had been overly cautious. Pioli had been this way, as had Conte. It was time to unleash the demons he had kept buried deep within. Dynasty took his seat, yet Li Wei remained standing, arms crossed over his chest, surveying the reporters from a lofty position, resembling a sovereign surveying his subjects. This demeanor did not sit well with the journalists, who were visibly displeased. Li Wei spoke up, and his opening remarks startled the journalists, who snapped back to reality from their contemplation of potential questions. I know what you wish to inquire, and I am acutely aware of what you hope to glean from my words. Yet, such matters hold no significance for me. My sole focus is on one crucial point. By how many goals will I triumph over Torino? That is all. Such audacity is indeed remarkable. Some reporters exchanged glances, realizing that today, Li Wei was markedly different. In truth, their encounters with him had been limited, as most press conferences were attended by Pioli. As a member of the elite, Li Wei, at a tender age, had amassed considerable wealth, instilling within him a profound sense of pride. Failure was not an option for him. He is Li Wei. Many reporters harbored a visceral discontent towards him, questioning his audacity. Who do you think you are, Li Wei? An outsider. Do not presume that merely brandishing your wealth grants you the right to be arrogant in this land of Italy. A journalist from Torino Sports derisively commented. As a coach who has yet to officiate a single professional football match, excluding friendlies, you already consider yourself victorious without having played. Simply because of the money in your pocket? Li Wei glanced at the journalist from Tuttosport, curled his lip, and replied, "The match will reveal the answer." The Tuttosport reporter scoffed. "That is the most chilling joke I have heard today." Li Wei disregarded the sardonic remarks of the Turin Sports reporter, saying, "You may take a seat now." After a brief pause, he turned to the press officer beside him and commanded, "Next." The Turin Sports reporter's face alternated between shades of red and green. Li Wei glanced at the Turin Sports reporter, who remained standing and reluctant to take a seat, and turned to the press officer, inquiring, "I recall that each individual is entitled to pose but a single question. When were the rules amended?" The press officer shook his head and replied, "The rules have not been altered. It remains one question per person." Li Wei shrugged and remarked, "No wonder the Turin Sports newspaper has such meager sales. The quality of its journalists is evidently lacking, and one can only imagine the caliber of the publication." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, leaving the reporters from the Turin Sports newspaper momentarily stunned. No one anticipated that Li Wei would exhibit such assertiveness in front of the press today. How audacious of him to openly ridicule the Turin Sports newspaper. Although not one of Italy's top 3 sports publications, when it comes to influence in the Turin area, it undeniably reigns supreme. The Turin Sports newspaper boasts an impressive daily circulation, typically exceeding 100,000 copies. How could Li Wei dare to humiliate the Turin Sports newspaper in front of so many reporters? Even a world-renowned coach would invite considerable controversy for such remarks, let alone someone as obscure as Li Wei in the football realm. What gave him the audacity to act this way? What confidence did he possess to do so? Did he truly not fear that the Turin Sports newspaper would become a relentless adversary of Parma Football Club from this point forward? The situation was far from over. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Li Wei turned to the nearby security personnel and said, "Sir, it is evident that someone here has violated the rules. It is time for you to fulfill your duties." Although referred to as security, he was, in fact, Li Wei's hired bodyguard. Italy is a country with a pronounced sense of exclusivity, and Li Wei certainly did not wish to find himself vulnerable to an attack from an extremist fan organization. Before the security personnel could arrive, the reporter from the Turin Sports newspaper had already made his way towards the exit, eager to escape further embarrassment. Of course, before departing, the reporter did not forget to deliver one last cutting remark. "I assure you, you will come to regret this." Absolutely. Chapter 21. Parma versus Turin. Li Wei, without a hint of mercy, delivered a resounding slap to a reporter from the Turin Sports Daily, intensifying the already charged atmosphere of the pre-match press conference. Each journalist, summoned by the press officer, seemed to burn with a fervent desire for confrontation, laboring to pose questions that would unsettle Li Wei or entrap him in a dilemma. Naturally, Li Wei showcased the formidable nature of his retorts when fully engaged. As I understand it, although you hold a position within the club, your role in the first team is merely that of an assistant coach. Why did head coach Pioli not attend the pre-match press conference? Are you exerting the authority of the club president to undermine Mr. Pioli? Pioli felt unwell prior to departure. Hence, I will temporarily assume the responsibilities of head coach for the match against Turin. Next question. According to our sources, it appears that you, Li Wei, wield control over the first team rather than head coach Pioli. What gives you such confidence? Is it merely due to your experience coaching a team that almost achieved promotion from the 9th tier of English football? The information you claim to possess is dubious. I question the credibility of your media outlet if you choose to believe unfounded rumors. As for my confidence, that is a separate matter. Next question. Are you evading this inquiry? The security guard regarded Li Wei, silently inquiring with his gaze. Should I escort him out? Li Wei gestured for the security guard to remain calm, then smiled as he assessed the journalist before him. Venice Evening News, splendid. While I could choose to decline to respond, I have decided to address your inquiry. My confidence stems from my ability to command the game from the sidelines. Whereas you can only sit in your office and murmur. Such arrogance. You will lead Parma to ruin. The Venice Evening News journalist departed in a huff. His exit escalated the tension of the confrontation. You appear more like a player than a coach. Perhaps when you ascend to a high-ranking position at FIFA and establish the minimum age requirements for coaching, we can revisit this discussion. Next, it is said that you possess half Chinese heritage, Li Wei. When will the Chinese also partake in the sport of football? Since your grandfather was a farmer, should I assume that you too must follow in his footsteps? Such foolishness, dear journalist. Next, I believe the youth ought to display a bit more humility. What is your take on this, young man? Humility earns respect, old chap. Next, with your arrogance dictating Parma's fate, I guarantee the team will face relegation this season. As for whether I will lead Parma to oblivion or glory, I find it beneath me to respond, for tomorrow's match will reveal all. The press conference is concluded. After Li Wei finished speaking, he turned and left. Captain Di Natale sat in his seat, observing the chaotic scene below caused by Li Wei's departure. Unsure of what to say, it seemed as though no one had ever inquired about my purpose here. Well, I am merely a bystander. The sports director, Camignani, who had hurried over upon receiving the news, wore a grim expression. With Li Wei's disruption, he foresaw that from tonight into tomorrow, all media coverage related to Parma would undoubtedly be unfavorable. The club's press officer, Barisi, surveyed the disordered journalists below, sensing that as long as Li Wei remained with the first team, his responsibilities would become increasingly arduous. In his office, Torino's coach, Zaccaroni, looked at the neatly arranged newspapers on his desk and could not help but burst into laughter. How fortunate I am to encounter such a fool. The Torino Sports Gazette, Parma's president clown. The Roman Sports Gazette, what could possibly save Parma? The Venice Evening News, when God wishes to destroy, he first drives them mad. The Parma Daily, he will ruin Parma. Not a single media outlet stood behind Li Wei. This did not come as a surprise to him, in truth. Even if he conducted himself with humility, no media would be inclined to support him. This was not merely due to his lack of notable achievements, nor solely because of his youth, but also because of his lineage and skin color. Given this, why should I seek the approval of you self-proclaimed kings without crowns? Today, I intend to confront you boldly and deliver a resounding blow to your egos. On September 10th, at 7:55 p.m. Italian time, the Sky Italia studio was alive with anticipation. Hello everyone, I am your host, Bryant, and welcome to the live broadcast of the Serie A match between Torino and Parma. Greetings, I am the special guest, Ida Jespica. A stunning beauty with red lips, arched brows, and cascading brown waves appeared on the screen, whether intentional or not. The camera slightly lowered, capturing her half-exposed curves, invigorating the male fans watching at home. Bryant gazed at the alluring Ida Jespica, a flicker of desire crossing his eyes. Ida, are you aware of the amusing nickname this match has among the fans? Ida Jespica, exuding exotic charm, playfully blinked her captivating eyes and replied, Is it the Battle of the Cows? Bryant chuckled. What a delightful moniker, and quite fitting. This nickname originates from the aliases of Parma and Torino. The former is referred to as the Cow Legion, while the latter is known as the Red Bulls. However, it is rumored that Parma's president, the young man currently standing on the sidelines, Li Wei, intends to change the team's official nickname to the Crusaders, perhaps to distance himself from the previous regime. Ada Jespica observed Li Wei standing on the sidelines, clad in a manner quite distinct from the typical attire of Serie A coaches. His youthful visage, a harmonious blend of Chinese and British allure, elicited a profound admiration for the favor bestowed upon him by fate. Ada mused that he belonged more on a Hollywood set than in this arena. Bryant felt a twinge of discontent, despite knowing that he shared no connection with Ada. While Li Wei presently resembled one of Hollywood's emerging stars, his temperament was anything but mild. He had recently engaged in a fierce confrontation with the media, a situation that transcended mere courage. Chapter 22. Parma vs. Torino 2. The live director gestured to Bryant, indicating that the players had commenced their entrance onto the field, prompting a shift away from frivolous gossip. Ada, having noticed this, suppressed her curiosity about the young man with his hands in his pockets, pondering what significant event he had undertaken. Bryant swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Now, let us turn our attention back to the pitch as the players take the field. I will now announce the starting lineups. For Torino, the starting goalkeeper is Abbiati, recently loaned from AC Milan. The defensive line comprises Camato, Franceschini, Di Loreto, and Pancaro, forming a solid four-man defense. Notably, two of these defenders have only just transferred to Torino this summer. One wonders how well they have gelled together. In midfield, the quartet consists of Barone, Fiori, Rossina, and De Acentis, while the forward duo features Conan and Ablascato. It is worth mentioning that Conan, the newly acquired Ivorian striker, made 33 appearances for Lecce last season, netting 6 goals, a commendable performance. Having just joined the team, he publicly stated before the match that he intended to showcase to Parma's president, Li Wei, what true football entails. Ada Jespica had lost count of how many times she had encountered Li Wei's name. In the current football landscape, it was not yet the era to come. Even club presidents lacked widespread recognition, and this was evident in the salaries of head coaches. Yet, Li Wei's name appeared with greater frequency than that of the stars on Torino's roster, an intriguing conundrum. Ada gazed at Li Wei on the screen, her eyes betraying a glimmer of something extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Bryant, who remained engrossed in his duties, he continued his commentary, glancing at the materials handed to him by the staff. For Parma's starting lineup, the goalkeeper is Samir Handanovic, the Slovenian talent who has unexpectedly found favor this season. It is noteworthy that Handanovic was unable to secure a position in his former club, Udinese, last season, having spent half a season on loan at Treviso and Lazio. With a mere 4 appearances to his name, this could very well become a significant misstep for Parma this season. In the defensive line, the Croatian international Cerna, who excelled during this summer's World Cup in Germany, has been appointed as the right back. The young duo of Chiellini and Bonucci occupies the center-back positions. It must be noted that Parma has suffered significant defeats in their last 5 warm-up matches, leading many to unanimously attribute the blame to the central defense formed by Chiellini and Bonucci. It remains a mystery what qualities captivated Li Wei, compelling him to endure immense pressure by fielding this particular pair of center-backs. On the left flank, instead of the Spanish youth Alba, who had been a mainstay in the warm-up matches, the coach opted for the newly acquired Pochetti from Serie B this season. At this juncture, Bryant paused momentarily before exclaiming with a smile, "I have a premonition that today we shall witness a feast of goals." Although Bryant's remark appeared to be nonspecific, the majority of fans watching from their screens understood its implication. Without even mentioning Parma's midfield and forward line, it was evident that Bryant held a rather dim view of Parma's defensive capabilities. Now, allow me to introduce Parma's midfield, which comprises Yaya Toure, the promising youth de Siena, and the recently signed Morfeo from Inter Milan. The forward line features the scintillating Ribéry and Di Natale, alongside the young Belgian talent Hazard, forming a triumvirate that suggests a 4-3-3 formation. "Good day, Mr. Alberto," Li Wei greeted with a beaming smile, extending his right hand towards Alberto Zaccaroni, the former head coach of the Winged Army. Concurrently, information about Zaccaroni floated through Li Wei's mind. Zaccaroni, a renowned Italian coach, had his playing career interrupted by injuries and transitioned into coaching by the age of 30. However, he truly rose to prominence at the age of 44 when he led Udinese to a third-place finish in the 1997-98 season. His success at Udinese caught the attention of AC Milan, who appointed him as head coach, hoping he would guide the team out of its slump. Zaccaroni did not disappoint. In his first season, he led AC Milan to the pinnacle of the league. However, the subsequent 2 seasons saw a decline, akin to the fable of the poor farmer, culminating in his dismissal in the 2001-2002 season. After a brief hiatus, Zaccaroni took on the role of a rescue coach at Lazio. Under his guidance, Lazio achieved a commendable sixth place in the 2001-2002 season, securing a place in the UEFA Cup. Nevertheless, he faced relentless criticism as two star players, Mendieta and Fiori, languished on the bench, unable to contribute meaningfully. Consequently, he was dismissed once more, with Roberto Mancini taking over. In the 2003-2004 season, less than half the season had elapsed when Zaccheroni found himself once again stepping in as a rescue coach, this time for the illustrious Inter Milan. Yet, perhaps he was unable to escape the curse of dismissal. Despite leading Inter to a respectable fourth place, he too was ultimately let go. Interestingly, Zaccheroni's successor is none other than Roberto Mancini. Perhaps due to the setbacks he faced, Zaccheroni remained idle for a full 2 years before making his return. This time, however, he takes the helm at Torino as a stopgap coach, even though he has been in charge since the very first match. His predecessor, the coach who led Torino to promotion, Biasi, was dismissed on September 7th due to unsatisfactory results in the warm-up matches and a dismal exit in the second round of the Coppa Italia. Today is September 10th. In other words, Zaccheroni has only been the head coach of Torino for a mere 3 days. In contrast to Levi's enthusiasm, Zaccheroni presents a demeanor of arrogance, standing still with his head held high and merely raising his right hand slightly. His disdain for Levi is palpable. Li Wei's smile gradually faded, yet he remained silent. The moment their hands briefly touched, they instantly withdrew, as if grasping not hands, but a searing iron brick. Zaccheroni, with his back to Li Wei, failed to notice the expression that emerged on Li Wei's face upon turning, one not of anger, but rather a subtle, triumphant smile. Chapter 23, Parma vs. Torino 3. With the sound of the referee's whistle piercing the air, the fervent cheers of the crowd erupted as Torino launched into a frenzied offensive from the outset. Torino's forward, Conan, unleashed a long-range shot. It soared high. The Torino midfield intercepted the ball, executing a long pass to initiate an attack. Parma was in peril. Torino's player, Rossina, struck a volley. Handanovic, he has made a save, deflecting the ball out of the penalty area with a powerful punch. No. The assault from Torino was far from over. Fiori, he appeared just in front of the ball. Stop him. Stop him. Li Wei bellowed from the sidelines. Chiellini gritted his teeth, his demeanor frantic. At that moment, his sole conviction was to block the opponent's shot. He must stop him. Closer. Closer. At this distance, he could surely thwart the shot. Chiellini gazed at the ball, now merely a meter away, elation surging within him. To hasten his defensive maneuver, Chiellini opted to launch himself forward, sliding in a tackle towards the ball. Young man, you are still inexperienced. Fiori skillfully faked a shot, deftly maneuvering the ball. Chiellini realized the ruse too late. With a gap opened up, Fiori unleashed a fierce strike, opting for a high ball to make it more challenging for the goalkeeper to block. Although Handanovic sprang into action, leaping through the air, the ball was faster. Whoosh! The net behind the goal rippled with a burst of white. Boom! The Torino Olympic Stadium erupted with the impact of the goal, as the Torino fans sang their anthem in ecstatic celebration, expressing their uncontainable joy. Iancaratoro Impretero, forever the Bulls, La Maratona Cantace Tancaro on this long road. We sing together, Iancaratoro Impretero, forever the Bulls, Il Toro Grandita Fe Tremarligam. The great Torino instills fear in your heart, damn it. In a fit of rage, Li Wei kicked a bottle of mineral water that lay on the ground. The fourth official frowned, glancing at the bottle that had fallen nearby, then at Li Wei, who was venting his frustrations into the air. He approached with a serious demeanor, warning him sternly, "Sir, please be mindful of your actions, otherwise I would not hesitate to summon the referee." Li Wei took a deep breath, cast a glance at the fourth official, and said with displeasure, "I understand." The fourth official, dissatisfied with Li Wei's demeanor, nonetheless chose to downplay the situation upon witnessing that Li Wei did not exhibit any further extreme behavior, opting instead to disregard this contentious figure in the football realm. Li Wei profoundly grasped the essence of the phrase "the ball is round" for the first time. He could anticipate the beginning, yet the outcome remained elusive. He was aware of Zaccheroni's penchant for an aggressive pressing style of play, and he knew that Zaccheroni would certainly not regard himself or Parma with much esteem. Thus, it was inevitable that an onslaught of relentless attacks would ensue at the outset. This presented a splendid opportunity for Parma to execute counterattacks. Consequently, Li Wei opted not to start the more skilled shooter Quagliarella at the forefront, but instead selected the swifter Hazard as the starting winger. In the fullback position, he replaced the Spanish prodigy Alba with the more defensively astute Pochettino. However, to everyone's astonishment, just 13 minutes into the match, Torino secured a priceless goal. With this goal, Torino could retreat into a possession-oriented strategy, compelling Parma to relinquish their defensive shell and expose even larger gaps behind their lines. They could afford to be more patient in their offensive approach, avoiding the reckless expenditure of energy that might grant their opponents an advantageous opening. What now? Assistant coach Giacomo Moore approached Li Wei, inquiring with a gaze that sought direction. Shall we alter our strategy? Meanwhile, several Parma players, seizing the moment while Torino celebrated their goal, turned their attention towards Li Wei, seemingly asking, "What shall we do now?" Li Wei found himself in a state of disarray, realizing that the head coach was not as straightforward as he had initially imagined. The disparity between his previous role as an assistant coach, where he supported the head coach, and the current pressures he faced was stark. This intangible weight threatened to overwhelm him. Numerous renowned assistant coaches have faltered upon transitioning to head coach, such as the former Manchester United assistant Carlos Queiroz. In his inaugural year at Manchester United, he aided Sir Alex Ferguson in overcoming the previously dominant Arsenal, clinching the Premier League title. His success at Manchester United caught the attention of Real Madrid, who lured him away to replace the departed Vicente del Bosque in the summer of 2003. At that time, Real Madrid boasted world-class talents like Zinedine Zidane, Ronaldo, David Beckham, and Luis Figo. However, after a mere 10 months at the helm, Queiroz was dismissed, leaving Madrid in dismay. Before Li Wei could ponder whether to adhere to his original strategy or take a bold leap forward, the match resumed. Without guidance from Li Wei, Parma played chaotically. Some players yearned to attack, hoping to at least equalize and leave the Stadio Olimpico di Torino with a point, while others opted to stick to the defensive plan, considering the relentless onslaught from Torino. A few players were lost in confusion, uncertain whether to attack or defend, even questioning their purpose on the field. Every time Torino seized possession, Parma's fans held their breath in anxiety. At that moment, the player most favored by Parma's supporters was not the forward nor the frequently featured defender, but rather the goalkeeper, Samir Handanovi. Oh my, it's Handanovi again, stepping up to save the team. The crowd erupted in approval at his splendid defense as he palmed a close-range header over the crossbar. A corner kick ensued, posing a significant threat. Handanovi again showcased his brilliance, intercepting the ball before Torino's forward, Conan, could connect with a header. With 2 consecutive saves, Handanovi delivered an extraordinary performance, leaving Torino's players shaking their heads in frustration. Without his heroics, the score could have easily been 10-0 against Parma. Yet, Handanovi was not infallible. Errors were inevitable. In the 42nd minute, Torino's player, Fiori, executed a swift pass to De Asentis, who had gone unnoticed. This oversight allowed De Asentis to leap effortlessly and deliver a powerful header. No amount of magic from Handanovi could alter the ball's trajectory this time. It ricocheted off the ground, veering past his outstretched arm and into the net behind him. The Olympic Stadium in Turin has once again been set ablaze with excitement, as the fervent supporters of Torino passionately sing their anthem. No one could have anticipated that this newly promoted team would not only dominate Parma on their home turf, but also secure 2 goals before the conclusion of the first half. This match threatens to evolve into a one-sided massacre. Chapter 24, Rallying the Spirits. Li Wei glanced up at the scoreboard in the stands of the Turin Olympic Stadium, which displayed the current score of the match. The home team, Torino, was leading the visiting team, Parma, with a score of 2-0. However, the situation was about to worsen. During the injury time, Chiellini, perhaps too eager to atone for his earlier mistakes, committed a foul in the penalty area. Not only did the referee brandish a yellow card, but he also awarded a penalty kick. The Torino fans in the stands erupted with joy, singing and dancing, and some even crafted songs to mock Li Wei and Parma. Galloping horse. You have 4 legs, Li Wei. Li Wei, you are all water. How many goals shall we score against Parma? 3 goals. 3 goals. Not enough. We want more goals. This chant echoed Li Wei's pre-match press conference statement, where he had declared his focus on how many goals they would win by against Torino. Although the scoreboard still read 2-0, in the hearts of the fans, their beloved Torino had already triumphed over Parma with a score of 3-0. In this moment, Li Wei maintained his composure. He merely pressed his lips together, furrowed his brow, and stood still, gazing intently towards the goal. Zaccaroni, standing on the sidelines, cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, smirking inwardly, thinking, "Young man, football is not a game you can master with mere money." Torino's forward, Abrascato, was designated to take the penalty kick. He stood confidently with his hands on his hips near the penalty mark, his teammates and Parma players lingering just behind him. While the distant Torino fans sang fervently to motivate their players, Abrascato took a few steps back to position himself comfortably, and the referee surveyed the scene before blowing the whistle sharply. Abrascato launched forward with the speed of a cheetah, but just before striking the ball, he abruptly slowed down, his movements transforming into a slow-motion sequence reminiscent of a film. This was a clever penalty-taking technique, designed to disrupt the goalkeeper's judgment through a change in rhythm. Many goalkeepers would anticipate that Abrascato would strike the ball at full speed, prompting them to dive in the direction they believed the ball would travel. However, Abrascato had yet to make contact with the ball, and by the time he did, the goalkeeper would have already committed to a dive, leaving no time for a second attempt to save. Often, they could only watch helplessly as the ball bounced into the net behind them. But lo and behold, Handanovi remained stationary, defying expectations. Was he truly just a goalkeeper with 4 appearances in Serie A? He had not fallen for the ruse at all. Abrascato found himself at a loss. He could only push the ball forward, but lacking a proper run-up, the shot lacked power, allowing Handanovi to easily secure the ball in his grasp. The few Parma fans inside the Turin Olympic Stadium erupted with elation, celebrating as if they had just claimed victory. Abrascato, hands on his hips and head bowed, stood at the penalty spot, filled with frustration. Where did this remarkable goalkeeper come from? Such an anomaly. Zaccaroni cast a cold glance at Li Wei, muttering under his breath, "Consider yourself fortunate, but in the second half, luck may not be on your side." Not long after, the referee signaled the end of the first half, prompting the players to vacate the pitch. In front of the cameras, the Parma players walked off with their heads down, save for the resolute goalkeeper Handanovi, who maintained his composure, though his expression remained stern. In contrast, the Torino players exhibited a demeanor of ease, casually linking arms and sharing laughter, with some even whistling towards the fans as they approached the stands. Li Wei stood in the center of the locker room, where all the players sat despondently on their benches, some even covering their faces with towels, seemingly wishing to escape the sight before them. "Are you all prepared to give up?" Li Wei questioned vocally. It was understandable. Given the score stood at 2-0, could there be a more disheartening outcome? Silence enveloped the room as the Parma players remained mute. If it weren't for the faint sounds of breathing, one might have mistaken their stillness for that of wax figures. You were likely thinking, let this match come to a swift conclusion. But can the match truly end? Once this game is over, the contest of life continues. Li Wei spoke calmly. If we lose this match, I will no longer intervene in the first team's affairs. Do you comprehend what that entails? The players finally reacted. However, some, like Contini, looked at Li Wei with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet others gazed at him with genuine concern, such as Chiellini and Bonucci, who had received considerable trust from Li Wei. Conversely, Ribery displayed indifference. Having proven himself at the World Cup, he knew that no matter who coached Parma, his presence could never be overlooked. Li Wei continued, "I have lost, yet I remain the president of the club. Most of you here should realize that you are not the ideal candidates for Coach Pioli. It is evident who Pioli will choose to replace you in the future. Do you resign yourselves to departing the field as failures? No. But, sir, are you still willing to grant me an opportunity?" Chiellini stood up, gritting his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Li Wei. "Why not?" Li Wei exclaimed, opening his arms and speaking earnestly, "Even if I may have only 45 minutes left, I still choose to place my trust in you." Chiellini looked at Li Wei and nodded vigorously, stating, "I understand." Upon uttering these words, Chiellini seemed to be reborn, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. "Bonucci, I still wish to place my trust in you. Will you fight for me, and for yourself?" Li Wei's gaze shifted to the other center-back. Bonucci responded to Li Wei with a resolute look. "Sir, I still wish to place my trust in you." Li Wei inquired one by one, and the process was far from smooth. Some players bowed their heads in silence, while others hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in response. After questioning each player, Li Wei had formulated his own strategy, a plan that might seem audacious to others. "Pochettino, step down. Hamsik, you shall take the field as a defensive midfielder. Do not betray my trust in you. Hazard, are you still able to play?" "Yes." Hazard gritted his teeth and replied, even though his frail physique indicated that he should rest. Nonetheless, he resolved to muster his remaining strength to repay Li Wei for bringing him back from France. Li Wei cast a penetrating glance at Azar and remarked, "You shall play as an attacking midfielder, enjoying a considerable degree of freedom. You may choose to traverse the flanks or venture through the center according to your own judgment." In Chapter 25, Shattering the Pot, Li Wei subsequently made another personnel adjustment, substituting Morfeo for the Croatian wearing the number 15 jersey, Modric. Modric, you are the linchpin of our team. The ball should be entrusted to you for management. Is that agreeable? Li Wei's gaze was intense as he regarded the still somewhat inexperienced Croatian. Modric nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with determination as he affirmed, I assure you I will fulfill my duties. After a brief pause, Li Wei addressed the others. Should the passing route to Modric be obstructed by the opponents, direct the ball to Hamke. He is reliable. Hamke was taken aback, although his time with the team had been brief. He was aware that he was a player brought in by head coach Pioli. Ribery, shift your position back, playing as an attacking midfielder like Azar. But without restrictions on your placement. You may interchange positions with Azar or drift wide, but both of you must be mindful to avoid overlapping. Li Wei refrained from elucidating his intentions to Hamke, then shifted his gaze to the scar-faced Ribery. Ribery regarded Li Wei thoughtfully, remaining silent, yet offered a subtle nod to signify his understanding. Li Wei, with a forceful swing of his fist, declared resolutely, this is a battle of no return. If we succeed, a golden path lies before us. If we fail, the gates of hell shall open. The halftime intermission had elapsed, and both teams emerged onto the field. Meanwhile, the fourth official, appearing rather nonchalant, began shuffling cards, substituting Bichetti and the somewhat displeased Morfeo for Hamke and Modri. Parma has made a substitution. The chairman, or rather, the coach, has taken action. He replaced the left-back Bichetti and the central midfielder Morfeo with two youthful defensive midfielders. Number 12, Marek Hamke, who recently transferred from Serie B to Parma, and number 15, Luka Modri, the Croatian who has just joined from Dinamo Zagreb. When the commentator Bryant witnessed this substitution, he could not suppress a chuckle. Did he truly believe that introducing two youngsters who have never graced the top 5 leagues could turn the tide for his team? It seems this novice coach has entirely lost his composure. Moreover, without any players retreating, he astonishingly opted for a 3-defender formation. Does he think the goals conceded by Torino are insufficient? Not only Bryant, but even the assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, seated on the bench, was baffled by Li Wei's intentions. Is it truly a case of reckless abandonment? To deploy an even weaker 3-defender line, with one of those defenders, Serna, not even trained as a center back, but rather as a right back? The journalists in the media box erupted into laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. Li Wei seemed to be in a frenzy, as if he were dissatisfied with the swiftness of his own demise, relentlessly supplying them with ammunition. This only served to furnish them with more substantial evidence for their offensive. The Parma government has appointed a president who appears utterly foolish. One who even aspires to be the head coach. This is nothing short of digging one's own grave. It can already be declared that chaos is imminent for Parma. It is quite possible that the team may face relegation this season. Typically, club executives do not attend matches in person, but today was an exception. Not only was it the first round of Serie A match laden with symbolism, but it also featured Li Wei leading the team himself. Whether to support Li Wei in battle or to observe how he would conduct the game, Parma's vice president, Baldini, and sporting director, Camagnani, personally attended the match at the Turin Olympic Stadium. The president of Parma, along with the vice president and sporting director, was present, and naturally, the president of the home team, Urbano Cairo of Torino, could not be absent. Thus, during this match, Parma's vice president Baldini, sporting director Camagnani, and Torino's president shared the same viewing box at the Turin Olympic Stadium. Despite the heated discussions outside, the atmosphere in the box remained relatively amicable. However, when Parma fell behind by 2 goals, the expressions on Baldini and Camagnani's faces soured significantly. Urbano Cairo, the president of Torino, cast an intrigued glance at the two and remarked, "It's your first coaching match. Do not set your expectations too high. Just focus on establishing your style." When Li Wei substituted 2 defensive midfielders for a fullback and a center back, shifting to a 3-man defense, the countenance of all present altered dramatically. Baldini and Camagnani appeared visibly perturbed, while Urbano Cairo's expression transformed into one of delight, his smile as radiant as that of a long-lost lover reunited. Especially considering this former sweetheart was still single. "Surely, you are not truly resigned to defeat, are you, Mr. President?" Camagnani mused, observing Li Wei standing resolutely on the sidelines. Unable to suppress a sigh of despair, Zaccaroni cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, inwardly scoffing. "Do you really believe that adopting a 3-man defense will enable you to breach my line through sheer numerical superiority in midfield? How laughable. Yet soon enough, The bolstered offensive of Parma sent a clear message to Torino. We are not to be underestimated. In the 47th minute of the second half, Modric passed the ball to Yaya Toure, who was positioned near the center circle. Due to Li Wei's decision to stack 4 defensive midfielders in the middle, coupled with Ribery and Hazard, 2 forwards who frequently dropped back to receive the ball, a numerical advantage in midfield was established. The Torino team, which had relied on an aggressive pressing style, found it challenging to immediately close in on Yaya Toure. Yaya Toure glanced at the goal line, noticing that Torino's defense had pushed up, and Abbiati had also ventured away from his goal, nearing the penalty area. Suddenly, Yaya Toure struck the ball. Although Abbiati quickly retraced his steps, the ball's speed surpassed that of any man, descending toward the goal. Clang! This time, the goalpost saved Torino, as the ball astonishingly struck the crossbar, allowing Torino to narrowly escape disaster. Though Li Wei felt a twinge of disappointment, he nonetheless applauded from the sidelines, loudly cheering for the Parma players. Well done, keep it up. Zaccheroni cursed under his breath, decrying the triumph of the petty. However, he did not pay much heed to the recent shot, as its fortuity was exceedingly pronounced. Noticing that Abbiati had retreated into the small penalty area and made no attempt to come back out, Zaccheroni refrained from issuing any instructions to the goalkeeper, instead vociferously urging his Torino players to intensify their assault. The players, fueled by the directive, were brimming with pent-up frustration. How dare the subordinate Parma retaliate when they had been consistently dominating the play? They resolved to demonstrate that the consequences of such defiance would be even more severe. Torino quickly orchestrated an offensive maneuver, with both wingbacks surging forward at pace to bolster the attack, while the wingers sprinted with the ball. Yaya Toure charged in like a tank to defend, but the Torino winger deftly dribbled in place, as the fullback zipped past Yaya Toure. The Torino winger executed a precise through ball to the fullback, effectively bypassing Yaya Toure. Chapter 26. The counterattack. At that moment, a player clad in white with a black cross stripe darted towards the Torino fullback, Camato, who had just successfully controlled the ball. Oh, Serna. When did he push forward? Camato, having just managed to bring the ball under control, had no time to make a second move or evade. Serna decisively intercepted, claiming possession of the football and sending Camato stumbling. Zaccheroni was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not dwell on it, for in the preceding 50 minutes, Parma's greatest threat to his goal had merely been Yaya Toure's long-range shot from near the center circle. The randomness of such shots was substantial, while spectacular if successful. Their failure was hardly surprising, thus failing to incite Zaccheroni's concern regarding Parma's offense. Press forward. Intercept the ball. Zaccheroni called out to Barone, who stood beside Yaya Toure. Barone immediately charged towards Serna, who hesitated momentarily but then, adhering to Li Wei's strategy, sent a long pass to Modri. Modri skillfully controlled the ball with his chest. But at that instant, a Torino player bore down on him, while another Torino player raced in from the side, preparing to sandwich Modri. The pace of Torino's pressing was remarkably swift. It seemed that possession would soon revert to Torino. Commentator Bryant remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Such scenes had unfolded several times in the first half, encapsulating the essence of the game thus far. Yet, in that moment, Modri astonished everyone with his prodigious talent. He gauged the movements of the players with his peripheral vision and sent a long pass without halting the ball. The approaching Torino players skidded to a halt. Scoffing, "Who do you think you are? Ronaldinho?" With a flawless touch, he executed a remarkable long pass. However, the player from Torino soon heard his teammates' voices filled with dread, urging him to block the opponent. Block whom? Wasn't that pass supposed to go out of bounds? Li Wei, who had been casually sipping water on the sidelines, suddenly tossed the bottle to the ground, gesturing forward with both hands. An attack. The ball landed at Hazard's feet, and after a 15-minute halftime, the young player had regained considerable stamina. He effortlessly cushioned the ball with his foot, and before him lay an almost unobstructed path. Why almost? Because only 2 center-backs from Torino stood before him, while parallel to him were 2 Parma players, Di Natale and Ribery. It was a splendid 3-on-2 scenario. Behind Hazard, Torino players were desperately pursuing. No one anticipated that with a strike from Serna and another from Modric, Torino's defense would be utterly dismantled. Noticing the absence of any pressing Torino players, Hazard seized the moment to advance with the ball. His pace was blistering, akin to an arrow released from a bow, plunging straight into the heart of Torino. The Torino center-back, Franceschini, glanced back with his peripheral vision. He had retreated to the edge of the penalty area, and another step back would place him inside the box. Defending within the area posed a significant threat, as a single misstep could result in a penalty. In the first half, Chiellini had been penalized for a defensive error in the box. Had it not been for Parma's goalkeeper Handanovic's heroics, the score would have already been 3-0. Franceschini understood that he must not allow the opponent to enter the penalty area. He knew that his defensive partner, Di Loreto Pancaro, was on the other side, guarding against Di Natale and Ribery. If he were to commit a foul now, given that he was not the last defender, the referee would likely show him a yellow card rather than a red. Franceschini resolved in his mind. With a fierce roar, he charged at Hazard like a tiger descending the mountain. He thought to himself that this young player clearly lacked professional experience. A mere intimidation would surely leave him flustered, and perhaps he could halt Parma's attack without committing a foul. But Franceschini was mistaken. Not only did Hazard remain unfazed, but as Franceschini surged towards him, he struck the ball with precision. The ball zipped past Franceschini, who was caught off guard, and Hazard swiftly maneuvered around him. Now, the only obstacle standing between Hazard and a goal was the former AC Milan goalkeeper, Abbiati. At this moment, Torino's last central defender, Di Loreto Pancaro, found himself with no alternatives. He had to relinquish his attempts to contain Di Natale and Ribery, redirecting his efforts towards Azar, partially obstructing his shooting angle. Azar, eschewing personal glory, deftly nudged the ball, which floated like a sprite over Di Loreto Pancaro and reached the unmarked Di Natale. Without pausing to control the ball, Di Natale swiftly drew back his bow and released an arrow. To ensure precision, he sacrificed power. The ball, moving at a moderate pace, soared towards the upper left corner of the goal. All eyes widened in anticipation, watching this seemingly lethargic shot. Abbiati turned to observe the trajectory of the ball. Positioned on the right side of the goal, even with the ball's modest velocity, he was powerless to leap to the upper left corner and intercept or deflect it. All he could do was pray, hoping that Di Natale's angle-seeking shot would veer off target. It felt reminiscent of Yaya Touré's recent attempt that struck the crossbar, narrowly evading a goal. It appeared as though Di Natale might succeed, as from Abbiati's perspective, the ball seemed destined to hit the post. Yet, in the next instant, the ball struck the inside of the far post and ricocheted into the net. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Parma, trailing by 2 goals, had remarkably scored just 5 minutes into the second half. They had found the net. How could this be? It defied logic. Oh, God. Surely, all of this cannot be real. Hadn't we been dominating Parma until now? Why had everything changed? The world suddenly felt alien. The Torino fans, who had been jubilantly mocking Li Wei and Parma, fell silent in that fleeting moment. Chapter 27. The Great Counterattack 2. Did the ball truly enter the net? As the football soared into the goal, commentator Bryant's voice was laced with incredulity as he struggled to accept that the ball had indeed crossed the line. Parma had pulled one back. He then caught sight of Li Wei celebrating passionately on the sidelines, Di Natale with his arms raised in triumph, alongside Azar and Ribery, contrasted starkly by the despondent Torino players. Only then did he grasp the reality Parma had indeed scored. This unexpected goal was astonishing. Torino's possession in the opposing half was interrupted by Parma's defender Serna, who promptly delivered the ball to the forward, Croatian Modric, with a magnificent, unbroken long pass. Modric nearly dismantled Torino's defense. Upon receiving the ball, Azar utilized his speed to penetrate the penalty area, delivering a swift back pass to Di Natale, a sequence so rapid that it left one breathless. Parma was indeed fortunate. Even though Parma scored, Bryant had no intention of altering his bias against the team, asserting that Parma was merely fortunate, attributing their goal to sheer luck. This goal, he opined, did not significantly change the narrative. This sentiment was echoed by the journalists in the media area. When Parma found the back of the net, they glanced up at the field. Local reporters cheered, while their counterparts from elsewhere merely shrugged and smirked. Despite Parma's goal, they did not believe that Torino would falter. After all, the disparity in strength between the two teams was evident, as Torino had been relentlessly pressuring Parma prior to the goal. If not for the outstanding performance of Parma's goalkeeper, Handanovi, who even saved a penalty, the score could very well have been 5-0 or 6-0. Moreover, with Torino still ahead by 1 goal, to suggest they would lose seemed absurd. One reporter merely glanced at the score before returning to his writing. Although Parma had managed to score, it was merely a stroke of good fortune. This goal provided a modicum of dignity for the Chinese coach. Yet I must assert that it had little to do with him. Someone inserted a segment into the article stating that, of course, not everyone opposed Li Wei. Ida Jespica remarked on air that perhaps under Li Wei's leadership, Parma might surprise us in unexpected ways. Bryant, consumed by jealousy, let slip an expletive during the live broadcast, further undermining the efforts of Parma's players. It is predictable that after the match, countless Parma fans will inundate Bryant with complaints. The score shifted from 2-0 to nearly 3-0, and now to 2-1. This single goal was not merely a change in the scoreline. It was akin to a battle horn, heralding Parma's formidable comeback. The players of Parma were invigorated by this goal, while Torino found themselves in disarray. This turmoil mirrored the initial stage of the match when Parma first fell behind. After conceding a goal, Parma's players struggled with their mindset. Some sought to attack, while others focused on defense. Now, Torino faced a similar predicament. The forwards believed that since they had dominated Parma, intensifying their attack would surely suppress Parma's resurgence. Meanwhile, the defenders felt that with Parma now gaining momentum, they should not engage head-on. After all, they were still leading by 1 goal and could adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy, thus conserving energy to secure the win. As for Zaccheroni, he found himself in a bind, revealing the limitations of a caretaker coach, having taken over the team just 3 days prior. His ability to instill tactical philosophy and mindset in the players was limited. It was already a feat to have Torino play the pressing style he favored, let alone managing the players effectively. The best course was to retreat and play defensively. Zaccheroni shouted from the sidelines, but to no avail. Upon the resumption of play, Torino resembled a wounded beast. The ball swiftly traversed the midfield before being sent near Parma's half. This time, Torino's players exhibited greater caution, refraining from encroaching excessively into the penalty area. The ball found its way to forward Abbraccato, who, upon glancing ahead, promptly opted for a long-range shot. Chiellini rushed forward, blocking the attempt, and the ball ricocheted out of bounds. A collective sigh escaped the Torino fans had it not been for Chiellini. Abbracato's strike would have posed a significant threat to Handanovi's goal, even if it did not result in a score. Torino took a corner kick, and Handanovi leaped high, clearing the ball to the periphery of the penalty area with his fists. Outside the box, Hamsik was the first to seize the ball. The Torino players, not lacking in awareness, quickly recognized that Modri was the linchpin of the Parma team, prompting them to close in on him. Should Hamsik pass at that moment, it could very well result in a turnover of possession. After all, the current Modri was not yet the magical maestro he would later become. Hamsik glanced around, realizing the situation was less than favorable. In defense of the corner, Ribéry and Hazard had both retreated, leaving only Di Natale in the center circle. Yet, Di Natale found himself flanked by 2 Torino players. Even if he managed to secure the ball, breaking through their blockade would be a formidable challenge, especially considering that Di Natale was never known for his speed. His strengths lay in his ability to hold onto the ball, dribble, pass, and shoot. He required the support of teammates to alleviate pressure and maximize his potential. With no viable passing lanes available, Hamsik resolved to take matters into his own hands. He surged forward with the ball, disrupting Torino's formation. They could hardly anticipate the threat posed by a 19-year-old rookie who had yet to prove himself in Serie A. Yet, it was precisely this young player who instigated danger for Torino. Hamsik drove the ball toward the center circle before encountering a Torino player attempting to intercept him. Despite his slender frame, Hamsik played astutely. He avoided a direct confrontation, delivering the ball to the on-rushing Yaya Toure while maneuvering around the defender. Yaya Toure, not seeking personal glory, executed a simple 1-2 with Hamsik, effectively tearing open a significant gap in Torino's midfield defense. Chapter 28, The Great Counterattack 3. Give it to me. Hazard sought possession from Hamsik, his right arm raised high, a conspicuous figure among the attacking players. This gesture immediately drew the attention of a Torino player, who recalled that mere moments ago, this Belgian prodigy had sliced through the Torino defense with his dribbling prowess, assisting Di Natale in scoring a golden goal. Hamsik sprang into action, delivering a long ball over the top, not towards the closely marked Hazard, but to the swiftly advancing Ribéry, who had deftly evaded the offside trap. The ball traversed nearly the entire width of the field, landing at Ribéry's feet, untouched by any Torino defender. Unbeknownst to all, Ribéry had begun his sprint the instant Hamsik initiated the pass. Outpacing the Torino player's reactions, he effortlessly nudged the ball forward. Offside. Panic ensued among the Torino players as they raised their arms, eagerly awaiting the linesman's flag to signal the infringement. The referee's attention was largely directed towards the linesman, who, ignoring Torino's protests, signaled no offside. The referee, maintaining his composure, raised his arms to indicate that play should continue. On the sidelines, Urbano Cairo, the president of Torino, could no longer remain seated. He rose, gripping the railing, entirely focused on the unfolding events on the pitch. He was bewildered by the dramatic turn of events. His team was merely a goal behind, yet now it seemed they were on the verge of losing even that slender advantage. It was not only Cairo who was taken aback. Baldini and Camignani, witnessing the scene from the stands, were rendered speechless. While they had celebrated Di Natale's goal from Hazard's earlier assist, attributing it to mere luck, the recurrence of this nearly identical offensive strategy could hardly be dismissed as serendipity. This was undoubtedly premeditated. Their astonished gazes shifted from the field to the young man on the sidelines, arm raised high in command. They had once resented how he toyed with Parma, feeling helpless against his determination. Now, observing his authoritative presence, they felt an inexplicable stir within. Confronted by the relentless Ribery, Torino's goalkeeper Abbiati made a decisive move. The stands erupted in a cacophony of boos from the Torino supporters. Were it an ordinary player, perhaps the jeers would have had an impact. But Ribery was no ordinary player. He had proven his mettle on the grand stage of the World Cup, where billions had watched him shine. How could mere boos possibly sway Ribery? Conversely, amidst the cacophony of jeers, Ribery ignited an even more fervent resolve within himself. Determined to retaliate with his exquisite skill. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? A pendulum dribble. Upon observing Ribery execute this maneuver, not only was Bryant taken aback, but the 25,700 spectators within the Turin Olympic Stadium were rendered momentarily speechless by Ribery's audacious display. To the left or to the right? Abbiati gritted his teeth as he beheld Ribery, his heart heavy with despair. For he had no inkling of which of Ribery's steps were feints and which were genuine dribbles, forced to passively trail Ribery as he zigzagged. Alas, Abbiati ultimately lost his balance, tumbling onto the pitch. In that instant, Ribery effortlessly nudged the ball, evading the defenders before executing a delicate lob. Unsurprisingly, the ball traced a graceful arc, finding its way into the unguarded net. 2 goals in 3 minutes. If this is sheer luck, then what a formidable fortune it must be. In the broadcast studio, Ida Jespica clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "This is truly a breathtaking match." Even if no further goals materialize in the dying minutes, the excitement generated thus far is more than sufficient. I wonder what Levi conveyed to the players during halftime. For Parma appeared utterly transformed. Although reluctant, Bryant could only muster a feeble acknowledgement. Parma has performed exceptionally well, with their number 7, Ribery, continuing his splendid World Cup form, scoring a truly magnificent goal with that remarkable pendulum dribble. The youthful club president displayed an exuberant passion, rushing towards the corner flag to join the players in their celebration. Ida Jespica suddenly interjected, interrupting Bryant's lackluster commentary. In truth, it was not only Ida Jespica. At that moment, reporters and fans alike turned their attention to Levi, for his actions were indeed rare in this era, especially as he sprinted directly from the coaching bench to partake in the players' jubilation near the corner flag. In this age, only Mourinho is known for such fervent celebrations, and he is famously referred to as the Special One. A passionately celebratory coach invariably draws attention wherever he goes, particularly when that coach is known for his provocative remarks and is often the subject of headlines. Levi seemed exceedingly exhilarated, which he had every right to be, as Parma had equalized. Yet, recalling his pre-match words, I found it difficult to share in his joy. I truly wished to remind him that football is not as simple as he perceives, and that Torino would not remain passive. A tempestuous counterattack was surely forthcoming, and victory would still elude him. Bryant could no longer endure his dissatisfaction with Levi and publicly mocked him on television. However, everyone misunderstood Levi. Although he rushed towards the corner flag, he was not celebrating a goal. Indeed, it was not yet the time for celebration. Li Wei plunged into the jubilant throng of players celebrating their goal. "Let me in, let me in," he shouted from outside. The players on the periphery turned at the sound, startled to see none other than their head coach, Li Wei. Shouldn't the coach be stationed on the sidelines? How did he find his way to the corner flag? Li Wei paid no heed to the surrounding commotion, pushing his way through with determination as the players parted to make way for him. Upon spotting Li Wei, Ribery excitedly raised his fists in triumph and exclaimed, "Sir, we have equalized the score." Li Wei nodded, revealing an encouraging smile. "You performed admirably, Frank. However, this is not the time for celebration." Upon hearing his words, the elated Parma players were perplexed as to why this was not a moment for joy. Their exuberant celebration of the goal stemmed from a remarkable comeback, achieving 2 goals in a mere 3 minutes, leveling the score against all odds. observing the fervent celebrations of the 800 Parma fans present at the Turin Olympic Stadium. It was evident that the players' jubilation was entirely warranted. Li Wei, panting heavily, declared, "Indeed, this is not the time for celebration. Our purpose for being here transcends merely staging a decisive counterattack. We aim to secure victory, not just an ordinary win, but a resounding triumph." Upon hearing Li Wei's words, the team was momentarily taken aback. Then, they recalled his statements during the pre-match press conference, where he had emphasized his focus solely on the number of goals scored against Torino. They had presumed he spoke thus out of frustration with the media or merely to uplift their spirits. After all, it was common knowledge that Torino, playing on their home turf, enjoyed a significant advantage, and even Juventus would approach this venue with caution, let alone the comparatively weaker Parma. Yet now, it appeared that Li Wei genuinely aspired to achieve a substantial victory over Torino away from home. Sensing the players' astonishment, Li Wei hastily clarified, "Do not dismiss this as impossible. Torino would never anticipate a reversal of fortune. The 2 goals we have already scored have left them bewildered. This is our opportunity." And did you not observe something else in those 2 goals? When faced with our counterattacks, Torino is utterly incapable of organizing an effective defense. His reminder sparked a realization among the team. Indeed, every offensive move involved just a few touches to propel the ball into Torino's danger zone, swiftly culminating in goals. The entire process appeared remarkably effortless. Hazard and Ribery felt this most acutely. Upon receiving the ball, Torino's defensive line hardly resembled a cohesive unit. Severely fragmented and unable to muster numerical superiority, allowing them to penetrate the penalty area with ease. Witnessing the players' dawning understanding, Li Wei seized the moment. Thus, they are wholly unprepared for our counterattacks. They must be in disarray, having never anticipated conceding 2 goals within 3 minutes. They are certainly reluctant to accept the current state of affairs. It is one thing to accept a score of 2-2, but quite another to reconcile a shift from 2 o'clock to 2-2. Torino will undoubtedly launch a furious assault in the time to come, and this is our chance. Remember, after each possession, apart from leaving 2 holding midfielders, everyone else must surge forward. Propel the ball toward Torino's penalty area, and we must not exceed 5 passes. We shall play with speed. We shall strike with ferocity. Li Wei forcefully swung his fist within the circle, roaring with fervor. Chapter 29, The Ultimate Counterattack 4. Due to Li Wei's sudden entrance to strategize with the players, Parma's celebration of their goal lingered longer than expected. The referee had to intervene, dispersing the clustered players and signaling them to return to their half to resume the match. Witnessing this, the hostile Brian had more to say. It seemed Parma was content with the current score. They were resorting to prolonged celebrations to waste time. How lamentable. A team like this dares to aspire to remain in Serie A. It is undoubtedly an affront to Italian football. I believe they would be better suited to Serie C. Under the referee's urging, Li Wei addressed the players gathered around him. This goal was no mere coincidence. We did not stumble upon fortune. If we maintain this momentum, the next goal will surely follow. So, my friends, he gazed into the eyes of each player, glancing over the youthful and weathered faces of Hazard, Ribery, and others. I paid a substantial transfer fee to bring you to Parma, stemming from my trust in your abilities. Now, I ask but one thing of you. Trust me. Adhere to my plan, unite in effort, and give it your all. With that, Li Wei waved his hand, and the team finally dispersed. The referee shot Li Wei a disapproving glare, contemplating whether to issue him a yellow card, but ultimately decided against it. Li Wei disregarded the referee's dissatisfaction, observing the players as they returned to the field, before gradually making his way back to the coaching bench. What a spectacle! Zaccaroni let out a cold snort in Li Wei's direction as he returned to his own seat. Li Wei felt somewhat bewildered. Parma has been revitalized in your hands. Congratulations, sir, said assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, stepping away from the coaching bench to join Li Wei, his expression reflecting a mix of emotions. Li Wei shook his head, saying, "It is still too early, Giacomo. Save your congratulations for after we secure victory in this match." A cold scoff echoed from the side, accompanied by countless glances that seemed to possess the power to slay, each one suggesting that Li Wei had already met his demise 1,000 times over. Giacomo Morelli, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose, suddenly aware that his position for congratulating Li Wei was rather ill-timed, as they were currently situated in front of the home team's coaching bench. Li Wei chuckled dismissively, yet wisely refrained from further provocation, guiding Giacomo Muriel back to the vicinity of the away team's coaching area. The match resumed with the sound of the referee's whistle. And Torino, freshly struck by a goal from Parma, initiated the kickoff. No sooner had the ball been set in motion than Torino unleashed a tempestuous onslaught. However, if Torino embodied a raging storm, Parma stood as an unyielding mountain. How could this be? Zaccaroni and the Torino supporters gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. When Parma employed a four-man defense, they were unable to withstand Torino's fervent assault. Yet now, with a three-man backline, their defense appeared as steadfast as ever. Li Wei transitioned from a four-defender to a three-defender formation, driven not solely by the midfield being penetrated by Torino, but primarily due to his recognition that Parma's current defensive lineup is exceptionally suited for a three-defender strategy. The team's principal defender, Chiellini, possesses remarkable physical attributes and a penchant for advancing aggressively, yet this tendency can leave gaps in the central defense within a two-center-back system. Conversely, a three-defender setup allows for immediate support from teammates when one pushes forward. Both Serna and Chiellini, with their backgrounds as fullbacks, exhibit rapid recovery, while Bonucci's formidable defensive prowess creates a perfect synergy. Furthermore, Li Wei emphasizes initiating attacks from the back, with defenders serving as the primary outlet. Serna's exquisite ability to deliver curved passes is evident in the build-up to the first goal. Chiellini, adept in both long and short passes, effectively transitions the ball to the midfield, which is crucial for the team's swift counterattacks. The midfield is pivotal in a three-defender formation, with the robust Yaya Touré and the indefatigable youth prodigy De Sena providing solid protection ahead of the backline. Additionally, the defensive midfielders Modric and Hamsik are not mere passive observers. While their defensive capabilities may not be overwhelming, their movement significantly alleviates the pressure on Touré and De Sena, and both can serve as central figures in the team's transitions from defense to attack. At the 60th minute, Li Wei stood at the sidelines, suddenly signaling with his right arm, a cue for a counterattack. After 10 minutes of relentless pressure, Torino's stamina had waned to a critical level, necessitating a pause, which Li Wei had been anticipating. De Sena intercepted the ball in midfield. This was Parma's opportunity. However, the youthful De Sena, perhaps still inexperienced, opted to pass the ball backward to Modric instead of advancing it forward. Torino, initially tense due to Parma's possession, visibly relaxed upon witnessing De Sena's decision. This scenario had unfolded previously, as Parma had sought to exhaust Torino's energy with backpassing in their own half. Of course, this iteration of Parma lacked the prowess to emulate Barcelona's style. Their strategy merely served to irritate Torino. The two Torino forwards exchanged glances, neither willing to continue the chase, leisurely strolling toward Modric, who had regained possession. Indeed, they were merely walking, barely breaking into a jog. Modric found himself unmarked. He effortlessly delivered a grounded pass, which landed near the retreating Hazard. At this moment, Torino realized the urgency. Their midfielders rushed forward, preparing to physically challenge Hazard. After 60 minutes of play, Torino had discerned Hazard's strengths and weaknesses. His speed and dribbling finesse were undeniable, yet his slight frame rendered him susceptible to being outmuscled and losing possession. Hazard, noticing the approaching Torino players, was catching his breath. Despite the intensive training in Switzerland, Hazard's physical condition remains insufficient for him to endure a full 90 minutes. And even 60 minutes feels exceedingly challenging. Hazard senses that he has reached his limits, yet he understands that he cannot falter at this moment, for his teammates have placed their trust in him, delivering the ball to his feet. How could he betray the faith of his teammates and his coach? The opposing players are perilously close, and his speed is merely a heartbeat slower than the football sent from Modric. What can 1 second achieve? In that fleeting moment, one could cover approximately 0.5 meters while walking or 4 meters while running for an average person. However, if Hazard chooses to dribble past, that single second would only allow him to stop the ball and pivot. But what if he doesn't stop? My goodness, a splendid display of ball control. Is he yet another star from Parma's youth academy? Even Bryant, who harbors biases against Levi, cannot help but admire Hazard's finesse at this moment. Hazard deftly nudges the ball to the right and spins to the left, leaving the Torino player, who surged forward to defend, grasping at thin air. The unprepared Torino player has no time to execute a follow-up defense, merely watching as Hazard, having successfully maneuvered past, sprints towards Torino's penalty area like a gust of wind. Forward, the Cal Legion. The Parma fans chant in unison from the stands. Another Torino player rushes towards Hazard. Yet, rather than a defensive maneuver, it seems more an invitation for Hazard to showcase his skills. After a couple of feints, Hazard effortlessly destabilizes the Torino player, gliding past him with ease. Here, Di Natale raises his hand, calling for the ball. Hazard, recognizing his waning stamina, refrains from seeking glory for himself. He passes the ball to Di Natale at the edge of the penalty area, perhaps intimidated by Hazard's earlier dazzling display. The Torino players have developed an apprehension towards Di Natale. The Torino center-back, Franceschini, tasked with marking Di Natale, opts to maintain a safe distance rather than commit immediately, wary of being outmaneuvered. However, what he fails to realize is that Di Natale possesses exceptional shooting skills. With a slight adjustment, Di Natale unleashes a powerful strike. Although Abbiati reacts swiftly, Di Natale's shot is expertly placed, curving into the far corner. The ball deftly evades Abbiati's fingertips, spinning into the net and sending a cascade of white spray into the air. The Parma fans erupt into euphoric cheers. Had there been a larger crowd, the atmosphere would have been even more electric. The Torino supporters watch in bewilderment as the Parma players celebrate exuberantly at the sidelines. Why? Why has this happened? We were clearly 2 goals ahead. What transpired after the halftime break was nothing short of astonishing. Ah, that wretched Scion. And what was Li Wei doing at that moment? He was on the sidelines, bellowing to the heavens, his spine nearly bending at a right angle, leading one to ponder whether he might snap his back at any moment. The television cameras and reporters' lenses were all fixated on Li Wei. Amidst the flashes, he resembled a furious war deity, inciting an involuntary urge to revere him. Torino's head coach, Zaccaroni, had long since vacated the bench, standing at the edge of the field with a grave expression. When Torino held a 2-goal lead over Parma, Zaccaroni believed victory was assured and had begun contemplating future matches. When the club appointed him this season, they made it unequivocally clear that the objective was to reclaim a position among the top 6 in Serie A. As a team that once dominated the league, they had languished in the second division for far too long and were in dire need of making their mark in Serie A. Although Parma was not a formidable opponent, they commanded sufficient attention within the league, making them an ideal stepping stone. No one could have anticipated that, during his reverie, Parma would suddenly unleash their fury, erasing Torino's 2-goal advantage in a mere 3 minutes. Once Zaccaroni regained his bearings, he was consumed by anger. However, when the score shifted to 3-2 in favor of Parma, following the customary international convention of home team first and away team second, his fury was accompanied by confusion. How could the situation have deteriorated so drastically? Despite Torino exhibiting greater control over the game and a more dominant scoreline, how could they succumb to a reversal by Parma? Zaccaroni's eyes blazed with determination as he clenched his jaw, substituting exhausted players with fresh attacking vigor, intent on equalizing the score and ultimately vanquishing Parma in the final minutes. Bryant remarked, "Torino has made substitutions. Zaccaroni has enacted changes, albeit regrettably late. Had he acted 5 minutes earlier, or even just 1 minute, perhaps the outcome would have been different." Let us return to the match. Observing the 4th officials board, the first player to be substituted was the goal scorer, Fiori. At 31, he was beginning to lose his pace, and replacing him could inject vitality into the midfield. Stepping in for Fiori was the number 17, Lizetic, a civilian who plays as a winger, an overt signal of an offensive strategy. The 4th official raised the substitution board once more, indicating that Zaccaroni was indeed going all in, having just received news that he would be replacing 3 players at once. The second player withdrawn was midfielder Rossina, making way for the newly acquired Japanese striker, Okubo, who had previously scored against Brazil in the 2005 Confederations Cup and is renowned for his exceptional footwork. The forward Stroni was substituted in place of the Ivorian Conan. Following the recent substitutions, the Torino team has adopted a 4-3-3 formation, significantly enhancing their offensive prowess. Meanwhile, Parma has also begun to make changes, with the Belgian prodigy Hazard, who has contributed 2 assists, being replaced. It is anticipated that today's performance will attract attention from numerous clubs. In his stead comes the young Spanish left-back Alba. It appears that Li Wei, after securing a goal, is preparing to fortify his defense, transitioning the team's formation to a 4-4-1-1. Indeed, compared to Torino, Parma under Li Wei resembles a cunning thief, hesitant to engage in a direct confrontation. Bryant, seizing any opportunity, did not hold back his sarcasm towards Li Wei. Ada Jespica, unfazed by her partner's derision, observed the camera with keen interest, playfully extending her tongue to moisten her alluring lips, an action imbued with undeniable seduction. Those familiar with the 21-year-old Venezuelan supermodel, who has made her mark in Italy, are aware that she is poised to make her move on Li Wei. As Torino adjusted their tactics and launched a fierce assault on Parma, commentator Bryant confidently asserted that the determined Torino would soon equalize the score. However, as the match approached the 80th minute, his words fell silent. It had been a while since he had uttered such foolish remarks about Torino's threatening offense and their imminent equalization. Instead, he began to commend Parma's resolute defense. Despite his reluctance to praise that insufferable scion, it seemed that the object of his infatuation, Ada Jespica, had set her sights on him as her next target. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable, compelling him to acknowledge Parma's performance. Of course, he could attribute this to the indomitable spirit of Parma's players, who defended with remarkable tenacity. As if their very survival in the league hinged on this match, losing would mean immediate relegation. In truth, the players on the field were acutely aware of the stakes. When Torino commenced their all-out offensive, Parma's players initially felt a sense of panic, fearing their defense would be breached. However, after a few minutes of steadfastness, they began to recognize a subtle shift in the dynamics of the game. Following Li Wei's defensive strategies from training, they discovered that the pressure was not as overwhelming as anticipated. Torino's attacks were often thwarted in the midfield. And even as they advanced towards the edge of Parma's penalty area, nearly all Parma players had returned to their defensive positions. At this juncture, Torino found themselves with few options, primarily resorting to long-range shots. However, with a sea of players in front of them and no proficient long-range shooters within their ranks, their attempts either soared into the sky or were deftly blocked by Parma's defenders. The Torino players struggled to adapt and were left bewildered. Parma's defense was far more formidable than they had imagined. The Torino team's offensive momentum was almost entirely stifled, as they found themselves struggling to advance from the midfield to the vicinity of Parma's penalty area, often teetering on the brink of conceding goals. The relentless running and intercepting efforts of Parma's four defensive midfielders posed significant challenges to Torino's attack. Whenever the ball was intercepted by a Parma player, the ensuing rapid counterattacks sent Torino's fans on an emotional roller coaster. Had it not been for Parma's forwards seemingly exhausting their earlier stroke of luck, coupled with goalkeeper Abbiati's remarkable resurgence in performance, the scoreline might have been altered long ago. At that moment, every player from Parma on the field was astounded. They could hardly believe that their summer of rigorous defensive training under Li Wei had yielded such impressive results. Yet, they were left pondering why the team had suffered multiple significant defeats during the warm-up matches. Parma's assistant coach, Giacomo Morelli, stood in stunned silence, gazing at Li Wei on the sidelines, marveling at the transformation of Li into a tactical savant capable of turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Li Wei observed how the skills he honed during training were directly manifested on the field, showcasing an immensely powerful effect that filled his heart with a sense of accomplishment. He felt that at this moment, he could truly call himself a professional coach. I, Li Wei, am not merely a theoretical coach. I can demonstrate that I am not only on par with anyone else, but indeed superior. As time ticked away, Torino's offensive efforts showed no signs of diminishing. They were resolute in their determination to equalize, or even overturn the score before the match concluded. For them, having once led by 2 goals on their home turf only to be outdone by a rival akin to a thief was a bitter pill to swallow. After the match, if Parma were to escape the Stadio Olimpico di Torino with 3 points, they could only imagine the wrath of Torino's supporters, who would undoubtedly consider it a disgrace for their team. What frustrated them further was their relentless offensive efforts failing to breach Parma's defenses. This mounting frustration grew with each unsuccessful attempt at goal. As the match approached its climax, their anxiety intensified. At times, Torino abandoned their meticulous passing in favor of hasty long-range shots. Such attempts, however, posed no threat to the goal guarded by Handanovi. Yet, to some outsiders, the situation appeared differently. Oh, another powerful long-range shot. So close. Under the relentless assault from Torino, Parma began to falter. Their only recourse was to huddle within their penalty area, trembling under the barrage of Torino's strikes. Witnessing this scene, Bryant's excitement caused his voice to rise several octaves, nearly prompting him to cheer for Torino with fervent enthusiasm. In contrast, Li Wei maintained a different perspective. It seemed to him that the gates of victory were swinging open. In his excitement, he attempted to slip his right hand into his pocket, but after 3 unsuccessful tries, he abandoned the effort. Meanwhile, assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, who had originally been seated on the bench, hesitated before rising to Li Wei's side. Mistaking Li Wei's demeanor for fear and anxiety, he quickly offered words of comfort. "It's all right, sir. Even though Torino seems to take a long-range shot nearly every minute, this only proves that they are currently unable to overcome us." Li Wei declared without turning back, "I am not worried. I am exhilarated, Giacomo." The assistant coach, Giacomo Morelli, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Li Wei's actions stemmed from excitement. Because I foresee a resounding victory on the horizon. No sooner had he spoken than Torino executed another offensive maneuver. This time, their long-range shot did not go astray, but was too straightforward, easily caught by Parma's first-choice goalkeeper, Handanovi. The goalkeeper then glanced ahead and noticed that Torino had pressed both fullbacks forward in a bid to bolster their attack. Perhaps due to fatigue, the two fullbacks did not immediately retreat, but instead ambled back. Suddenly, he realized this presented an excellent opportunity for a counterattack. If victory was to be claimed, it had to be now. He swiftly launched the ball downfield with a powerful kick. As the ball soared through the air, traversing most of the pitch, it landed at the feet of Parma's forward, Di Natale, under the watchful eyes of all. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. However, this moment of apprehension held different meanings for different individuals. The Torino fans instinctively sensed danger. Torino's head coach, Zaccaroni, shouted anxiously, "Mark him." His eyes bulged with urgency, as if they might pop out at any moment. If it were possible, Zaccaroni would have dashed onto the field himself to defend. In the neighboring area, before the Parma bench, the team captain, Contini, abruptly sprang to his feet. He recalled Li Wei's words at the pre-match press conference. "I know what you wish to ask, and I understand what you desire to hear from me. It holds no significance. My sole focus is on how many goals I will win against Torino, nothing more." He could hardly believe that such a scenario was unfolding. Was Parma truly on the verge of defeating Torino with a score of 4-2? Parma launched a counterattack. A precise long pass. Handanovi showcased his remarkable passing ability, delivering the ball accurately to Di Natale's feet. Now, in Torino's defensive half, aside from the goalkeeper, only two center-backs remained. Meanwhile, Parma's Ribery surged forward down the flank at high speed. A 2-on-2 situation. The commentator, Bryant, exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, he too envisioned the possibility that Li Wei's audacious claims at the pre-match press conference might indeed come to fruition. He could hardly fathom such an occurrence. A young, inexperienced rookie coach, in his inaugural match, facing off against the esteemed Zaccaroni, a manager who had once led a team to Serie A glory. It was akin to a child facing a giant. Yet, in his inaugural performance in the professional league, this novice coach orchestrated a remarkable and classic comeback. He was determined to dominate the match, aspiring to score a staggering 4 goals against Torino. How could such a spectacle unfold? Oh, how has this world transformed into something so unrecognizable? The Torino fans in the stands erupted with thunderous boos, hoping their fervor would bolster the team. However, when confronted one-on-one with a central defender, Di Natale epitomized the words of Baggio, declaring him the most technically gifted player in Serie A. With a deft touch, Di Natale executed 2 bicycle kicks, destabilizing Torino's center-back, Franceschini. Suddenly, he performed a brilliant nutmeg, effortlessly escaping Franceschini's grasp. At this juncture, the retreating Torino defender, Di Loreto Pancaro, found himself in a quandary, as he was the last line of defense, with Ribery closely shadowing him, poised to exploit any offside opportunity. As Di Natale breached Franceschini's defense, Di Loreto Pancaro faced a dilemma. Should he continue to mark Ribery or advance to support? Di Natale, unfazed by Di Loreto Pancaro's indecision, surged forward, delivering the ball a few meters ahead before racing to reclaim it, his momentum unrelenting. "Take him down," roared Zaccaroni from the sidelines, his anxiety palpable, akin to being scorched by flames. Di Loreto Pancaro had no alternative. He shouted and charged towards Di Natale, intent on executing a sliding tackle. Yet, Di Natale remained remarkably composed, undeterred by Pancaro's aggressive approach. With a delicate flick, he sent the ball soaring towards Ribery. A clear shot. Bryant felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Abbiati! Abbiati!" The Torino fans, still clinging to hope, chanted the name of their goalkeeper, Abbiati, yearning for him to showcase his prowess once more, reminiscent of his days alongside Buffon. Nevertheless, Abbiati felt a pang of trepidation as he observed Ribery advancing effortlessly with the ball, uncertain whether Ribery would attempt a long-range shot or a dribble past him. Abbiati knew he needed to act swiftly to block any potential angle. Yet, if Ribery opted for a dribble, Abbiati hesitated, fearful of becoming merely a backdrop to another spectacular goal. This indecision was the most detrimental mindset for a goalkeeper. His hesitation cost him the optimal moment to intercept. As Ribery entered the penalty area, he made a slight adjustment and decisively unleashed a shot. Goal! 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 Levi bellowed from the sidelines, his gaze fixated on the ball. Abbiati sprang into action, his reflexes swift, his body extending in midair. The football struck Abbiati's hand. At that moment, Li Wei felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. If that ball failed to find the net, he was certain that Parma would never receive such a splendid opportunity again. The clock had already ticked to the 84th minute, even with added time. There remained less than 10 minutes until the match concluded. Not just Li Wei, but when the ball made contact with Abbiati, the hearts of all present raced with anticipation. Abbiati had touched the ball. Yet, Ribery's powerful strike was too forceful. The ball rebounded off Abbiati's hand, slightly altering its trajectory, and still soared into the net. The ball is in. It's a goal. Goluil. Golul. Ada Jespica, in front of the television, passionately narrated the moment. Astonishing many, when did Ada Jespica begin to commentate with such fervor? Parma had scored the decisive goal. Ribery had netted a brace, showcasing an outstanding performance. Devoid of any signs of the World Cup syndrome, Ribery was indeed instrumental in Parma's triumph over Torino. Brian's commentary was lackluster. In the stadium, in front of the television, and within the bars, all Parma fans rose, raising their hands high and howling towards the sky. Releasing the pent-up emotions accumulated throughout the match, not just this match, but the negative sentiments of the past 3 seasons. Once, Parma was a titan in the transfer market. But following the Parmalat Group's bankruptcy in 2003 due to financial misconduct, and the subsequent imprisonment of owner Tanzi, everything transformed. Parma's stars began to flee the stadium. In the city, gradually, Parma transitioned from a title-contending team to a relegation-stricken squad, eliciting deep sorrow. Yet now, Parma had not only reclaimed its status as one of the dominators in the transfer market, but had also showcased an abundance of commendable qualities in today's match, an indomitable fighting spirit, astonishing dribbling skills, and fervent counterattacks. Simultaneously, in front of the away team's bench at the Olympic Stadium in Turin, chaos erupted. Everyone who had previously remained seated sprang to their feet, raising their arms in jubilation and rushing out in celebration. Chapter 33. The great counterattack. When Li Wei witnessed the ball ricochet and enter the net, he slid to his knees in exhilaration. It was utterly thrilling. When Abbiati touched the ball, he truly believed this offensive endeavor was destined to fail. The bravado expressed in the pre-match press conference, the immense pressure while trailing in the game, the fear of being equalized under Torino's relentless assault, all loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, rendering him breathless. At that moment, he experienced, for the first time, the weight of a head coach's burden, truly understanding why so many coaches suffer from heart ailments. Even experiencing cardiac events on the sidelines. Such exhilarating occurrences, if they were to transpire weekly, would surely be more than most could endure. As Li Wei pondered in his mind, he suddenly felt a firm embrace from behind. Then, the exhilarated voice of Modric, slightly distorted with excitement, rang in his ears. "We did it. Sir. We truly did it. We staged a massacre at the Olympic Stadium in Turin. It's magnificent. You were remarkable. This is your first match leading the team." Li Wei began to revel in victory, chuckling with delight. "It is you who are remarkable. Without you, the match would not be in this state. I am well aware of who has instigated such a transformation for the team. Keep it up, sir," Modric remarked earnestly as he gazed at Li Wei. Assistant coach Giacomo Morelli, who had followed Pioli to the team, stood before the coaching bench, surrounded by jubilant fitness coaches, goalkeeping coaches, team doctors, and even players from the substitutes bench, many of whom had initially anticipated Li Wei's downfall. Yet, in the face of such an exhilarating comeback victory, they could not suppress their fervent emotions. It was an outpouring that was both uncontrollable and instinctive. They all cheered for that goal. Among them, assistant coach Giacomo Morelli appeared somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that Li Wei's tactics would truly succeed. He had indeed fulfilled his braggadocio from the pre-match press conference, overcoming Torino with a goal. And what of the wager between him and Pioli? What was to become of himself as a member of Pioli's coaching staff? For reasons unknown, the thought ignited a longing within him to stand beside Li Wei, for he seemed to possess an enchanting charisma that stirred excitement in everyone around him. This was something Pioli had always aspired to achieve, but had never managed. Meanwhile, Pioli, at home in Parma, sat transfixed before the television, oblivious to the food and beer that had fallen from his hands to the floor. He had been confident in his wager with Li Wei, firmly believing he would emerge victorious. The first 45 minutes of the match had only strengthened his conviction of an inevitable triumph. Consequently, Pioli did not concern himself with the halftime break. Instead, he ventured to the supermarket to replenish his refrigerator with beer, deli meats, and other essentials. Pioli remained leisurely, unhurried in his return home, convinced that Parma would surely falter in the second half. Although Li Wei was at the helm, it was still his team, and he preferred not to witness a slaughter unfold. Thus, he lingered in the supermarket for quite some time before departing. Upon returning home and turning on the television, Pioli was immediately met with the sight of Ribery scoring a decisive goal. He also noted the real-time score in the upper left corner, 2-4. How could this be? The anticipated slaughter had indeed occurred, but it was not Torino that had decimated Parma. Rather, it was Parma that had overwhelmed Torino. Ribery, who had netted a brace, intended to run to the corner flag to celebrate, but midway, he was brought down by Di Natale. A throng of teammates, akin to ravenous lions, pounced upon him, pinning him down with fervor. The players of Parma celebrated their goal with this fervent display. Each individual had lost the ability for calm reflection as passion surged within them. They now recognized only that this was a splendid goal, one that secured their victory. Torino found themselves devoid of time and courage. They not only emerged victorious from the Turin Olympic Stadium but also executed a remarkable comeback. Nothing could be more exhilarating than this, as the jubilant Parma players celebrated wildly. The Torino team stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to accept the outcome. Torino's coach, Zaccaroni, remained frozen on the sidelines, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Despite holding a 2-goal lead at home, Torino was ultimately defeated by Parma, a team that had suffered 5 consecutive losses in friendlies, and not by a mere single goal, but by a staggering 4 goals. He thought he was dreaming, yet the jeers from the stands were painfully real. This defeat ignited a furious outrage among the Torino fans, who yearned for revival, along with an overwhelming sense of despair. It was simply unbelievable. The seemingly feeble Parma had turned the tables on the Red Bulls away from home. They now led Torino by 2 goals, with scant time remaining in the match. Without a doubt, Parma was poised to claim 3 points today unless Torino found a way to rally, and perhaps, in the remaining minutes, Parma could even score again. Commentator Bryant, though reluctant, had to lower his proud head and commend the goals achieved by Parma. In the media section, nearly every journalist's gaze was fixed upon the flamboyant coach who had risen to embrace his colleagues. The media was taken aback by this result, uncertain whether it was a testament to the coach's prowess or merely a stroke of luck for Parma. However, if this was luck, the 4 goals and the team's defensive strategies clearly indicated a well-crafted tactic, one that could be traced back to previous friendlies played by Parma. Thus, it must have been the flamboyant coach's influence. Yet, why was there such a disparity between their performance in friendlies and official matches? This question lingered unanswered. The media could only ascertain that a coach, in his debut with a professional team, orchestrated a miraculous turnaround during halftime. Does this tale sound somewhat fantastical? Is the level of Serie A, or rather, Serie B, truly so diminutive? Chapter 34. The union of angels and demons. The media quickly reached a conclusion. Indeed, it was not that Li Wei was exceptionally powerful, but rather that Torino was woefully weak. Torino was merely a newly promoted side from Serie B. How could they possibly compete with Serie A teams? In their next match, Parma would face the once mighty AC Milan. AC Milan would surely teach this arrogant coach a lesson, making him realize that money cannot dictate football and unveil what true football really is. Indeed, this world shall inevitably return to its rightful course. A sentiment quietly echoed by the media. As the final whistle of the referee resounded, the scoreboard at the Stadio Olimpico di Torino settled on the astonishing figure of 2-4. The visiting team, Parma, achieved a remarkable victory by triumphing over Torino, who had initially led by 2 goals in the first half. Even after scoring their 4th goal, despite the dwindling time left in the match, Parma still had opportunities to further alter the scoreline. However, Coach Li Wei weighed the possibility that Torino, stung by their substantial defeat, might resort to unsportsmanlike conduct against Parma's players. Li Wei signaled to his players to tighten their defense, and Torino was not oblivious to the situation. They too feared Parma's rapid counterattacks. In the ensuing 7 or 8 minutes, both teams displayed a remarkable synergy on the field. As the match concluded, Li Wei approached Zaccaroni. Yet it was evident that Zaccaroni wished to avoid any interaction with him, even after Li Wei had extended a gesture of goodwill in the dying moments of the game. Without a glance in Li Wei's direction, Zaccaroni turned away and strode into the players' tunnel, leaving Li Wei, with his outstretched right hand, facing nothing but Zaccaroni's indignant back. Although Li Wei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, a true victor often exhibits magnanimity towards the vanquished. He shrugged nonchalantly and made his way onto the field. Embracing each player from Parma, and even extending a friendly hand to the players from Torino. Numerous media outlets diligently noted that although Li Wei exuded arrogance, he displayed remarkable enthusiasm towards the players. However, during the post-match press conference, Li Wei incited genuine ire among the journalists. They gazed at the mixed-race individual on the stage, their expressions contorted with frustration. He was a striking amalgamation of angelic charm and demonic intensity. Li Wei declared with an air of arrogance, "I have stated that I will undoubtedly prevail. It is merely a matter of how many games I will win. Now, I have fulfilled my promise." The reporters present could only endure his haughty demeanor, for he was indeed the victor. However, Li Wei was not yet finished with his performance. After announcing at the press conference that he had kept his word, he wasted not a moment and rose to leave. This left the journalists, who had intended to pose questions, utterly dumbfounded and at a loss for words. They could not comprehend the situation. This was Li Wei's retaliation against the media that had previously mocked him. The Li Wei of the future understood well that if he so desired, he would become a darling of the press. Thus, it was now the media that sought to interview him, rather than him begging them for attention to enhance his fame. Hence, he refused to offer them any courtesy. He vividly remembered the derogatory remarks made by those malicious reporters before the match, having achieved immense wealth through his prophetic abilities. Wealth that most could only dream of attaining through a lifetime of struggle. One could argue that Li Wei was confident. Yet it could also be said that he was arrogant, intolerant of any doubt cast upon him. He reveled in showcasing his disdain for those presumptuous media figures, making it abundantly clear that he was not to be trifled with. Those who had offended him and now sought his favor were merely indulging in folly. "I have triumphed, and this match will undoubtedly capture everyone's attention. What valuable insights do you wish to extract from me to profit your publications? Not a chance, unless you collectively kneel before me and sing my praises." With that, he decisively strode away, ignoring even the press officer calling after him. As for the journalists, he did not even cast a glance their way. Li Wei's press conference lasted less than a minute, while the coach of Turin, Zaccaroni, was likely still in the locker room, seething with rage, and thus did not attend. For a moment, the press conference was enveloped in an awkward silence. A throng of journalists exchanged glances, their eyes wide in confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Upon Li Wei's return to the locker room, he found that time had elapsed too swiftly. The players had not yet changed their attire, perhaps because they had no intention of doing so soon. The players who had taken to the field were animatedly discussing their hard-earned victory, reveling in their triumph over adversity, an extraordinary comeback achieved by a team that had only recently been assembled. However, it was evident that not everyone shared in the jubilation. For instance, the former mainstays of Parma, Contini and his partner Pacci, stood silently at the periphery of the locker room, feeling out of place among the others. When Li Wei entered, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt hush. All eyes turned to the excessively youthful president, or perhaps coach. Prior to this match, almost all the key players had doubted Li Wei's ability to deliver favorable outcomes. The negative media portrayals were not the sole reason. His youth was a significant factor, as many players were his seniors. It was a rarity in the hierarchical world of football to be reprimanded by someone younger, rendering them unable to accept his authority. Thus, as Contini and his faction resisted Li Wei, none of the others openly supported him, including those players whom Li Wei had personally recruited. They merely observed with detached indifference. If Li Wei were to be undermined by Contini, they would not perceive it as a misfortune. Yet now, many gazes towards Li Wei had shifted. He had delivered victory to the team in his own unique fashion. In the realm of football, eloquent words pale in comparison to the 3 points secured. To prove his capability to lead them to success, winning was the only recourse. This was precisely why Li Wei was willing to wager with Pioli that victory was imperative in this match. Failing to win the first game would unleash a torrent of skepticism and criticism, the immense pressure of which could render him incapable of managing the locker room, leaving him with no choice but to relinquish his influence over the first team. Thus, the stakes Li Wei placed in the wager were not as monumental as Pioli had envisioned. Chapter 35. Why switch to 3 defenders? Although Li Wei had achieved a stirring victory, he had yet to garner the support of the majority of the team's players. A single victory cannot be deemed conclusive. However, it is not without its merits. This triumph has afforded Li Wei an opportunity to continue his coaching career and has garnered the preliminary approval of the majority of the players. He has discerned this recognition in the glances exchanged among them. Hence, I hold a fondness for victory. Li Wei silently reassured himself. Victory has the power to transform everything. It can alter the course of events, unite the hearts of the people, and elevate me to divinity on the football field, I am a god. If I wish to avoid the fate of a perennial loser, I must continue to win, match after match. A confident smile graced his face as he surveyed the arena. Your performance has been commendable. I take great pride in you all. By the way, tomorrow is a day off. Just be sure not to indulge too recklessly, he declared. Inside the locker room, the players erupted in exuberant cheers. Meanwhile, Camignani and Baldini found themselves outside the locker room and through the door. Camignani felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He was well aware of the atmosphere that had permeated this very space after most matches last season. Heads hung low, and the air was thick with sighs of despair. Some openly announced their intentions to leave the team, while others were aware that, whether they desired it or not, the club would sell them off, as it was the only way to keep Parma afloat. In those days, the locker room had become a place he, a devoted elder of Parma, could not bear to enter, for it felt as though stepping inside would extinguish all hope and plunge him into despondency. But now, that somber scene had vanished. The gloomy atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by laughter and joyous camaraderie. When had he last witnessed such a scene? Ah, yes. Back when Parma had not yet faced bankruptcy, with players like France's Dorisu, Italy's Cannavaro, Buffon, Chiesa, Zola, Argentina's Verin, Crespo, Sweden's Brolin, Colombia's Esprilla, and Brazil's Amoruso. Alongside coaches like Scala and Ancelotti. That was a memory from the last century. Let us wait for Benedict. We do not belong in there, Camignani remarked wistfully to Baldini, who nodded in agreement. The two stood at the end of the corridor. It was not long before Li Wei emerged from the locker room with the players. Spotting the sporting director Camignani and club vice-chairman Baldini standing at the corridor's end, Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, yet not entirely surprised. For he was well aware that Camigliani and Baldini would undoubtedly seek him out within a day following the match. However, he had not anticipated their urgency, as they approached him even before boarding the bus. Benedict, congratulations on your triumph. A truly exhilarating victory, Baldini commended Li Wei. Li Wei approached and embraced Baldini, smiling as he said, "Is this victory solely mine?" Both Camignani and Baldini chuckled in response. "This is hardly the ideal place for conversation. The young lads are watching us," Li Wei remarked, casting a sideways glance behind him. Baldini's gaze drifted past Li Wei, noticing that the doorway to the locker room was filled with Parma players, all observing the club's triumvirate in dialogue, unsure whether to interrupt. "Shall we discuss this on the bus then?" Baldini inquired hesitantly. Li Wei shook his head and remarked, "There is no need for such trouble. I have instructed the driver to bring my Maserati Quattroporte here to Turin. Let us converse in the car." Camignan and Baldini exchanged startled glances, quickly followed by a knowing look directed at Li Wei. Awkwardly, Li Wei shrugged his shoulders and said, all right. It is as simple as you think. This is my preparation for after the defeat. However, it is not as you imagine. I have arranged this to evade the media's intrusion, as I do not wish for them to besiege the team bus, adding to the players' burdens. By sitting in the Maserati, I can better draw the media's attention away. Baldini, momentarily taken aback, responded earnestly, "You are a commendable coach." Camignan added, "This is not quite the version of you we see at press conferences." Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed by the inquiry, and calmly stated, "The fervor at the press conference was deliberate. It serves to concentrate the media's attention solely on me, thereby alleviating a multitude of unnecessary troubles. For instance, probing into my discord with Pioli or interviewing players who are more acquainted with the coach or the chairman could easily lead to divisions within the team." He paused momentarily before continuing. "If someone believes they are destined for success, they are either absolutely certain of their capabilities or merely a fool. Clearly, I am neither. Hence I have prepared for the possibility of failure." Applause echoed gently as Camigliani clapped his hands, expressing delight. "I am glad you recognize this. Prior to your meeting with Benedict, I was apprehensive that today's victory might inflate your pride." Li Wei, though self-assured, responded without arrogance, "Rest assured. It was merely a victory over a newly promoted team. It does not warrant pride, for we still face formidable adversaries." Camigliani and Baldini nodded in agreement, simultaneously proclaiming, "AC Milan." As they spoke, Li Wei and his companions arrived at the parking lot, where the driver had already brought the luxurious Maserati Quattroporte, which Li Wei had purchased for $2 million, to the entrance. Noticing that Li Wei and the others were approaching, the driver promptly vacated the driver's seat, opened the car door, and slightly bowed in deference. Li Wei said to Camigliani and Baldini, "Get in the car." Before getting in, Baldini patted the roof of the vehicle and remarked, "Even if I toil for another 20 years, I may never possess a car like this. Li Wei chuckled. Work hard. And in 5 years, I shall gift you a car. Baldini laughed heartily in response, saying, well then, I must truly give it my all to avoid being dismissed by you, my boss. In contrast to Baldini, Camignani was far more earnest, his sole focus being football. Once the three were seated, he gazed seriously at Li Wei and earnestly inquired, Sir, I wish to understand why you substituted Bichetti after halftime, shifting to a three-defender formation, transforming the three forwards into a single striker with dual attacking midfielders. Baldini also subdued his smile, fixating his gaze upon the remarkably youthful profile of Li Wei. Chapter 36. Ida Jespica. What prompted Camignani to pose such a question? It was rooted in his apprehension that Li Wei's miraculous comeback today was more a matter of fortune than an application of footballing acumen. If it were merely luck, who could guarantee that the goddess of victory would favor them eternally? If fortune was the key, even at the risk of offending Li Wei, Camignani would readily advocate for Pioli to assume command of the first team, even though Li Wei was the club's president, holding 100% stake in Parma, which afforded him the authority to dismiss anyone without hesitation. Camignani would steadfastly uphold his choice. If the latter were true, Camignani could breathe a sigh of relief, allowing time to validate Li Wei's capabilities. At least for the immediate future, he would not have to engage in a significant conflict with Li Wei. Li Wei remained silent. Camignani sighed inwardly, realizing he had overthought the situation. This remarkable comeback was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. After all, Li Wei was merely a 24-year-old youth, with less than a year of experience in football. Yet, he had already performed admirably, surpassing the capabilities of most coaches at the same age. Do you know Cruyff? Li Wei suddenly inquired. Huh. Camignani found himself momentarily taken aback. Baldini, whose mindset was less complex than Camignani's, quickly responded to Li Wei's question. How could one possibly not know? He is the godfather of Barcelona. Levi continued to inquire. Are you familiar with Cruyff's 4-3-3 formation at Barcelona and the role of the number 4 player? How did we come to discuss this topic? Camignani questioned Levi. Levi gestured for calm and proceeded to explain the reason behind his decision to alter the team's formation from a 4-3-3 to a 3-4-2-1. After pausing for a moment, he continued, revealing that Johan Cruyff's initial formation at Barcelona was not the famed 4-3-3 that he later championed, but rather the 3-4-3. Cruyff believed that since the entire footballing world was employing the 4-4-2 formation, it sufficed to counter 2 opposing forwards with 3 defenders. This adjustment allowed for an additional player in the attacking line, while also enabling one of the central defenders to assist in midfield play, a role designated as number 4. This position, although seemingly uncomplicated in its demands, did not require a physically imposing stature or extraordinary technical skills. Rather, it emphasized speed of thought. The player in the number 4 position was tasked with devising a passing route before receiving the ball and delivering it to a forward teammate with precise timing. The number 4 player need not be in constant motion but must maintain a continuous stream of thought, possessing ample talent and intelligence, a broad vision, agile reasoning, and an acute awareness of the game to effectively control the rhythm of both offense and defense. Having spent many years in coaching, Camignani quickly grasped Levi's intent. Torino played in a 4-4-2 formation. Indeed, throughout the match, Torino adhered to the 4-4-2. Your substitution of Modri was predicated on the understanding that he could orchestrate the game, embodying your number 4 player. Such a notion is truly brilliant. Li Wei smiled and remarked, it's not just that. The 3 defenders are not your conventional 3 center-backs, but rather 2 central defenders paired with a wing-back. Camignani added, the right wing-back is Serna. Li Wei nodded and remarked that Cruyff's 3 defenders were merely positioned from left to right without a strict distinction between center-backs and full-backs. At times, he would deploy 2 center-backs along with 1 full-back, and at other times, 1 center-back with 2 full-backs. Among them, Ronald Koeman, the Dutch center-back who joined Barcelona in 1989, was the unequivocal mainstay and linchpin of the defense until his departure in 1995. His precise long passes were instrumental in initiating Barcelona's offensive maneuvers. Although Serna and Koeman are 2 distinct types of players, both possess exceptional long-passing abilities, and Serna also possesses technical skills that Koeman lacked, allowing him to maintain control of the ball in critical moments. Of course, I do not intend to directly replicate Cruyff's tactics. For instance, in Cruyff's 3-4-3 formation, the forward Salinas was a tall player with formidable heading ability and commendable technical skills, serving as a pivotal point in the attack. In contrast, I employ a lone striker. While Di Natale may not be considered tall at 1 77 meters, his physicality is complemented by his extensive mobility, strong ball-handling skills, and proficiency in dribbling, passing, and shooting. He can effectively serve as a focal point and finishing touch for counterattacks. The dual attacking midfielders also enhance the midfield presence and during counterattacks. These two speedsters can swiftly advance to take on the role of wingers. Compared to Cruyff's three forwards, this approach may incur greater physical exertion. However, my decision to take the team to Switzerland for pre-season training was precisely to bolster the player's stamina. Thus, this drawback is not deemed fatal for Parma. Camignani could not help but applaud in admiration. Sir, I will assist you in persuading Pioli. Li Wei smiled and remarked, I have stated before that Parma is not merely my plaything. My passion for football is genuine. The day following the match was a holiday, and the team was not required to train, granting Li Wei a rare opportunity to indulge in leisure without the obligation of attending the club. Awakening at noon. His first act was not to seek sustenance, but rather to retrieve the subscribed newspaper from the mailbox outside his villa. He was eager to discover how the media portrayed him. After all, it is human nature to possess a sense of vanity. His previous confrontations with the media were undoubtedly driven by a desire to shield the club and his players from undue criticism. Yet there was also an element of personal sentiment, who would willingly regard kindly those who speak ill of them. Now, he was curious to see how the press would extol his virtues. What could be more delightful than receiving accolades from one's adversaries? He reveled in the thrill of conquest. No sooner had he obtained the newspaper than he heard an exclamation of surprise from behind him. Lee. Upon turning, he saw his neighbor, Giuseppe Alexin, a middle-aged Italian man in his 40s who resided adjacent to his villa. It was said that he was an executive at a shoe manufacturing company. Li Wei was familiar with his family, including a striking 17-year-old daughter, the epitome of Italian beauty, whose every movement exuded an alluring charm. Well done, Li Wei. Giuseppe Alexin exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Li Wei certainly understood what he was saying, and he responded with a radiant smile. Thank you, Giuseppe. Are you a fan of Parma? Li Wei pointed to the gray hat adorned with the emblem of Parma that Giuseppe was wearing. Indeed, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I had harbored animosity towards you due to the media's portrayal until today, when I finally greeted you properly. Last night, I could hardly fathom witnessing such an exhilarating match. It has been an eternity since we last triumphed in such a thrilling contest, and I never anticipated it would occur with you at the helm. Javier appeared quite exhilarated, his words tumbling forth in a flurry. Li Wei smiled and calmly remarked, This is precisely what I intend to do. Otherwise, why would I have purchased Parma? As the two conversed, a plump lady ambled by on the adjacent path, carrying a bamboo basket, seemingly intending to peruse the vegetable market. Li Wei greeted her, Good morning, Mrs. Werner. The plump lady, upon seeing Li Wei, smiled so broadly that her eyes became mere slits. Li Wei, how delightful to see you here. This morning. I knocked on your door, but no one answered. You must have been out, I presume. Li Wei felt surprised. Is there something the matter, Ms. Werner? These are the pastries I baked this morning. I hope you don't mind. Li Wei, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, Oh, I am truly grateful to you. Giuseppe Alexin chuckled. In comparison to your gratitude, Lady Werner would prefer that you continue to lead Parma to victory. By the way, Lady Werner, where are my snacks? Upon hearing Lady Werner's remark, Li Wei laughed, for fans are always the most delightful. Lady Werner shot Giuseppe Alexin a disapproving glance and retorted, Not only did you fail to present Li Wei with a gift, but now you are also coveting my snacks. Your audacity is remarkable. Giuseppe Alexin laughed heartily and said, Of course, I have Li Wei in mind. If you manage to triumph over AC Milan in the upcoming match, I shall permit you to take my daughter out for an outing. Do not deny it. I am aware that you have been caught stealing glances at my daughter on several occasions. Li Wei, who had been smiling easily at the side, instantly turned crimson. The embarrassment of being caught peering at someone else's daughter by her father was indeed quite mortifying. Observing Li Wei's flustered state, both Giuseppe Alexin and Lady Werner could not help but laugh. Even Giuseppe Alexin, who had initially felt a twinge of discontent over his daughters being gazed upon, found his minor grievances dissipating. It seemed that Li Wei, the club president, was not as conceited as he had imagined, resembling more of an 18-year-old youth. Li Wei ultimately refrained from continuing the conversation with Giuseppe and Alexin and declined the refreshments offered by Lady Verna. He hastily excused himself under the pretext of needing to exercise, departing like the wind. However, he soon found himself regretting this impulsive decision. After sleeping for the better part of the day, his stomach had grown quite hungry. Now, as he prepared to run another lap, His belly could no longer contain its protests against the oppression inflicted by Li Wei. Li Wei reached into his pocket and was relieved to find some money remaining. Although it was not much, there was a 20 euro note, sufficient for him to indulge in 7 or 8 pizzas at the pizzeria. Indeed, it was ample for a sumptuous lunch at a quaint bistro, with some change to spare. Now, all that Li Wei needed to do was to seek out a suitable restaurant. As he glanced around, he quickly discovered a charming establishment with an inviting ambience. A small fountain graced the entrance, providing a refreshing respite from the sweltering summer heat, and a crowd had gathered outside. The aroma must be delightful, otherwise. What could possibly draw such a throng of patrons? Chapter 37. Ida Jespika too at this moment. Li Wei's sole concern was whether the 20 euros in his pocket could withstand the test. After careful consideration, Li Wei decided to first examine the menu prices of the restaurant before determining whether to change to another establishment. Upon entering, however, he discovered that the venue is not a restaurant, but rather a bar. Italy is replete with numerous bars, which, unlike their Chinese counterparts, resemble restaurants during the day, offering not only beverages but also lunch and dinner services. Most Italians leisurely spend their free time in bars, sipping coffee, indulging in ice cream, and engaging in conversation to pass the time. Contrary to his expectations, the crowd was not drawn to the bar for its ambience, but rather due to a stunningly voluptuous woman posing outside for a photographer. Clad in a revealing bikini, she undoubtedly captivated the attention of passers-by. However, by that moment, the photo shoot had concluded. The woman's assistant stepped forward to drape a long-sleeved blazer over her, concealing her alluring figure. With the allure of free photographs no longer present, the crowd gradually began to disperse. Li Wei felt a tinge of disappointment, yet his primary concern lay with his hunger. He noticed a small chalkboard standing outside the restaurant, adorned with colorful markers displaying the menu and prices. Hey, Li Wei. He was somewhat taken aback, although English is the most widely spoken language in the world. One must not forget that this is Italy. Unless acquainted, who would greet another in English at first? However, the voice held no familiarity for him. He glanced up and discovered the stunning model he had seen earlier during the photo shoot gazing at him. Hesitantly, he pointed to himself and inquired in English. "Did you call me?" The beautiful model flashed a radiant smile and replied, "Of course." Li Wei blinked, remarking, "If we had met before, I am certain I would not forget such a beautiful lady as yourself. May I inquire if we have crossed paths at some point?" The enchanting model extended her right hand towards Li Wei and introduced herself, saying, "I am Ida Jespika." With a playful wink directed at Li Wei, Ida continued, "Well, now we are acquainted, are we not?" Li Wei extended his hand and exchanged a handshake with the other party. Ida Jespika playfully traced a small circle in the palm of Li Wei's hand with her pinky finger. Unfazed, Li Wei withdrew his right hand and casually inquired, "Are you a fan of Parma?" Ida Jespika tilted her head in contemplation and smiled. "I'm not sure if that counts, as I provided commentary for a Parma match for the first time last night. More precisely, I served as a decorative commentator for Parma." Li Wei understood that the other party must have recognized him through the commentary. It was no wonder that the suddenly appearing young woman sought to be acquainted with him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Ida Jespika." Ida Jespika pointed to the menu in front of Li Wei and inquired, "Are you planning to dine here?" Levi nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, this place appears quite delightful. The ambience, the cuisine, and the service are all commendable." Ida Jespika glanced at Levi and, with a hint of mischief in her voice, remarked, "As it happens, I haven't had a meal either. Do you mind if I join you for a bite?" Although Ada was clad in a women's suit at that moment, the proximity did not obscure Levi's view of her alluring figure. It is likely that few could find it in themselves to deny Ada Jespika's request for a shared meal under such circumstances. Li Wei extracted a 20 euro banknote from his pocket, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, "If you do not mind settling for a humble lunch." Ada Jespika, with a serious expression, replied, "I am not as lofty as you might presume. In my childhood, I could find joy for an entire day at the prospect of savoring a single morsel of lamb tucked within a corn tortilla. 20 euros can procure a considerable number of tortillas." Li Wei smiled and said, "Since you don't mind, please go ahead, my lady." Ada Jespika chuckled, her smile reminiscent of a thorny rose, igniting a desire to conquer her. "You may call me Jespika." Li Wei smiled as he introduced himself. "All right, Jespika. You need not be so formal. You may call me Li Wei, or Benedict if you prefer. However, I am more fond of being addressed as Li Wei." Li Wei and Ida Jespika did not indulge in an extravagant lunch. Each ordered a steak, with Li opting for an additional portion. Ida Jespica, being quite loquacious, shared her life experiences. As a Venezuelan and the beauty queen of Amazonas, she participated in the Miss Venezuela pageant in 2002. Despite her striking figure, measurements, 36-24-36, the crown ultimately went to Maria Angel Ruiz, who later became the runner-up in the Miss Universe contest. In 2003, at the age of 21, Jespica bravely ventured to the fashion capital of Milan to pursue her modeling career. Although she faced some setbacks, her journey was predominantly smooth, and she swiftly ascended to prominence in the industry, gracing the covers of esteemed magazines such as GQ and Maxim, and frequently receiving invitations from Fashion TV and RAI to showcase her talent on the runway. Ida Jespica's rise to fame was partly attributed to her first rumored romance with the renowned Italian comedian and film director Ezio Greggio, likely stemming from their prior acquaintance during a television reality show. As her popularity skyrocketed, Jespica quickly established herself as a socialite within elite circles. She candidly acknowledged her emotional nature, expressing difficulty in maintaining long-term relationships with men, and soon found herself in another romance. This time with the dashing Italian football star Pippo Inzaghi, who was a prominent figure in Milan's football scene at the time. However, Inzaghi, known for his charm, and Jespica's affair lasted only a few months before reaching its conclusion. Li Wei set down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin to wipe the smudge at the corner of his mouth, and calmly gazed at the alluring and captivating Ida Jespica, inquiring, "So, am I your next target?" Ida Jespica unabashedly acknowledged her intentions. "Of course, you are wealthy and remarkably handsome. Most importantly, the charisma you exuded while commanding Palma was simply irresistible." "Thank you," Li Wei replied, pausing momentarily before asking, "So today wasn't a mere coincidence?" Ida Jespica shook her head, smiling as she responded, "You overestimate my capabilities, Benedict. I am merely a model, or perhaps a decorative vase. How could I possibly ascertain your whereabouts and orchestrate an encounter ahead of time?" Li Wei smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your honesty. Here is my business card. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet again." Ida Jespica took the card, rose to her feet, and asked, "May I have a hug as a parting gift?" Li Wei naturally could not refuse a reasonable request from a beautiful woman. He rose to his feet, opened his arms, and smiled, saying, "Why not?" Unbeknownst to Li Wei, a reporter eagerly pressed the shutter button. Chapter 38. Li Wei's fans the following day, as the team resumed training. Li Wei made his way from the parking lot to the training field, encountering several club coaches on their way to work, including various assistant coaches. Upon seeing Li Wei, these coaches greeted him with smiles and nods of acknowledgement. The younger, more exuberant coaches even gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming with excitement, "My goodness. Last night's match was absolutely exhilarating. Mr. Chairman, how did you manage that? It was simply extraordinary. It was the Parma version of the Istanbul night." Li Wei smiled and nodded in response. It is worth noting that when Li Wei first assumed the role of assistant coach for the first team, these coaches did not openly express their discontent, yet harbored feelings of dissatisfaction and disbelief towards him, perceiving him as someone who treated the first team as his personal plaything. However, everything has undergone a complete transformation. Indeed, in both the business realm and the world of football, victory is a universally accepted currency, and goodwill is earned through results. In addition to these coaches, Li Wei encountered some enthusiastic fans who had arrived early at the entrance of the Coleccio training base, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to observe the teams training up close. Generally speaking, unless there are special circumstances, training sessions are fully accessible to fans and media, barring instances of closed training, which typically allows for only a brief 15-minute window. This is a cherished tradition among European football clubs, promoting accessibility. Surrounding the training field are stands that facilitate fans watching the proceedings comfortably. Among these supporters was Melito. Yet he stood apart from the adult fans who merely offered thumbs-ups or applause to Li Wei. Upon spotting Li Wei approaching, he surged forward from the crowd and sprinted directly to him, breathlessly presenting a jersey while tightly pressing his lips together. Li Wei was taken aback by the sudden advance of this young fan. It quickly dawned on him what the boy intended, yet he was even more astonished. "I am not Frank," he explained in a somewhat unfamiliar Italian to the young admirer. The jersey being offered was a number 7, belonging to Frank Ribery, who had scored twice in the previous day's match. Although he had just joined the team, Ribery had already become the most prominent star, captivating many fans with his performance. Li Wei initially thought the young fan had mistaken him for someone else. After all, what sort of vision could lead one to such a blunder? Ribery bore a prominent scar on his cheek, a distinctive mark that made him easily recognizable as a dashing figure. To Li Wei's surprise, the boy shook his head and insisted, "No, I am not looking for Frank. I am here for you, Mr. President. No, I should say, Coach. I would like your autograph, but this is the only jersey I have." The revelation that this young fan sought his signature left Li Wei astonished. He never anticipated that after just one match, he would have a devoted admirer. Li Wei took the black marker in the jersey, poised to begin writing, when he heard a fan ask, "Could you write for Melito?" Li Wei nodded enthusiastically. "No problem, Melito." "Is that how you spell it? Also, is that your name?" Melito, brimming with excitement, nodded in affirmation. Li Wei inscribed on the ball, "To the young Parma fan Melito. Parma is with you." "Li Wei, thank you. I will cherish it dearly," Melito exclaimed, taking the jersey and noticing Li Wei's words, his youthful face radiating seriousness. To be frank, Li Wei's signature was hardly appealing, and his Italian was merely passable, especially when juxtaposed with the elaborate signatures of stars. Nonetheless, young fan Melito remained overjoyed. He even recited Li Wei's inscription aloud, "I love Parma, and I hope to stand by Parma forever," he declared, unable to contain his excitement. "The match the day before yesterday was exhilarating. I was there, and by the end, we were all ecstatic. No one expected not only our victory but a spectacular one at that. Thank God. Mr. President, you are not the debauched youth portrayed by the media. You are someone who can bring victory to Parma." Li Wei could not help but gaze at the fan for a few more moments. He was indeed a supporter who had traveled to watch the game away from home. Although Li Wei had not spent a lengthy period in Italy, aside from his time negotiating transfers abroad, his stay had been a mere 40 days. Nonetheless, he had garnered some understanding of the underlying dynamics of Italian football. Given the overall economic downturn in Italy and the proliferation of paid television, an increasing number of fans opted to watch matches from the comfort of their homes. Coupled with the notoriously high prices of Serie A tickets, this led to a dismally low attendance rate. Even prestigious clubs struggled to fill their stadiums beyond 60 to 70%, while smaller teams often attracted less than 50% of their seating capacity. In such circumstances, it was rare to find fans willing to travel to away matches, especially when the media relentlessly criticized Li Wei across various programs and newspapers. Even before the match commenced, many Parma supporters had succumbed to a sense of pessimism. The prospect of filling the stands at their home ground seemed uncertain, let alone the idea of attending an away game. It was indeed a testament to a loyal and devoted fan. Fortunately, he had not let this fan down 2 days prior. Li Wei found it hard to fathom that these supporters, under immense pressure, would willingly incur the hefty cost of travel and tickets only to occupy the most obscure and least favorable corners of the Turin Olympic Stadium, enduring a first half that had bordered on despair for a full 45 minutes. After the fan departed, Li Wei was still somewhat incredulous. He had, after a single match, truly acquired a fan. In the future, coaches such as Guardiola, Mourinho, and Klopp would undoubtedly amass a legion of followers. However, the current landscape of world football remained dominated by star players. The majority of admirers gravitated towards the athletes rather than the coaches. As a coach, one's impression often leaned towards being significant, yet not indispensable. They frequently bore the brunt of criticism as scapegoats, yet when basking in glory, fans tended to remember only the stars, conveniently forgetting the coach's contributions. Li Wei gently clenched his fist, feeling a renewed sense of motivation for the tasks ahead. He bore the responsibility of not disappointing the young player who supported him. Perhaps he should encourage the club to launch some merchandise featuring himself? Not just jerseys emblazoned with his name, but also the Parma athletic gear he frequently donned during appearances. This could serve as merchandise and also as apparel for fans to wear during their daily workouts. Chapter 39. A new bet. "Hello, Mr. Chairman." Li Wei turned to see Pioli, who stood in the shadows at the entrance of the training ground, evidently having waited there for some time. "Hello, Pioli." Li Wei greeted him with a victorious smile. Regarding the bet, a flicker of hesitation crossed Pioli's face before he resolutely spoke. "Mr. Chairman, I believe wagering a match is rather inappropriate, as luck plays a substantial role in such scenarios. Who can guarantee that it won't be a fleeting moment of fortune? Take Zaccaroni, for instance, a former prestigious coach who has now become a mere savior for a newly promoted team." Li Wei gazed at Pioli with great interest and inquired, "So, are you suggesting that our previous wager is null and void?" Pioli's face flushed with embarrassment, although he was not particularly old in the coaching realm. His age was nearly double that of Li Wei. "No, I merely hope to propose some alterations. For instance, Mr. Chairman, even in the event of a loss, you could remain with the first team as an assistant coach. Pioli placed particular emphasis on the term assistant coach, while both assistant and deputy coaches may appear similar as the main coach's aides. The disparity in authority is vast. In light of Pioli's gains, his sacrifices seemed rather insignificant. After all, Li Wei had already emerged victorious in their wager. Standing atop the pinnacle of triumph, any demands made by Pioli would inevitably lack conviction. Thus, upon hearing Pioli's words, Li Wei merely regarded him with a cryptic smile, remaining silent. Had Pioli been familiar with the Chinese idiom riding a tiger, he would surely have felt a kinship with its creator. Approximately 30 seconds passed, though to Pioli, it felt as if 30 years had gone by. Li Wei suddenly spoke up, certainly. Huh? At that moment, Pioli had yet to grasp the situation. His eyes widening as he turned to Li Wei. What did you just say? Li Wei, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged and remarked, Is my Italian truly so inadequate? I have acquiesced to your terms, yet I too possess my own conditions. Pioli responded in a dazed manner. Very well. At that moment, Pioli felt that his mind was insufficiently agile, yet he understood that regardless of the conditions Li Wei proposed, he would have no choice but to concede. After all, in their previous wager, he had suffered a significant defeat. At most, he would simply resign unconditionally, sparing Parma from any obligation to pay him a single penny in damages or compensation. Li Wei raised his right hand and then extended 2 fingers. First, the new wager consists of 10 matches to ascertain whether I am qualified to prove my capabilities as a head coach. This series includes the already concluded first round of the league. In other words, I have 9 more league matches remaining. Pioli interjected. Do these upcoming 9 matches encompass the Europa League and the Coppa Italia? Despite finishing 10th last season, Parma secured a place in the Europa League due to the scandal known as Calciopoli. Consequently, in the new season, Parma must contend on 3 fronts, necessitating a considerable number of matches. Li Wei pondered for a moment and addressed Pioli. If I were to assign you merely the role of assistant coach, I am certain you would be reluctant. You will be responsible for the Coppa Italia matches, primarily featuring players from the reserve and youth teams, while I will oversee the remaining 9 rounds of matches, including the league and the Europa League. That is agreeable, isn't it? Although he was only granted the authority to command a Coppa Italia, Pioli felt quite content. When one refrains from engaging in a task for an extended period, they inevitably become somewhat out of practice. This presented him with the perfect opportunity to experiment with new tactics while maintaining his form. What could be better than that? Pioli gazed at Li Wei with a hint of regret. Had he not aspired to be a head coach, he might have enjoyed a splendid rapport with this understanding chairman, transcending the typical superior-subordinate dynamic to become friends beyond the confines of their professional relationship. Li Wei pondered for a moment and decided to present the dilemma to Pioli for resolution. What are my chances of winning out of 10 matches? How should we account for draws? Naturally, Pioli sought to elevate the stakes, yet he remained principled in his approach. Ultimately, he proposed, each match will be scored according to league points, 3 points for a victory, 1 point for a draw, and none for a loss. Mr. Chairman, you can secure a total of 20 points. This season, I shall endeavor to assist you to the best of my abilities. Out of 10 matches, a perfect record yields 30 points. 6 victories would grant you 18 points, and in the remaining 2 matches, a single win or 2 draws would suffice to clinch the wager. Objectively speaking, while Pioli's terms were somewhat ambitious, they were not excessively unreasonable. A coach aspiring to elevate a team to the ranks of Serie A contenders should, at the very least, ensure a winning percentage exceeding 60%. Anything less would be deemed a failure. Very well. Li Wei's response came swiftly. What? Pioli was utterly taken aback by Li Wei's prompt acquiescence. He had been contemplating how to negotiate with Li Wei to prevent the victory points from becoming too trivial. Levi regarded Pioli with a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of laughter and inquired, What is the matter? Is there an issue? Pioli, hastily waving his hand, replied, No issue at all. Now regaining his composure, Pioli found himself secretly amused. How could there possibly be a problem? Not one to be outwitted. He deftly shifted the conversation. Mr. Chairman, he continued, you mentioned 2 conditions earlier. You have only stated one thus far. What is the other condition? Li Wei was well aware of Pioli's subtle intentions, yet he remained unfazed. During the duration of our wager, ensure your full cooperation with me, he articulated, emphasizing the need for collaboration in all aspects, including media interactions, as well as the support of the coaching staff you brought along. Do you understand? Pioli responded promptly, Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, if you require my presence, I can remain in Parma for the match against Kazan Rubin in 2 days, ensuring I do not interfere with your command. Li Wei shook his head in refusal, saying, "There is no need for that. Your continued presence in Parma will only fuel further speculation from the media. Let us attend the competition in Russia together. I trust you will refrain from causing any trouble for me, correct?" At that moment, Pioli suddenly realized that Li Wei's previous enthusiastic agreement to the daunting condition of securing 20 points was not as straightforward as he had initially imagined. Given that Li Wei had accepted such a formidable challenge, if he were to resort to underhanded tactics and be caught by Li Wei, he would need to be wary of the consequences. It was crucial to remember who truly held sway over Parma Club. What Pioli was contemplating internally was of little consequence. What mattered was his eventual declaration, "Of course, sir, you can rest assured on this matter. I will cooperate fully and will not cause you any inconvenience." Li Wei extended his right hand to Pioli with a smile, saying, "A pleasant cooperation." Chapter 40, The New Bet 2 on the Training Ground. Most players were not in optimal condition due to just having a day of rest yesterday, so the morning session consisted of restorative training. These exercises posed minimal difficulty, and the coaches, rather than providing guidance, primarily assumed a supervisory role from the sidelines. "Good morning." Camignani slowly approached the training field, a benevolent smile adorning his face. From time to time, staff members or players paid their respects to this elder who had devoted his life to Parma. Pioli, observing Camignani's approach, was graced with a genuine smile. "Good morning, Mr. Manager. Is there something you need?" Having just reached a new agreement with Li Wei, Pioli wore this same smile for everyone. While Pioli was unaware of the reason for Camignani's visit, Li Wei was well aware that Camignani was fulfilling the promise made 2 days prior in the car. Levi called out to Camignani, "Wait a moment, Cam. Let us converse over there." Camignani cast a puzzled glance at Levi, hesitated slightly, and then nodded in acquiescence, saying, "All right." Pioli seemed to grasp the situation to some extent, his smile fading a touch. The players on the training ground observed this exchange and could not help but murmur amongst themselves, though they were soon brought back to focus by Coach He, who urged them to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in their training. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands, free from the coach's oversight, engaged in lively discussion regarding the recent events, speculating on what transpired between Cam and Pioli. Could it be that discord was brewing within the team? One could only hope not, especially after the team had recently achieved a legendary victory. Internal strife would be most untimely. This situation was somewhat inevitable, given that the team currently seemed to have 2 head coaches. Regardless of the fans' discussions, they could not alter the circumstances surrounding the club. The only recourse for the supporters was to silently pray for the club's well-being. Although Levi had yet to speak, Camignani had already surmised part of the reason behind the tension. Had something transpired? Indeed. Levi nodded and proceeded to share the new wager he had just established with Pioli. Camignani's expression shifted slightly, and his tone became exceedingly grave as he inquired, "Benedict, are you aware of the upcoming schedule? Do you know who your opponents are?" Li Wei spoke calmly, "I understand." Camignani, feeling somewhat agitated, shook his right hand and replied, "Do you truly comprehend? The Europa League qualifiers may be manageable for Kazan's Rubin, as they are part of a second-tier league. However, the upcoming opponents in the league for Parma are exceptionally formidable, beyond ordinary strength. On September 17th, in the second round of the league, Parma faces AC Milan. On September 20th, in the third round, Fiorentina meets Parma. On September 24th, in the fourth round, Parma takes on Roma. On October 1st, in the fifth round, Sampdoria contends with Parma. And on October 15th, in the sixth round, Parma encounters Udinese. Just look at the caliber of the teams in the next 5 matches. AC Milan, Fiorentina, and Roma, powerhouses of Serie A. Sampdoria and Udinese are also formidable forces in Serie A. Even if Lippi were to coach, he would hardly guarantee a 70% chance of securing 3 points in these 5 encounters. You are jeopardizing a promising situation. At this point, Camignani felt a deep sense of anguish. He had begun to doubt whether his initial decision to support Li Wei was indeed the right one. "I know your current mood must be quite dismal," Li Wei remarked. Camignani cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, letting out a cold snort as a form of response. Li Wei inquired earnestly, "Cami, do you believe that after my victory over Turin, Pioli is truly convinced, along with his coaching staff?" Camignani was momentarily taken aback, a contemplative expression crossing his face. It appeared that he too recognized that Li Wei's acquiescence to Pioli was not born of arrogance or recklessness, but rather a decision reached after considerable reflection. Li Wei earnestly stated that Pioli and his coaching staff would undoubtedly harbor grievances, believing that the randomness of a single match's outcome was excessively pronounced. They might contend that even a child could lead Torino to triumph over Parma. Over time, Pioli's mounting frustrations would likely result in him making inappropriate remarks before the media, and his coaching staff might engage in insincere compliance towards me. While these issues may not appear immediately catastrophic, any setbacks faced by Parma could potentially plunge the team into an irretrievable predicament. Of course, another option would be to dismiss Pioli and his coaching team. However, such a dismissal would embolden Pioli to lash out at the club and the media, causing significant external repercussions for Parma. Although the capabilities of Pioli's coaching staff may not be particularly robust, they have undergone several years of collaboration and have spent over a month acclimatizing with the team. Rushing to replace them would severely impact the team's training regimen. Moreover, finding a complete coaching staff to substitute for them proves challenging. To compensate for their departure, we may only recruit seasoned assistant coaches, attempting to offset the lack of cohesion with experience. Yet, can I truly command these veteran assistants effectively? Li Wei has not forgotten the reasons behind Cannavaro's dismissal from Evergrande mid-season. On the surface, it appeared that Cannavaro's lackluster performance and inadequate coaching abilities led to his lack of trust from the club. However, were these the only underlying factors? After Lippi's departure, Cannavaro aspired to swiftly take command of the team, yet every member of the Italian coaching staff was his senior, diminishing his authoritative presence. His directives often resembled requests rather than commands, leading to growing dissatisfaction with the coaching team's operations. The seasoned coaches, reluctant to yield to someone younger, began to undermine him. Consequently, the players' morale during training suffered significantly, and injuries plagued the squad. As the team's performance deteriorated on the pitch, Cannavaro ultimately faced dismissal due to the dismal results. However, Li Wei is not Cannavaro. He will not face a similar fate. Yet, poor performance weighs more heavily on him than mere dismissal. For this reason, Li Wei is reluctant to overhaul the entire coaching staff and instead plans to use the upcoming year as a transitional period, gradually integrating his personnel, even contemplating poaching from Pioli's ranks. Pausing for a moment, Li Wei confidently asserted, most importantly, if we cannot triumph over AC Milan, Roma, and Fiorentina, how can I speak of revitalizing Parma? Chapter 41. News Crisis 1. Previously, Li Wei's lengthy discourse had only slightly altered Camignani's expression. But this brief statement deeply resonated with him. Can Parma truly be revitalized? Camignani's voice trembled with emotion. Absolutely. Li Wei's response was resolute, imbued with a sense of determination. This is precisely why I have invested tens of millions of euros this summer. Camignani's face flushed with fervor as he earnestly gazed at Li Wei and declared, very well. I shall entrust my old bones to Benedict. You shall have your way. For the sake of Parma. Li Wei extended his right hand, not in a conventional handshake but with his arm bent. For the sake of Parma. Camignani felt as though he had regained 20 years of youth, his strong palm firmly clasping Levi's right hand, his voice infused with the fervor of youth. The training session for Parma did not last long, as the team was scheduled to board a flight to Kazan International Airport in Russia at 10 o'clock that evening. Consequently, they concluded their practice around 3:40 in the afternoon, allowing the players to return home, bid farewell to their families, and pack their belongings. This time, Parma's adversary, FC Rubin Kazan, is a professional football club situated in the Republic of Tatarstan, Russia. The team was promoted to the Russian Premier League in 2003. Yet this newcomer made a remarkable impact, finishing third in their inaugural season and securing a spot in the UEFA Cup. Since then, Rubin Kazan has consistently been a formidable presence in the Russian Premier League, occasionally even topping the standings. Currently, the club's most prominent star is Argentine Alejandro Dominguez, who rose to fame during the 2001 FIFA U20 World Cup, scoring the decisive second goal against the Chinese national youth team. However, in the subsequent match against France, he suffered a devastating injury inflicted by French player Mendy, resulting in a severe fracture of his right fibula, nearly derailing his professional career. Nevertheless, Dominguez triumphed over adversity with unwavering resilience and determination. Due to injuries affecting his form and playing time, he made only 29 appearances for River Plate over 4 seasons, netting 9 goals before decisively moving to Russia in 2004 to join mid-table team Rubin Kazan. There, Dominguez rediscovered his confidence, donning the number 7 jersey and making 23 appearances last season, scoring 13 goals and earning the Bronze Ball Award in the Russian Premier League. In comparison to Dominguez, Levi perceives Rubin Kazan's most significant threat to be their home field advantage. The reputation of the fighting spirit of the Russian people is well known both domestically and internationally, as their fans exert maximum effort to support the team, creating noise outside the hotel where the visiting team resides, assaulting players prior to the bus's arrival, and even throwing eggs and stones to cultivate an intimidating atmosphere at home. The weather in Moscow is notoriously harsh, and Kazan's winters are even colder and longer than those in Moscow. Fortunately, Parma will not have to contend with winter conditions when playing in Kazan. In September, the temperatures in Kazan, while cooler than Parma's, hover around a mild 17 degrees Celsius. Lastly, the playing surface is noteworthy due to the frigid winters. Most football fields in Russia are composed of artificial turf. Many remain unaware of the distinctions between artificial and natural grass. In comparison to artificial turf, the natural grass fibers of a natural grass football pitch exhibit limited elasticity, resulting in a diminished bounce for the ball when it strikes the ground. Consequently, high balls or rebounds do not ascend to great heights, facilitating athletes in reception, ball control, and stoppage. Conversely, artificial turf fields are predominantly composed of synthetic fibers, primarily polypropylene and polyethylene, with infill materials such as silica sand, rubber pellets, or a combination thereof, endowing them with remarkable resilience. This superior elasticity means that a football landing on such surfaces rebounds with considerable force, compelling athletes to recalibrate their positioning and assess the ball's rebound trajectory and height, thus impacting their inherent tactical skills. In summary, the contrasting rebound characteristics of the two types of grass dictate that athletes must employ distinct techniques for ball control, reception, and stoppage. For Parma, accustomed to playing on artificial turf, the transition poses a greater challenge than for Kazan Rubin. Furthermore, the susceptibility to injuries on artificial surfaces is a crucial concern that Li Wei must heed. This is why he opted not to extend the team's training in Parma, choosing instead to depart for Kazan International Airport on September 12th. This strategy ensured that Parma would arrive in Kazan during daylight on the 13th, allowing for local trainings, so that by the evening of the 14th, the players would at least possess a foundational understanding of the dynamics of ball control on artificial turf. Upon disembarking, it was already the early hours of the morning locally, and the lobby of Kazan International Airport was eerily quiet, with only a scattering of airport staff and hurried travelers present, devoid of the journalists that Li Wei disdained. This timing was pivotal for Li Wei's decision to fly from Parma to Kazan. The players, weary from their journey, had little inclination for anything beyond settling into their hotel rooms for rest. The following day, the team rose early, and Li Wei noted that the players appeared relatively refreshed, although certainly not in the same mental state as they would have been in Parma. "Let us proceed to the training ground," he instructed, having already arranged for a session on an artificial turf pitch for their daily practice. As they exited the hotel, before boarding the bus, a few journalists quickly snapped photographs and rushed to Li Wei's side. Although Li Wei was somewhat taken aback, it was not entirely unexpected. If the Russian sports journalists were still unaware of Parma's arrival in Kazan at this juncture, it would reflect poorly on their competence. However, the questions posed by these journalists left Li Wei astonished. "Mr. Chairman, are you in a romantic relationship with Ida Yespika?" "Li Wei, Ida Yespika's current boyfriend has publicly denounced you as a playboy, threatening to teach you a lesson with his fists. Do you have anything to say in response?" "Li Wei, has Ida Yespika become your target?" In an instant, Li Wei was bewildered. Ida Yespika? What was happening? One journalist, anticipating this turn of events, produced a newspaper and pointed to a photograph featured on the entertainment front page. Upon closer inspection, Li Wei discerned that the photograph, albeit somewhat blurred and evidently taken surreptitiously, unmistakably featured himself and Ida Yespika. The two figures were entwined in an embrace, with Aida's eyes gently closed, seemingly reveling in the warmth of Li Wei's hug. If Li Wei's intuition served him correctly, this moment captured the instant just before they were to part ways, coinciding with Aida's request for the embrace. The headline read, "The matriarch of Serie A falls for the debonair chairman," and to his astonishment, the newspaper was none other than the esteemed Gazzetta dello Sport, Italy's leading evening publication, boasting a daily circulation ranging from 600,000 to 800,000 copies. Before Li Wei could delve into the contents, the journalist had already folded the paper, his face alight with excitement as he proclaimed, "Li Wei, as long as you respond to our inquiries, you may take this newspaper home to peruse at your leisure." After a moment of contemplation, Li Wei ultimately decided that it would be prudent to refrain from making any statements. He found himself utterly uninformed about the current situation. As for the evening newspaper in the journalist's possession, it was merely a matter of ignorance on his part. He desired to obtain information. And a simple phone call to Italy would swiftly yield the latest updates, along with an electronic document sent via the internet. Was it truly necessary to barter answers for the evening paper? During the morning training session, Li Wei appeared somewhat distracted. Pioli, noticing his preoccupation, approached him despite the complexity of their current relationship. In a hushed tone, he advised, "Today's training is primarily focused on adaptation. I will keep an eye on things. If there are any matters to address, it is best to resolve them today, as tomorrow is the day of the match." Although Li Wei ultimately nodded in agreement, he remarked, "Very well, I shall rely on you to oversee this matter. The most pressing concern is not for the players to adeptly dribble or pass on the artificial turf, as that is unrealistic. Rather, it is imperative that they understand how to minimize the risk of injury to the greatest extent possible." Pioli nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I comprehend this, and I shall honor our agreement, exerting my utmost effort to assist you." Li Wei departed from the training ground and sought a tranquil spot. He promptly dialed the number of his public relations manager, Harry Thompson, whom he had recruited at considerable expense from Fleet Street. Thompson had previously served at renowned media giants such as The Sun, Reuters, and Sky News. "Boss, if you don't call me soon, I might just have to reach out to you," came Thompson's slightly aggrieved voice as soon as the call connected. Li Wei sensed that matters seemed to be more complicated than he had anticipated. "It was only this morning, during an interview with a journalist, that I learned about the situation concerning Ida Jespica. From your tone, it appears this news has brought me considerable trouble." Harry Thompson inquired gravely, "Boss, please be candid with me. What is your relationship with Ida Jespica? Or to put it more directly, to what extent are you two intimate? Have you shared a bed? A kiss? Or is it merely a matter of engaging in some relatively intimate gestures?" Li Wei, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "May I assert that your assumptions are entirely erroneous? I share no connection with Ida Jespica. Our encounter was merely coincidental. She expressed a desire for me to treat her to dinner, to which I acquiesced. Upon departing, she requested a brief embrace, and I consented. That is the entirety of our interaction. I do not even possess her phone number, nor have I shared mine with her. Not even the publicly available one." Chapter 42. The News Crisis 2. Before receiving Li Wei's call, Harry Thompson's mind had been rife with countless speculations, including the audacious notion that Li Wei and Ida Jespica were entangled in a clandestine relationship lasting several months, as well as the more conservative conjecture that their interactions were merely limited to the realm of kisses. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Li Wei had no intimate relationship with Ida Jespica whatsoever. "Hello? Hello? Why the silence?" Harry Thompson exclaimed incredulously, "Boss, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. This will significantly impact my forthcoming plans." Li Wei felt a surge of anger. He prided himself on his honesty. "Are you questioning my trust in you?" Harry Thompson's rational mind reassured him that Li Wei was not deceiving him, yet emotionally, he found the situation exceedingly bizarre. "Boss, I know you are not lying to me, but this is simply too strange. Who are you?" "The renowned prince of nightclubs in England, having mingled with countless models and celebrities." "And who is Ida Jespica?" "A well-known femme fatale, rumored to have had liaisons with numerous famous personalities, including the immensely popular American singer David Craig, the Italian pop star DJ Francesco, the tough guy American actor Bruce Willis, the Italian football icon Inzaghi, the Romanian star Mutu, and the legendary AC Milan captain Paolo Maldini's brother, Pier Cesare Maldini." After a brief pause, Harry Thompson continued, "Moreover, Ida Jespica's current boyfriend is the Italian national Matteo Ferrari, who plays for Roma. This staunch defender, Ferrari, has even forsaken his fiancée to win her affection. Now that Ferrari has learned of your alleged entanglement with his girlfriend, he has publicly vowed to confront you, a sentiment I shall refrain from relaying directly. If, indeed, you have no association with Ida Jespica, you may find yourself in a precarious position." Li Wei let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Let him, Ferrara, first defeat the 6 bodyguards I specifically hired before discussing this matter with me. If it is merely this, there is no need to pay Ferrara any mind. After all, Ferrara is just an ordinary star athlete. How significant could his influence possibly be? Indeed, Ferrara's sway is rather limited, yet this time, the outcry against the boss is not solely from him." Harry Thompson's voice carried a hint of frustration. Li Wei found a long bench against the wall and took a seat. "So, what exactly is the situation?" Harry Thompson inquired. Inzaghi stepped forward, asserting, "Even if I am a romantic rogue, I would never intrude upon another's love. AC Milan's vice president, Galliani, issued a statement. The president of a certain club believes that wealth can procure all things. He has succumbed to the devil's temptation and forfeited all noble morals. Paolo Maldini, the legendary captain of Milan, remarked about his brother, Pier Cesare Maldini. Li Wei is merely a philanderer. His entanglement with Ida Jespica is not a pursuit of love, but rather a mere amusement, relishing in the sight of Ferrara's anguish. There are other celebrities who have spoken regarding your affair with Ida Jespica, but I shall refrain from enumerating them here. Li Wei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he leaned back in his chair and remarked, after hearing these declarations, "Why do I feel like an utterly irredeemable person? A swift blade through my heart would be the lightest punishment I could receive." Harry Thompson shrugged and replied, "I believe that in this instance, Ida Jespica serves merely as a catalyst. Many are dissatisfied with your arrogance and are seizing the opportunity to stifle this emerging force in Serie A. Even if the matter with Ida Jespica did not arise, similar denunciations would inevitably surface in the future over other issues. However, if we consider it from a more optimistic perspective, the current outcry may not be entirely negative. Although numerous celebrities are being condemned, there has yet to be any substantial action taken." Li Wei shifted the phone to his left hand and shook his right arm, which had become numb from prolonged use of the device. He remarked, "Very well, please enlighten me on what I must do and how I can assist you." Harry Thompson remained silent for a moment before responding. "In truth, this matter can be deemed both troublesome and not troublesome at all." Li Wei, feeling dissatisfied, interrupted Harry Thompson, saying, "Enough with the suspense. Please reveal your plan." Harry Thompson smiled slightly, unperturbed by the interruption. "All that is required of you and Ida Jespica is to publicly issue a statement declaring that you are merely friends. Furthermore, you should make a charitable donation and volunteer at an orphanage or nursing home. If you also ensure that certain media outlets widely publicize this, the current crisis will be swiftly resolved." After a pause, Harry continued, "Ida Jespica is not an issue. I have already contacted her. However, she insists that you must come to Milan to discuss the joint statement in person. Additionally, you need to return to Italy for charitable work. So it would be advantageous for you to come back now." "Return to Italy now?" Li Wei's furrowed brow deepened. "Certainly," Harry exclaimed. "Surely, you do not believe that this crisis can be resolved merely by a phone call and a statement, without your physical presence? If you do not attend the press conference, it may evoke a negative perception, suggesting that your statement lacks sincerity. Moreover, the statement alone can only mitigate the bulk of the negative impact. Without your presence at the donation and volunteering efforts, it will be challenging to eliminate the remaining adverse effects. You will still come across as a wealthy playboy, which is detrimental to Parma's upcoming promotional plans. Is it absolutely necessary to return to Italy?" Li Wei furrowed his brows again. "Tomorrow is the match day against Kazan Rubin. If I go back to Italy now to deal with this scandal, I may not even make it back to Kazan before the match starts, let alone formulate a tactical plan to face Kazan Rubin. In other words, the responsibility of devising the strategy would inevitably fall on Pioli. Even if I managed to return to Kazan in time, my presence at the Kazan Rubin Stadium would hold little significance. I cannot simply arrive on site and overturn the meticulously crafted plans Pioli has prepared. That would be absurd." Chapter 43, The Media Crisis 3. Harry Thompson, aware of Li Wei's concerns, calmly replied, "It is not imperative, but returning now would facilitate a smoother resolution. I have calculated that if you come back to address this media crisis, it would likely cost around 300,000 euros. Should the situation continue to escalate, within 2 days, you would need to spend at least 1 million euros to rectify the issue, not to mention the additional time required. Please consider this carefully and call me back. I must reach out to others now to make some preliminary arrangements." Levi hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Very well, I will call you once I have made my decision." Harry Thompson remarked, "A friendly reminder. Your time to ponder is running short. Farewell." After hanging up the phone, Levi anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. He now regretted having acquiesced to Ida Jespica's request for an embrace. Was all of this instigated by Ida Jespica herself? However, at this juncture, Levi realized that dwelling on regrets was futile. Nor was it productive to ascertain why a photograph of him and Ida Jespica embracing had been captured by reporters and splashed across the front page of the evening newspaper's entertainment section. What truly mattered was determining whether he should return to Italy. Li Wei returned to the training ground, burdened with heavy thoughts. What is the matter? Pioli, deeply concerned for Li Wei, approached him without hesitation. Li Wei was acutely aware of Pioli's subtle intentions, which were merely conjectures regarding his potential return to Italy. Consequently, He was eager to ascertain the veracity of his assumptions. Should Li Wei indeed return to Italy? It was unequivocal that the match against Kazan Rubin would be led by Pioli. More significantly, although the encounter between Parma and Kazan Rubin was merely a qualification round for the Europa League, it nonetheless held the prestige of European competition. Wealthy clubs were likely to dispatch scouts to observe the proceedings, keen to discern which teams would advance, even if no clubs sent representatives. A resounding victory for Parma over Kazan Rubin would undoubtedly attract the attention of European clubs. This scenario would elevate Pioli's reputation across Europe, potentially paving the way for further distinguished performances in subsequent matches. Even if he and Li Wei were to part ways in the future, Pioli would not fear a lack of opportunities in the elite European leagues. Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at Pioli and with a resigned sigh, spoke, "I may not be able to participate in tomorrow's match, but there is one thing you must heed." Pioli, not one to conceal his emotions, immediately brightened with delight. "Rest assured, Mr. Chairman, I will take charge of this match, so it shall not count among the 10 matches of the wager." Li Wei felt somewhat speechless. He was utterly disinterested in the wager at hand. The matter he had urged Pioli to focus on had no connection to the bet whatsoever. "What I wanted you to pay attention to was Kazan Rubin. Regardless of their weaknesses, they remain a formidable team in the Russian Premier League. I recommend adopting a conservative approach, and I would be amenable to a draw." Upon hearing this, Pioli appeared somewhat displeased. "What do you mean by this, Li Wei? Do you no longer trust me?" Li Wei observed Pioli's silence, intuitively aware that his previous remarks had likely gone in one ear and out the other, rendering them virtually inconsequential. Noticing the atmosphere had cooled, Pioli, apprehensive that Li Wei might let others take the reins or remotely direct the match, ultimately chose to shatter the stillness. "I will proceed with caution," he stated, "yet I believe there is no need for excessive wariness. Although Kazan Rubin is a formidable team in the Russian Premier League, how can they possibly be compared to Parma? The combined transfer fees of our two forwards, Ribery and Di Natale, already surpassed the market value of Kazan Rubin's first team." Li Wei initially intended to continue persuading them, but after some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it, fearing it might have the opposite effect. To avoid potential harm, he chose to refrain. Li Wei raised his right hand to glance at his watch and remarked, "I must head to the airport now. The Kazan Rubin is entrusted to you." Palma beheld the scene, and Pioli's smile radiated like a blooming chrysanthemum. However, this description was a figment of Li Wei's imagination, for he felt a twinge of displeasure towards Pioli, who had appropriated what was rightfully his inaugural match in European competition. Li Wei would have to wait until September 28th for the second leg of the UEFA Cup qualifying round to make his long-anticipated debut on the European stage. Dealing with the issues surrounding the embrace of opportunity is neither overwhelmingly difficult nor exceedingly simple. Upon Li Wei's return to Italy by plane, many matters were deftly resolved. Li Wei and Ida Jespica met in Milan, where Ida immediately expressed to Li Wei that the photographs were not taken by her, but rather captured secretly, and she hoped Li Wei would believe her. Levi would naturally not be so easily swayed by Ida Jespica, yet during their meeting, he exhibited an unwavering trust in her, nodding with conviction as he declared, "I believe in you." Ida Jespica gazed at Levi, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Subsequently, the two jointly issued a statement asserting that they shared merely a platonic friendship, and that their embrace was simply a gesture of intimacy rather than an implication of any romantic entanglement as speculated by the media. Most importantly, Ida Jespica had somehow managed to persuade her irascible boyfriend, Ferrara, to refrain from discussing the so-called embrace scandal in front of the reporters. Li Wei engaged in several charitable endeavors while Harry Thompson made headlines. By the evening of September 14th, the adverse effects of the Huggate incident had nearly dissipated. As for the residual negativity, Li Wei need not concern himself excessively. Time would inevitably cleanse all. In contrast to the nearly concluded Huggate saga, Li Wei's attention has now shifted to the performance of Parma in the new season of the UEFA Europa League. The Europa League, an abbreviation for the UEFA Cup, is an annual knockout competition organized by the European football governing body, where clubs from across Europe vie for supremacy, ranking second in significance only to the UEFA Champions League in the realm of continental contests. Prior to the group stage of the European League, there are 4 rounds of qualifying matches. The champions of domestic cup competitions from associations ranked 52nd and 53rd in the UEFA rankings, alongside the domestic league runners-up from associations ranked 35th to 51st, excluding Liechtenstein, as well as the domestic league third-place teams from associations ranked 22nd to 51st, excluding Liechtenstein. and 3 recipients of the UEFA Fair Play Award enter the first round of qualifying matches, which are conducted as two-legged knockout ties. Currently, Parma is engaged in the first leg of the first round of qualifying against Kazan Rubin. The victor of this two-legged affair will advance to the group stage of the Europa League, while the loser will forfeit their opportunity to continue in this season's tournament. Chapter 44. Upsets. Although Li Wei harbored doubts about Kazan Rubin's capacity to overturn Parma at home, he still chose to watch the live broadcast of the match in front of the television. The pre-match festivities had concluded, and the camera shifted its focus to the head coaches of both teams. The initial shot did not feature the home team's coach, Kurban Berdiev of Kazan Rubin, but rather the more renowned coach of Parma, Stefano Pioli. The close-up shot allowed viewers to clearly discern Pioli's appearance. Just as Li Wei set down his glass and focused on the television, he was taken aback. Pioli's eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of someone afflicted with conjunctivitis. Moreover, it was evident that not only were his eyes red, but the area around them was also distinctly darkened, akin to having applied smoky eye makeup. His whole visage appeared haggard, with a faint stubble surrounding his lips. The camera swiftly transitioned to other Parma players, most of whom bore a listless expression, appearing dispirited and fatigued. What could have transpired? Li Wei swiftly grasped his mobile phone, pondering for a moment before dialing John Wolfgang. John Wolfgang, the head of the medical and fitness team, had been generously hired from Germany by Li Wei. Hello, John, what on earth is happening? Why do Pioli and the players appear so exhausted? What transpired? As soon as the call connected, Li Wei bombarded him with questions. I only fell asleep past 3. John Wolfgang replied, his voice lacking vigor. Pioli and the players likely drifted off no more than a few minutes before me. Li Wei expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning, why did you all stay up so late last night? What were you up to? John Wolfgang, still in a state of fatigue, replied, the Russian fans were utterly wild. They harassed us all night long right across the street from the hotel. What about the police? Did you not call them? Li Wei inquired. John Wolfgang responded with a sense of resignation. It was utterly futile. Even after we called for help, it took the Russian police a full hour to arrive. By then, the fans had likely received word and dispersed within 5 minutes. Once the police left, those raucous fans reappeared in their original spots, creating a cacophony with various means. Eventually, I was so exhausted, and with other guests also calling the police, we finally managed to get some sleep. Those damned Russians. Li Wei could do little but curse under his breath. John Wolfgang, his voice heavy with fatigue, concluded, Sir, if there is nothing else, I must hang up. I need to catch up on my sleep. I am utterly drained. As he spoke, a faint sound of snoring began to emerge. Li Wei silently hung up the phone, redirecting his focus to the match. Today, Parma fielded a semi-regular lineup. The goalkeeper remained the seasoned Handanovi, yet several alterations were evident in the defense. Chiellini partnered with Pacey, while Srna took the right-back position and the left-back was the substitute, Posetti. The midfield saw even greater transformations, with Grella teaming up with Yaya Toure as the double pivot, while Mofio operated centrally as the attacking midfielder. Hemke and Ribéry occupied the left and right flanks respectively, with Di Natale stationed at the forefront. Pioli employed a 4-2-3-1 formation, contrasting with Li Wei's 4-3-3 setup. On the surface, the distinction between 4-2-3-1 and 4-3-3 may appear minimal, yet the underlying differences are substantial. The 4-2-3-1 formation demands rigorous standards for both offense and defense. It requires the two fullbacks to be versatile players adept in both attacking and defensive duties. Akin to the likes of Zanetti and Cafu, the expectations for the double pivot in midfield are even more stringent. One must possess exceptional stamina and defensive capabilities, primarily responsible for guarding the midfield, while the other needs to excel in dribbling, passing, and controlling the tempo of the game. Gattuso and Pirlo of Milan epitomize this dynamic partnership. However, the pairing of Yaya Toure and the Australian Grella in the double pivot raises questions, not only due to their contrasting playing styles, but also because it marks their first official collaboration. The requirement for the wide midfielders to deliver crosses is relatively low. However, they must possess remarkable abilities to cut inside and score. Ribéry certainly meets this criterion, yet the other wide midfielder, Hemke, whose speed is average, prompts doubts about his suitability. As the central figure in the 4-2-3-1 formation, the attacking midfielder embodies the soul of the setup, necessitating not only traditional playmaking abilities, but also a formidable capacity to score. Mofio, however, tends to be overly possessive of the ball, a trait Li Wei sought to rectify. Which is why he substituted Mofio for the Croatian Modri at halftime during the match against Torino, due to the utilization of a lone striker. The midfield bears an increased burden of offensive responsibility. In this formation, the forward must excel at positioning, ball protection, and scoring capabilities. Is Di Natale a powerful striker? Li Wei does not share this belief. While Di Natale possesses a strong goal-scoring ability, his physical attributes are lacking, and the majority of his goals rely on teammates drawing defensive attention. Assigning Di Natale as the solitary forward does not imply he will be unable to score. Rather, it may render his offensive efforts exceedingly strenuous. Moreover, Li Wei primarily trained his team in the 4-3-3 formation. Can the players truly adapt to Pioli's new tactics in such a sudden shift? Li Wei felt a subtle unease within him, yet found himself powerless to alter the situation. Even if he were to occupy the coaching bench at the Kazan Ruby Stadium, the predicament would remain unchanged. The formation is not something that can be modified on a whim. It requires players capable of executing the corresponding adjustments. The match commenced with the sharp sound of the referee's whistle. Kazan Ruby initiated the kickoff, swiftly transitioning through the midfield before sending the ball into Parma's half, launching an assault from the flanks. The attack originated from the side of Hamsik, who promptly engaged in defense. However, his defensive prowess left much to be desired, allowing the opponent to easily bypass him, separating the ball from his person with ease. Subsequently, the adversary advanced towards the penalty area, delivering a cross that was fortuitously intercepted by Chiellini, who leapt to clear the ball from danger. Yet, this offensive foray by Kazan Ruby was merely a microcosm of the entire match. Aware that Parma had not rested well the previous night, Kazan Ruby unleashed a relentless barrage, affording Parma no respite. Of course, Parma was not without opportunities to counterattack. However, each long ball directed towards Di Natale was either thwarted by the towering Russian center-backs who utilized their physical advantage to outmaneuver the 177-meter-tall Di Natale, or they effectively blocked his positioning, compelling Di Natale to struggle to control the ball. Before the ball even descended, the Russian defenders would jostle Di Natale aside, seizing possession. Chapter 45. Upset 2. The initial 20 minutes of this match could aptly be described as a demonstration of offensive and defensive tactics, with the attacking side unleashing a relentless onslaught while the defenders were left to fend off the onslaught with little recourse. The turning point of the match arrived in the 21st minute, when a Kazan Ruby player unexpectedly opted for a through ball rather than a cross. At this moment, the deficiencies in the partnership between Chiellini and Pesci became apparent. Their lack of synergy was evident, as Chiellini advanced in an attempt to execute a delayed offside trap, while Pesci remained stationary in confusion. Kazan Ruby star player, Domingos, showed no mercy, his reflexes sharp as a cheetah. He swiftly closed in on the ball. Domingos successfully evaded the offside trap. Handanovic bravely charged forward, yet Domingos, cool and composed, executed a deft flick that sent the ball skittering beneath Handanovic's outstretched arm and into the net behind him. The Kazan Ruby Stadium erupted in jubilant cheers as an Argentine raised his right hand in triumph. Domingos, living up to expectations, had sent the ball into the net guarded by Handanovic. At that moment, the television broadcast shifted to Parma's coach, Pioli, who appeared incandescent with rage, bellowing instructions and pulling a Parma player aside for a tactical discussion amidst Kazan Ruby's celebrations. The commentator, perplexed, remarked, "It seems Parma is preparing to intensify their offensive efforts. However, given their unresolved defensive issues, is such a strategy truly advisable?" Li Wei furrowed his brow, feeling utterly helpless. Even while seated on the bench at the Kazan Ruby Stadium, the match had been entrusted to Pioli, and now he was powerless to alter the unfolding events. The game had barely commenced. Merely 5 minutes had elapsed when, in the 25th minute, Kazan Ruby scored again. This goal capitalized on Parma's desperate urge to equalize. Kazan Ruby's midfield intercepted the ball, launching a swift counterattack. Domingos found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but Handanovic made a superb save. Yet, another forward from Kazan Ruby, the Russian Yakin, swiftly followed up, seizing the opportunity to score before Parma's defender, Pesci, could intervene. At that moment, Handanovic, having just fallen, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past him into the net behind. 2-0. The Kazan Ruby Stadium had transformed into a carnival. The home fans rejoiced, singing and dancing, with some even shedding their clothes, donning only their underwear as they celebrated in true warrior spirit. Ultimately, Parma succumbed to a 1-4 defeat against Kazan Ruby. The final goal was scored by Ribery in stoppage time during the second half, a last-minute strike in the 92nd minute. At that moment, Kazan Ruby's players had relaxed their guard, and Ribery burst through a double team of Kazan Ruby defenders on the left flank, catching them off guard. He then evaded another defender, entering the penalty area, and unleashed a powerful curling shot. The Kazan Ruby goalkeeper was taken aback, frozen in place as the ball nearly found the top corner, settling into the net. With that goal, the match came to a close, marked by the referee's short and long whistle signifying the end. Pioli appeared numb, a reaction befitting the scoreline. The commentator derided, remarking on Parma's expenditure of €50 million in transfer fees this season, yet their reluctance to invest in a top-tier coach would haunt them throughout the season. The scoreboard at Kazan Ruby Stadium spoke volumes. Parma's journey in the Europa League was at an end. This further illustrated that since their hiatus in 2005, which ended a 15-year streak of European competition, the current Parma was no longer the formidable team it once was. It was a widely acknowledged truth that Parma was superior to Kazan Ruby. Yet, how could the score be so lopsided? 4-1, a brutal scoreline. While many would attribute the blame to Pioli, Li Wei understood that the situation was far more complex. Pioli had indeed erred, but not in his capabilities, rather. His misjudgment lay in his mindset. Eager to surpass Li Wei's triumph against Torino, Pioli sought to promote players close to him. In the match against Kazan Ruby, Pioli made significant alterations to the starting lineup, shifting the formation from 4-3-3 to 4-2-3-1. The unfamiliarity among teammates, the unaccustomed formation, and the audacious offensive strategy culminated in a resounding defeat for Pioli. Li Wei pressed the power button on the remote control, realizing the necessity of addressing his relationship with Pioli. The following day, Li Wei refrained from perusing any newspapers, for he was well aware that the coverage regarding Parma would undoubtedly be one-sided, rendering it unnecessary to subject himself to further distress. Li Wei arrived early at the Collecchio training base. Typically, according to tradition, particularly on the first day following a match, the team would usually disband for a day, or at the very least, rest for half a day before reconvening for training in the afternoon. However, upon the conclusion of the match, Li Wei promptly contacted Pioli, sternly instructing him to inform all players that the holiday was cancelled and training would proceed as usual. The first to arrive at the Collecchio training base was Chiellini, who felt a sense of unease upon seeing Li Wei already present at the training ground, standing by the pitch. "Good morning, sir." Chiellini greeted Li Wei with a hint of trepidation. "Good morning, Gio," Li Wei replied, his expression far less severe than Chiellini had anticipated as he offered a radiant smile. "I watched yesterday's match. Although your performance was not up to par, overall, you have shown commendable improvement in your role as a center-back. Keep it up." "Yes." Chiellini, who expected a harsh reprimand from Li Wei, was unexpectedly touched by his encouragement, igniting a fervent desire to excel for someone who recognized his efforts. As each player arrived at the training ground, Li Wei refrained from scolding them, instead offering words of encouragement. Even Patch, who had maintained a subtle animosity towards Li Wei, received the same level of support. However, when Pioli finally arrived, Li Wei unleashed a fierce reprimand. For any club to achieve success, there are numerous paths, but internal strife is unequivocally not one of them. If you continue to entertain unrealistic notions and put the team at risk, do not blame me for tearing up our agreement and expelling you from the club. Pioli's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Yet he recognized his culpability and ultimately lowered his proud head, responding, "I understand, Mr. Chairman." Chapter 46. Encouragement and reprimand. Why does Li Wei's demeanor towards the players starkly contrast with that towards Pioli? The majority of the players Li Wei has brought in are youthful, with Chiellini, for instance, being merely 22 years old, while the youngest, Hazard, is only 16. Young players require encouragement primarily, with reprimands as a secondary measure, as their emotional resilience is quite fragile. In contrast, Pioli, being not only an adult but also the one responsible for the team's recent defeat, warranted a more severe admonishment from Li Wei. Failing to do so would be a disservice to himself and to the fans of Parma. After training, as Li Wei drove home, he immediately sensed the looming storm. La Gazzetta dello Sport. Parma exposes weaknesses. Their so-called strength is mere facade. Tuttosport. Parma plagued by internal strife. Head coach unhappy with chairman's interference in first team. Corriere dello Sport. Galliani. Parma, a sheep in wolf's clothing. Li Wei paid particular attention to Galliani's remarks. Parma had invested significantly this season, with expenditures such as 13 million for Ribery and 15 million for Di Natale. Yet these funds had not been allocated wisely. Ribéry made a fortuitous purchase, while Di Natale evidently erred in his judgment. Observing the match against Kazan Rubin, one can discern Di Natale's performance: 2 attempts on goal, yet neither met the target. Conversely, the ball often found its way to his feet, only to be intercepted. I shall refrain from commenting on the other Parma players individually. Although Parma may appear formidable, they are, in essence, merely a sheep donning a wolf's disguise. Their strength is far less than anticipated, as demonstrated by Kazan Rubin. With merely 2 days remaining until the match, Li Wei is acutely aware that such criticism is merely the beginning, and the intensity will only escalate tomorrow. On September 16th, the onslaught will be amplified by a more significant figure, former Parma star Hristo Stoichkov, who vehemently criticized Parma in the Milan sports newspaper. For Parma to reclaim its former glory, numerous actions must be undertaken. Primarily, the team requires a genuinely knowledgeable football administrator. Benedict Li Wei is an excellent businessman. However, his understanding of football is limited to mere passion and lacks the acumen for professional football. It is imperative to recognize that in Italian professional football, recruitment must be determined by a professional manager. Li Wei is unaware of the specific types of players Parma lacks, or whom to recruit. His approach is merely to buy for the sake of buying and sell for the sake of selling, in a bid to conserve funds. He has even appointed a young coach from the Italian Serie B. Regarding Hristo Stoichkov, most fans may not recall him. Yet he is one of the few superstars in Parma's history. Born in 1966 in Plovdiv, Bulgaria, Stoichkov is renowned for his exquisite left-footed skills and fiery temperament. He has played for teams such as CSKA Sofia, Barcelona, and Parma, rising to prominence at Barcelona. Under Cruyff's tutelage from 1991 to 1994, Stoichkov helped Barcelona dominate La Liga for 4 consecutive years, netting over 100 goals. With him, Romario, and Laudrup, Barcelona became a formidable force in Spain. In 1992, they secured their first-ever European Cup, with Stoichkov being a key contributor. On the international stage, Hristo Stoichkov led the Bulgarian national team to 2 World Cups, earning the title of top scorer joint at the 1994 World Cup and the European Footballer of the Year accolade. His criticisms have resonated with many Parma fans who, rather than staging large-scale protests, have opted to display banners urging the chairman to fulfill his duties, expressing gratitude for the investment in Parma while imploring him to also execute his responsibilities effectively. Li Wei was indifferent to these matters. AC Milan represented the most formidable adversary he had encountered during his coaching career. Even though this formidable opponent had recently suffered a significant setback due to the phone scandal, no one dared to underestimate AC Milan, one of the traditional triumvirates of Italian football. This is due to their illustrious history spanning over a century, during which AC Milan has secured 17 league titles and 6 European Champions League trophies, establishing themselves as a premier powerhouse in European football. Throughout AC Milan's storied past, many legendary players have emerged, from the likes of Nordahl, Rivera, and Baresi to the Dutch trio, and more recently, Maldini, Nesta, Kak, and Shevchenko. Each of these stars has commanded their own era, their brilliance illuminating the skies over the iconic San Siro Stadium. On the coaching front, AC Milan is under the guidance of the esteemed Carlo Ancelotti, a tactician revered in Serie A. His exceptional ability to understand and utilize talent is his hallmark, having revitalized players like Seedorf and Pirlo. The 4-3-1-2 formation he meticulously crafted for AC Milan has proven immensely effective in recent seasons, emphasizing a strategy that harmonizes wing play with central penetration, allowing the team to display an exquisite brand of attacking football. As the new season unfolds, despite Shevchenko's transfer to the Premier League and the deduction of 8 points due to the phone scandal, the Rossoneri remain strong contenders for the championship under his stewardship. In the summer transfer window, although AC Milan's expenditures were not as monumental as those of Parma, their acquisitions should not be overlooked. Securing Favalli on a free transfer, recalling Bracchi, and signing Bonera from Parma at a modest price were all highly strategic moves. Of course, AC Milan's most significant endeavor remains the quest for a replacement for Shevchenko, who transferred to Chelsea. However, the search for a new forward has proven arduous. Initially targeting Ibrahimovic and Crespo, both eventually found themselves playing in Milan, but not for AC Milan. Rather, they joined their century-old rivals, Inter Milan. At one point, AC Milan was also close to signing the extraterrestrial Ronaldo from Real Madrid, yet ultimately, the Brazilian did not return to Serie A. Instead, AC Milan managed to acquire another Brazilian forward, Oliveira, from La Liga. In addition, AC Milan has secured the promising talent Gorkov, which serves as a commendable enhancement to their midfield. Typically, one would expect such a significant player to emerge only at the last moment, yet in the Serie A league. Li Wei, a coach who has only recently overseen a single professional match, finds himself leading his team in their rookie phase against AC Milan and Parma. This marks Li Wei's inaugural match at Parma's home ground, and while there may be many future home encounters, this particular occasion is undoubtedly one to be remembered. Chapter 47. A barefaced provocation. The Italian media's fervent hype surrounding this match stems, on one hand, from their ambivalent feelings towards Li Wei. They admire his outspoken nature yet resent his contemptuous attitude towards them. On the other hand, the second round of Serie A fixtures offers little in terms of captivating matchups, with the only notable clash being Parma against AC Milan. The once great triumvirate of Juventus now finds itself in Serie B, while Inter Milan faces the historically renowned Sampdoria, now a shadow of its former self. In recent seasons, Sampdoria has fallen from grace, having finished 16th last season, perilously close to relegation. Even though Sampdoria has bolstered its squad with several capable players this season, they remain significantly inferior to Inter Milan. Serie A comprises 20 teams, each round featuring 20 press conferences. However, in the lead-up to the second round, most journalists focus solely on one team, Parma. This is largely due to a recent press conference for AC Milan, where a journalist posed a question to Ancelotti. What is your assessment of Li Wei serving as an assistant coach? Ancelotti, seated with an expression of displeasure, replied, "There is nothing worse than a novice meddling in football, especially when that novice is the club president." Li Wei's actions in Parma evoke comparisons to the infamous Roman Emperor Nero. Nero is renowned in the annals of ancient Roman history, not for his military prowess or for revitalizing Rome, but rather for his brutality. To construct his grand palace without facing public dissent, Nero secretly orchestrated the burning of civilian homes near the palace, resulting in the complete destruction of 3 of Rome's 14 districts, with 7 others affected, leaving only 4 districts unscathed. The devastating inferno resulted in the tragic loss of thousands of lives, leaving approximately 200,000 individuals homeless. In the aftermath of the fire, Nero seized the opportunity to embark on grand construction projects, erecting a resplendent palace for himself. It is evident that Ancelotti harbors profound anger towards the interference of outsiders in the realm of football. All journalists are aware that Li Wei is not a benevolent individual. Quite the contrary, he is a person who believes in the principle of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Therefore, in today's pre-match press conference, an unprecedented influx of nearly 100 reporters gathered. Such treatment is rarely witnessed, even during the Milan derby. As the journalists settled in, Li Wei and Pioli made their entrance. Pioli wore a stoic expression, a detail the reporters scarcely noted, as they were well aware that Pioli, the so-called head coach, had long been under Li Wei's thumb, serving merely as a mascot in today's pre-match press conference. The reporters also observed Li Wei's furrowed brow upon his arrival. La Gazzetta dello Sport's renowned journalist, Laudisa, was in high spirits. La Gazzetta and Li Wei are fierce rivals, and witnessing his adversary's furrowed brow undoubtedly lifted Laudisa's mood. What delighted him even more was being the first to pose a question. In just the second round of the league, Parma faced the formidable AC Milan, a team that has clinched the league title 17 times and the European Cup 6 times. Given such an opponent, how many goals do you anticipate conceding? Such a question was nothing short of a blatant provocation. However, the inquiry came from Laudisa of La Gazzetta, and no one was surprised, as it is well known that La Gazzetta holds a deep-seated disdain for Li Wei, often seeking to challenge him directly. Yet, Laudisa seemed to have forgotten the consequences of his previous provocation, which had resulted in a resounding rebuttal from Li Wei. Of course, this time Laudisa was convinced he would emerge as the one to strike back at Li Wei, rather than being on the receiving end. Many awaited Li Wei's sharp retort, believing he could not possibly remain indifferent in the face of such provocation. They understood that Li Wei is akin to a spring. The greater the force applied, the more formidable his counterattack. All eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at Li Wei. Li Wei sat upon the platform, gazing at the face of the Turinese sports journalist, Laudisa, which bore an unmistakable challenge. The visage was so close that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could deliver a resounding slap. However, alas, this time he could not indulge in such an act. Not only was he unable to retaliate, but he also owed a debt of gratitude to Laudisa for his cooperation. for Ladisa had unwittingly presented him with a rare and fortuitous opportunity. This was far more convincing than if he were to broach the subject abruptly on his own. Li Wei lifted his gaze to glance at Ladisa, his brow furrowing even deeper. Witnessing this expression, many reporters were nearly astounded, for such a troubled and pensive Li Wei was indeed a rarity that few had ever encountered. When has Li Wei ever exhibited his troubles in public? Even amidst a string of 5 consecutive defeats in the summer warm-up matches and facing relentless media scrutiny. Not a trace of weakness was discernible in him. Instead, Li Wei silenced the media, dismissed Torino, and boldly proclaimed at the press conference that he would approach every matter with unwavering resolve. In the midst of the astonished expressions surrounding him, Li Wei finally spoke. His voice was subdued, revealing a hint of discontent. Our luck has indeed been poor, facing AC Milan in the second round of the league. I do not wish to deceive by uttering sweet nothings. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides cannot be bridged by mere harsh words. A murmur of disbelief swept through the room. All the journalists were convinced they had misheard. Had Li Wei, the one who had boldly declared before the match against Torino that he would certainly win, merely a question of by how many goals, truly admitted to weakness so readily? Goodness! Was the apocalypse truly upon them? The reporters in the press hall seemed collectively petrified, rendered speechless by Li Wei's words. Even the previously self-satisfied Ladisa was struck dumb. He had envisioned numerous scenarios in which Li Wei would refute him, yet he never anticipated that Li Wei would yield. Was this truly the Li Wei he knew? In the midst of an eerie silence, Li Wei's words resonated with extraordinary clarity. Though we are fighting on home turf, it does not imply we possess any inherent advantage. I believe that in the match against AC Milan, Parma should adopt a mindset centered on learning from traditional powerhouses. Yet, few were paying heed to his sentiments anymore. They were simply astonished that Li Wei had, for the first time, shown signs of concession. After Ladisa sat down, another journalist who had previously faced Li Wei's rebuttal stood up and inquired. The head coach of AC Milan mentioned in the pre-match press conference. What is your perspective on his assessment? Levi rose to his feet and declared, since Ancelotti believes I have interfered with the match, I shall now relinquish my hold. With that, Levi turned and departed, much like a gentle breeze, waving his sleeve without taking a single cloud away. Chapter 48. The media's retaliation. The reporters, witnessing Levi's retreating figure, felt a surge of frustration. Is it possible that you do not have a twin brother? Are you truly Benedict Levi? They glanced once more at the expressionless yet adequately performing mascot, Pioli, and their desire to inquire faded. Yet, one journalist, suppressing his irritation, posed a question to Pioli. Coach, how do you perceive the upcoming match against AC Milan? Pioli responded, we shall deliver a splendid performance for our fans. The reporters retorted, is that all? Can you be a tad more official? Another journalist asked, what is your take on Ancelotti's criticism? Pioli replied, I am not aware of this matter. The journalists, exasperated, muttered, are you merely Pioli's puppet, oblivious to everything? Thus, the opulent pre-match press conference concluded in an anticlimactic manner. From that evening onward, the evening papers, radio broadcasts, and television news were inundated with reports of Levi's helpless capitulation in response to the provocation from Torino's sports reporter, Lodi. Any fan following Serie A could not possibly overlook this news. Many supporters were taken aback. Although Levi had not coached numerous matches, his assertiveness and pride were well known. Moreover, it was common knowledge that he was the president of Parma, as long as he remained solvent, even if he were to lead Parma into the depths of Serie D. He could still hold the position of coach. AC Milan fans, brimming with pride for their team, reveled in the fact that even a defiant club president had to bow before AC Milan. What an impressive display of dominance! The reporters felt a blend of exhilaration and disappointment. The happiness stemmed from their long-standing disdain for Levi. Not only was he a foreigner, but he also dared to be so audacious in his own country. In the face of a historically illustrious Torino team, he had the audacity to proclaim, I will certainly win. The only question is by how many goals. Did he truly comprehend the stature of his adversary? The uncrowned king. To be so brazen before such a figure was astounding. Consequently, the media relentlessly disparaged Levi and Parma in anticipation of the match against Torino. And what was the outcome? The halftime score left the media quite satisfied, as they believed their critiques had been remarkably successful. Parma's performance at the Olympic Stadium in Turin was indeed as dismal as they had depicted. However, in the second half, Parma delivered a stunning display that took everyone by surprise. Trailing by 2 goals at halftime, Parma struck with the swiftness of lightning. scoring 4 goals in the second half and executing a passionate and exhilarating comeback. This electrifying performance sent the fans into a frenzy. With the notable exception of those supporting Torino, it also served as a resounding slap in the face to all the media that had criticized Parma before the match. The scoreline seemed to mock the ignorance of these journalists, taunting them with the message, "You may disparage me, yet I still triumph over my adversaries." However, this rebuke did not intimidate the media. Rather, it ignited their fury. Consequently, they intensified their criticism of the coach, Li Wei, even during the pre-match press conference ahead of Parma's encounter with AC Milan. While most reporters typically posed neutral questions about the pressure of facing such an opponent and defensive strategies, a journalist from Torino's sports newspaper, La Gazzetta, brazenly asked a humiliating question. In just the second round of the league, Parma faces AC Milan, a team with 17 league titles and 6 Champions League trophies. How many goals do you expect to lose by? According to the media's expectations, Li Wei would surely erupt in anger, providing them with a sensational headline. Yet, the typically resolute Li Wei surprisingly faltered. This left many in the media questioning reality as if they were caught in a dream. Their disappointment was palpable. It seemed they had lost a prime source of news. A sense of loneliness hung in the air, as they lamented, "Indeed, our king without a crown is the most formidable, none can withstand him." At the press conference that day, an astonishing moment unfolded. Li Wei, known for his unwavering character, candidly admitted that his team could not possibly face AC Milan in the upcoming Serie A match with the intention of defeat. This revelation was nothing short of unbelievable. It is worth noting that at the beginning of the season, Li Wei, under immense pressure, had declared before his team's first match against the renowned coach Zaccheroni's Red Bulls that he would secure victory, merely by defeating Torino by several goals. At that time, many thought he had lost his mind. Yet, he ultimately guided his team to an exhilarating comeback, triumphing 4-2 after being down 0-2 at halftime against the Red Bulls. Although Li Wei had only been with Parma for 3 months, those who followed the team knew him to be a person of great resolve, regardless of the circumstances. He consistently displayed a formidable demeanor. Even after a string of 5 consecutive defeats in warm-up matches, he steadfastly asserted that the team was on the right track. Thus, his capitulation this time was truly unexpected. Although Li Wei's decision to concede was surprising, a closer analysis reveals that it is, in fact, quite predictable. This outcome was anticipated. Previously, regardless of circumstances, Li Wei's assertiveness stemmed from the relatively weaker opposition he faced, primarily during warm-up matches against top teams from smaller leagues in Serie B in Italy. Even when confronted with formidable opponents, their strength was limited. The opening round of the league against the Red Bulls, despite their illustrious history, which dates back 57 years, does little to obscure the fact that Torino is merely a newly promoted team. With a concerted effort or a stroke of luck, Parma could still craft a miracle. However, the second round of Serie A presents a different challenge. Their adversary is the formidable AC Milan, a top-tier European club that has performed admirably in recent seasons, finishing as runners-up in both the league and the Champions League in the 2004-2005 season. Had it not been for the Calciopoli scandal last season, which resulted in a 30-point deduction, AC Milan would have accumulated 88 points, falling just 3 points short of champions Juventus, leaving the majority of Serie A teams far behind. Even during their prime, Parma would not have dared to claim they could overturn AC Milan at home, let alone in their current state of rebuilding. In the face of such a stark disparity in strength, the possibility of any miracle occurring is nearly obliterated. Chapter 49. The media's counterattack to this is not Li Wei conceding in advance. Rather, it is a forced submission to the harsh realities he faces. Even if he wished to stand firm, he could not. The concepts of relegation-threatened teams and title contenders are entirely distinct. This distinction was evident in the recently concluded Europa League qualifying rounds. AC Milan competes in the Champions League, having reached the semi-finals for 4 consecutive years, during which they secured 1 championship and 1 runner-up title. This year, AC Milan's objective is undoubtedly the Champions League title, with their odds of victory ranking 4th among the numerous clubs participating in the tournament. Clearly, many bookmakers regard AC Milan as a strong contender for the Champions League crown. In contrast, Parma? The score from the qualifying round concluded 3 days ago speaks volumes about Parma's imminent end to their European journey, with no opportunity to even participate in the main event. Compared to AC Milan, Parma cannot even make it onto the odds board for winning the Europa League. Parma's bench strength is insufficient, a common fatal flaw among smaller clubs. On September 10th, Parma fielded their full starting lineup against Torino. 4 days later, on September 14th, in the Europa League qualifying match against Kazan's Rubin, Parma deployed the majority of their first-team players. And tomorrow evening, just 3 days after their match against Rubin Kazan, Parma will face their second Serie A fixture. Parma is undoubtedly struggling to assemble even their starting lineup to ensure they can secure more points in the upcoming matches, thereby increasing their chances of avoiding relegation. Parma will undoubtedly forfeit this seemingly unwinnable match, allowing their key players, who have just returned from Russia, to enjoy additional rest in preparation for the Serie A third-round match in 3 days. Nevertheless, Parma's prospects for relegation remain bleak, as their third-round opponent is the formidable Fiorentina. Thus, I believe that the Serie A's second-round match on the evening of September 17th between Parma and AC Milan lacks any suspense. Even if Parma plays on home turf, what difference does it make? The illustrious squad of AC Milan is certain to triumph effortlessly over Parma. Li Wei gazed at the television, chuckling incessantly at the analysis of his actions by the guests. Beside him, the strength coach, John Wolfgang, expressed his discontent, saying, "Sir, how can you laugh when others hold such a poor opinion of you? Are you truly the president and coach of Parma?" Levi smiled and remarked, "Of course. I currently wish they would look down on me even more." John Wolfgang retorted sarcastically, "Are you out of your mind? You are the one who is unwell." After casting a glance at John Wolfgang, Levi elucidated, as stated in The Art of War. He initially intended to impress by referencing a Chinese proverb, but upon realizing that John Wolfgang had no knowledge of Chinese culture and likely was unfamiliar with the art of war, let alone its allusions, he deemed it futile to continue, like playing music to a cow. Li Wei reluctantly abandoned the notion of ostentation and explained candidly, "Our strength pales in comparison to that of AC Milan. To triumph over them, we cannot rely solely on brute force. Rather, we must devise alternative strategies and explore unconventional avenues. My deliberate display of humility is intended to convey to our opponents that we pose no threat, thus lulling them into complacency, which, in turn, affords us an opportunity. Let us not forget that we face a daunting challenge in the third round of Serie A in 3 days. However, AC Milan's situation is even more formidable. On September 19th, they will commence their Champions League campaign, hosting the Portuguese powerhouse Benfica, and to secure the top position in their group, AC Milan will undoubtedly exert their utmost effort against Benfica. The intensity of AC Milan's schedule rivals, if not exceeds, that of Parma. In circumstances that allow for some of their key players to rest, AC Milan will surely not squander the chance. John Wolfgang is not lacking in intelligence. A brief explanation from Li Wei sufficed for him to grasp the situation. No wonder you desire to be underestimated by the media. It appears you wish to leverage their narratives to mislead your adversaries, fostering the impression that Parma is hardly a concern, thereby creating an opportunity for yourself. Li Wei smiled with a hint of pride. Johann Wolfgang remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Is AC Milan truly foolish? This is such a simple truth that even I comprehend it. Could AC Milan possibly be oblivious to it?" Li Wei fell into a prolonged silence, as if contemplating something profound. Ultimately, he simply shook his head and, with an air of indifference, replied, "I do not know." John Wolfgang, caught off guard, gasped for breath and began to cough. Once he managed to regain his composure, he glared at Li Wei and exclaimed, "You do not know?" Li Wei spread his hands and shrugged. "Indeed, I do not know." John Wolfgang, feeling discontented, inquired, "How can you possibly not know? You have gone so far as to feign weakness before the media that has relentlessly targeted you, all in an effort to deceive AC Milan. Such statements, following tonight's publicity, are bound to dampen the morale of the players. After all your sacrifices, you remain oblivious?" Li Wei calmly remarked, "Why should I concern myself with that? I am not a prophet, and I cannot foresee the future. I have not placed spies or listening devices beside Ancelotti, so how could I possibly know his thoughts? Yet, undertaking this action may indeed lead to success. If I refrain from acting, then there will be no opportunity at all. The slightest hint of disdain from the opponent presents us with a chance." John Wolfgang, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You are essentially gambling. Should you fail, the repercussions could be dire. Football is, after all, a gamble. Without incurring costs and embracing risks, how can one expect to triumph over a stronger adversary?" Li Wei appeared unfazed. "Then I can only wish you good luck." John Wolfgang found himself at a loss for words in response to Li Wei. "Thank you." Li Wei smiled gently. There was another individual, akin to Li Wei, seated before a television, engrossed in this particular program. Naturally, many were watching television, and numerous viewers tuned into this episode. However, this individual was distinct. He was none other than Carlo Ancelotti, the head coach of AC Milan, affectionately known in the circles as Fat Ancelotti. He sat in his office chair, the harsh overhead light dimmed, with only the desk lamp casting a muted glow. The primary source of illumination in the office emanated from the television screen, its flickering light dancing across his face. As he gazed at the program detailing Parma, his fingers were interlaced across his chest, and he remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. On his desk, upon closer inspection, one could discern not only the materials regarding Parma but also documents concerning AC Milan's initial opponent in the Champions League, the Portuguese powerhouse Benfica. Chapter 50. Life is like a play. Li Wei remained uncertain whether his performance had successfully deceived his opponents. However, he had indeed managed to mislead his own team. The following day, as he arrived at the team's office building and had just changed into his attire, ready to commence a day of training, he discovered that the coaching staff was gathered outside his office door, regarding him with peculiar glances, except for the conditioning coach, John Wolfgang, who was already privy to the situation. "Gentlemen, is there something you wish to discuss?" Li Wei inquired as he opened the door to his office, ushering the coaching staff inside. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, as though no one was prepared to speak. Li Wei cast a glance at the assembled coaches before lowering his gaze to his watch. "Gentlemen, if you have something to say, please be swift. We have approximately 15 minutes until training commences. I trust none of you wish to set a poor example by arriving late as a collective in front of the players." It was then that assistant coach Morelli stepped forward to inquire, "Sir, what you stated at yesterday's pre-match press conference, was it true?" His expression was tinged with concern, as if fearing the answer might indeed be affirmative. In that moment, all the coaches focused their attention on Li Wei. Pioli, rarely one to speak up, remarked, "Mr. Chairman, you do not strike me as one who easily concedes defeat." With a smile directed at the anxious Morelli, Li Wei replied, "Of course it was false." The relief was palpable on Morelli's face. Unbeknownst to them, Li Wei had established a significant presence in their hearts. "I knew it. How could the chairman possibly concede so easily?" Morelli exclaimed. Pioli looked at Li Wei and remarked, "Indeed. I had a feeling there was something amiss in your statements at yesterday's press conference. Mr. Chairman, were you perhaps intending to create a smokescreen to cause Ancelotti to underestimate us?" Li Wei nodded at him, affirming, "Indeed. This is the strategy one believes holds the greatest promise for overcoming AC Milan." Little did he expect to deceive even his own comrades. It seems that Ancelotti was also successfully misled. However, to his surprise, Pioli interrupted him, saying, "That may not necessarily be the case." Li Wei regarded Pioli, who had previously been a source of considerable annoyance, with a hint of skepticism, pondering whether this fellow was seizing the opportunity to create further disruption. Unbeknownst to Pioli, who remained oblivious to Li Wei's inner thoughts, he earnestly remarked, "Carlo Ancelotti, the head coach of AC Milan, is a man of great prudence. His cautious nature, while commendable, has, at times, led to unfavorable outcomes, for instance, during the final round of the 2000-2001 season. His conservative strategy against Roma resulted in Juventus being held to a 2-2 draw, ultimately leaving them in the runner-up position. Over his 2-year tenure at Juventus, he secured only 2 second-place finishes, and in 4 seasons with AC Milan, he managed to garner just a single championship, earning him the moniker of Eternal Second. However, Ancelotti possesses a distinct characteristic. He meticulously prepares for every match, accounting for nearly every conceivable scenario and formulating appropriate countermeasures. Thus, if you aim to deceive him, mere words will not suffice. Pioli, a renowned young coach in Italian football, acknowledged that while he may harbor various shortcomings, his profound understanding of Italian football and his opponents surpasses that of Li Wei. "Mr. Chairman, if you wish to outsmart him, you must adopt a more ruthless approach," Pioli advised Li Wei. Li Wei, however, felt as though this was a challenge posed by Pioli. "How far are you willing to push yourself in the pursuit of victory? What lengths are you truly prepared to go? Is it the resentment stemming from the disrespect towards Kazan's Rubin? Do you wish to demonstrate that you are not significantly inferior to me?" Li Wei cracked a smile, his confident grin providing a silent response to Pioli. Upon witnessing this reaction, Pioli was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Li Wei was entirely composed and had come well prepared. After finishing his smile, Li Wei addressed the coaches, stating, "What I just said to you must remain confidential. Not only should the media not be informed, but our players must also remain oblivious." The other coaches, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped Li Wei's intentions upon hearing his words. John Wolfgang, the fitness coach, expressed his astonishment. Are you really planning to deceive the players as well? That seems rather unwise. We are few in number, and the players are many, with so many voices. I fear someone may inadvertently leak this to the media. In the interest of confidentiality, I cannot disclose the truth to the players. Furthermore, to convince the cautious Ancelotti that we have genuinely surrendered, it is imperative that our own team believes I am indeed intending to forfeit this match, Li Wei elucidated. At this juncture, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in Li Wei's eyes, as if he had conceived a superior strategy. But are you not concerned that such actions may undermine the team's morale? We all felt quite disheartened upon hearing your words. The younger players may find their emotions even more volatile, Wolfgang advised. John, why do you not consider that this might ignite a fiercer determination within them, prompting them to strive to prove me wrong during the match? Li Wei countered. Are you so certain, Mr. President? At this juncture, I can only choose to trust them. Li Wei concluded, clapping his hands. All right, gentlemen, let us prepare for our work. Remember, no one is to divulge a single word from our conversation in the office. This concerns victory. I reiterate, no one must leak our discussion. I believe in your trustworthiness. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. As Li Wei had anticipated, when he and the coaching staff entered the training ground, ready to announce the session, one of the players closest to him, Hazard, represented the team by inquiring, Boss, do you truly believe we cannot defeat AC Milan? Not even on our home turf? At that moment, Manuel Garcia nervously glanced at Li Wei. Pioli, on the side, watched with keen interest, eager to see how Li Wei would respond. All eyes, whether from coaches or players, turned towards Li Wei, each gaze laden with differing meanings. Under the collective scrutiny, Li Wei remained silent for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Though we possess the advantage of playing at home, our opponent is AC Milan, and it seems unlikely that we can triumph over them. Instantly, the players erupted into an uproar. Even Hazard, who had posed the question, stood in astonishment, gazing at Levi, perplexed by his unexpected words. Earlier, while conversing with his closest teammate, Chiellini, he had presumed that their coach was merely jesting with the media, intending to witness their incredulous expressions following a triumphant match. Thus, he had initially refrained from inquiring about what he deemed a rather foolish question. However, he was unable to resist the curiosity of his fellow teammates, many of whom were filled with doubt, seeking to understand Levi's mindset and why he would exhibit weakness before their adversaries. Just the day before, Levi had fervently instilled an indomitable spirit of victory within the team, urging them to fight until the very last moment, regardless of how formidable the opponent or how dire the score. How could it be that, after merely one night, Levi had seemingly reversed his stance? This was not characteristic of him. Their uncertainty compelled them to seek out Hazard and Chiellini, the individuals closest to Levi. Yet Chiellini was reluctant to take the initiative to inquire. His reasoning was simple. Whatever prompted Levi to speak thus must have a rationale behind it. His duty was to trust in Levi and execute the strategies laid out by him, just as Levi had previously placed his faith in Chiellini. Young Hazard, concerned about appearances and swayed by his teammates, ultimately acquiesced to their request, leading to the aforementioned scene. However, the outcome left him utterly astounded. Every player wore an expression of disbelief, as if they were witnessing an extraterrestrial being. The sole exception was Chiellini. He exhibited neither surprise nor disappointment, but instead fixed a steadfast gaze upon Levi. After Li Wei uttered these words, he began to observe everyone around him. The reactions of the majority of the players were precisely as he had anticipated. A myriad of emotions, surprise, disappointment, and anger, intertwined and manifested vividly on their faces. Li Wei was convinced that he had successfully deceived these individuals, yet there was one exception. Li Wei cast his gaze towards Chiellini. The young man exhibited no signs of disappointment, astonishment, or anger. Instead, his expression remained steadfast as ever. That young man. Li Wei is convinced that Chiellini must have sensed something, but more importantly, it is a matter of self-confidence. Li Wei felt a subtle sense of emotions stirring within his heart. Li Wei cast a glance at Chiellini and continued, I understand that this reality may be difficult for you to accept. However, after a thorough analysis with the coaching staff, I firmly believe that given our current capabilities, vanquishing a formidable team like AC Milan is exceedingly challenging. It seemed that some players wished to voice their thoughts, yet Li Wei did not afford them the opportunity. Brusquely waving his hand, all right, although we may likely face our first defeat in the league, we must still train earnestly. At that moment, Pioli promptly blew his whistle, drawing everyone's attention to him. Let us get to training. Do not forget that you are professional athletes. Where is your professional attitude? The coaching staff members also stepped forward to supervise the players' training with heightened strictness, more so than usual. Despite the plethora of negative emotions, confusion, disappointment, and anger harboring within each player, they approached their training with unwavering seriousness, not daring to exhibit any semblance of laxity. This was the discipline that Li Wei had instilled over a summer. Anyone who dared to slack off would find that Li Wei, the club president, would not concern himself with their identity when it came to enforcing consequences. He was not merely a coach. He held authority greater than any other coach as both the club president and coach. Chapter 51. Life is a stage 2, however. Once training concluded and they returned to the locker room, Li Wei found himself unable to quell the ensuing chatter among the players. Each individual was perplexed as to why the typically formidable coach appeared unexpectedly subdued this time. They pondered numerous thoughts, but the predominant question lingered: what should we do? Although Li Wei has conceded defeat in advance, it appears that Pioli, the only coach capable of rivaling him, surprisingly shares Li Wei's perspective on this matter. Yet, as professional athletes, can they truly be grateful for such capitulation? We must take action. In the locker room, Chiellini suddenly rose to his feet. Hazard inquired, "What shall we do?" The attention of the other players turned toward Chiellini. With earnestness, Chiellini declared, "We must fight." Fight. This question came not from Hazard, but from the team's second captain and, in practice, its true leader, Dynasty. How shall we fight? Chiellini pondered for a moment, failing to devise a solid plan. Yet he remained resolute. Regardless of the means, we shall never yield. This is not solely for Parma, it is for ourselves. As professional athletes, if we surrender upon encountering formidable adversaries and setbacks, what greatness can we hope to achieve in the future? The first team captain, Contini, affirmed, "Chiellini speaks truth. We must fight. Moreover, we must demonstrate that the coaches are mistaken in this regard." Immediately, a player retorted with indignation, "Absolutely. Why can't we defeat AC Milan?" "Indeed, that's the spirit. We shall do everything in our power to vanquish AC Milan. We must prove the coach's words to be erroneous." While I hold great respect for the coach, I must express that, in this instance, I cannot concur with his viewpoint. Parma is certainly not a team to be trifled with. Let us unite and astonish our opponents. Let us also surprise the coach. Di Natale raised his arm high among the crowd. Well liked in the locker room, his suggestion garnered immediate support from many players. Contini, standing in the corner, wore a faint, sardonic smile. "Li Wei, do you believe that by chilling, I would be unable to create trouble for you? Regardless of AC Milan's victories or defeats, the players will harbor discontent towards you, and I wonder how you will continue to lead the team in the Serie A." The next day, Li Wei came across an article in the newspaper revealing that a Parma player had disclosed the coach's premature admission of defeat. Notably, the coverage was substantial. Yet the newspaper did not disclose the identity of the player who spoke, evidently to protect the source. Nonetheless, the intensity and credibility of the report were significant, as multiple commentators echoed similar sentiments, and various media outlets corroborated the story. In response to the media's public inquiries, although Parma's players refrained from addressing the issue directly, a few inadvertently revealed hints of resentment, indirectly substantiating that Li Wei had indeed made comparable remarks. Li Wei was acutely aware that the so-called informant was none other than Contini. It was only someone with a profound grudge against him who would engage in such self-destructive behavior. Regrettably, he could not confront Contini just yet, as it might alert him to their intentions. However, once the match concluded, Li Wei was certain he would orchestrate Contini's downfall with impeccable timing. Glancing at the newspaper once more, Li Wei momentarily set aside his grievances against Contini, feeling a sense of bliss. It seemed that his acting skills were truly exceptional. Perhaps in the future, he could star in a film akin to One Hit Wonder. Chapter 52. Life is a Play 3. Li Wei was greatly pleased by the extensive coverage from the media, which revealed the internal affairs of Parma to AC Milan. Numerous reports emerged regarding Parma, yet the core message can be distilled into two key points. Firstly, Li Wei's admission of defeat during the pre-match press conference was not a mere smokescreen. He genuinely conceded. After all, while he could deceive the journalists, there was no need to conceal the truth from his players. It is well understood that acknowledging an early defeat to one's own team can severely damage morale, a risk no head coach dares to take. Once morale plummets, reviving it becomes a formidable challenge. In the context of the match, what hope could a demoralized Parma have? They would pose no threat whatsoever. Therefore, even if Li Wei intended to deceive AC Milan, such a strategy would spell inevitable defeat for Parma. Even if Li Wei were to act irrationally, Coach Pioli would never permit such folly. The absence of comments from Pioli on this matter further indicates a united stance within the Parma coaching staff. The second point, revealed through player leaks, indicates that differing opinions have surfaced within Parma, suggesting a potential internal division, albeit a clandestine one. Such divisions could have irreversible consequences for the team. Those who grasp these 2 points are not foolish. They clearly understand that Parma truly poses no threat to AC Milan at this juncture. This conclusion holds true from every conceivable angle. Parma's fate is indeed sealed. Li Wei gazed at the newspapers, his smile blossoming like a flower, growing ever more radiant. He could hardly believe that the cautious Ancelotti would fall for it. Ancelotti's desk was cluttered with various sports newspapers, all purchased by him during his outings. While he could have delegated this task to an assistant, he felt uneasy entrusting it to anyone else. Now, he had cleared most of the items from his workspace, leaving ample space to spread out all the sports newspapers he had acquired, each meticulously selected, laden with reports about Parma. A Parma player remarked, "I cannot comprehend why he, Li Wei, would say such a thing. To be honest, when we heard him say it, everyone was astonished, every single person, players and coaches alike." A member of the Parma staff added, "Indeed, he did say it, right in front of all the players, that Parma could not possibly defeat AC Milan. It's truly unbelievable that the club president would utter such words." Ancelotti merely glanced at a few pages before deciding he need not peruse further. The remaining articles were either rehashed content or stale news. Perhaps it was indeed feasible to field an entirely reserve squad, granting the first team a much-needed respite. The new season had barely commenced, yet the team had already suffered a deduction of 7 league points from the Italian Football Federation due to the telephone scandal. Furthermore, the summer transfers had been disappointing, as the main striker, the Ukrainian Dynamo Shevchenko, had moved to Chelsea. The club had failed to secure their intended replacements, Ibrahimovic or Crespo. To fill the void left by Shevchenko, while their principal rival for the title, Inter Milan, had successfully acquired both players. In this dire situation, AC Milan was compelled to spend €18 million, including a €3 million valuation for the Swiss midfielder Vogel, to purchase the Brazilian forward Oliveira from Real Betis to cover Shevchenko's absence. Even so, Ancelotti was acutely aware that AC Milan's attacking lineup could not compare with that of Inter Milan. Aside from the newly acquired Oliveira, they boasted the legendary Pippo Inzaghi, the robust Vieri, the cunning Gilardino, and the additional asset Borriello. Last season, Oliveira had only made 9 league appearances for Real Betis, scoring 4 goals before suffering a severe injury. In the latter half of the year, he was loaned to São Paulo, where he played 8 matches, netting 4 times and aiding the team in reaching the Copa Libertadores final, showcasing commendable performance that sparked anticipation. Yet, Ancelotti remained skeptical about Oliveira, as the defensive styles of Italy and Spain were markedly different. Would he truly be able to adapt to the rigors of Serie A? Inzaghi had already proven his prowess with 2 Serie A golden boots, yet his ongoing injuries cast a lingering shadow over Ancelotti's confidence. Last season, Inzaghi only made 20 appearances for AC Milan in the league, significantly hampered by injuries, which led to a drastic decline in his goal tally, netting only 2 goals. The performance of Inzaghi this season remains shrouded in uncertainty. Gilardino, once heralded as the future cornerstone of Italy's attacking line for the next decade, has not quite lived up to expectations. His results, while not utterly disappointing, have certainly fallen short. Last season, Gilardino played 44 times for AC Milan, scoring just 17 goals. And more embarrassingly, he failed to score in 10 appearances in the Champions League. Borriello, often referred to as an outsider in this context, is characterized as such because, despite being a product of AC Milan's youth academy, he has been largely loaned out since 1999. His brief half-season with AC Milan in 2002 saw him make only 3 appearances without finding the net. Last season, he was loaned to Serie A teams Sampdoria and Treviso, where he played 11 times for Sampdoria, scoring twice, and made 2 appearances in the Europa League without scoring. However, during the latter half of the season at Treviso, his performance improved significantly as he made 20 appearances and scored 5 goals. Due to Borriello's commendable performance at Treviso, coupled with the team's lack of suitable backup forwards, Ancelotti decided to retain him in the squad. Nonetheless, it is evident that Borriello is not regarded as a reliable attacking option by Ancelotti, merely serving as a competent substitute. With an unstable scoring output and a 7-point deduction before the league even commenced, Ancelotti recognized the challenges ahead for AC Milan in their pursuit of the championship this season. Consequently, his objective shifted towards winning the Champions League and securing a top-3 finish in the league to ensure participation in the Champions League next season. In light of this, AC Milan must strive to emerge as the group leaders in the Champions League, as this would mean facing the second-place teams from other groups, thereby maximizing their chances of avoiding European giants such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, Liverpool, Manchester United, and Bayern Munich. It seems imperative to enhance tactical adjustments significantly. Even the coach of Parma has conceded defeat, while AC Milan must continue to exert full effort. This could be likened to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Furthermore, allowing substitute players to compete not only enables the main players to focus on European matches but also fosters better synergy among the substitutes. This aids AC Milan in their prolonged dual competitions, allowing them to advance further. Should several of these substitutes excel, they might even reconsider their seasonal objectives. Chapter 53, all about performance. Time flies swiftly, and soon it was September 17th. At noon, AC Milan arrived in the small city of Parma, which boasts a modest population of only 180,000 via bus. In the afternoon, Ancelotti led the entire AC Milan squad to the Tardini Stadium to familiarize themselves with the venue. As customary, a pre-match press conference was held, primarily focused on announcing the squad list. The coach's remarks were largely repetitive official phrases, emphasizing the formidable strength of the opponents and the necessity of giving our utmost in every moment of the match. The host club, Parma, also sent representatives to listen in and promptly delivered the squad list announced by Ancelotti to Levi's office. What is the situation? How does the list look? Within Levi's office, he was not alone. Head coach Pioli, fitness coach John Wolfgang, assistant coach Giacomo Miragli, and other members of the coaching staff were present. As the door swung open, sporting director Camagnani entered, driven by a desire for information and a sense of authority in support of Levi. Li Wei smiled at Camagnani and lowered his head to unfold the crumpled white paper, reciting the names. Goalkeeper, number 1 Dida, number 16 Colazza. Defenders, number 3 Maldini, number 4 Colazza, number 5 Costacurta, number 17 Simic, number 18 Colazza, number 25 Bonera, number 27 Serginho. Midfielders, number 8 Gattuso, number 20 Gorkov, number 21 Pirlo, number 22 Kak, number 23 Ambrosini, number 32 Bracchi. Forwards, number 7 Oliveira, number 11 Gilardino, number 15 Borriello. Pioli could not help but furrow his brow. Truly, as a prestigious club, even though the lineup was predominantly substitutes, it still radiated brilliance. Li Weiping calmly remarked, regardless of the circumstances, "It is evident from this extensive roster that we have successfully deceived Ancelotti." Camagnani then interjected, "Ancelotti is a rather cautious head coach, not particularly adept at making on-the-fly adjustments. Hence, he meticulously prepares for each match. Once a strategy is set, he is unlikely to alter it lightly, particularly before a match. He lacks the sufficient time to implement more advantageous changes, which would only disrupt his pre-match plans. Although the match has yet to commence, we have already established a lead over AC Milan." Upon hearing these words, the coaches felt a significant alleviation of their earlier anxiety, nodding in agreement. Previously, they had been apprehensive, and even after reviewing the roster, their worries persisted. However, after listening to Li Wei and Camagnani, they realized that the situation was not as dire as they had anticipated. Rather, Parma had indeed gained an advantage over AC Milan. Their sole concern now rested on whether the players would be intimidated by Li Wei's previous demeanor, potentially dampening their competitive spirit. Li Wei drew back the curtains, revealing the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the football field below. There, one could observe the players of AC Milan and Parma, each occupying half of the pitch as they engaged in their training. It was evident from this vantage point that both teams exhibited a palpable intensity and determination. The players of Parma, in particular, appeared undaunted by their AC Milan counterparts. On the contrary, they bore expressions of defiance. Each athlete was diligently committed to their practice, demonstrating unwavering effort without any signs of complacency. There was no indication that Li Wei's remarks had fostered any negative sentiments within the team. Li Wei clapped his hands and declared, "All right, gentlemen. We have successfully deceived AC Milan and Ancelotti. However, this affair is far from over. We must continue our charade." Everyone understood what Li Wei meant by continuing the performance. It entailed revealing the 18-man squad during the subsequent pre-match press conference. To this end, Li Wei was willing to collaborate with Pioli to orchestrate an even more sensational press conference spectacle. At this juncture, some questioned, Mr. Chairman. We have already managed to mislead the head coach of AC Milan, Ancelotti. Why must we persist in this ruse? Are we to deceive our own players? Would it not be better to share the truth with them at this moment? Li Wei spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting, no. From the past 2 days of training, I have discerned something crucial. The players wish for me to acknowledge my mistakes. They believe my words of weakness have severely wounded their pride and underestimated them. Thus they are determined to prove me wrong. I believe this mindset among the players will be advantageous for Parma's victory in the match. Moreover, I never claimed I would not inform the players. I simply require an opportune moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, astonished by Li Wei's calculated approach to ensure AC Milan's defeat. Even if AC Milan were to fall to Parma tonight, Ancelotti would have no grounds for complaint. Shortly after Ancelotti concluded his pre-match press conference, Li Wei and Pioli entered the hall. No sooner had they seated themselves than a reporter posed a question. Mr. Head Coach, what are your thoughts on your assistant's previous remarks about conceding to AC Milan? The reporter, cunningly using the term assistant to belittle Li Wei, aimed to provoke discontent. While Li Wei might indeed be Pioli's subordinate in a technical sense, who would dare to assume his status within the club was lesser? The reporter's inquiry was a ruse. His goal was not Pioli, but to elicit an emotional response from Li Wei, thereby boosting the sales of his publication with sensational revelations. However, the turn of events left everyone astounded. Upon hearing the question, Pioli's expression darkened. I vehemently disagree with the assistant Li Wei's perspective. What of AC Milan? They boast Cac, Pirlo, and Inzaghi. But does Parma lack talent? We have the World Cup runner-up Ribéry, the 15 million striker Di Natale, the 20 million man Morfeo. We are more than capable of competing with AC Milan. A gasp rippled through the press hall. What was Pioli saying? He was openly criticizing Li Wei. Did he truly consider Li Wei merely his assistant? Had he forgotten Li Wei's other role as club president? Some astute journalists noted that Li Wei's demeanor had darkened. His facial muscles twitched slightly, and he turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixated intently on Pioli seated beside him. Chapter 54. All based on performance in the face of Li Wei's piercing gaze, Pioli remained unfazed. He raised his fist and declared, the assistant coach of Parma would never have uttered such words in yesterday's pre-match press conference. Only a coward would speak in such a manner. Well, if Pioli's earlier discourse had struck like a colossal stone upon the surface of a lake, stirring titanic waves, then his current, more succinct declaration was akin to a missile launched upon the tumultuous waters, causing an explosive upheaval that sent the lake's waters soaring into the sky, resulting in a torrential downpour. Utter nonsense. Li Wei stood up and, after hurling a furious rebuke at Pioli, promptly turned and departed, leaving the media with an indignant silhouette. A monumental story. Undoubtedly a sensational revelation. The club's president and head coach have irreparably clashed during the pre-match press conference. What could possibly be more explosive than this? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All the journalists eagerly rushed out of the press conference, fearing that even a moment's delay might place them significantly behind their competitors in terms of sales. As for Pioli, after Li Wei's departure, he resembled a wilted plant, leaving the press room with a dejected demeanor. He seemed to regret his earlier impulsiveness, and the journalists, sensing that there was no further significant news to extract from him, refrained from pursuing additional questions. Given his relentless coverage of Parma, the esteemed journalist Li Wei naturally took the lead in reporting this incident concerning the club. In a bid to save time, Li Wei drove at breakneck speed back to the hotel to compose his article. His focus was undoubtedly on the explosive exchange that transpired during the pre-match press conference, where Pioli vehemently criticized Li Wei, prompting Li to storm out in a fit of rage. This was indeed a captivating story, marking a significant triumph for the reporters. Li Wei, a figure known for his arrogance in previous confrontations with the media, has consistently looked down upon them, much to their chagrin. Now, not only has he bowed his head in defeat, but internal strife has also surfaced, presenting a more delightful revelation. Li Wei, with a sharp wit, has taken great pleasure in delivering a scathing critique of Li Wei. He believes that should Li Wei come across this report, it would incite a visceral reaction within him. Satisfied with his work, Li Wei sent the article through the Hotel's network to the headquarters of the Turin Sports newspaper. Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly, sensing that his bonus this month would likely see a substantial increase. Standing by the window, Li Wei lit a cigarette, gazing down at the scenery below. He felt a sense of grandeur, as if he were a media mogul holding countless secrets while surveying the world. Perhaps, one day, he might realize such a vision. Just then, a notification popped up on his computer screen, but lost in his daydreams, Laodicea failed to notice it. A minute later, as he still had not finished his cigarette, his phone rang. "Hello?" Laodicea answered the call somewhat absently. "Martin," came a disgruntled voice from the other end. Snapped back to reality, Laodicea felt a twinge of annoyance. However, he quickly regained his composure and, upon glancing at the caller ID, his irritation dissipated. His tone softened immediately. "Editor, how did you find my article? Are you satisfied? Didn't you see my response on the computer?" The editor replied, still somewhat unfriendly, though his demeanor had noticeably eased. "Apologies, I was quite tired after finishing the piece and went to grab a coffee, so I didn't check the computer," Laodicea explained, omitting the fact that he had been lost in dreams of becoming a media giant. "Next time, be more attentive," the editor advised, merely intending to reprimand Laodicea without dwelling on the issue. He shifted the conversation, saying, "Your writing is commendable, particularly the part where Pioli criticizes Li Wei. It's filled with passion and sure to ignite readers' excitement. However, is there anything that requires improvement?" Eager to please, Laodicea sat up straight. Despite being a seasoned journalist, he felt compelled to behave obediently in front of the editor, who held the key to his bonus. The editor continued, "Your report is solid, and I am pleased with it. There is nothing that needs alteration. But what about the Parma roster for this match?" Laodicea's face lit up with a smile at the editor's initial praise. Such commendation suggested that his bonus this month would be secure. Yet, 5 seconds later, the smile froze on his lips, as he suddenly remembered that he hadn't forgotten to write the roster. He simply had no idea what the Parma lineup was for the match. He reminisced about the proceedings of the pre-match press conference in Parma. As Li Wei and Pioli took their seats, a reporter posed a question that ignited Pioli's ire. Subsequently, Pioli unleashed a tirade against Li Wei, who, in a fit of anger, stormed off. Yet, before his departure, Li Wei did not reveal the lineup for the Parma match. Meanwhile, Pioli sat in a daze, seemingly lost. And when confronted by journalists, he was utterly uninformed, extinguishing their desire to inquire further. Instead, they were preoccupied with the urgency of their articles, neglecting to ask about Parma's squad list. "What is happening, Laodicea?" Although the exchange was over the phone, Laodicea sensed something amiss due to the prolonged silence. "The Parma squad has not been released?" The editor on the other end immediately raised his voice, filled with disbelief and a trace of irritation. This was indeed an unusual occurrence, as typically both coaches would disclose their lineups during pre-match press conferences. For instance, Ancelotti had announced AC Milan's starting 11 at his press conference. The absence of Parma's lineup left the editor perplexed, leading him to suspect that Laodicea might have focused too intently on Pioli's outburst at Li Wei, neglecting the critical information regarding the squad list. Laodicea nodded, yes. After Pioli's outburst, Li Wei left the venue abruptly. Although Pioli remained, he seemed disoriented and could not answer our questions, leaving us at a loss for how to inform our readers. Are we to admit that we do not know Parma's lineup? Despite the distance, Laodicea could feel the editor's mounting frustration, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The thought of facing the editor's wrath made him uneasy. Chapter 55, the starting lineup quickly, Laodicea reassured, "Rest assured, editor, I will reach out to my contacts. They might have some information." "Might?" The editor retorted. "Please hold on." Laodicea, uncertain how to respond to the editor's fiery inquiries, switched his phone to speaker mode and dialed a number provided by the hotel. "Hello, Francesco?" "Yes, it's Laodicea. Do you have any information regarding Parma's lineup?" "Yes, the match against AC Milan tonight." A pause ensued. "Ah, all right, thank you. Is it ready yet?" The editor, clearly eavesdropping on Laodicea's conversation, sounded increasingly impatient. "It should be forthcoming. Please bear with me. I will obtain the information shortly." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Laodicea dialed another number. "Massimo, do you have the lineup for Parma's match tomorrow?" "What? You don't either? Payne Pinto, do you have any insights?" "Please don't ask me. I was hoping to ask you." "All right, I will keep you updated as soon as I receive any information." "Savi, you don't have it either?" Laodicea's earlier buoyancy had vanished without a trace. Now, he was drenched in perspiration, incessantly dialing numbers, seeking verification and clarification. "Enough. My patience is finite." The frigid voice of the editor-in-chief emanated from the speakerphone, as chill as the Siberian winds of January. Laodicea parted his lips, yearning to articulate an explanation, but ultimately he resignedly sealed them shut. He understood that the editor-in-chief was a man fixated solely on outcomes, indifferent to the intricacies of the process. Regardless of the means you employ, you must procure the starting lineup for tonight's Parma match before 4 o'clock. With that curt directive, the editor hung up. The beeping from the phone echoed ominously, a stark reminder to Laudisa that time was slipping away. He bowed his head in despair, only to feel a surge of resentment towards Li Wei and Pioli. Li Wei's announcement of the roster before departing could spell disaster. And Pioli, you ineffectual fool. How dare you criticize Li Wei yet lack the courage to confront his wrath? Little did he realize that this so-called criticism was, in truth, a well-orchestrated performance between Li Wei and Pioli, deliberately leveraging this sensational news to intensify Ancelotti's disdain for Parma. Most crucially, it served to delay the publication of his roster, granting Ancelotti precious time to react. Now, Laudisa sat before his computer, feeling as though a sword hung precariously above his head. The matchday protocol dictated that reporters would promptly relay their first-hand information and prepared articles back to their headquarters. Upon receipt of the news, editors would commence their review and, once verified, initiate the layout process. Meanwhile, those designated to run to the printing house awaited the completed layout at the newspaper office, eager to expedite it to the press following the chief editor's approval. The printing house would work overtime, striving to ensure that the newspaper was printed and delivered to the office by 5:30 that evening. Ultimately, the delivery workers would collect the newspapers from the office and begin distribution, aiming to ensure each newsstand received their copies by 6:30. This urgency was precisely why the chief editor mandated that Laudisa finalize Parma's starting lineup before 4 o'clock. What to do? What to do? Laudisa, in distress, tugged at his thinning hair, when suddenly, inspiration struck. While I may not possess the lineup for Parma's upcoming match, I can deduce it from their previous 2 matches. Parma will undoubtedly forfeit this match, meaning their roster will consist solely of substitutes. I can replicate the lineup from the last match and draft a new one accordingly. It should be quite close to the truth. As for being exposed, unlikely. If Tuttosport has no knowledge, then other media surely do not either. They must all be scrambling for this lineup. I can even proclaim this roster as an exclusive, showcasing my uniqueness. With this thought, Laudisa's spirits lifted. He retrieved the lineups from Parma's last 2 matches and began to formulate his predicted starting lineup. That evening, various newspapers, imbued with the scent of fresh ink, appeared at newsstands across the region and on Li Wei's desk. When Li Wei spotted the Tuttosport's headline declaring the exclusive Parma lineup, he erupted into joyous laughter. What could be more delightful than Laudisa, this brainless critic, inadvertently aiding him? With Laudisa's report, Li Wei could be certain that not only Ancelotti, but everyone would believe that Parma was indeed intent on forfeiting this match. The all-reserve lineup published in Tuttosport served as the best evidence. If Laudisa were to stand before Levi would not hesitate to grant a thumbs-up to this journalist who has unwaveringly criticized him. Ancelotti, who has already returned to the hotel to rest, has also learned of Parma's lineup through the newspaper. Upon seeing that the roster consists entirely of substitutes and young players, the last stone in his heart finally fell. It is now a certainty that Parma has indeed opted to forfeit this match, allowing their main players time to recuperate for the upcoming Serie A clash against Fiorentina. After all, while Fiorentina is not to be underestimated, they are certainly less formidable than AC Milan, especially considering that Parma is currently a fatigued team. Consequently, with both teams fielding primarily substitutes, AC Milan's backup players are undoubtedly stronger than those of Parma, ensuring that AC Milan will secure 3 points while also allowing their starters to rest and prepare for the Champions League match in 2 days. 2 hours prior to the match, the final deadline for both teams to announce their lineups arrives. Before this, each team will submit their rosters to the Italian Football Federation, which will subsequently publish the lineups on the official Serie A website. Thus, Levi's decision not to disclose the lineup at the pre-match press conference is of little consequence. Within those final 2 hours before the game, all interested parties can find the rosters on the Italian Football Federation site. However, the media often prefers to announce lineups ahead of the Italian Football Federation to demonstrate their influence. Fans have become accustomed to this practice and frequently disregard the information published on the official Serie A website, instead relying on the news from newspapers as accurate. Chapter 56. Starting lineup 2 hours before the match, AC Milan departs from their lodging, heading to Parma's home ground, the Tardini Stadium. As AC Milan's team bus leaves the hotel, the official Serie A website refreshes to reveal the starting and substitute lineups for this round of matches. The editor-in-chief of Tuttosport opens the Serie A website in his office. Despite Laudisa's previous emphatic assurances that the starting lineup was obtained through complex channels and relationships for a hefty sum of €500. He remains skeptical of Ladisa's reliability. He recalls that during their conversation, he had made numerous calls to no avail. How could an exclusive starting lineup suddenly emerge? He intended to verify the information on the official Serie A website. Upon accessing the site, the editor swiftly located the match where Parma was set to host AC Milan. Due to the significant attention from both media and fans, the official Serie A website prominently displayed the relevant information regarding the match. This spared the editor considerable effort as he clicked to view the lineups of both teams. In front of his computer lay the latest edition of Tuttosport, released that afternoon. For reference, he began to compare the players starting with the goalkeeper position. On the website, the goalkeeper was listed as De Lucia. In the newspaper, however, it was Handanovi. The discrepancy in the first position caused the editor's brow to furrow involuntarily. He continued to peruse the information. For the central defenders, the official website indicated Chiellini and Bonucci, while Ladisa provided Bonucci and Colli, which was one correct choice. Yet, this did little to alleviate the editor's furrowed brow. In fact, it deepened, almost resembling a character. The official site listed the right and left backs as Cerna and Alba, whereas Ladisa erroneously named Filanetti and Posetti, resulting in a complete misrepresentation. After comparing all player positions, the editor realized that although Ladisa had not erred entirely, two positions were accurate. This did not change the fact that the two lineups were distinct. Generally, the lineups provided by the official Serie A website were deemed infallible, as the presence of the word official often signified authority and left no room for mistakes. Thus, discerning which lineup was genuine became abundantly clear. Damn it, the editor exclaimed in frustration. He recognized that he had been duped by Ladisa, thoroughly deceived. For someone who had navigated the world of journalism for decades, encountering lies was hardly a novelty. However, one should at least possess the finesse to fabricate convincingly. Such a blatant falsehood, easily pierced, could severely tarnish the reputation of Tuttosport. Readers of Tuttosport, upon viewing the starting lineup published by the official Serie A website, were likely to think not of Ladisa's deceit but rather of Tuttosport's dishonesty. This posed a significant threat to the newspaper's reputation and could lead to a decline in sales. The editor retrieved his phone, his fingers trembling with indignation as he dialed Ladisa's number. Once connected, he could hear the commotion on the other end, indicating that Ladisa had already arrived at the venue. "Mr. Editor, is there something amiss?" Ladisa's tone suggested he was in good spirits. "What is the meaning of this lineup?" The editor's voice seethed with repressed fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "What issue are you referring to?" Ladisa, still oblivious to the impending calamity, responded with confusion. "What is the situation with Parma's lineup? Why does your damned exclusive news diverge so drastically from the official website of Serie A?" Upon hearing the editor's words, Ladisa felt a buzzing in his head. This cannot be true. He almost instinctively exclaimed this phrase. "Are you still trying to argue? Just check the Federation's website." The editor slammed down the phone, furious. Ladisa stood frozen, holding his mobile device, his mind still struggling to comprehend the situation. His phone was not a smart one, incapable of accessing the internet, leaving him oblivious to the roster published on the Federation's site. Nevertheless, he understood that his editor had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter. If he claimed there was a discrepancy, it certainly could not be attributed to mere minor positional changes among a couple of players. But why did such a situation arise? A thought suddenly surged through Ladisa's mind, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Simultaneously, AC Milan's coach, Ancelotti, was also drenched in sweat, though not from his own conjectures but from the shocking reality before him. He held in his hands the roster for Parma's upcoming match. Unlike Ladisa, who was unable to access information promptly, AC Milan, being a prestigious European club, employed dedicated staff to gather intelligence on opponents and deliver crucial information to the head coach without delay, including the lineup of the rival team. Particularly when the opposing side had yet to announce their roster, this matter garnered even greater scrutiny. Although the media speculations often aligned closely with Ancelotti's own predictions, he was a cautious individual. With the match approaching, he had harbored a persistent sense of unease, prompting him to contact the staff responsible for intelligence gathering. Now, he was confronted with the authentic roster, freshly printed by his assistant from the Federation's official website, still bearing the scent of ink. In this lineup, while Parma could not be said to field their absolute strongest team, considering their match against Kazan's Rubin just 3 days prior, they were nonetheless putting forth a formidable effort. All players capable of enduring the physical demands of the match were included in the squad. Notably, The attacking trio of Ribery, Hazard, and Quagliarella were all present. This revelation filled Ancelotti with both astonishment and anger. His previous tactical arrangements had been predicated on the assumption that Li Wei would forego this match, deploying a squad lacking in key players. Thus, while AC Milan's starting lineup could not be deemed entirely composed of substitutes, it indeed featured very few regular starters, particularly in the defense. Observing Parma's attacking prowess, Ancelotti felt an ominous premonition. Now, with the roster in hand, Ancelotti found himself in a state of indecision. Should he make adjustments to his lineup? He pondered for a considerable time within his heart before ultimately arriving at a decision. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, the outcome of this match was irrevocable. Even if they fielded their strongest lineup, Ancelotti held no illusions that the fully equipped Parma could triumph over his team. After all, his players, those substitutes, represented the illustrious European giant AC Milan. Indeed, even the reserves of AC Milan surpassed the Parma first team in terms of prowess. Moreover, Parma was currently embroiled in internal strife, with whispers of informants in the media and traitors within the locker room. The scathing criticism from head coach Pioli further underscored the instability within Parma's ranks. So what if they fielded their strongest side? We are AC Milan, a prestigious European powerhouse with a remarkable history of 17 league titles and 6 European Cup victories. A titan in the realm of European football that commands the utmost respect from every club across the continent. Chapter 57. The match begins. Li Wei stood beside the tactical board in the changing room, yet the board itself remained starkly empty. The players who had just returned from warming up cast various glances at him. Some were bewildered, others resigned, a few seethed with anger, while many harbored a deep sense of injustice. They could not fathom why the team had undergone such a drastic transformation. Just days ago, in the previous round of Serie A, Parma had demonstrated an astonishing spirit of resilience. Yet, how swiftly things had deteriorated. Now, Parma appeared fragmented, with whispers of treachery within the locker room, and the club's head coach, Pioli, had publicly criticized the club's president, Li Wei. Li Wei understood that he must take action. Otherwise, the hearts of the people would begin to disperse. Clap. Li Wei clapped his hands, the sound resonating sharply in the hushed locker room. All the players turned their gazes towards him. In that moment, however, Li Wei did not fix his eyes upon the players. Instead, he called out towards the locker room door, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Pioli, impeccably dressed in a suit, entering with an air of vitality. It was curious. Had Pioli not been banned from appearing on the training ground after offending Li Wei? Even if he had ventured in uninvited, what audacity did he possess to appear so spirited before Li Wei? "Good evening, everyone." Pioli greeted all the players with a smile. Li Wei approached and gently embraced Pioli. Although their friendship had not yet reached the level of such an embrace, Li Wei did not hesitate to use this intimate gesture to galvanize the players' spirits. What was happening? All the players were bewildered. Had not the head coach severed ties with the club president? Li Wei smiled and remarked, "All right, everyone, there is no need for alarm. My relationship with Pioli, as you can see, is exceedingly harmonious. As for the events that transpired during the pre-match press conference, I believe some players have already deduced the answer. Sir, you are deceiving the media." Indeed, no sooner had Li Wei finished speaking than someone voiced the answer. Li Wei's smile radiated with greater exuberance and confidence. "I deceived not only the media but also the opposing coach, Ancelotti. More precisely, I misled AC Milan." All the Parma players were invigorated, their intellect no less than that of the average person. Perhaps they were somewhat perplexed before. But now that Li Wei has articulated his thoughts so clearly, how could they possibly fail to comprehend? Li Wei suppressed his smile, speaking earnestly, "What of AC Milan? They are merely puppets in my hands. I have faith that you shall not fall short of my expectations. This evening, let us deliver a resounding lesson to AC Milan. Let them comprehend that being a prestigious club means little. Parma is no less formidable. We possess the capability to ascend to greatness. Parma shall triumph. Parma shall triumph." The first to echo Li Wei's rallying cry was Chiellini, followed closely by the young prodigy Hazard, who expressed profound gratitude for Li Wei's patronage. Having started in consecutive Serie A matches at the tender age of 16, a testament to the immense trust placed in such a young talent. 20 minutes later, as the match drew near, the players commenced their entrance onto the field, accompanied by the stirring strains of the Italian national anthem. The commentators had received Parma's lineup 2 hours prior, and their initial astonishment had since dissipated. With both teams now on the pitch, their focus shifted entirely to the game at hand. It is worth noting that even the substitutes for AC Milan boasted formidable prowess, shimmering with star quality. In goal was the Australian Karasik, donning the number 16 jersey, standing an impressive 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall, reportedly the tallest professional goalkeeper in the world. His physical attributes earned him the moniker Spider, and he was recognized as a capable custodian. The defensive line, arrayed from left to right, consisted of number 3, Maldini, number 25, Bonera, number 5, Costacurta, and number 17, Simic. Each player, save for Bonera, had their rooms adorned with trophies, medals, and various accolades. In midfield, number 32, Brocchi, number 20, Gorkov, and number 23, Ambrosini. While this midfield trio may lack the star power of the defense, one must not forget the world-class talents of Pirlo, Cac, and Gattuso, who awaited on the bench. Up front, Ancelotti placed his faith in Gilardino, pairing him with the Brazilian international Oliveira, who had recently transferred to Parma. This decision relegated the AC Milan youth product Borriello to the substitutes bench. The commentator noted, the striking duo is valued at nearly 50 million euros. Oliveira's move to San Siro cost AC Milan an impressive 18 million euros, while Gilardino's transfer from Parma had reached 24 million euros. After a season of performances, Gilardino had demonstrated his worth, leading to an increase in his market value, which explained the commentator's praise. The commentator's partner nodded in agreement, observing, "It appears that Li Wei's smokescreen has successfully bewildered AC Milan. Nevertheless, it will be a formidable challenge for Parma to secure victory." The combined worth of just these two AC Milan strikers could procure a substantial portion of Parma's starting lineup. Li Wei stood at the sidelines, with Pioli beside him. "Hello, Mr. Assistant Coach." Li Wei turned his head to see Ancelotti. The rotund Ancelotti exuded an aura of harmlessness. However, any opponent who truly believed in his benign nature would inevitably face dire consequences. "Hello." Li Wei was unperturbed by Ancelotti's slightly provocative greeting and confidently shook his hand before refocusing his attention on the pitch. Ancelotti cast a deep gaze at Li Wei, exchanged a brief handshake with Pioli, and returned to his coaching seat. The players from both teams commenced the coin toss, commonly referred to as the coin flip. The referee would toss the coin, and the captains of the competing teams would make their guesses. The side that guessed correctly would select their half of the field, while the losing side would gain the advantage of the kickoff. Due to Di Natale's considerable fatigue from playing 2 matches within 4 days, one of which was a long-distance Europa League qualifier in Russia, he did not start this match and instead sat on the substitutes bench. Young Chiellini donned the captain's armband. Appointed by Li Wei as the team's 3rd captain, though in reality, he served as the 2nd captain. Some players had begun to suspect that the so-called locker room informant referred to by the media was none other than the club captain, Contini, who was notably absent from the 18-man squad. In a display of his dissatisfaction, Contini did not attend the match at Tardini Stadium. Fans who had only recently started following Parma this season might be unaware of Contini's existence within the team. On the AC Milan side, the legendary captain, Maldini, took his place, standing near the center circle alongside Chiellini for the coin toss. Although Maldini is a renowned figure, having been named the World Player of the Year and winning 7 Serie A titles, 4 European Cup titles, 4 UEFA Super Cups, 2 Intercontinental Cups, and 5 Italian Super Cups, the sight of the two captains together prompted many fans to reflect on the passage of time. Born on June 26, 1968, Maldini is now 38 years old, while Chiellini, born on August 14, 1984, has just recently celebrated his 22nd birthday. Though he is of legal age, traces of youthful naivete still linger in him. Li Wei stood at the sidelines, gazing at the ever-impressive Paolo Maldini. "Though you are a legend, age has caught up with you," he thought. No longer was Maldini the singular force capable of commanding an entire defensive line and dominating the flanks. The referee produced a coin, flipping it in front of both Chiellini and Maldini, confirming its authenticity. Both players nodded, and the referee tossed the coin high into the air, allowing it to land on the grass without attempting to catch it. The 3 men watched intently as the coin settled. Chiellini emerged victorious. Given the night's absence of sunlight, the choice of which side to defend bore little influence on the outcome of the match. Chiellini opted for the half of the field populated by Parma supporters. The Parma players retreated to their designated area, while AC Milan's forwards, Gilardino and Oliveira, positioned themselves at the center circle, with the referee's whistle piercing the air. Oliveira gently passed the ball to Gilardino. Gilardino, unhurried, adjusted himself slightly before returning the ball behind him, ensuring a more comfortable and accurate pass, facilitating an easier reception for his teammate. This was not Gilardino's first foray into such play. It came to him with natural ease. His teammates remained composed, ready to intercept Gilardino's pass. However, caution was warranted for AC Milan as Parma's forward, Riggen, advanced aggressively. Although Riggen was not particularly swift, his imposing stature at 6 feet 3 inches and 84 kilograms brought immense pressure to the newly received ball by AC Milan's Gorkov. With little time to assess the situation, he sent the ball towards a player clad in the red and black stripes. Oh no! Hazard suddenly surged into the passing lane, and at that moment, Gorkov had already released the ball. Any regret he felt was now futile, just as Ancelotti settled into his seat on the sidelines. Still adjusting to the warmth of his chair, he could no longer remain seated and stood up. While onlookers perceived Gorkov's error as a mere mistake, Ancelotti discerned something extraordinary beneath the surface. The match had scarcely commenced, yet not only Riggen and Hazard had surged forward. The two wingers, Ribery and Quagliarella, had resolutely pressed into AC Milan's half. Parma's midfielders, Modric and Yaya Touré, advanced to the vicinity of the center circle. On the flanks, Parma's young left-back, Alba, boldly crossed the center line, charging forward. For those spectators who had not scrutinized the lineup beforehand, one might have mistaken Alba for a winger, given his forward thrust that seemed more characteristic of a forward than a defender. In that fleeting moment, mere seconds into the match, 5 Parma players had already infiltrated AC Milan's half, with 2 more midfielders poised to advance at any moment. At the opportune moment, Parma can swiftly deploy 7 attacking players into the half of AC Milan, thereby creating a localized numerical advantage. However, if it were merely a matter of numbers, Ancelotti would not be overly concerned about Parma. The crux of the issue lies in Ancelotti's realization that every Parma player possesses remarkable skill in making forward runs, all positioned near potential passing lanes. In other words, even if Gorkov's pass had not been intercepted by Hazard, it could very well have fallen into the path of Ribery or Quagliarella. This strategy is undeniably more audacious than the existing pressing tactics, and may indeed represent a more sophisticated approach. Commentator: Hazard has the ball. The young prodigy made his starting debut in the previous round of Serie A, contributing an assist and showcasing exceptional performance. All eyes are fixed on the slender figure on the pitch. Brocchi rushes in immediately, although he is a substitute for AC Milan. He is a player of considerable prowess, exhibiting a tenacious style reminiscent of Gattuso. In fact, his role within AC Milan is that of Gattuso's primary backup. Whenever Gattuso is absent or requires substitution, and Brocchi is neither injured nor suspended, he typically assumes Gattuso's position in the lineup. Nonetheless, despite Brocchi's fierce demeanor, he remains Brocchi, not Gattuso. Hazard flits about like a butterfly amidst the blossoms, deftly maneuvering with a series of quick changes in direction to evade Brocchi's defense. Ribery, Quagliarella, and Alba dart forward like 3 arrows, penetrating the AC Milan penalty area. AC Milan must exercise caution. The commentator clearly favors AC Milan, which is understandable. The illustrious AC Milan, basking in its glory, is far more likely to capture the media's admiration than the beleaguered Parma. Hazard dribbles at a measured pace. Yet this time AC Milan is markedly more cautious. Ambrosini refrains from recklessly pressing forward, instead approaching Hazard with a calculated, unhurried speed, assisted by Gorkov, while Brocchi, recently bypassed by Hazard, races back to sandwich the play. Pass. Li Wei calls out from the sidelines. Hazard, hearing the voice, glances up. Both Ribery and Quagliarella are closely marked by AC Milan players. Thus, Hazard executes a long pass. Alba, positioned slightly deeper on the left flank. Alba finds himself with no AC Milan players within a 10-meter radius. Although Hazard's long ball is not perfectly executed, Alba manages to control the ball with ease, unchallenged. Simic, AC Milan's Croatian right back, Simic, surges forward. It appears he is intent on giving the young Spanish talent a memorable defensive encounter. The commentator's voice exuded a sense of ease. Dario Simic, though not a key player for AC Milan, found himself overshadowed by none other than Cafu, the tireless captain of the Brazilian national team, who held the primary position of right back. Had it not been for Cafu's formidable presence, Simic would undoubtedly have been the undisputed starting right back for AC Milan. At the tender age of 17, Simic emerged from the prestigious Croatian club, Dinamo Zagreb. During his 7-year tenure with Dinamo Zagreb, he played an instrumental role in securing 5 Croatian top league championships. In 1998, He made a transfer to Inter Milan for a then-record fee of $11 million. After moving to AC Milan in 2002, Simic served as the starting right-back for a season, making 29 appearances and scoring 1 goal, contributing to AC Milan's third-place finish in the league. Despite Simic's illustrious reputation and accolades that far surpassed those of the young Alba, Alba was acutely aware of Simic's 2 critical weaknesses. The first was that Simic had reached the age of 30. In just 3 months, he would turn 31. His speed was no longer the lightning-fast prowess of his youth. The second weakness lay in Simic's slow acclimatization to matches and his inconsistent form, which subsequently led to his transfer from Inter Milan to AC Milan for a mere $5 million after 4 seasons. Simic, underestimating Alba, harbored a sense of disdain for the young player. He thought to himself that he not only needed to contain him but also to execute a splendid tackle. While he didn't aim to reclaim his starting position, he was determined to seize more playing opportunities. With a fierce determination, Simic advanced. Alba, with a sudden kick, sent the ball flying at a swift pace, catching Simic off guard. Alba's acceleration was remarkable as he deftly maneuvered past Simic near the baseline. In that moment, Simic still had a chance to defend. He could have pulled Alba back. However, as he raised his wrist, Simic hesitated. With the match barely underway for mere seconds, a foul would earn him a yellow card, placing him in a precarious defensive position and potentially leading to his substitution at halftime due to Coach Ancelotti's caution regarding the risk of a second yellow card. Before Simic could decide whether to foul or not, Alba had already bypassed him and was closing in on the ball, now just 6 or 7 meters away. The commentator's voice rang out in alarm. Oh no. The right flank of AC Milan's defense is exposed. It is evident, even without a commentator's narration, that AC Milan is currently in distress, as both the fans in the stands and those watching from home can discern. In a previous attempt to contain the breakthroughs of Hazard, Ribery, and Quagliarella, the trio of midfielders alongside 3 defenders concentrated their efforts in the center. No one anticipated that the young Alba, at merely 17, would effortlessly bypass Mizic, achieving a successful breakthrough. The right flank of AC Milan lay exposed. Once known as the Mizic defensive line, it has now transformed into Alba's vast expanse, granting him the freedom to gallop at will. D'Angelo, roared Maldini. Mizic, startled, regained his composure and immediately pursued Alba. However, he soon felt a sense of despair. Alba's ball control was not elegant, but rather simplistic and forceful, as he propelled the ball several meters ahead before sprinting after it, repeating the process with remarkable speed. This was precisely Mizic's Achilles heel, his lack of pace. Despite being a right-back, Mizic was never renowned for his speed. Rather, his defensive prowess and passing skills were the cornerstones of his standing within AC Milan. The center-back, Costacurta, donned in the number 5 jersey, had no choice but to dash to the right to cover Mizic's position. Yet, he too felt trepidation in the face of Alba's blistering speed. The name Alessandro Costacurta undoubtedly embodies the essence of a legend in the world of football. During his prime, he epitomized the defensive culture of Italian football. Aside from a brief loan spell at Monza during the 86-87 season, Costacurta dedicated his entire footballing career to Milan, symbolizing the spirit of loyalty to the club. As a center-back, Costacurta's physical attributes were rather ordinary, and his turning speed had long been criticized. However, his ability to confront various types of forwards and rise to the status of a world-class defender stemmed from his exceptional defensive acumen. Indeed, Alessandro Costacurta serves as a veritable textbook on defensive technique, encapsulating decades of defensive awareness inherent in Italian football. During the golden phase of his career, he played a pivotal role in establishing the Milan Dynasty, forming an impregnable defensive line alongside Baresi, Maldini, and Tassati or Pinucci, which dominated both club and national team alike, allowing Costacurta to attain nearly every championship. Nevertheless, that was a decade ago. Since the 1994 Toyota Cup, Costacurta has experienced a decline. In a match against Vélez Sarsfield, he first conceded a penalty through a foul, then aired in a back pass leading to another goal for the opposition, culminating in a red card before the final whistle, resulting in a 0-2 defeat for Milan, missing the Toyota Cup for the 2nd consecutive year. Now, the Costacurta that Alba faces is not only significantly past his prime, but also has reached the age of 40. The Milan nursing home of future generations is beginning to take shape. Alba glanced up to assess the route and observed that, although Costacurta is quite advanced in years, it must be acknowledged that his experience sufficiently compensates for some of the challenges posed by his age. Alba realized that in order to surpass Costacurta, he would need to invest a considerable amount of time. In Li Wei's conception of football, the timing of the attack holds paramount importance. Alba, displaying remarkable restraint, delivered a cross at the very first opportunity as he approached the byline. Costa Curta, wary of being outmaneuvered by Alba, hesitated to rush forward, while Mizik was still trailing behind. Alba's cross encountered no interference. Despite his less-than-stellar crossing ability, he still managed to deliver a ball of exceptional quality in the absence of any opposition. AC Milan center-back, Bonera, leapt high within the penalty area, only to be struck by sheer astonishment shortly thereafter. He had missed the ball by a mere 2 centimeters. The football gliding tantalizingly close to his head. Bonera could feel the air ruffling his meticulously styled hair, enhanced with gel. Then came Ribéry. He emerged before the ball like a phantom. Yet, the situation was not without its complications. The ball was at a half-height and perilously close to the goal, merely 8 meters away. Should Ribéry opt to control the ball before shooting, the towering Karasik would surely seize the moment to intercept, effectively blocking all possible angles with his towering frame exceeding 2 meters. Without hesitation, Ribéry bent low, choosing to head the ball in an unorthodox manner. Although this was an unconventional heading technique, the ball's proximity to the goal, only 8 meters, meant that if he managed to target the frame, Karasik would likely be unable to react in time. Standing at the sideline, Li Wei did not focus on the goal but instead smiled while glancing at Ancelotti, who was visibly tense, fixated on the net. In that moment, Ancelotti could do nothing but hope that Karasik would recapture the brilliance of his peak years and thwart the imminent header. And then, goal. A splendid pass. A magnificent header into the net. Merely 27 seconds into the match, Parma, through Alba's cross and Ribéry's header, struck like lightning to shatter the equilibrium of the game. Even the commentator, who favored AC Milan, could not refrain from applauding Parma's fluid attack. Though this goal fell far short of the record for the fastest goal in Serie A, scored by Fiorentina's Bogey just 9 seconds into a match against Piacenza on December 5, 2001. It was likely to become the fastest goal of the current Serie A season. From the moment of interception to the counterattack, only 2 passes were exchanged, Hazard to Alba, and Alba to Ribéry, who seized the moment to score. During this sequence, AC Milan's players resembled wooden stakes, failing to touch the ball until Ribéry's header found the net, at which point goalkeeper Karasik retrieved the ball. This was a textbook example of a counterattack following an interception. Ancelotti, catching Li Wei's gaze, furrowed his brow. This was merely the beginning. Li Wei revealed his pearly white teeth, smiling radiantly. However, in Ancelotti's eyes, that smile appeared rather menacing, akin to a wolf baring its teeth at its prey. Devoid of any friendliness. Chapter 60. Battling Milan. The Tardini Stadium, accommodating 149 spectators, fell into a brief silence after Ribéry's header found the net. This silence was swiftly shattered by an eruption of exuberant cheers, for they had astonishingly breached AC Milan's defense with a lightning-fast attack, scoring a splendid goal. Long live Parma. Forward, the Cow Brigade. Amidst their jubilant shouts, the expressions of AC Milan supporters turned sour. Once Ribéry rose from the turf, he cast a glance at the football spinning in the goal and then opened his arms, running towards the Spanish young talent, Alba, who had assisted him. Other Parma players, too, surged from various directions, celebrating exuberantly with Ribéry and Alba. They were determined to indulge in a sufficiently frenzied celebration until the coach intervened to restore order. This goal allowed them to release all the pent-up negativity they had previously endured. To many, Parma should have surrendered early, opening their gates to welcome AC Milan and allowing them to score 3 or 4 goals, thereby avoiding a massacre that could culminate in a humiliating 0-8 or 0-9 defeat on their home turf. Even their coach bowed his head before the media, and though this may have merely been a tactic, did it not also underscore the might of AC Milan? And what of the media, who, while extolling the strength of AC Milan, ever considered what Parma might be feeling? Now, we have unequivocally conveyed our sentiments to them. We, Parma, will not submit. Ribéry toppled Alba, and the ever-enthusiastic Quagliarella leapt up, waving his right arm in celebration. Following suit were others like Riggan, Yaya Toure, and Modri, forming a jubilant pile. Even the young captain, Chiellini, charged forward from the defensive line, being the last to join in, resting his hands on his teammates and tilting his head back, roaring towards the stands. This was the voice of defiance, a battle hymn of the weak yearning to combat fate. The stands were a gathering place for Parma's most devoted supporters, all rushing forward. striving to extend their arms towards the players, celebrating and roaring alongside them. Ultimately, this collective fervor coalesced into a torrent that resonated in the hearts of everyone within Tardini Stadium. Through television broadcasts, it reached every individual watching the match from their screens. At this moment, the cameras deftly shifted to Li Wei. Li Wei did not disappoint the director after a series of exuberant boxing moves on the sidelines. He raised his head and howled towards the heavens, resembling an indomitable warrior. Even for those who were not present at the venue and only witnessed the event through a television broadcast, many fans found themselves captivated by Li Wei's fervent celebration, their hearts racing with excitement. Beside Li Wei, Ancelotti wore a grim expression, promptly turning away to return to the away team's coaching bench. The celebration extended longer than anticipated, prompting the renowned Serie A referee Rocky, overseeing the match, to intervene and urge the Parma players to conclude their jubilant display. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Wei seized Alba, who was returning from AC Milan's half to his own, and exclaimed, "Do not push forward. Focus on defense. Do you understand?" "Understood." Alba nodded vigorously. Even with a substitute lineup, AC Milan is not a team that Parma can easily conquer, especially considering they possess an attacking line valued at nearly 50 million euros. Once the match resumes, they will undoubtedly intensify their offensive efforts, retaliating against Parma. Li Wei's judgment was indeed correct. As the match resumed, AC Milan's players immediately launched an offensive. This time, Gilardino was more cautious. He refrained from adjusting and opted for a direct back pass. Gorkov, well prepared, effortlessly passed the ball to the right back, the Croatian Mišić, while evading the pressing Reggiano. Mišić, having previously been outmaneuvered by Alba, was determined to redeem himself and chose to advance with the ball rather than passing it. The Parma players, instead of pressing, swiftly retreated like a receding tide, arriving quickly and withdrawing just as fast. As Mišić pushed past the halfway line and approached the 30-meter area in front of Parma's goal, he found himself momentarily stunned. Parma had already formed an impenetrable defensive wall in that zone. Apart from the forward Reggiano stationed at the forefront, rivalry roamed between Reggiano and the defense, while the remaining 8 Parma players congested within a mere 8-meter depth. "Give it to me." Gilardino called for the ball as he retreated near the touchline. Mišić delivered a short pass to his feet. As Hazard advanced to press, Gilardino deftly flicked the ball away, causing Hazard's attempt to falter. A cacophony of mixed reactions echoed through the Tardini Stadium: boos, applause, but mostly silence. Gilardino, who began his career at Piacenza, made his debut in Serie A at the tender age of 17 in 2000. However, his early career was fraught with challenges. He struggled to exhibit the potential of a top striker at both Piacenza and later at Verona. It wasn't until 2002, upon transferring to Parma, that he began to ascend to the pinnacle of his career. In the summer of 2003, as Mutu departed Parma for Chelsea, Gilardino seized the opportunity to replace him in the lineup, consequently receiving increased playing time. During the winter transfer window, when Adriano was recalled by Inter Milan, Gilardino became the undisputed focal point of Parma's attack. He did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him under Prandelli's tailored 4-4-1-1 formation. He experienced a remarkable breakout during the 2003-2004 season. In the 34 Serie A matches he participated in, he scored 23 goals, placing him just 1 goal behind Ukraine's Shevchenko in the league's scoring charts. His outstanding performance that season earned him the title of Serie A's best newcomer. In the subsequent 2004-2005 season, Parma encountered difficulties due to the excessive sale of star players, remaining entrenched in the relegation zone throughout. Yet, Gilardino maintained a steady form, participating in all 38 Serie A matches that season and once again clinching the Serie A silver boot with 23 goals. In the relegation playoff, it was indeed Gilardino's goal that enabled Parma to triumph over Bologna, ultimately securing their place in Serie A. Consequently, Gilardino was honored as the best player and the best domestic player in Italy that year. Chapter 61. The match against Milan. Gilardino's impressive performances over 2 consecutive seasons catapulted him to fame in the Apennines, attracting the attention of numerous prestigious clubs, including AC Milan, Juventus, Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Chelsea. Ultimately, in the summer of 2005, Milan extended an invitation to him, and Gilardino, eager to showcase his talents on a grander stage, joined the Rossoneri on July 19, 2005, for a transfer fee of $24 million, making him the most expensive transfer in Serie A that season. Although Gilardino's transfer alleviated Parma's financial burdens with the influx of 24 million, some extreme Parma fans viewed him as a traitor. However, there were also supporters who understood Gilardino's decision, acknowledging that after securing the Serie A silver boot in the 2003-2004 season, he had been willing to remain at Parma for another year. Additionally, Parma still owed Gilardino some wages, which he had not pursued. Yet, watching their former star play for a rival team, it is unlikely that many Parma fans felt no resentment towards Gilardino. Back on the pitch, while Gilardino managed to evade Hazard's defense, he was soon confronted by another Parma player, Yaya Toure. Faced with the towering presence of Toure, Gilardino aimed to maneuver past him but was physically restrained, nearly losing possession of the ball. With no options left, he reluctantly passed the ball to Gourcuff behind him. After receiving the ball, Gourcuff scanned the field but found no favorable passing lanes. All he could see were Parma players in their black and white striped jerseys. With only a few AC Milan players in red and black stripes scattered about, neither of which offered a viable passing opportunity. After a series of back passes, the ball eventually returned to Gilardino's feet. Anxious to make an impact, he executed a swift change of direction, creating a moment of space, and unleashed a powerful shot. Although the shot was forceful, Gilardino was not particularly adept at long-range shooting and failed to control the ball properly. The attempt did not significantly challenge Handanovi, who merely raised his hands, signaling to his defenders to remain where they were. With a calm demeanor, Handanovi watched as the ball whistled past the goal, approximately 12 to 13 meters to the right. This was a severely misplaced shot. Apart from its power, it offered little to commend. Li Wei gestured from the sidelines, signaling to his disciple that they were performing admirably and should continue in this manner. Handanovic took the goal kick, opting against a long pass towards the midfield. Despite the presence of the towering Rigan, who stood at an impressive height of 191 meters, instead, he delivered a short pass to Chiellini, who, in turn, did not rush to release the ball, instead advancing with the ball at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the closest AC Milan player to Chiellini was the Brazilian Oliveira. However, the Brazilian seemed reluctant to exert himself. He waited until Chiellini was a mere 7 or 8 meters away before begrudgingly starting to jog towards him. Li Wei smiled from the sidelines, observing the antics of the AC Milan veterans. Chiellini sensed he could outmaneuver the Brazilian opponent, yet after a moment of hesitation, he refrained from taking the risk and instead passed the ball to Serna on the flank. Chiellini understood his role as the central defender and captain of the team. He was required to embody composure rather than indulge in the flamboyant dribbling techniques of a forward to entertain the spectators. Li Wei nodded approvingly from the sidelines, having just discerned Chiellini's subtle intentions, which stirred a slight concern within him. Nevertheless, Chiellini ultimately did not betray the trust bestowed upon him. He eschewed flamboyant dribbling to appease the spectators, opting instead for straightforward passing. If he continues to develop in this manner, it is conceivable that a year from now, Chiellini may very well ascend to the ranks of elite center-backs in Serie A. In contrast to Oliveira's demeanor, Gilardino exhibited a far more upright attitude as he advanced toward the receiving Serna. However, this pressing effort proved fruitless. Without even a glance at Gilardino, Serna deftly flicked the ball to Bonucci's feet with a subtle twist of his ankle. Gilardino then pursued Bonucci, and just as he neared, Bonucci, with a hint of mockery in his gaze, passed the ball to Modric. At this juncture, Gilardino grew frustrated, recognizing that Parma harbored no intentions of mounting an offensive. They merely exchanged passes in the backfield, effectively toying with Gilardino. The commentator shared in this frustration, likening Parma to a thief who, after pilfering a goal, basked in the insignificance of such an achievement. To employ a negative approach to the game merely to waste time signifies a regression in Italian football, an affront to the beautiful game itself. The AC Milan fans in attendance echoed this sentiment with their boos, although the Parma supporters expressed discontent with their team's lackluster performance. They remained steadfast in their unwavering support for the club when faced with larger issues. The Parma fans countered with their team anthem, and some even crafted simple songs mocking AC Milan's scandals during the Calciopoli affair. On the visitors' bench, Coach Ancelotti sat in a state of helplessness and agitation. He was acutely aware of the situation on the pitch, although Parma was content to pass the ball around in their own half. Anyone who believed that this would be their sole approach moving forward would surely be in for an unexpected surprise, one that would instill fear in AC Milan. Should he instruct his players to temper their aggression? It was not only Ancelotti who recognized the dilemma. His assistant coach also perceived the issue and offered a suggestion. Ancelotti pondered for a moment before shaking his head in resignation, stating, "Given the current circumstances, how can we rein it in? The players are fueled by a tempest of pent-up frustration that they cannot express, and I cannot expect my orders to be executed flawlessly. This could very well lead to a disarrayed formation, with some players wanting to hold back, while others seek to intensify the attack." The assistant coach fell silent, but as he returned his gaze to the field, his pupils widened in alarm. Since Parma's goal, the AC Milan players had spontaneously intensified their offensive efforts. However, AC Milan remained vigilant, ensuring that their flanks were not overly exposed. It was evident that the Rossoneri's fullbacks were acutely aware of their advancing years, left-back Paolo Maldini at 38 and right-back Mizik at 30. As the match reached the 18th minute, the AC Milan players, having struggled to break through, began to exhibit signs of impatience, a development anticipated by coach Li Wei. At that moment, Parma held possession, seemingly content to pass the ball around in their defensive third. While Italian teams have never been renowned for their possession play, following a summer training regimen under Li Wei and the incorporation of innovative drills, Parma's players, though not quite at the level of Barcelona, exhibited a commendable passing ability that placed them among the elite in Serie A. AC Milan's hopes of intercepting the ball through the sporadic movement of a few players unaccustomed to pressing were slim, though not impossible. During the match, a remarkable moment unfolded. The lethargic Oliveira suddenly sprang into action, nearly stealing the ball, only for Modric to swiftly deliver it to the nearby Hazard. Oliveira pursued Hazard, who, unfazed, waited until Oliveira closed in before passing to Yaya Touré. Touré mirrored Hazard's composure, delivering the ball to center-back Chiellini just as Oliveira approached, demonstrating rare tenacity. Oliveira continued his pursuit, but as Chiellini passed to Bonucci, he finally halted, hands on hips, panting, overwhelmed by a frustrating sense of helplessness. The Parma fans erupted in laughter, for Oliveira's experience was merely a microcosm of the first 18 minutes. Every AC Milan forward had been toyed with by Parma's players in a similar manner, albeit to varying degrees. Frustrated, the AC Milan players resolved to put an end to such vexing antics. With a rallying cry, the formidable AC Milan intensified their attack, sending 8 players over the halfway line. They escalated their pressing game, and the beleaguered Parma side seemed destined to succumb to the might of AC Milan. The commentator, invigorated by the unfolding drama on the pitch, shouted with enthusiasm, while the Parma commentator felt a wave of concern wash over him. With AC Milan increasing their pressing, their numbers were overwhelming, and he feared that their possession strategy would soon falter. This apprehension soon materialized, although AC Milan still had fewer players in the midfield. They compressed the passing lanes, causing Parma's passing success rate to plummet. Once we intercept the ball, we will be face to face with Parma's goal. A goal is imminent in the coming minutes. The commentator on the television station was exceedingly enthusiastic. However, the reality was not as splendid as he portrayed it to be. Certainly, the commentator's predictions were not entirely erroneous. At the very least, he was correct in stating that a goal would occur within the ensuing minutes. A counterattack. Levi stood by the sidelines, vociferously shouting while vigorously gesturing with his right hand, directing his fingers towards the half of AC Milan. The players of AC Milan, upon hearing Levi's fervent cries, were engulfed in a myriad of thoughts. Even in the face of impending doom, he seeks to intimidate us. Is this merely a display of bravado, or does he harbor some extraordinary strategy? Yet, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for some of the AC Milan players to decipher Levi's intentions. The captain, Maldini, paled in countenance and shouted to his teammates, "Be cautious. Pay attention to their aerial threats." But would it prove effective? Li Wei shouted with such fervor, fully confident that AC Milan would be powerless to thwart his team's advance, even if they were aware of it. At this moment, the ball was under the control of Serna, who, having received Li's directive, made a slight adjustment and unleashed a long pass from the backfield, aimed precisely at Regano, who stood like a spear at the center circle. Controlled the first and second touches. Though aged, the leaderly aura of Maldini remained undiminished. The 2 central defenders lagging at the back immediately pressed forward towards Regano. However, AC Milan's defenders appeared somewhat intimidated at this juncture. Bonera stood at 1.83 meters tall, weighing 74 kilograms, while Costacurta was 1.82 meters and weighed 75 kilograms. In contrast, their adversary, the Parma forward Regano, measured an imposing 1.91 meters and weighed 84 kilograms. Neither Bonera nor Costacurta could match Regano's physical prowess. Costacurta made a swift decision, instructing Bonera, Daniel, you go for the first touch. I'll cover the second. Although Bonera was at a disadvantage in terms of physical attributes, he was still a sprightly 25 years old, in the prime of his career. Conversely, the legendary Italian defender Costacurta, despite his past glories, was now a 40-year-old veteran, relying more on experience than agility on the pitch. Gritting his teeth, Bonera nodded and positioned himself closely to Regano. The Parma forward cast a glance at Bonera, seemingly unconcerned. He had already secured his position. His only task was to contemplate how best to execute the play. Suddenly, Regano noticed Ribery beckoning him, and fortuitously, no AC Milan players were nearby. Regano understood precisely how to handle the situation. Cerna's pass was impeccable, akin to a laser-guided missile, heading directly towards Regano's vicinity. This allowed Regano to swiftly occupy a favorable position without excessive movement. As the ball approached, Bonera gritted his teeth and leaped. Fully aware that he was unlikely to outjump Regano in aerial duels, yet he had no alternative, even if he was reluctant to contest the header. He could not permit Regano to effortlessly pass the ball or bring it under control. The commentator exclaimed, "Parma launches a counterattack." At this moment, AC Milan has only 2 central defenders in their half, and they are evidently at a disadvantage against the 191-meter-tall Regano. The ball arrived. Regano and AC Milan's Bonera leapt simultaneously. It seemed there were no promising passing options, and Regano opted to knock the ball back to Ribery. However, Ribery was somewhat distant from AC Milan's defensive line, a full 15 or 16 meters away, to sprint with the ball for 15 to 16 meters. A span of merely 3 or 4 seconds is utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the players of AC Milan, who had previously pressed into Parma's half, have begun their retreat. In just 3 to 4 seconds, they can effectively reorganize a formidable Italian chain defense in front of the Parma attackers. Chapter 63, confronting Milan 6 as Lugano returned the ball to Ribery. Costacurta, who had initially lagged behind Bonera, surged forward without hesitation. Bonera, having just landed, was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Offside. At this moment, only one Parma player, Lugano, stood before Ribery, and it was imperative to prevent any connection between the two. The simplest and most direct solution was to create an offside situation. Even if Ribery played the ball without stopping, Lugano would already be in an offside position. This was precisely what the AC Milan players hoped for. The commentator in the broadcast room was exhilarated, impressive, truly deserving of the legacy of the Milan dynasty. Costacurta immediately conceived a countermeasure, reversing AC Milan's unfavorable position. Now, the sole outlet for Parma's forward attack, Lugano, finds himself offside. Ribery likely has yet to realize this. Even if he did, it would be of little consequence. As Ribery waits for Lugano to withdraw from the offside position, the AC Milan players have already nearly returned. What a pity. At some point, Ancelotti had also arrived at the sidelines, standing about a meter away from Li Wei, his tone laced with a hint of jest. Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at Ancelotti, uttering no words, as his attention swiftly returned to the football pitch. An AC Milan player advanced from the flank, compelling Ribery to sense impending danger. Although he felt confident in maintaining possession, he was acutely aware that he would soon be entangled with AC Milan's defenders, jeopardizing his optimal passing route. At that moment, the corner of Ribery's eye caught a glimpse of a black cross and white shirt darting past. Who was it? Ribery had little time for contemplation. He could only rely on instinct and suddenly executed a diagonal pass. The quality of Ribery's pass was not particularly refined due to its hastiness. He struck the ball with considerable force. Yet, this did not deter the jubilant cheers from the spectators at Tardini Stadium. From the elevated vantage point of the fans, Ribery's pass appeared akin to a surgeon's scalpel, effortlessly slicing through AC Milan's seemingly impenetrable defensive line, leaving it in tatters. Ribery's delivery was exquisite. However, it was destined to be in vain, as Rigan had strayed offside. The commentator on the broadcast remarked with a hint of disdain, "Though AC Milan's defense may be aged, it remains world-class. Parma has fallen into a trap. Their forward is offside. How could a beleaguered team like Parma possibly triumph over a giant like AC Milan?" Yet, just as everyone assumed it was merely an offside play, a player in a black cross and white shirt surged forward along the flank with remarkable speed. Who was it? The commentator failed to discern the identity of this Parma player. He was racing ahead, pushing himself to the limits, akin to a tempest. Although his features were obscured, the commentator managed to catch a glimpse of the jersey number. It was Parma's number 18. In a rush, the commentator rifled through his notes. Due to an ingrained disdain for Parma, he had neglected to invest much effort into studying their players, now finding himself scrambling for information. It was Quagliarella. The 23-year-old Italian had made 33 appearances for Ascoli last season, scoring 3 goals, a performance that could only be described as mediocre. This attack posed little threat to AC Milan. At that moment, AC Milan's players regained their composure. Ribery's pass was not intended for Rigan. Offside. The referee was being pressured by AC Milan's players. They were aware that Quagliarella was not offside, but had successfully evaded it. Thus, they sought another method to sway the referee, hoping to induce an erroneous judgment. In the case of other teams, such thoughts would be deemed audacious, but they were AC Milan. AC Milan stands as a formidable titan in Italian football, consistently enjoying various forms of leniency on the pitch. This instance is neither the first nor will it be the last time that players from AC Milan seek such indulgences. Reginaldo ambled back slowly, having not touched the ball and remaining at a considerable distance from it. Referee Rocky observed Reginaldo, his mind wavering. In the past, Rocky might have blown the whistle, but after a moment's hesitation, he realized he lacked the courage to do so. Recently, following the conclusion of the telephone scandal, Rocky had faced accusations and had only narrowly escaped, being exonerated due to insufficient evidence. According to reports from Tuttosport, upon hearing the verdict of his acquittal, Rocky was overcome with emotion and wept uncontrollably. Now, he approached sensitive decisions with utmost caution, unwilling to stir any controversy, at least for the foreseeable future. Moreover, Rocky understood that although Parma had once been on the brink of bankruptcy and struggled for survival in recent seasons, the current iteration of Parma was quite different. Their president, Lev, was not to be underestimated. Renowned for his outspoken nature, Lev's sharp tongue could be problematic. Even the so-called kings without crowns had found it challenging to contend with him, and it was fair to say they had always struggled against Lev's influence. Observing the match unfold, it was evident that Lev's earlier humility in the pre-match press conference was merely a strategic manipulation of the media. Who could predict what incendiary remarks would emerge from his mouth should Rocky make a biased call? Such a decision could ensnare Rocky back into the whirlwind of public scrutiny from which he had just escaped. Quagliarella had harbored concerns regarding potential favoritism towards AC Milan by the referee, yet upon receiving the ball and hearing no whistle, a sense of certainty washed over him. He understood that the referee was not favoring the illustrious AC Milan this time. What reason did he have to squander his teammate's exquisite pass? Good. The Parma commentator was visibly exhilarated. A splendid lob. After successfully evading the offside trap, Quagliarella surged forward with the ball, and as the AC Milan goalkeeper, Karasik, advanced, Quagliarella remained composed, executing a delicate lob. Despite Karasik's towering height of over 2 meters, he was utterly unable to intercept the softly floated ball. It was now 2-0. At this juncture, the match had only reached the 19th minute. Parma had already established a 2-goal lead over AC Milan. Who could have anticipated such a scenario before the match? Who would dare to imagine it? The television commentator, lacking energy, remarked, "A beautiful goal, fortunately. There is still ample time left, and AC Milan has sufficient opportunity to equalize." Now he no longer dares to utter anything about a bloodbath against Parma, only cautiously expressing that AC Milan will equalize. It is evident to all that this Parma team has undergone a remarkable transformation compared to last season. Chapter 64. Battling Milan 7. When Quagliarella delicately chipped the ball into the net, many could hardly believe their eyes. A relegation-threatened team, like Parma, leading against AC Milan? Even though AC Milan fielded a squad of substitutes, it still boasted several world-class players. Their defense was no slouch either, with legendary defenders like Maldini and Costacurta, and the promising center-back Bonera, who was hailed as a bright hope for both AC Milan and Italy. A team of this caliber, even if comprised of reserves, should find it a simple task to triumph over Parma away from home. Yet, what is the current situation? Are we dreaming? The splendid world previously conjured by AC Milan fans is beginning to crumble before their very eyes. This reality is not only difficult for the fans to accept, but also for the journalists in the press box. Those who anticipated mockingly celebrating Parma and Li Wei post-match are now utterly dumbfounded. After Parma scored, their eyes immediately darted to the sidelines where the Parma coaching staff sat. They beheld Li Wei burst forth from the bench, raising his arms in triumphant cheer. This hardly resembled any notion of surrender. A thought flashed through many journalists' minds. That damned rascal had been toying with us all along. There was no hint of capitulation. His pre-match remarks were merely a trap designed to catch the opponents off guard. That scoundrel, Ancelotti, watching the exuberant celebration of the young man beside him, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. At this moment, Ancelotti remained unaware of being deceived by Li Wei. If he had known, he would no longer be Ancelotti. Yet, he felt powerless. Who could have anticipated that despite his utmost caution, he would still fall prey to Li Wei's ruse? Had AC Milan fielded their strongest lineup, Parma would have had no opportunity at all. But now, it was too late to lament. AC Milan had fallen behind, by 2 goals, no less. Li Wei celebrated exuberantly on the sidelines, finally able to unleash the pent-up frustration he had endured while playing the role of the underdog. One must tread carefully when masquerading as a fool, for one may inadvertently become one. Fortunately, he had succeeded, not with a precarious score of 1-0, but with a definitive 2-0. While this lead did not guarantee an unwavering victory for Parma, it did allow them to wholeheartedly focus on defensive counterattacks, free from the fear of AC Milan stars conjuring a moment of brilliance to level the score. The contest was now a battle of teamwork. After scoring, Quagliarella did not seek out Ribéry, who had assisted him, but instead turned to rush towards the home team's coaching bench. At that moment, the individual he most wished to thank was their exceedingly youthful head coach. Upon joining the team, he had felt a twinge of regret upon discovering there were 2 coaches. Yet he refrained from expressing his discontent openly, unlike Contini and others. Having honed his skills in smaller clubs, Quagliarella understood the need to tread lightly around certain individuals. At the very least, he was assured that Li Wei would not impose any obstacles when he sought a transfer. In just 2 short months under Li Wei's guidance, following a stunning comeback against Torino and after Pioli's heavy defeat in Russia, Quagliarella's allegiance had shifted, and he no longer harbored any disdain for Li Wei. Instead, he felt nothing but admiration. He had never witnessed a coach so young yet so remarkably capable, one who triumphed in every media encounter, displayed unwavering resolve against adversaries, and adeptly managed dissent within the ranks. The transformation he brought to the team was nothing short of revolutionary. Though Quagliarella was unaware of Parma's previous struggles as a relegation-threatened club, he recognized the stark contrast to their current position. Li Wei had orchestrated a 4-2 comeback against Torino and, in the second round of league matches, had already secured a 2-0 lead against AC Milan. Such achievements were not easily attained by any coach. He understood the importance of scoring and taking the lead, so he dedicated this goal to his coach. He dove into Li Wei's embrace, and the 2 shared a tight hug, soon surrounded by their fellow teammates. Parma's players reveled in the celebration, while AC Milan's players stood frozen in disbelief on the pitch. This bewilderment extended beyond the players, affecting the substitutes and coaches on the sidelines as well. Ancelotti sighed. His mind a tangled mess, and those around him were no better off. Before this goal, no one had anticipated that Parma could score 2 goals in a mere 19 minutes. It was a feat even the mightiest European clubs would find challenging. They were AC Milan, perched atop their lofty pedestal, gazing down upon their rivals with an air of superiority. However, within a mere 19 minutes, they were toppled to the ground by Parma, subsequently dragged into a muddy pit. After a struggle, they found themselves lying in the mire, trampled underfoot by opponents they once looked down upon. This profound psychological disparity was too much for many to bear. Mauro Desati, Ancelotti's trusted assistant and AC Milan's assistant coach, posed a question to Ancelotti. "We must make a change, or we will find ourselves at a disadvantage." Ancelotti managed a wry smile. Change. He yearned for it. The dilemma, however, lay in how to effect that change. In football, the most effective and straightforward way to alter a team's offense or defense, or even to transform the entire strategy, is undoubtedly through substitutions. The issue at hand, however, was that the match had only progressed to the 19th minute. To make a substitution at this juncture, unless a player was injured or requested to be replaced, could only convey one message: you are inadequate. You are the bane of the team. Your performance on the field has failed to aid the squad. You are the weakest link among the 11. For the substituted player, this would be a humiliation, a clear indication of the coach's lack of trust. Such a decision could ignite discord within the locker room. Thus, while substitutions may seem effective, the question of whom to replace becomes a dilemma. Reluctantly, Ancelotti beckoned a player from AC Milan who had stepped to the sidelines for hydration. The situation was precarious. Parma's counterattacks were incisive. He conveyed to the others, "What we need to focus on now is not equalizing the score, but rather stabilizing our defense. Do you understand?" The AC Milan player hesitated, his eyes betraying reluctance. "I understand," he replied weakly. Ancelotti placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, encouraging him. A temporary focus on defense is merely a precursor to a more effective offense. There is ample time left for us to turn this around. Chapter 65, the match against Milan 8. This marked Ancelotti's sixth season at the helm of AC Milan. And thus his directives did not entirely satisfy the players on the field, yet they dutifully adhered to his commands. AC Milan's offensive approach became increasingly cautious, preferring to pass the ball back rather than recklessly shooting from outside the penalty area. Parma, adopting a defensive counterattacking strategy, showed little concern for whether AC Milan opted for wayward shots or backward passes. As long as the ball remained out of dangerous territory, they played to their own tempo, being the team in the lead. In such circumstances, both sides played conservatively, resulting in a rather uninspiring display. The television commentator could no longer contain his frustration, however. His criticism was directed not at both teams, but specifically at Parma. Was Parma truly once one of the illustrious Seven Sisters of Serie A? Observing their play, passing back, defending. This dreary rendition of football was stifling the public's passion for the sport. On the sidelines, Li Wei raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. The match had now reached the 38th minute, with approximately 7 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the first half. Given that the first half had unfolded without any unexpected incidents, the longest delay had merely been the 2-goal celebrations by Parma. Thus, the additional time allocated by the fourth official for the first half would likely be minimal, perhaps only 1 or 2 minutes. Seizing the opportunity during a moment when the ball went out of play, Li Wei called over Modric, who was quenching his thirst on the sidelines, to offer him some strategic advice. Modric, now the midfield orchestrator for the team, plays a pivotal role in both offense and defense. The 21-year-old Croatian has not disappointed Li Wei's trust. After a brief period of adjustment, his performance on the field has increasingly flourished, subtly revealing the promise of a future midfield maestro akin to Modric of Real Madrid. Although AC Milan is not currently mounting an aggressive assault against us, this does not imply that we can afford to relax. The reason AC Milan has refrained from pressing forward is simply due to their inability to implement effective changes. During the halftime break, they will undoubtedly make substantial adjustments, possibly introducing key players, and it is conceivable that they may substitute up to 3 mainstays at once. Particularly, the inclusion of CAC would elevate AC Milan's prowess significantly. Li Wei is well aware of the formidable prowess exhibited by CAC during the 06-07 season. It was as if a divine presence had taken form, vanquishing all adversaries with unparalleled skill. He led the aging AC Milan, burdened by a faltering attack, to triumph over formidable foes, ascending to the pinnacle of European football by clinching the UEFA Champions League title. CAC himself emerged as the tournament's top scorer with 10 goals, earning accolades as the best player and the best forward. In the subsequent year, he was honored as the best player of the 2007 FIFA Club World Cup, as well as receiving the prestigious 2007 Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year award, embodying a multitude of honors. After taking a hearty sip of sports drink, Modri remarked, however, AC Milan's lack of a robust offensive strategy makes our counterattacks rather challenging. Pioli also approached, curious to see what tactics Li Wei would employ against AC Milan. Li Wei calmly remarked, although we are employing a defensive counterattack strategy, where in the realm of football can one find a rigid tactic? During this fleeting moment, as the first half nears its conclusion, we shall press forward. The players of AC Milan could never anticipate such a turn of events. It is highly probable that we may score another goal. Modric's heart was instantly filled with confidence as he nodded and replied, understood. Li Wei gestured from the sidelines, and the players of Parma observed with a measure of perplexity. After all, Li Wei's tenure as the coach of Parma has been relatively brief, and it would be remiss to overlook the presence of Pioli, the nominal head coach, whose influence, albeit puppeteered, still holds significance. At this juncture, Modric summoned 4 teammates to relay Li Wei's intentions, and these 4 subsequently communicated his messages to the other players. Thus, it was not long before the Parma players on the field began to grasp Li Wei's meaning. This elucidates why Li Wei opted to articulate what could have been conveyed with a mere gesture. Although Li Wei is a football coach, he stands apart from the majority of his contemporaries in this era. While other head coaches are often seated on the sidelines, rarely rising from their seats for more than 10 minutes throughout the 90-minute match, Li Wei embodies a different spirit. Aside from quenching his thirst and engaging in dialogue with his coaching staff, he remains on the sidelines, keenly observing the game or actively motivating his players whenever possible. When a goal is scored, Li Wei does not hesitate to celebrate with exuberance, whether through a flurry of punches, a slide, or even a somersault, showcasing his passion. Indeed. For those unfamiliar with the situation, one might mistakenly presume that he is the head coach of Parma, given his fervent involvement. Numerous media outlets have remarked that, had it not been for his lack of experience and the absence of a Serie A coaching license, this season would not have seen the likes of Pioli at Parma. For these reasons, television cameras never shy away from capturing Li Wei, ensuring that throughout the 90 minutes of play, at any given moment, at least one camera is focused on him. This time, Li Wei's on-field guidance was instantly broadcast to viewers at home. Commentator, as the match nears its conclusion, Li Wei has summoned Modric to impart some tactical advice. What might he be preparing for? Partner, I believe he is reinforcing defensive strategies. A certain analysis has indicated that goals are most frequently scored within the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes of a match. Clearly, Parma is bracing for an onslaught from AC Milan in the closing moments of the first half, as their players can afford to expend energy, knowing they will enjoy a 15-minute halftime respite to recuperate afterward. Commentator, chuckling, by your reasoning, perhaps Li Wei is actually instructing his players to initiate an attack. Partner, laughs, if that's the case, Ancelotti will surely be pleased. Commentator, it seems I've momentarily forgotten my earlier words, echoing your sentiment. Indeed. Parma's defense may hold firm, but once they take the initiative to attack, AC Milan's players will revel in the opportunity. Their once impenetrable defense will crumble, allowing for seamless combinations, be it through central penetrations or crosses from the wings. On the sidelines, Pioli, observing even the substitutes shining with potential for AC Milan, inquired of Li Wei, "Sir, do you genuinely have confidence in scoring during this fleeting segment before halftime?" Li Wei replied, "I have no such assurance." Li Wei's response was both candid and decisive. Chapter 66, Confronting Milan 9a. Pioli stared at Li Wei in astonishment. "You are facing the elite European powerhouse AC Milan. Do you dare to advance without certainty? Are you not afraid of seeing this promising situation unravel before your eyes?" Li Wei may lack the ability to read minds, yet he possesses an uncanny understanding of Pioli's innermost thoughts. In the realm of football, certainty is a rare commodity. Who could have predicted, during the Champions League of 2004, that the final would be contested by two teams not hailing from the prestigious top four leagues? It was instead Porto from the Portuguese Primeira Liga and Monaco from the French Ligue 1, both of which were helmed by novice coaches. Pioli cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei. "Is it truly so? You are not merely cunning. In your quest to outwit Ancelotti, you would go to great lengths, performing for the media and players alike. How could you possibly undertake an endeavor devoid of any assurance?" Li Wei chuckled and patted Pioli on the shoulder, teasingly remarking, "Are you seeking my counsel, assistant coach?" Pioli, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pondered whether it was indeed the role of an assistant coach to seek guidance from others. Li Wei did not impose any difficulty on Pioli. Rather, he hoped that during the remainder of the season, Pioli would diligently fulfill his role as head coach, which in essence resembled that of an assistant coach, effectively supporting him. Observing the situation on the field, he inquired, "Have you noticed that the AC Milan players seem to be growing impatient?" He gestured towards the pitch. After careful scrutiny, Pioli nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it appears they are dissatisfied with Ancelotti's tactics. The offensive play has been exceedingly lackluster. Akin to a young man compelled to box in slow motion, it may begin well, but as time progresses, it inevitably becomes awkward. Are you seeking to exploit this weakness? However, once we launch an attack, it allows AC Milan to regain their original offensive rhythm, enabling the young players to escape their forced slow-motion boxing, which poses a significant threat to us. We must take risks." Li Wei stated earnestly, although this AC Milan squad primarily consists of substitutes, they still possess several key players. Gilardino and Oliveira are both starters. The defense, albeit aging, is stabilized by the experience of Maldini and Costacurta. Thus, AC Milan's most pressing issue lies in the midfield, lacking a reliable defensive midfielder and a playmaker. After a brief pause, he continued, "The players on the AC Milan bench can seamlessly address these deficiencies. Substituting Gattuso can resolve the defensive issues, while bringing on Pirlo or Cac can remedy the need for a playmaker. After halftime, Parma will face an even more formidable challenge. So we must capitalize on the closing moments of the first half to execute several efficient attacks, ensuring that AC Milan, regardless of their struggles in the second half, cannot stage a remarkable turnaround and seize those invaluable 3 points." As the match resumed, the ball was in the possession of the Parma players, who prepared to throw in from the sideline at midfield. "Give it to me," Modri raised his right hand. Without hesitation, Serna promptly tossed the ball to Modri. The nearest AC Milan player to Modri was the Brazilian Oliveira, who had previously been deftly outmaneuvered by Parma, leaving him feeling humiliated. Fearing a repeat of that experience, Oliveira did not rush in for a challenge. Instead, he ambled towards Modri. Disregarding Oliveira, Modri adjusted slightly and suddenly unleashed a long-range pass to the left back, Alba, who was making an aggressive advance, positioned about 40 meters into AC Milan's half. However, with the ball on the right side, there were no AC Milan players marking him. No one anticipated that Modri would initiate an attack, catching AC Milan off guard and leaving them bewildered. Wasn't Parma supposed to be playing defensively? Why are they now taking the initiative to attack? Focus on defending. The defensive leader of AC Milan, Paolo Maldini, shouted commands. At that moment, the player closest to Alba was the Croatian, Mišić. A former center-back, his speed was not particularly remarkable, and now, approaching the age of 31, he had begun to lose some of his pace, having previously witnessed Alba's explosive speed and agility during an attack. Mišić was acutely aware that drawing too close could result in being easily outmaneuvered. Thus, during this defensive maneuver, he opted to retreat gradually, maintaining a certain distance to thwart Alba's speed advantage. The AC Milan players were slow to regroup, evidently caught off guard by Parma's sudden acceleration, leaving many players momentarily stunned. In contrast, the Parma players were well prepared and surged forward with remarkable speed. Hazard quickly positioned himself on Alba's right side to receive the pass. Alba delivered the ball to Hazard, who intuitively sent it forward, bypassing Mišić's defense and arriving behind him. Alba sprinted into action, overtaking Mišić and receiving Hazard's pass to charge ahead with unbridled speed. This was a splendid wall pass combination. Mišić reacted more swiftly this time. But despite his intentions to chase back, he found himself outmatched. Alba was incredibly fast. Throughout this defensive sequence, AC Milan's backline remained relatively intact. Their previous conservative strategy had not been without merit. The defense featured stalwarts like Maldini, Bonera, Costacurta, and the midfield reinforcements of Bracchi and Ambrosini. However, goal! The commentator at Tardini Stadium exclaimed with fervor. A magnificent attack. The robust Riggan showcased his physical prowess, rendering Bonera as if he were a mere child in comparison. Tasked with defending against Riggan, Bonera, neither in weight nor height, stood a chance. The two leaped almost simultaneously, yet Bonera was swiftly overpowered in midair. Akin to a sparrow contending with a mighty eagle, an entirely one-sided affair. Riggan effortlessly headed the ball, and although AC Milan's goalkeeper, Karachi, reacted promptly, the proximity of the ball to the goal rendered his efforts futile. Undoubtedly, the ball flew into the net. Parma's players swarmed around the bewildered Riggan, celebrating exuberantly. No one could have anticipated that Parma's first foray into offense would prove successful. The players of AC Milan stood bewildered, while goalkeeper Kalic sat despondently on the ground, leaning against the goalpost, gasping for air. Center-back Bonera lay on the grass, staring up at the sky, wishing that everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. Alongside the AC Milan players, the recently scored Reggiano was equally astonished. Reggiano could hardly fathom that in his debut match, with his very first shot, he had netted his inaugural goal, especially against the prestigious AC Milan. For the 32-year-old Reggiano, this was an extraordinarily surreal moment. Born on May 25, 1974, Reggiano only embarked on his professional football journey at the age of 26, competing in the lowest tier of Italian professional football, the Serie C2, which is the fourth level of the Italian Football League system. At the age of 28, Reggiano made 33 appearances and scored 27 goals, aiding Taranto Football Club in securing second place in the Serie C1 that season. His remarkable performance drew the attention of Fiorentina, who subsequently signed him. However, Fiorentina was no longer the formidable force it once was in Serie A. The club had declared bankruptcy in 2002 due to financial deficits and was relegated by the Italian Football Federation, subsequently reforming as Fiorentina Viola under the support of shoemaker Diego Della Valle. Upon joining Fiorentina, Reggiano adapted seamlessly, having an outstanding first season with 32 appearances and 30 goals, leading Fiorentina to promotion as champions of Serie C2. In the 2003-2004 season, Fiorentina triumphed in the playoffs against Perugia and as the team's leading scorer. Reggiano finally earned his chance in Serie A at the age of 30. However, time proved unkind. The 30-year-old Reggiano struggled to acclimatize to the pace of Serie A, and his abilities could no longer meet the team's aspirations. Despite his willingness to accept a substitute role to remain with Fiorentina, the club made a pragmatic yet harsh decision. In the summer of 2005, Reggiano was transferred to Empoli just before the transfer deadline, commencing a new chapter of wandering. During his tenure at Empoli, he made a considerable number of appearances, 33, but his goal-scoring efficiency plummeted, netting only 5 goals. Reggiano had aged another year, now 32, and perceptions were that he could no longer endure the rigors of Serie A. In the summer of 2006, after just 1 year with Empoli, Reggiano found himself once more on the transfer market at a modest price. At this juncture, new Parma owner Li came into play, acquiring Reggiano from Empoli for a mere €400,000. At this moment, many were deriding Li Wei for what they deemed a financially disastrous transaction, with numerous individuals believing that Reggiano could only remain in Parma for a single season. However, as Reggiano gazed at the teammates who surged forth from all directions to celebrate, an exhilarating realization struck him. He was far from over. He still possessed the vigor to fight. He could not betray the trust the club had placed in him. Chapter 67, the match against Milan. When Parma scored their third goal, the cheers from the stands were not as thunderous as during the first. The fans, witnessing Reggiano propel the ball into AC Milan's net, were overtaken by an almost surreal sensation. Is this truly happening? Are we genuinely 3 goals ahead of AC Milan? It is we, not AC Milan, who lead by 3 goals. Surely, something must be amiss. Yet, soon enough, the cheers erupted once more. The initial exuberance came from the section of the stands behind AC Milan's goal, comprised of Parma's most devoted supporters. They were the first to grasp the reality and accept the astonishing truth. We are indeed 3 goals ahead of AC Milan, and they have yet to score. What an extraordinary accomplishment! What a dreamlike scoreline! In that moment, they began to feel that the club's decision to appoint a president fond of coaching was not such a lamentable affair after all. These developments unfolded under Li Wei's management. Had it been any other coach, such thoughts would have been utterly unfathomable. The cheers swiftly coalesced into a unified roar, evolving into a tsunami that engulfed the entire Tardini Stadium. As the overwhelming cacophony of cheers resonated around him, Li Wei smiled. He turned to Pioli beside him and remarked, "Do you hear that? It is the sound of victory, a revolution in itself." Revolution? Pioli stood momentarily dumbfounded. Li Wei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a revolution. It is a transformation of new forces against the old. From this day forth, everyone in Italy shall recognize that beyond Juventus, AC Milan, and Inter Milan, there exists another prestigious team, Parma. He lifted his gaze towards the jubilant Parma supporters and declared with grandeur, "Prestigious?" Pioli found himself at a loss to articulate his current emotions. Even during Parma's heyday, they were merely regarded as one of the 7 sisters of Serie A, and notably ranked among the lesser teams within that group. Parma could only be referred to as a strong contender in Serie A, or perhaps a formidable team. Yet now, Li Wei boldly proclaimed aspirations of becoming a giant? Could it truly be possible? Pioli hesitated to draw any conclusions. For although merely 2 Serie A matches had transpired, Li Wei had already astonished everyone significantly. Though the match still had a half to go, when Parma netted their third goal, a thought surged uncontrollably in many minds. Parma was indeed on the brink of triumph. Look at the AC Milan players who had conceded the second goal. Utterly dejected, they had lost all spirit and confidence. Even if granted a full match to recover, it seemed improbable they could turn the tide. As the first half continued, this notion was seemingly validated, with Parma coming close to scoring yet again. As Reggiano unleashed a powerful shot, Colacchio, unable to react in time, could only defend with his gaze. At that moment, however, Maldini once again emerged, preserving the last flicker of hope for AC Milan by blocking the ball near the goal line. The commentator, who had consistently backed AC Milan, could no longer contain his frustration and repeatedly highlighted this situation as the first half unfolded. Why was it that the seemingly inferior Parma could overwhelm the colossal AC Milan? The commentator refrained from delving into detailed analysis, instead presenting a straightforward conclusion. Although I have yet to warm to Li Wei, the club president who aspires to be a coach, I must acknowledge that since his arrival at Parma, the team has undergone a remarkable transformation. The performance in the opening round of this season made it abundantly clear how a team devoid of spirit and morale could, under his leadership, morph into a formidable force, staging a breathtaking comeback from 2 goals down away from home. In this match, though the first half was not yet concluded, AC Milan had already been thoroughly bewildered by Parma, largely due to Li Wei's influence, his innovative tactics, his new philosophies, and his uniquely dissonant character had all contributed to Parma's success. Who could have imagined that at the onset of the game, the commentator had displayed such disdain? Yet now, despite his reservations toward Li Wei, he could not deny that under Li Wei's stewardship, the eccentric Serie A team of Parma was indeed on the path to success. As the contrasting sounds of the short and long halftime whistles echoed, all the players of AC Milan collectively exhaled in relief. As if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, they promptly lowered their heads and hastened into the tunnel, eager to retreat to the sanctuary of the dressing room. Wishing to remain on the pitch for not a moment longer, the 3,000 AC Milan supporters in the stands reacted with palpable anger, emitting a chorus of boos. Uncertain whether their ire was directed at the AC Milan players or at the smiling Parma players making their way to the dressing room, or perhaps at both. The Parma players, undeterred by the jeers, exuberantly gestured towards the home fans, as if they had already secured victory in the match. Then, they noticed Li Wei standing at the entrance of the players' tunnel. Although Li Wei did nothing and uttered not a word, merely crossing his arms over his chest with a hint of a smile on his face, the Parma players were suddenly gripped by a chill. They realized they had perhaps become too overconfident, and so they lowered their raised arms and stifled their smiles, hastily making their way down the tunnel. Yet, as they passed by Li Wei, each received a gentle pat on the shoulder, accompanied by his words, "Well done, lads. The defense was superb. Keep it up in the second half. The offense was commendable, and I look forward to your performance in the next half." Such simple encouragement resonated within these players. Surpassing the significance of countless cheers, they discovered that what truly mattered to them was not the applause of the fans, but the recognition from this young assistant coach. As if their efforts had finally found meaning. Standing beside Li Wei, Pioli felt a tinge of awkwardness, for such affirmations and words were traditionally his domain. However, he had been caught off guard, and by the time he regained his composure, Li Wei had already accomplished it, seemingly with greater efficacy. At least Pioli lacked the confidence that he could restore the players' humility and maintain their self-assurance. Indeed, personal charisma often holds profound importance. In the dressing room during halftime, Li Wei clapped his hands to garner the attention of all the returning Parma players. "How did the first half feel, gentlemen?" he inquired. "Incredible. Absolutely exhilarating. It's a pity we only scored 3 goals. The Parma players responded enthusiastically. The last remark elicited laughter from everyone, including Li Wei. The speaker was the audacious Hazard. Puffing out his cheeks as he declared, "Am I wrong?" Li Wei smiled and said, "You are absolutely right, but everyone must remain vigilant. We have yet to achieve final victory, and this contest is far from over." Li Wei gradually reined in his smile and, with a solemn expression, stated, "Your performance in the first half was nothing short of perfect. However, this match still has another half to play. 45 minutes is ample time for many tales to unfold. AC Milan, after all, is a prestigious European powerhouse, endowed with both heritage and strength. Their bench boasts world-class players such as Kak, Pirlo, Gattuso, and Dida. Should we become complacent, it is we who shall suffer the consequences. Therefore, in the second half, we must persist in our counter-attacking strategy until the very last second of the match. Gentlemen, remember, never underestimate the enemy. Do not relax your guard. Even if they appear pitiful, our goal is to make them even more so. The fate of AC Milan is of no concern to us. We must rise above them. Let Italian fans know that the representation of Italian football extends beyond AC Milan, Juventus, and Inter Milan to include Parma as well." During the halftime break, major television networks fervently discussed the match. Parma's ability to lead AC Milan by 3 goals in the first half was indeed unexpected. Many pre-match experts confidently asserted that although Parma ranked first in the league, it was merely a stroke of luck. After all, being at the top after the first round of matches does not denote anything substantial. Conversely, despite the ramifications of the telephone scandal, AC Milan remained a formidable force. Thus, they were widely predicted to secure a resounding victory. Li Wei's humble demeanor before the match seemed to affirm the experts' conclusions. Not only did we anticipate Parma's defeat, but even Parma themselves acknowledged it. Yet, nearly 45 minutes into the match, they had been dealt a severe blow. Each strike was more painful than the last. Of course, some individuals stubbornly clung to the notion that with another 45 minutes to go, the powerful AC Milan still had a chance, perhaps capable of mounting a dramatic comeback following halftime adjustments. Some even evoked the memory of the Istanbul night as an example, suggesting that AC Milan could surely equalize. Did they not realize that Istanbul night was a perpetual source of anguish for AC Milan? In that Champions League final, AC Milan led by 3 goals at halftime, only to be equaled by Liverpool in the second half, ultimately losing in a penalty shootout and relinquishing the Champions League trophy, becoming the subject of mockery from many media outlets. However, this also subtly indicated a shift in perception. Many had adjusted their expectations from an assured AC Milan victory to a belief that AC Milan would inevitably equalize, acknowledging that Parma would not be an easy opponent. Chapter 68, the battle against Milan. Time flew by, and the 15-minute halftime quickly elapsed. The second half of the match commenced once more. Li Wei, as always, was not seated on the coaching bench. Instead, his tall figure stood at the sidelines. Both teams had taken their positions on the field. Yet the referee did not immediately blow the whistle to commence the match. Instead, he cast a glance towards the sidelines. Of course, he was not looking at Li Wei, but rather observing AC Milan as they made a substitution. Despite the incessant criticism from fans and experts alike regarding Ancelotti's substitution tactics, some even going so far as to claim that he hardly ever substitutes players and that his changes are merely a means to waste time this time. After the halftime break, Ancelotti indeed took decisive action, utilizing 2 substitution slots in quick succession. It seemed to be an attempt to reverse the tide of the match. Meanwhile, Parma displayed no signs of alteration, maintaining the same tactics as in the first half. This was precisely what irked the AC Milan coach the most, leading by 2 goals. Parma possessed ample resources to execute a defensive counterattack. Their strategy was to fortify their defense while waiting for opportunities to strike. In truth, they had already secured an unbeaten position. AC Milan's substitutions could be described as a desperate gamble, or more bluntly, a last-ditch struggle. As long as Parma did not act foolishly and push forward in attack, it was improbable they would lose this match. Their defensive prowess and ball control had been validated during the first 45 minutes, and it was well known how challenging it was to breach Parma's defenses. The commentator, with palpable excitement, remarked on Ancelotti's timely substitutions, noting that the newly introduced players were indeed key figures in the squad. The midfielder Gattuso, wearing number 8, replaced Ambrosini. Number 23, while the Brazilian CAC, number 22, took the place of the Frenchman Gorkov, number 20. Ancelotti's strategic move aimed to bolster both offensive and defensive capabilities in midfield, signaling that AC Milan was prepared to sound the horn of counterattack from the outset of the second half. As the match resumed, AC Milan unleashed a relentless barrage towards Parma's goal, an unending wave of attacks that seemed destined to persist. The previously jubilant Parma supporters in the stands gradually fell silent. Their fists clenched, eyes fixed anxiously on the pitch, fearful that missing a single moment could lead to AC Milan scoring. Ancelotti was no longer seated, calmly observing from the sidelines. Instead, he stood with heightened tension, frequently gesturing and shouting instructions. Li Wei, too, stood at the sidelines, his demeanor remarkably composed. He did not flail about or shout, but rather observed the unfolding drama with arms crossed, exuding an air of cool detachment. The television broadcast occasionally shifted its focus to Li Wei. Time gradually elapsed, and by the 50th minute, the match continued. Li Wei and Ancelotti remained on the sidelines, intently observing the pitch with no inclination to return to the coaching bench. Such is the nature of a head coach's on-the-spot command, requiring vigilant attention. They must make corresponding adjustments at the slightest occurrence during the match. Currently, the situation on the field was overwhelmingly one-sided, with AC Milan relentlessly pressing against Parma. Under the orchestration of CAC, AC Milan's offensive surged like a mighty tide. Although Parma managed a few counterattacks, Ancelotti clearly did not neglect his defensive duties. In midfield, alongside the tenacious Gattuso, was the formidable Brocchi. Parma's counterattacks either fell victim to intercepted passes or were forced into a protracted battle. In such a scenario, Parma dared not commit too many players forward, finding themselves outnumbered. Ultimately, the ball was either hastily cleared with a long-range shot or seized by AC Milan. By the end, Parma could only retreat within their 30-meter zone, desperately holding on. Previously, Quagliarella and Ribéry, who had been instructed by Li Wei to remain forward and avoid retreating, now fell back to assist in defense. The towering Rigan even ventured close to the defensive line, assuming the role of a makeshift center back, utilizing his aerial prowess and physicality to bolster the team's defense. Parma's so-called counterattacks had ceased altogether. They had surrendered control of the ball, appearing like a defeated opponent huddled on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, bracing for blows. The commentator on television was exhilarated, almost envisioning the moment when AC Milan would stage a remarkable comeback. Parma was utterly powerless to retaliate. It was merely a matter of time before a goal would materialize. No one could withstand AC Milan's relentless assault for a full 45 minutes. Once the first goal was scored, it would shatter the confidence of Parma's players, inducing panic. And soon thereafter, a second, third, or even fourth goal would surely follow. After Parma had netted 3 goals, they opted for a defensive stance, which Ancelotti had anticipated. To be frank, he had not regarded Parma's defense with much esteem prior to this moment. After all, defense relies heavily on synergy and experience. Consider the current state of Parma. Following a summer overhaul, the 4 defenders, Serna, Chiellini, Bonucci, and Alba, none were part of the previous season's lineup. What level of cohesion could they possibly possess? Moreover, among these defenders, Chiellini had recently transitioned from left-back to center-back. Although he had begun to demonstrate glimpses of his elite defensive potential, he had only played 3 official matches in this new role. Had he truly acclimatized to this position? This summer, Parma acquired half of Bonucci's rights in his loan from Inter Milan for €800,000. Many believed that Li Wei had overpaid. Considering that Inter Milan had secured Bonucci from his hometown team, Viterbo Youth, for a mere fraction of that amount back in 2005. During the 2005-2006 season, Bonucci merely served as a reserve and youth player for Inter Milan, making a solitary appearance as a substitute in the league throughout the entire season. Although this central defender possessed potential, he remained, at that juncture, an immature player yet to transform his promise into tangible prowess. The situation was somewhat more favorable for the fullbacks. Serna had already demonstrated his mettle on the World Cup and European stages, proving himself a reliable asset during his brief tenure at Parma. However, the other fullback, the 17-year-old Alba, was conspicuously more adept in attack than in defense. Could he truly withstand the onslaught of AC Milan's star-studded offense? He believed that this defensive line, even with all players returning to assist in defense, would ultimately falter. Especially against the formidable AC Milan, renowned for their attacking prowess. Could mere defensive tenacity truly withstand the might of AC Milan? The pressing question was whether AC Milan could score 3 goals in the remaining 35 minutes of the second half to equalize, or even achieve a miraculous turnaround with a 4th goal. Initially, Ancelotti harbored some concerns. He feared Parma's counterattacks, which could compel AC Milan to temper their offensive zeal. Without the ability to commit fully to attack, Ancelotti lacked confidence in orchestrating a comeback in the second half. After witnessing the first half, he no longer underestimated Parma. Thus, Parma's decision to retreat entirely brought him a sense of relief. Now, AC Milan could launch their offensive without trepidation, with even the seasoned fullbacks, Maldini and Mizik, able to advance in support, unencumbered by fears of being caught out on the counter. He stood at the sidelines, awaiting news of victory. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Parma's defense, it should be unable to withstand AC Milan's relentless assault. From this point onwards, AC Milan was poised to unleash their true power. The fans in the stands, and those watching on television sighed in relief as they saw their coach make a double substitution, introducing 2 absolutely pivotal players, igniting hopes of victory. After all, the players entering the fray were world-class stars like Kak and Gattuso, capable of commanding a starting position not only in Serie A but across the globe. With their presence alongside Gilardino and Oliveira, breaching Parma's goal seemed merely a matter of time. Although Parma had posed a slight challenge, creating some minor inconveniences in the face of AC Milan's overwhelming offensive might, their struggles merely served to accentuate the brilliance of AC Milan's impending triumph. Even teams as illustrious as Real Madrid and Barcelona had faltered against their fervent assault. What chance did a financially beleaguered relegation-threatened team like Parma have to resist? A group of individuals yearned for the spectacular turnaround of AC Milan. They began to envision the trajectory of the match for the team. If Parma could score 3 goals against us within the first 45 minutes, then the formidable AC Milan should undoubtedly be capable of launching an all-out offensive in the second half, securing 3 goals. No. Scoring 3 goals in 45 minutes would imply that our illustrious AC Milan is on par with Parma. How could that be conceivable? In the second half, we must score 4 goals. No, we shall demonstrate to the provincial Parisians what it means to be a prestigious club. They must comprehend the vast chasm that separates them from the elite. The consequences of provoking a giant are far beyond their capacity to endure. In the second half, we shall net 5 goals. Let us dominate at the Tardini Stadium. May Parma serve as the stepping stone for AC Milan. A fervent dream took root among the supporters of AC Milan. Chapter 69, The Clash with Milan. Li Wei stood resolutely at the sidelines, observing the relentless onslaught of AC Milan as it surged towards his defensive line. He remained immobile, unyielding for a full 10 minutes. Not altering his stance nor shifting his position, one might easily mistake him for a wax figure. His focus was entirely devoted to the unfolding dynamics on the field, where he witnessed the substitute Kak suddenly spring to life. With a deft touch, Kak sought to thread the ball behind the Parma defense, the sphere nearly piercing through all the defenders. However, Chiellini reacted swiftly, positioning himself to intercept the ball just before Gilardino could make contact. He observed as Maldini, after a breakthrough on the flank, delivered a cross, yet the two AC Milan forwards found themselves thwarted by the combined efforts of Chiellini and Bonucci. Failing to connect with the ball, which Bonucci managed to head clear from the penalty area, Modri promptly seized the opportunity, launching a long pass to initiate a rapid counterattack. Although this swift maneuver ultimately met with resistance from AC Milan's defense, it was sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation among the AC Milan players, who could no longer afford to dismiss Parma's counterattacks. Yaya Toure, relentless in every match, faced off against the world-class attacking midfielder Kak without a hint of fear. Instead, he remained composed and unflappable, deftly avoiding Kak's feints and compelling him to slow the tempo of the attack. Time and again, Toure utilized his physical prowess to impede Kak's ability to make comfortable passes. On the flank, Alba's defensive frailties were apparent, yet the young man possessed an indomitable spirit. When he was breached, he immediately harnessed his speed to chase back. With Ribéry and Hazard providing support, AC Milan's attempts to aggressively target Parma's left side yielded disappointing results. In the 65th minute, Li Wei made his first substitution, bringing on De Sena for the visibly fatigued Hazard. A product of Parma's youth academy, De Sena was known for his tireless running, earning him the moniker Little Gattuso. Upon his arrival, he formed a defensive triangle alongside Modri and Yaya Toure, with De Sena and Toure primarily tasked with defending, while Modri orchestrated ball control and counterattacks, particularly in terms of possession. The second half stretched a full 45 minutes. It was unrealistic for Parma to aim for long clearances or rapid counterattacks every time they regained possession. After all, whether through the former or latter, the ball would soon revert to AC Milan, who would reclaim control. In such scenarios, Parma's back passes became crucial. Undoubtedly, a skilled midfield conductor holds immense significance in possession tactics. De Sena's expansive range of movement and exceptional interception capabilities, combined with Yaya Toure's keen awareness, adept positioning, and foresight, created a formidable partnership characterized by their tenacious and relentless style of play. The defensive triangle formed by these three individuals has proven to be a formidable challenge for AC Milan's attacking ensemble. As time gradually elapsed, the anticipated goals failed to materialize amidst their fervent onslaught. The unfolding of events diverged significantly from the expectations of many. What has befallen AC Milan? At this moment, the devoted fans who had previously envisioned a plethora of splendid outcomes were left in disbelief, as not a single one of their dreams had come to fruition. With the match reaching the 68th minute, and having already traversed 45 minutes of the second half, the once mighty AC Milan had yet to score a single goal. The prospect of netting 5 goals in the second half for a stunning comeback seemed a distant fantasy. Now, the expectations of AC Milan supporters had shifted. They would be content with merely scoring 4 goals against Parma for a narrow victory, rather than orchestrating a massacre at the Tardini Stadium. Before long, the clock struck 70 minutes, and after a relentless 25-minute siege on Parma's goal, AC Milan remained goalless. A substitution was imminent. The television cameras swiftly focused on Ancelotti at the sidelines, capturing a close-up of his grave expression, tinged with a hint of struggle. With only approximately 20 minutes left in the match, even considering stoppage time, the maximum duration would not exceed 25 minutes, and AC Milan still trailed by 3 goals. A change was imperative, and this would be his final significant alteration, as Ancelotti had but one substitution left at his disposal. Before the substitution, Ancelotti found himself in a quandary, with 2 attacking players on the bench, the Italian forward Borriello, who had been on loan from AC Milan, and the illustrious Andrea Pirlo, often hailed as the metronome of midfield. Ultimately, Ancelotti opted for a bolder approach, bringing on Borriello to bolster the offensive line. In a surprising twist, he did not substitute a midfielder, but instead replaced the right-back, Mizik, with Borriello, shifting AC Milan to a 3-defender formation. This tactical setup, characterized by a 3-man defense, is a distinctive feature of Italian football, having been employed by numerous Italian clubs and even the national team. Juventus and the Italian national team famously utilized this strategy, which persisted even into 2016. However, since Ancelotti took the helm at AC Milan, the use of a three-man defense had become a rarity. This tactical shift, rather than a mere alteration, seemed to be Ancelotti's last gamble. Upon witnessing this development, the AC Milan supporters were invigorated, believing that the outcome of the match could still be altered. Perhaps AC Milan could indeed secure at least a point from the Tardini Stadium. At this moment, the hopes of AC Milan supporters have dwindled repeatedly, from a resounding 5-goal victory over Parma to a narrow 1-goal triumph. And now they merely yearn for AC Milan to equalize the score. Following a substitution, the television broadcast swiftly focused on coach Li Wei. Indeed, the coach, who had remained motionless on the sidelines, finally took action. He turned back to the bench, patted a player's shoulder, and leaned down to impart some tactical advice. It was the team's substitute left-back, Posetti, indicating that Li Wei intended to bolster the left flank's defense. As time progressed, it became increasingly evident that Parma's left-back, the young Spanish player Alba, was beginning to tire. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of noise. Li Wei raised his gaze towards the field, a subtle frown creasing his brow. The football had found its way into the Parma goal, with the scorer likely being Kak. Instead of celebrating, he dashed towards the net, retrieved the ball, and sprinted back to the center circle, poised to resume play. Levi turned his head to glance at Pioli. Understanding Levi's thoughts, Pioli lamented. Kak just surged past Alba on the left flank, swiftly cutting inside to evade Modri's defense, delivering a stunning long-range shot. Such is the essence of a global superstar. A mere flicker of brilliance is often sufficient to alter the score. Li Wei also beheld the replay on the grand screen of the stadium. It must be said that Kak's breakthrough was exceptionally exquisite, exuding a delightful aesthetic. The final long-range shot sent the ball soaring into the far corner. Although Handanovi exerted every effort to extend his body, he ultimately failed to make contact with the ball. It struck the right post of the goal before rebounding into the net. Li Wei swiftly made another decision in his mind. Oh, Parma has also made changes. And they are significant alterations, substituting 2 players. Pochetti replaced Alba, and the team's second captain, Di Natale, took the place of forward Rigan. Is this an attempt to bolster their offensive strategy? Shouldn't Parma be reinforcing their defense at this juncture? The commentator's voice was filled with uncertainty. Although Rigan was a forward, in the second half, he essentially assumed the role of a central defender, rarely venturing into AC Milan's half. Every counterattack from Parma relied on the blistering speed of Ribery and Hazard, complemented by Quagliarella, who took Rigan's position to initiate rapid counterattacks. Thus, while this substitution appeared to be a direct replacement, those who had watched the entire match sensed that Li Wei's intention seemed to be to enhance the offensive approach. Standing on the sidelines, Ancelotti glanced at Li Wei, his expression a mixture of surprise and anger. It was evident that Ancelotti comprehended Li Wei's intentions. Is it a contest of will? Very well, let us see who prevails. AC Milan employed a 3-defender formation, while Parma, fully committed to counterattacks, could immediately deploy 4 players into the fray. Li Wei understood Ancelotti's gaze and smiled. There is a saying in China, the barefoot need not fear the one in shoes. Compared to AC Milan, we at Parma are like the barefoot poor. What if we take a gamble and manage to achieve a score of 4-1, or even 5-1, in a massacre at the Tardini Stadium? That would be truly marvelous. In that moment, Ancelotti felt an overwhelming sense of being caught in a dilemma. Although he was unaware of this Chinese idiom, the sentiment he experienced surely resonated with its meaning. Soon, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the resumption of the match, with Parma kicking off from the center circle. This afforded Parma the opportunity to showcase their unparalleled quick passing and ball control skills on the Serie A stage. The AC Milan players, anxious, surged forward, pressing Parma in their half. Parma refrained from launching an immediate counterattack, for their cerebral maestro Modric understood that although AC Milan appeared to be mounting a full-scale offensive, many of their players were already poised for a swift return to defense, and the Rossoneri had not relaxed their defensive posture. However, as Parma maintained possession into the 75th minute, AC Milan could no longer contain themselves. They pressed even harder, and the Milan players, desperate, expended more energy in their pursuit. At that moment, Modric suddenly unleashed a long pass, catching AC Milan off guard. They scrambled to return to defense, but their earlier exertions had drained their stamina, and they found themselves too far forward. Oh, what a pity. Ribery's shot grazed the post and slid past the goal. The AC Milan supporters in the stands collectively exhaled in relief. That counterattack had nearly given them heart palpitations. though Ancelotti also breathed a sigh of relief. His expression remained grim. Parma's counterattack was no ordinary affair. Although Parma had attempted counterattacks before, AC Milan often managed to neutralize their efforts in the second half. Even when they could not, they forced Parma's responses to lack efficiency. None had been as perilous as this one. Ancelotti understood the reason. His choice to employ 3 defenders had inevitably weakened the flanks. Furthermore, since the 45th minute, AC Milan had been relentlessly attacking Parma. Surely, such an approach came at a cost. Significant fatigue had set in, slowing the players' recovery speed. While Parma's attacking players found themselves with increased space and time to orchestrate their offensive maneuvers. As Parma diversified their attacking strategies, it became increasingly challenging for AC Milan to maintain an easy hold over Parma's counterattacks. What should they do? Should they bolster their defense, denying the opponent any easy scoring opportunities, or should they persist with their high-intensity attack and take a risk? At that moment, AC Milan's assistant coach, Mauro Tassati, approached Ancelotti, his expression grave. "Mauro, what is the matter?" Although Ancelotti's mind was in utter disarray, he managed to suppress his agitation and inquired, "Mauro Tassati, why did the score change in this manner?" Clenching his fists, Ancelotti exhaled deeply, released his grip, and, while trying to contain his inner fury, replied, "You ask me. But to whom should I turn for answers?" Mauro Tassati offered a wry smile and said, "The boss mentioned that we cannot afford to lose by a large margin, as it would thrust the club, still reeling from the telephone scandal, back into the media storm. Even if we cannot achieve a draw of 3-3, at the very least, we must lose by 3-2, suggesting that AC Milan merely fell short against Parma. Ancelotti understood he had no choice but to comply. And with resignation, he stated, "I know what must be done." He gestured from the sidelines, prompting AC Milan to intensify their assault, akin to a tempest. For the Parma supporters, the match seemed to drag on interminably amid AC Milan's relentless barrage. While they held faith in Parma's defense, they were acutely aware that their adversaries were a top-tier European team, renowned for their offensive prowess, making it difficult for the fans to maintain a calm demeanor. From the 75th minute onward, after a sharp counterattack from Parma, AC Milan's pressure mounted like a colossal wave crashing towards them. Every passing minute felt like an eternity, with each of AC Milan's advances leaving the fans gasping for breath. This torment persisted until the 88th minute, when they finally noticed the 4th official standing at the sideline with the electronic board, signaling the impending conclusion of the match. And what did the score? Many turned to glance at the large screen displaying the scoreline. 3-1. Parma, stationed at the Tardini Stadium, still held the lead. Despite their precarious situation and the mounting tension, they remained in front. Yes, it was arduous, but victory was within reach. The Parma fans in the stands erupted in a tremendous cheer. This uproar served as a potent stimulant for the beleaguered team, rejuvenating their spirits. In truth, defending against AC Milan's attacks demanded not only physical stamina but also immense psychological resilience. The constant refrain of "we must not concede" weighed heavily on their minds, rendering them anxious with every Milan offensive. Over time, such pressure could adversely affect the players, causing them to tire more swiftly than in typical matches. Nevertheless, their ability to endure stemmed from an unwavering belief: this match must be won. However, the support garnered from the fans imbued their perseverance with a greater significance. The cheers from these supporters arrived at a most opportune moment, allowing the players to perceive that the match was nearing its conclusion, with victory tantalizingly within reach. Yet, when the fans caught sight of the stoppage time, an overwhelming chorus of boos erupted immediately. Li Wei vehemently berated the 4th official, exclaiming, "In the second half, no one has been injured. There has only been a solitary goal, and AC Milan has yet to celebrate before the game resumed. Why then are you imposing 6 minutes of stoppage time? Pray tell, what is the reasoning behind this?" The 4th official, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, "Sir, please remain calm. Every minute of added time has its justification. Should you have grievances, you may address them with the relevant authorities after the match, or even lodge a complaint. However, I implore you not to disrupt the flow of the game." Unfazed by Li Wei's outburst, the official continued to ignore him. Stop! Stop! Li Wei, arguing now is futile. Do not act impulsively." Li Wei wished to persist, yet Pioli promptly intervened, pulling him away. He understood that a measured protest was acceptable, but prolonging it would provide the 4th official with grounds to escalate the situation. Should the official summon the main referee and issue Li Wei a red card, banishing him to the stands, the team's morale could very well shatter. Li Wei is not a fool, despite the simmering fire within. He is acutely aware that the fourth official has undoubtedly received instructions to favor AC Milan during the match, such as the privilege of the elite clubs. What does it matter if there are 6 minutes of stoppage time? Victory still belongs to us. Ancelotti cast a glance at Li Wei before redirecting his full attention to the field. Although the stoppage time is considerable, AC Milan has a mere 8 minutes left at most. He has no cards to play now, and all he can do is hope that amidst the chaos, someone will rise to the occasion and secure a goal for AC Milan, even if it's just one during the injury time. The AC Milan players are well aware of this reality. The club has fought for their advantage in stoppage time, and they must score at least once. Otherwise, they can only imagine the storm of discontent they will face upon returning to the club. With desperation, the AC Milan players launch their attacks, pushing forward past the halfway line, with goalkeeper Kalik even stepping out of the penalty area to support the offensive. On the field, Yaya Toure forcefully shoved aside Kak to seize the ball. Nearby, AC Milan players immediately raised their hands to signal a foul against Toure. Referee Rocky hesitated momentarily, but chose not to blow the whistle. He had been close to Toure and saw clearly that while the action was forceful, it remained within the bounds of reasonable contact. Moreover, the previous 6 minutes of stoppage time had already left Parma's players and fans disgruntled. It was best to avoid any contentious decisions at this point. Yaya Toure paid no heed to the protests around him. Seizing the moment while the AC Milan players were preoccupied, he glanced around and suddenly noticed Kalik's position, standing approximately 30 meters from the goal. An opportunity. Here, Modri called out to Toure for the ball. Upon realizing that the referee had ignored their appeals, the AC Milan players redirected their focus back to the match. They heard Modri's voice, fully aware that he is the engine of Parma, having initiated the previous 3 goals. AC Milan's midfielder Gattuso immediately rushed towards Modri to block the passing lane, directing Bracchi to intercept Toure. Previously, Toure had given the impression to AC Milan's players of being a robust defensive midfielder with little attacking threat, likely to accidentally kick the ball 5 meters ahead of him. However, in front of the AC Milan players, Yaya Toure was about to demonstrate what it truly means to be a world-class midfielder of the future. With a slight tilt of his body to the right, Yaya Toure deftly maneuvered past Bracchi, who instinctively shifted to his left. In that fleeting moment, Toure flicked his right foot, sending the ball surging through Bracchi's legs. With a swift change of direction, he surged past Bracchi on the left side. By the time Bracchi turned around, he could only behold Toure, akin to a relentless tank, charging forward with the ball, leaving defenders in his wake. Stop him. It was only at this moment that the AC Milan players began to recognize the threat posed by Toure, yet it was far too late. Approaching the center circle, Toure glanced up, and without waiting for his teammates to close in, he drew back his powerful right leg, launching the ball with the force of a steel whip. Bang! The nearby AC Milan player distinctly heard a thunderous crack echo through the air. He looked up just in time to see the ball contorted into a U-shape as it soared. To make matters worse, Karasik had only just stepped into the penalty area. Though he sprinted back with all his might, his towering stature hindered his speed. He had not anticipated Toure's audacity to strike from 50 meters away while still in the center circle. 50 meters. Not 50 centimeters, nor 50 millimeters. Impossible. No way could this towering figure score from such a distance. The AC Milan fans in the stands held their breath, their eyes fixed on the white streak of the ball slicing through the air. Some prayed, while others scoffed. Yet, the ball continued its relentless approach towards the goal. The AC Milan goalkeeper, Karasik, leaped with all his strength, extending his right arm in a desperate attempt to deflect the ball. However, it soared too swiftly and too perfectly, eluding him by mere centimeters. The white sphere flew past Karasik's outstretched fist and nestled into the net behind him. Chapter 71. The Clash with Milan 14 goal. It's in. Yaya Toure has scored a goal of immeasurable value. Not only has AC Milan's momentum been shattered, but their hopes of equalizing have also been extinguished. Toure stood at the center circle, arms wide open, and let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. He was likely the only player this season to celebrate a goal from the center circle. Teammates surged from all directions, akin to waves crashing upon rocky shores. The Tardini Stadium erupted in a crescendo of cheers, as players and fans alike understood that victory was no longer in doubt. There was not a shred of uncertainty remaining. Upon witnessing this scene, Ancelotti painfully closed his eyes. He had long been reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Yet now he found himself compelled to concede that his team had faltered. Following the pre-match press conference, Ancelotti believed he faced a worthy opponent, a considerate adversary who, aware that his team was to engage in European competition in 3 days, fielded a reserve lineup against AC Milan, thus granting the Milan starters a respite. However, as the match unfolded, everything took a disheartening turn. By halftime, AC Milan found themselves 3 goals down, prompting Ancelotti, who was not known for his frequent substitutions, to react swiftly by utilizing 2 of his allotted substitutions in quick succession. Typically, in a standard league match, he might not even exhaust 2 substitutions over a full 90 minutes. Yet now, only 45 minutes had elapsed. He believed he had adequately respected Parma after falling behind. Offensively, he reinforced his attack with CAC, while defensively, he did not underestimate Parma, opting to bolster his defense with Gattuso. Yet, he soon realized he had grossly underestimated Parma on both fronts. Under the relentless assault from AC Milan for the first 45 minutes, Parma remarkably conceded only a single goal, a goal that, rather than being a collective triumph for AC Milan, seemed more a solitary act of heroism by CAC. The celebration from Parma lingered, necessitating intervention from the referee, Rocky. The Parma players raised no objections, dutifully returning to their positions to prepare for the restart. However, by this point, only 3 minutes remained in the 93rd minute, with less than 4 minutes left in the match. Observing the dejected AC Milan players on the pitch, Ancelotti sighed. Given the state of AC Milan, not even 40 minutes would suffice to breach Parma's formidable defenses, let alone the mere 4 minutes remaining. As anticipated, the ensuing moments devolved into mere formality. AC Milan, lacking the will to attack, hesitated, fearful that Parma might inflict further humiliation upon them. For minutes passed, and referee Rocky could clearly discern AC Milan's eagerness for the match to conclude, devoid of any courage to press forward in attack. He was not granted even a second of additional time. The 3 whistles signaled the end of the match. The Parma fans erupted into a tremendous cheer from the stands. Ancelotti, seated on the bench, observed as the Parma coaching staff and substitutes surged onto the sidelines, rushing towards the excessively youthful and extravagant president, celebrating victory with the Parma players who were sprinting from the pitch. Each individual fervently expressed their emotions. However, the whistle, the cacophony, and the cheers were of no concern to him. This renowned Italian coach had succumbed to a manager significantly his junior, a coach whose capabilities still bore questioning. Perhaps he would soon find himself encountering this young rival on the grand stage of the Champions League. The match had concluded. Parma executed an astonishing counterattack, triumphing 4-1 at their home ground, the Tardini Stadium. No, it ought to be said that they had decimated AC Milan. A relegation-threatened team had vanquished a European powerhouse. A monumental upset had been born. As the referee blew the final whistle, the commentator bellowed with all his might. He could not refrain from doing so. As the Tardini Stadium had descended into madness, everyone was exerting their utmost to cheer and roar. The substitutes rushed onto the field, embracing their teammates in jubilation. Even Pioli, the puppet coach, excitedly charged onto the pitch, embracing anyone in sight. Before the match, no one among the Parma supporters could have anticipated such a celebration upon its conclusion. Perhaps it was this stark contrast that fueled their unabashed revelry, even to excess. It was merely a victory in a Serie A match. And it was only the second round. Parma's journey ahead remained long. Was such fervor truly warranted? In truth, the exuberance of Parma's fans stemmed not solely from their triumph, but from the widespread disdain they faced prior to the match. Furthermore, it was rooted in their storied history. The 1990s marked the zenith of Parma's glory. From 1991 to 1999, they claimed the Coppa Italia twice, the Italian Super Cup once, the UEFA Cup twice, the Cup Winners' Cup once, and the UEFA Super Cup once. Notably, during the 1998 to 1999 season, Parma became double champions, seizing both the Coppa Italia and the UEFA Cup. Reflecting on that era's roster fills every Parma supporter with pride and nostalgia. Buffon, Benarivo, Sensini, Cannavaro, Thuram, Dino Baggio, Bogassian, Fuser, Veron, Chiesa, Crespo. However, this season marked both the zenith of Parma and the commencement of its decline. As the 21st century dawned, the club's performance began to falter. By 2003, with the team's owner, Tanzi, incarcerated, Parma's fortunes plummeted dramatically, descending from a once prestigious second place in the World Club rankings to a mere player market, battling for survival each season. This instilled a profound sense of pride in the fans for the club's former glory, juxtaposed with an acute sense of inferiority due to its current degradation. This complex emotional tapestry reached its zenith when facing AC Milan. In moments of victory, the fans could hardly contain their jubilation, eager to proclaim to all of Italy that the once mighty Parma had not succumbed to despair. They had returned. They had returned. Such exuberant expressions of emotion perhaps served as a defiant statement to all who had dismissed them. Do you truly believe Parma is a weak team, incapable of triumph? We have prevailed. What now? Parma is on the path to revival. What does your dissatisfaction matter? What does your status as a footballing giant signify? We are Parma. We are the formidable Parma. The milk cow legion fears nothing. The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with cheers, embraces, and a cacophony of exuberant shouts, where no one could quite discern the words amidst the fervor. Li Wei had long lost count of how many had embraced him, how many had kissed him. He was even oblivious to the words he was uttering. The crowd was nearly delirious, reflecting on the 2004 to 2005 season. The day when Parma triumphed over Bologna in the relegation playoffs to secure their survival seemed far less extravagant. This season's away victory against the Red Bull Torino had evoked a relatively composed response. Yet, this particular match had stirred an unprecedented excitement within them. Li Wei understood the reason behind this fervor. The anticipation had been steeped in doubt, with many believing victory was unattainable. Thus, the unexpected euphoria of winning was overwhelming, leading to a loss of control. Moreover, it reinforced the conviction among Parma's fans and players that they had discovered a savior in a coach, one who would never be unceremoniously dismissed, or perhaps even a club president. After embracing numerous individuals, Li Wei finally regained his composure. He led the players in a lap around the field, bowing in gratitude to the fans in the stands. The arena erupted in fervent applause. Li Wei smiled subtly. He chose not to linger on the football field to celebrate, instead making his way back to the tunnel. For the post-match press conference awaited him. He was particularly eager to witness the expressions of the journalists. It promised to be quite amusing. As the reporters concluded their interviews in the mixed zone and hurried to the press conference venue, they discovered that someone was already seated at the head table, engrossed in a newspaper. It was none other than the renowned Tuttosport, the best-selling sports publication in northern Italy. The newspaper was positioned upright, its glaring headline clearly visible to the incoming journalists. Li Wei, I concede. This title originated from the capable hand of Ladisa, who initially felt quite proud. Believing that a simple headline could vividly articulate the emotions of Li Wei, making it immediately apparent what had transpired. The once arrogant president of the club, Li Wei, was reduced to a complete fool within this title. Is there anything more amusing than to toy with the president of a Serie A club? Moreover, Ladisa took the opportunity to avenge the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Li Wei. However, upon seeing his proud creation, Ladisa was devoid of any sense of triumph. His face bore only embarrassment. This match had been a severe blow to his pride. He had confidently asserted before the game that Parma would certainly lose to AC Milan, yet they emerged victorious, an impressive 4-1 scoreline, which could only be described as a gruesome slaughter of AC Milan. He had fabricated a lineup for Parma prior to the game, proclaiming it as his exclusive revelation. Yet, as the match commenced, this deceit was swiftly exposed. Upon returning to Turin, he would have to endure the wrath of the editor-in-chief. How could he possibly explain this debacle to his superior? Even now, Ladisa found himself attending the post-match press conference, utterly at a loss for the tumult of emotions within him. Chapter 72. A pleasant collaboration. Witnessing this scene, it was not only Ladisa who felt awkward, but also the other journalists who had previously mocked Li Wei and Parma before the match. These reporters had believed that Parma stood no chance of victory and had ridiculed Li Wei's premature concession with a sense of schadenfreude. Particularly, the fallout between Li Wei and Pioli during the press conference had nearly sent these journalists into a frenzy of excitement. Yet now, as they reflected on those moments, they could only feel a mixture of shame and anger. As the journalists entered the press conference venue, a commotion arose as they settled in, revealing Li Wei engrossed in reading a newspaper. Li Wei lounged with his legs crossed, his gaze drifting past the podium before settling on the awkward journalists before him, a half-smirk playing on his lips. The journalists, in turn, directed their attention to Li Wei, encountering that infuriating smile of his. What a despicable scoundrel! At that moment, some reporters even entertained the thought of making an early exit, unwilling to endure the humiliation inflicted by this contemptible and shameless rogue. They were acutely aware that the sole purpose of this post-match press conference was to allow the victor to revel in deriding and mocking the vanquished. Li Wei emerges as the victor, while Ancelotti bears the burden of defeat. However, those who once stood at the sidelines, keenly observing the match with great interest, now find themselves equally among the ranks of the vanquished. The reporters, after much hesitation, finally settled into their seats, experiencing for the first time a profound reluctance to partake in a press conference. Such an occurrence is indeed a rarity. Petrick, the press officer from Parma, encountered this unprecedented situation for the first time as well. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. Li Wei cast a glance at the adjacent seat, which was meant to be occupied by Ancelotti. However, it was likely that Ancelotti was still in the locker room, either in a fit of fury or soothing the players. Li Wei, with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, addressed the gentleman present. It appears that Coach Ancelotti will be unable to attend the post-match press conference for the foreseeable future. Let us not squander anyone's time. Shall we commence the press conference now? Although phrased as a question, it was evident that Li Wei was not genuinely seeking the reporter's opinions. After surveying the room, he inquired, "Do any of you have questions to pose?" Following his authoritative declaration that the press conference had begun, an awkward silence enveloped the room. The journalists were left in an uncomfortable predicament, unsure of what to ask, lest they provide Li Wei an opportunity to humiliate them. Li Wei observed the journalists in the audience, silent and unperturbed, and with a nonchalant shrug and a slight smirk, declared, "Very well, if you choose not to speak, then I shall. Listen attentively." He continued, "In recent days, I have been preoccupied with work and have not had the opportunity to review your pre-match analyses. Thus, I took a moment to catch up, and I must say, your eloquent commentary has left me utterly astounded." Among the local journalists from Parma, some lowered their heads, stifling laughter. They were among the few in the media who supported Parma and were present with a light-hearted attitude to enjoy the spectacle. While some chuckled, others appeared awkward or were seething with indignation. For instance, the renowned journalist from Tuttosport, Ladisa, kept his head down, fearing that raising it would reveal the mortified expression painted across his face. "I shall not reiterate your reports here." Li Wei raised the newspaper in his hand. "I am certain the memories linger vividly, for when you penned those words, you must have done so with beaming smiles and a sense of pride. Although I did not witness it firsthand, I can still perceive it through the lines of your writing. After my victory in this match, the first group I wish to express gratitude to is indeed you. Were it not for your fervent efforts, how could I possibly convince the typically cautious coach Carlo Ancelotti that I truly belonged in the substitute lineup? Especially you at Tuttosport, I owe you a special thanks. Your influence has been invaluable. You managed to assist me in deceiving a world-class coach, a feat not easily accomplished." At this juncture, Li Wei paused. The countenances of the journalists were far from pleasant. A few, like Ladisa, who had relentlessly belittled Li Wei and Parma in their publications, were consumed by a mix of shame and anger. If they had been handed a gun and a bullet at that moment, they would not have hesitated to direct it at Li Wei. In reality, during the match, they had already surmised that Li Wei's pre-match admission of defeat was merely a strategy to prompt AC Milan to underestimate Parma. Through their reports, AC Milan had indeed been led to believe it. Thus, the victory for Parma could be attributed, in part, to their efforts. However, recognizing this internally and vocalizing it were two entirely different matters. Journalists are, after all, quite sensitive about their reputations, despite their frequent disregard for decorum. Yet, to have Li Wei articulate it so bluntly was hardly palatable for them, especially with Li Wei's insufferable expression, imbued with a false sense of sympathy. They found it all the more irksome. "Damn it. Yes, I admit it. My initial admission of defeat was indeed a ruse to deceive you. I was utilizing you to promote my cause. Judging by the outcome, you have done rather well." With that, Li Wei suddenly ceased his smile and adopted a serious demeanor. To the journalists, however, this expression was nothing short of detestable. Li Wei spread his hands and exclaimed, "Honestly, I never anticipated that you would be so easily deceived. No, I misspoke. I meant to say I did not expect you to be so accommodating. I had thought I would need to exert much more effort. Perhaps even allocate some public relations funds." Li Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers. The smirk on his face incited a wave of frustration among the journalists present, who could not help but internally curse. "What are you laughing at?" Ultimately, they felt compelled to express their heartfelt gratitude for his selfless assistance, proclaiming their appreciation and wishing for pleasant cooperation with a hint of sarcasm. With that, Li Wei rose from his seat, his laughter exuberant and unabashed. As the reporters observed his departing figure, some fell into a heavy silence, while others' faces twitched with barely restrained anger. Yet, a few stood up abruptly, though none dared to take further aggressive action. Each individual exhibited a distinct demeanor. Yet they shared a common sentiment. They were all internally wounded by Li Wei's mockery. Faced with his biting sarcasm, they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, realizing they had brought this upon themselves. Had they not gleefully sensationalized Li Wei's premature concession and the altercation with Pioli prior to the match, they would not now be facing such embarrassment. Moreover, those who had been most vocal in their pre-match provocations were now suffering the harshest consequences. For instance, Laidice's face bore the marks of his humiliation, his muscles still twitching from the defeat. Some might assume that the media, having received such a resounding slap in the face from Li Wei, would shy away from extensively reporting on the match, opting for a more subdued approach. However, such an underestimation of the media's resilience would be misguided. The following day, numerous articles surfaced, each richly detailing this unexpected upset where the underdog triumphed over the favored. The attention garnered by this match was immense. Typically, the second round of Serie A lacks compelling matchups. And while the encounter between Parma and AC Milan was not a marquee clash, Li Wei's antics prior to the match had stirred considerable interest. What began as an ordinary Serie A fixture evolved into the most talked-about game of the second round. As news spread of AC Milan's shocking defeat to Parma on their home turf, the intrigue surrounding the match intensified. People were eager to hear what Li Wei would say following the conclusion of the game. They were even more curious about how the seemingly weaker Parma had managed to topple the giant AC Milan. In this context, should the media choose to downplay the incident, they would be acting against their own interests in terms of readership. Their employer would undoubtedly dismiss any reporter who prioritizes personal interests over public duty without hesitation. The media, though not devoid of folly, is not foolish enough to overlook this, especially since they have never truly been naive. Under the pressure of circumstances, they are compelled to cover this match extensively, with reports on other Serie A games yielding precedence to this one. Even sections of the publication not initially designated for this match have been allocated to it. Every facet of the game has been scrutinized and subsequently exposed to the public eye. Aside from the local media in Parma, which supports Li Wei and the Parma Club, every other outlet engaging in such coverage conveys a sense of being coerced by Li Wei. A single victory for Parma has thrust them into the limelight. A brilliance so radiant that it cannot be ignored. This individual is akin to a troublesome presence, impossible to overlook. Even more disconcerting is the fact that they now must, with pinched noses yet beaming smiles, praise this bothersome figure as commendable, even a branded commodity. Chapter 73. The Purple Lilies. Parma unexpectedly triumphed over AC Milan, delivering the most surprising upset in this round of the Serie A. The media inundated the public with coverage, and the attention of the masses was captured. For the first time, Li Wei's name graced the headlines of most mainstream media. If he was previously known only as a local coach in the Parma region, now his name resonates across Italy, garnering acknowledgement from an increasing number of individuals. Furthermore, younger fans, with an air of admiration, eagerly seek out every publication related to Li Wei. They find him incredibly impressive. At merely 23 years of age, he has made a bold move in acquiring a Serie A club, lacking formal coaching credentials. No matter, a puppet coach, Pioli, can be appointed. Media mockery? Irrelevant. He has turned the tables, leveraging their scrutiny to his advantage, compelling them to sing his praises. Facing renowned coaches, Zaccheroni and Ancelotti, he emerged victorious against all odds. Can there be a more exhilarating achievement? None. As the clock struck 8:30 on the evening of September 20th, Parma faced Fiorentina in the third round of the Serie A. This round featured several focal matches, such as Roma hosting Inter Milan, which many media outlets deemed a pivotal clash determining the championship's fate. Sampdoria welcomed Udinese at home. Despite the absence of rivalry, the teams are closely matched in strength, making it another anticipated confrontation. However, the match capturing the most attention from fans this round is not Roma versus Inter Milan or Sampdoria against Udinese, but rather Parma versus Fiorentina. The discourse surrounding this encounter is abundant. Forward Riccardo of Parma, a veteran hero for Fiorentina, had exerted tremendous effort to aid Fiorentina's return to Serie A and has not been away from the club for long. Many Fiorentina supporters still fondly remember this esteemed player. Among the fans who sympathized with Reggiano, who was cast aside by Fiorentina, there were none lacking in their compassion. Within the Fiorentina squad, there was also the Romanian forward Adrian Mutu, affectionately nicknamed the Snake, who had intricate ties with Parma. Born on January 8, 1979, in Romania, Mutu's first foray into Serie A was with Inter Milan. However, after a mere half-season, he was sold to Verona. 2 seasons later, Parma acquired Mutu from Verona for a sum of $9 million. Although his tenure at Parma was brief, lasting only a single season, it was during this fleeting period that he truly made his mark. In the 2002-2003 season, The formidable duo of Mutu and Adriano struck fear into the hearts of all Serie A teams. Mutu made 30 appearances, netting 18 goals, which placed him second in the Serie A scoring charts, alongside contributing 14 assists. Now, as Mutu prepares to face his former club at the Stadio Franchi, he expressed to reporters that he would celebrate any goal scored, undeterred by the fact that Parma was once his old club, and he would not refrain from celebrating out of politeness. This statement, however, incited discontent among numerous Parma fans who chastised Mutu for being ungrateful. On the coaching front, Fiorentina's current manager, Prandelli, navigated a tumultuous 2002-2003 season when Parma's parent company, Parmalat, was investigated by the Italian tax authorities. During this period, Cannavaro transferred to Inter for $23 million, and the previous season's hero, Li Wei, left for Juventus on the last day of the transfer window for $25 million after scoring a goal in the Super Cup against Juventus while representing Parma. Other notable departures included Cincini returning to Udinese, Taffarel moving to Galatasaray, Mika to Bremen, Almeida to Inter, Marchioni on loan to Piacenza, Sader to Roma, Appia on loan to Brescia, Mobama to Sunderland, and others, resulting in a significant exodus of stars. Despite these challenges, Prandelli astonishingly led the young Parma squad to a commendable 5th place in the league. In the following season, the Parmalat group was officially declared bankrupt due to unclear financial issues. Nevertheless, without significant investment, Prandelli continued to guide Parma to a 5th-place finish, even briefly securing 4th place, which would have allowed participation in the Champions League. However, in a crucial encounter against Inter in the penultimate round, they suffered a 0-1 defeat, causing Parma to lose their 2-point lead, and despite a thrilling 4-3 victory over Udinese in the final round, they could not recover from this setback. This match ultimately served as the catalyst for Prandelli's departure from Parma. Nonetheless, Prandelli remained beloved by Parma fans, as his 2 seasons coincided with the imprisonment of club owner Tanzi. At that time, everyone believed that Parma was on the brink of bankruptcy and relegation. Yet, under the leadership of Prandelli, despite a depleted squad, Parma surged to the forefront of the league, allowing fans to revel in joy even after the team was placed under administration. The media, seemingly unperturbed, boldly dubbed this encounter the Prandelli Derby, framing it as a clash between the post-Prandelli and pre-Prandelli eras. It appeared as though it was not Li Wei who led Parma to consecutive league victories, but rather a coach named post-Prandelli. This naturally incited Li Wei's displeasure. When confronted by the media, he asserted, "I respect the achievements Prandelli attained with Parma, yet it shall be I who truly guides Parma towards revival." One must mention the actual head coach of Parma, Pioli, who found himself largely ignored in this media skirmish, with few reporters posing questions to him. When inquiries did arise, they were not related to the match against Fiorentina, but rather, who truly exercises the functions of the head coach within the team. I have heard that club president Li Wei enjoys interfering in team affairs. What is your stance on this? These queries were all landmines, which Pioli wished to avoid, as he could only speak with a heavy heart, and said, "I have nothing to disclose regarding this matter. Such claims are purely rumors. My relationship with President Li is excellent, and there are no conflicts between us." The match between Parma and AC Milan was scheduled for the evening of September 17th, and as it was only the evening of September 20th, the players had merely 3 days of rest. Furthermore, Li Wei's tactics of pressing and quick counterattacks demanded substantial physical exertion. Although Li Wei was displeased, he was compelled to substitute numerous key players. Stars such as Ribéry, Hazard, Modri, and Struna were left to rest in Parma. Their replacements included substitutes like Hamsik, Grella, and Filanetti, which significantly impacted the team's combat effectiveness. In stark contrast, Fiorentina fielded their full-strength squad, with former Parma goalkeeper Frey in goal, and the formidable duo of the legendary Luca Toni and the crafty Mutu leading the attack. Among these two, Toni posed the greatest threat and warranted the utmost attention. With his imposing stature, formidable strength, and exceptional heading ability, Toni also exhibited remarkable technical prowess, capable of delivering high-quality strikes with both feet. In the previous season, Toni transferred to Fiorentina, becoming a member of the Viola. In his inaugural season, he astonishingly netted 31 goals, earning the title of the league's top scorer. His lightning-fast strikes within the penalty area led fans to affectionately bestow upon him the moniker The Flash. In Chapter 74, The War of Media, during the match against Fiorentina, it was not Parma who first found the back of the net, but rather Fiorentina, with the goal scored by the player most despised by Parma supporters, the Serpent Mutu. Mutu celebrated exuberantly on the pitch, and despite the ecstatic cheers from Fiorentina fans, the persistent chorus of boos emanating from the 2,000 Parma supporters who traveled to witness the match could still be distinctly heard. Li Wei felt a surge of anger regarding the solitary goal, acknowledging that while Mutu's individual prowess played a role, the primary culprits were Chiellini's reckless advance and Handanovic's momentary lapse in concentration. More fundamentally, Parma's remarkable comeback against Torino away from home and their astonishing victory over the formidable AC Milan at home had fostered an unwarranted sense of pride among the players. It was only in response to Li Wei's vehement outburst that the Parma players rallied, intensifying their offensive efforts. However, Fiorentina's defense proved resolute, complemented by their own commendable attacking capabilities. Parma's attempts to score were futile, and they nearly conceded again to Fiorentina, had it not been for Handanovic's alertness, who leapt to deflect Tony's header onto the crossbar. The halftime score would not have remained at 1-0. During the intermission, Li Wei unleashed a tempest in the locker room, promptly substituting 3 players. In the 76th minute of the second half, Parma equalized through a fierce strike from the newly introduced Reggiano. This goal dramatically shifted the momentum of the match, transforming Parma from the defensive side to the attacking force, a dynamic that persisted until the final whistle. It was not that Parma wished to retreat or that Li Wei favored a passive approach. Rather, their energy levels could not keep pace. Since the commencement of the Serie A season on September 10th, Parma had played 4 matches within a mere 10 days, including a European qualification match in Kazan, Russia, leaving scant time for the players to recuperate. No matter how refined the technique, without the support of stamina, it proved futile. In that moment, the most prominent figure on the pitch was not a Fiorentina player, nor was it Handanovic, who had made several crucial saves. It was Chiellini, who had erred gravely in the first half. His numerous key interceptions and positional play thwarted Fiorentina's familiar attacking rhythm. On several occasions, Tony found himself with the ball, only to be effectively marked by Chiellini, leading to forced and subpar shots. The quality of these attempts was dismal. They either missed the target completely or were feeble enough to be comfortably gathered by Handanovic. Ultimately, after 90 minutes, Parma and Fiorentina concluded the match in a 1-1 stalemate, both sides shaking hands in mutual respect. As the match drew to a close, Cesare Prandelli, the current Fiorentina manager and former Parma coach, approached the away team's bench. He first shook hands with Pioli before turning his attention to Li Wei. However, it was evident that he placed greater significance on his interaction with Li Wei. Offering a friendly admonition, "Sir, I believe that Parma will rise under your stewardship, but you must temper your brilliance. Coaches like you face challenges in the Italian football landscape. Perhaps, by moderating your approach, Parma can achieve success more swiftly in Italy." Although Li Wei was not particularly impressed by Prandelli's words, he discerned that Prandelli's tone was not one of reprimand, but rather one of equality and goodwill. Thus, Li Wei refrained from being sharp-tongued in front of the media. He offered a polite smile and remarked, "If a tempered Li Wei is still Li Wei, as for the notion that such a coach has a difficult path, that is simply because he is merely a coach." It then dawned on Prandelli that Li Wei possessed another significant identity. He was not just an ordinary coach, but also the president of Parma, holding 100% of the club's shares, as long as Parma did not face bankruptcy. Even if Li Wei's performance were dismal, he would still remain the de facto head coach of the club. Prandelli cast a glance at Pioli, contemplating that it was only new coaches like Pioli who would seek to gild their careers by managing a Serie A club with the added allure of a lucrative salary, thus willingly becoming Li Wei's puppet. Li Wei did not converse with Prandelli for long. Instead, he approached the sidelines and intercepted the dejected players. "Do not despair. It is merely a draw," he encouraged them. Although Li Wei was not particularly fond of the outcome, he found little reason to feel disheartened or displeased. In fact, he perceived the draw against Fiorentina as not entirely unfavorable. At the very least, it served as a reminder for the players to adopt a more grounded attitude. They should not assume invincibility simply because they had triumphed over AC Milan by a significant margin. Li Wei patted each player's shoulder and said, "Come on, lift your heads. Do not let the fans who support us here feel uncomfortable." Revitalized, the players, under Li Wei's guidance, approached the visiting stands to bow in appreciation to the fans. The Parma supporters responded with applause, cheering, "Go Parma. You played exceptionally well." Despite Parma's hard-fought draw against Fiorentina, the fans bore no ill will towards the team, and a touching scene unfolded between them. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. The media was poised at the press conference, eager to ensnare Li Wei in a quagmire of criticism. Inside the press room, the journalists exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on the podium where Pioli sat, visibly uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gaze. As the press officer announced the commencement of the conference, a reporter, disregarding the presence of the host Prandelli, directed his question at Pioli. "Where is Li Wei? When will he join the press conference?" Pioli, feeling a wave of discomfort, took a deep breath to steady his nerves and replied, "The chairman does not intend to attend the press conference today. You may direct your questions to me." The reporters immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "Oh, Li Wei, you scoundrel. We sharpen our knives and prepare a myriad of challenging questions for you, only to discover you've slipped away without a word." This situation felt akin to arranging a date, only to take 10 energy pills, feeling invigorated and muscular, only to find an empty room upon opening the door, with nothing but a note left behind stating that a relative had arrived. Was this not a cruel deception? One reporter, incensed, stood up and exclaimed, "How can Li Wei skip the post-match press conference without adequate justification? I will file a complaint with the Football Association." Pioli, slightly embarrassed, touched his nose and said, "According to the regulations of the Football Association, unless there are exceptional circumstances, both head coaches of the competing teams are required to attend the post-match press conference. In this regard, Parma has not violated any rules, as I am indeed the head coach of Parma." Well, it seems Pioli's clarification slipped the minds of the reporters, who had forgotten that the head coach of Parma was Stefano Pioli, not Benedict Li Wei. Li Wei's true position within the Parma club is that of both the club president and the assistant coach of the first team. The Italian Football Federation has not mandated the presence of assistant coaches at post-match press conferences, leaving journalists feeling somewhat perplexed, realizing that Li Wei's absence from the press conference did not contravene any regulations. Consequently, the reporters appeared as deflated as frostbitten eggplants. Nevertheless, the press conference must proceed, for the journalists still needed to draft their articles. During the questioning segment, many reporters experienced a sense of frustration akin to internal injury. Previously, they had prepared a plethora of challenging questions to confound Li Wei, but with his absence and only Pioli present, employing those inquiries against him left the journalists feeling quite uncomfortable, reminiscent of utilizing an excessively long cool-down ability against mere minions in a game, and in this instance, there was but a single minion. This led to an awkward situation where the questions posed to Pioli were rather official. What does this official nature entail? The inquiries were commonplace and lacked substantive depth. For instance, how do you assess this match? The response would typically be, both sides played earnestly. It was a splendid contest. Regarding Mudu's celebration after scoring, one might ask, what are your thoughts? To which the reply would be, Mudu scored a magnificent goal. He is entitled to celebrate. By the end, the reporters felt weary, yet they refrained from unleashing their pent-up inquiries on Pioli. This was not out of mercy towards Pioli, but rather due to a swift realization among the journalists. One cannot evade the inevitable. If Li Wei chooses to skip the press conference, they would pursue him to the Collegio training base the following day. They would confront him directly and see how far he could run. The next day, outside the Collegio training base, a throng of media gathered, armed with cameras and microphones, brimming with indignation and eager to witness Li Wei's misstep. They believed that Li Wei's recent support from fans stemmed from his victorious matches, particularly his notable wins. However, following yesterday's draw with Fiorentina, discontent among the Parma supporters who had previously opposed Li Wei was expected. The media had not forgotten the fervor of the Parma fans during the 5 consecutive losses before Li Wei's arrival, marked by protests at the club and sit-ins outside the town hall. The reporters were skeptical that, merely 10 days later, the fans would have forgiven Li Wei so readily. Chapter 75, The War of the Media 2. Once Li Wei fails to secure victories, the immense pressure will become apparent. Not all fans will continue their unwavering support. At that point, the media will unleash their criticism, and Li Wei will find himself in a precarious predicament. Today, they arrived not only to exact revenge for yesterday's grievances but also to incite and amplify the animosity among fans towards Levi. The journalists could already envision the scene of numerous supporters congregating by the training ground, jeering at Levi. What a poignant tableau that would be. As they observed the increasing throng of fans gathering outside the gates, it was as if they glimpsed Levi's impending downfall. When Levi's luxury vehicle made its appearance at the training facility, the gaze of every journalist fixated upon him, their expressions tinged with unmistakable schadenfreude. They had resolved to broadcast every event that transpired here today across their respective media outlets. It was imperative to ensure that Levi, the scoundrel, suffered a loss of face. teaching him that offending the uncrowned king could lead to lifelong regret. However, in the next moment, the triumphant smiles on their faces froze in disbelief. For as soon as Levi emerged, a faction of fans erupted in unison. "Levi, we still support you. The team's draw with Fiorentina is commendable enough. Do not let those reports weigh heavily on your heart. Pay no heed to the vile words of those journalists. They are nothing but scoundrels. Indeed, I have seen the media's statements, and they are utterly nonsensical. Compared to those journalists, we place our trust in you, Mr. Chairman." Upon hearing the fervent chants of these supporters, the countenance of the journalists darkened considerably. "What are you fans doing? Your adversary is Levi, not the noble uncrowned king." Li Wei listened intently to the sudden sounds that erupted around him. Despite the chaotic environment and the barrier of the car window that rendered much of the commotion indistinct, he managed to catch a few key phrases. It was evident that these fans had come to offer their unwavering support for him. Li Wei alighted from the automobile and, amidst the throng of fervent fans, he unexpectedly spotted the young admirer who had once sought his autograph. He raised his arm in exuberance, shouting with the utmost enthusiasm. Li Wei pondered that these fans might belong to the young supporters organization, likely comprising his family or companions. What a charming young lad. The young fan approached Li Wei and said, "Sir, I knew the media would try to put you in a difficult position, so we all came here to support you. You are the greatest." Li Wei smiled, a joyful and genuine expression that radiated from within. "I remember you, Melito." Melito was elated, astonished that Li Wei still recalled his name. Li Wei gently patted Melito's shoulder, expressing his gratitude for him and his companion's support. "Rest assured, it's merely a draw. I won't be easily defeated," he remarked, gesturing to the fans. The spectators, witnessing Li Wei's gesture, erupted into a fervent cheer, which rendered the journalists present with an expression akin to mourning a lost child. These insufferable fans, were they aware of their actions? How could they possibly support Li Wei? A villain in their eyes. As proud Italians, how could they idolize a man of inferior Chinese lineage? Chapter 76, The War of Media. Part 3. Although the journalists did not encounter the anticipated spectacle outside the Collecchio training base, their onslaught against Li Wei did not wane. A reporter, with a mocking expression, approached Li Wei, microphone in hand. "Mr. Li Wei, Parma's score against AC Milan was 4-1, yet 3 days later, the match against Fiorentina ended in a 1-1 draw. Does this imply that Fiorentina is superior to AC Milan?" A conventional response to such a question would likely offend. Why? If he were to affirm it, he would undoubtedly incite the ire of AC Milan, especially since their president, Berlusconi, is notorious for his sharp tongue, often criticizing not only rivals but also members of his own club. Even Ancelotti, a fervent admirer of the Christmas tree formation, faced reproach from Berlusconi for not deploying two forwards. Should Li Wei concede that Fiorentina is indeed stronger, the reporters would have a field day, alleging that Li Wei believes AC Milan is inferior, which would surely provoke Berlusconi into a tirade, promising an entertaining spectacle. Conversely, if he were to deny the assertion, the reporters would still find a narrative, suggesting that Parma is in decline, with headlines proclaiming the fading dark horse, thus sowing discord within the ranks. Parma, eager to prove their continued strength, would face their next match burdened by the pressure of expectation, a daunting challenge for a youthful team, most of whom are under 23. This pressure could easily transform from a source of motivation into a crushing weight. Yet, Li Wei was no pushover. His gaze towards the reporter was one of incredulity, as if regarding a fool. In that fleeting moment, the questioning reporter felt an urge to hurl the microphone at Li Wei's insufferable face. "Are you truly a professional sports journalist? Do you not even know that a football is round?" Thus, after Parma's defeat by AC Milan and subsequent draw with Fiorentina, is it truly so surprising? Note, the phrase "the football is round" metaphorically signifies the unpredictable nature of events on the pitch. Anything can happen. The reporter retreated. But it was evident that this inquiry was merely the beginning. The journalists would not relent in their pursuit of Li Wei. "Do you have confidence in defeating your next league opponent, AS Roma?" Li Wei expressed that our endeavors are not driven by the certainty of success, but rather by an unwavering belief in the righteousness of our actions. The audience responded with applause, recognizing the astuteness of the journalists' inquiries. To state confidence in the face of potential defeat by Roma could lead to a most embarrassing contradiction. Presently, with AC Milan facing point deductions and Juventus relegated, Roma and Inter Milan are deemed the frontrunners for this season's Serie A championship. Historically, these two clubs have indeed secured both the championship and runner-up positions. Li Wei remarked that even a hint of uncertainty could be detrimental. As in the world of football, who can predict outcomes with certainty? Media scrutiny would ensue, and the following day's headlines would inevitably read, Parma chairman, struggling to defeat Roma, or Li Wei shows hesitation regarding Roma. Li Wei's response deftly circumvented these pitfalls. Even among his rivals, numerous journalists privately admired Li Wei's astuteness. If one scheme fails, another arises. Despite their admiration, the journalists were not inclined to grant Li Wei a moment's respite. Immediately, another reporter stepped forward to inquire, "Many experts and professors currently refer to you as a 3-0 coach, yet you have triumphed over Torino and AC Milan, and compelled Fiorentina to a standstill. How do you perceive this situation?" Li Wei raised his eyebrows slightly. This journalist displayed considerable depth, not merely targeting Li Wei. Rather, he appeared to approach the issue from Li Wei's perspective, infusing his inquiries with a bias towards him. However, in a stricter sense, this journalist was indeed instigating a conflict between Li Wei and those football experts. Should Li Wei become embroiled in a war of words? How much energy would he have left to lead his team? Even if we were to concede that Li Wei possessed ample energy to guide the team, the criticisms from these experts, who are predominantly esteemed figures in Italian football, would undoubtedly affect the mindset of the young players within the squad. Li Wei's response was unexpected. "Indeed, I am a coach with no qualifications, no experience, and no reputation." Oh. Li Wei, typically known for his obstinate demeanor, surprisingly accepted the coach's criticism with composure. This is an unusual turn of events. Is this truly Li Wei? Many reporters stared in astonishment at him. Li Wei smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and then remarked, "Indeed, I am a coach without any particular accolades, which is precisely why I am able to lead the team in matches against AC Milan and Fiorentina, rather than merely engaging in lofty discussions from within a television studio." The journalists immediately regained their composure. Li Wei's statement rendered those experts who had vehemently criticized him as an unaccomplished coach momentarily speechless. Li Wei calmly accepted his identity as a coach devoid of any accolades, then seamlessly transitioned to assert that it is precisely this lack of distinction that enables him to lead his team in competitions. He subtly hinted that his status is akin to that of illustrious Serie A coaches such as Ancelotti and Prandelli, while simultaneously mocking experts who merely stand before cameras, speaking without genuine understanding. Should the experts persist in fixating on the notion of a coach without credentials, it would inevitably lead to the implication that Ancelotti pales in comparison, and Prandelli is incapable of achieving even what a coach without credentials manages. In offending individuals beyond just Li Wei, the experts found themselves in a precarious position. The applause erupted around him, and at that moment, some reporters could not restrain themselves from clapping. One reporter, perhaps charmed by Li Wei's wit and humor, posed a rather intriguing question, seeking to uncover the secret behind his team's unbeaten streak over 3 matches, rather than challenging him. Li Wei chuckled. "In fact, I have already addressed this question." The fans and reporters were left in a state of perplexity, akin to a bewildered giant trying to grasp something elusive. When, they pondered, had Li Wei ever answered this question? A few journalists with exceptional memories racked their brains over the previous exchange, yet could not recall any instance where Li Wei had indeed responded to the inquiry posed moments earlier. Li Wei remarked, "The reason I have triumphed thrice without defeat is that I have refrained from engaging in grandiloquent discussions within the confines of television studios." Indeed, Li Wei remains the same vengeful Li Wei, who has not genuinely accepted the label of a coach lacking in substance. He is perpetually poised to retaliate against those experts who criticize him. Just a simple inquiry provided Li Wei with the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort. Li Wei, indeed, is a thorny character. The journalists are presently feeling somewhat uncomfortable. With such a figure emerging in Italian football, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 77. A private gathering. All right, everyone. Generally speaking, outside the training facility, I only entertain 3 questions. However, today I have made an exception and answered 4. Li Wei raised his right hand, revealing the exquisite watch adorning his wrist, and remarked, "If I indulge you with more questions, I shall be late." You see, as a boss, arriving late in front of employees can easily cultivate a fondness for this undesirable habit among them. The reporters found themselves at an impasse. Having come to understand some of Li Wei's temperaments, when he declares he will not respond to an interview, he truly means it. Should one continue to press him, this vengeful individual may either deliver a scathing rebuke upon your next inquiry or dismiss your question entirely. Thus, the journalists reluctantly allowed Li Wei to enter the training facility at his leisure. As yesterday was a match day, the team enjoyed a half day off today. Typically, a full day of rest would be granted. However, due to a grueling schedule, Parma faces a particularly tight timetable. While other teams play twice a week, Parma contends with 3 matches weekly. Having just drawn with Fiorentina, they must prepare to host Roma in just 4 days. With the match scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon rather than the customary evening hours of 8 or 9. Consequently, Parma effectively has only 3.5 days of respite. To aid the players in relaxing their muscles, the afternoon training session primarily focused on recovery. After supervising for an hour from the sidelines, Li Wei returned to his office. With Pioli and others present on the training ground, there was no need for concern. Pioli was diligently executing Li Wei's directives without any tricks, which instilled a sense of trust in Li Wei. Suddenly, a bell rang. Levi picked up the phone and, upon glancing at the screen, felt his brow furrow slightly. Nevertheless, he pressed the answer button. Ada, it's rather rare for you to call me. It seems you must have something of significance to discuss. The caller was none other than the renowned model Ada Jespica, with whom he had once been rumored to have had a romantic involvement, as sensationalized by unscrupulous media outlets. Following the scandal known as the Embrace incident, Levi had publicly asserted that their relationship was merely one of friendship. However, he began to maintain a respectful distance from Ada. Since then, they had not communicated over the phone, although Ada occasionally sent him a few text messages to inquire about his well-being. Li Wei displayed a rather indifferent attitude towards these messages, responding only when he felt inclined or in good spirits, while ignoring the texts sent by Ada Jespica when he was preoccupied or in a foul mood. Ida, aware of her boundaries, refrained from bombarding Li Wei with frequent messages, sending them only occasionally, and had never attempted to call him. This time marked Ada Jespica's inaugural attempt to reach Li Wei by phone. Yet he remained largely apathetic towards this captivating woman. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to answer her call, though he had yet to meet Ida in person. Her voice alone was enchanting enough to captivate him. I have arrived in Palma. Would you care to join me for a drink? After a brief pause, Ida added, I understand your concerns about being misconstrued by the press, which is why I've chosen to meet during the day, and this time in the suburbs, where it is quite safe. Li Wei politely declined, saying, This is inappropriate. You are already a married woman. Ada Jespica's voice was sultry as she replied, Perhaps. Due to my past entanglement with you, I am currently in a cold war with him. There's a chance we might part ways by tomorrow. What do you think? Would you be interested in taking me in? It was a blatant and tantalizing temptation. Li Wei, with a sense of resignation, brought the topic to light and stated, We are simply not compatible. Ada Jespica replied, It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Why not? By the way, that fellow Muthu called me yesterday, claiming he had avenged me, which left me both amused and bewildered. Li Wei felt an impulse to massage his temples, as Ada Jespica, the enchanting seductress, had indeed captivated numerous men. Besides her official boyfriend, the Roman defender Ferrari, there was also Muthu, her former lover, among others. Roman defender? Is your call today somehow related to Ferrari? My next opponent is Roma, and if reporters capture us together in a photograph, it could lead to significant trouble. Levi can assure that if Ferrari were to come across intimate photographs of his girlfriend at this moment, he would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. It is quite possible that he might even resort to breaking the leg of a certain Parma player in retaliation against Levi. Ada Jespica, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, What do you take me for? I once resorted to any means necessary to attain fame, but I have long surpassed that phase. My interest in you is purely genuine. Furthermore, my invitation extends beyond just the two of us. I wish for you to accompany me to a private gathering. By the way, the host of the event is a senior executive at the Football Association. So, will you join me or not? Levi ultimately acquiesced to the invitation extended by Ada Jespica. One cannot deny that this enchantress possesses remarkable skills. She understands that as a foreign investor freshly arrived in Italy, Levi undoubtedly requires connections with the upper echelons of the Football Association. While it may not guarantee favoritism from referees during matches, it at least provides Levi with private avenues to address grievances should Parma face unjust treatment. Naturally, Levi does not deny that Ada Jespica has kindled a flicker of desire within him. As a typical man, he calculated that it has been nearly half a year since he last encountered a woman. After a brief exchange with Pioli, Li Wei drove to the address provided by Ada Jespica. This location was a private estate, and such picturesque farmhouses were not uncommon in the beautiful surroundings of Parma. The owners of these estates often belonged to the elite echelon of Italian society. This gathering successfully broadened Li Wei's network, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite the small number of attendees, Many were significant figures in the football world. Among them were Eli, the son of AC Milan's vice president Gattaleria, and little Maggi, the son of the legendary Maggi who had once propelled Juventus to greatness. However, what truly astonished Li Wei was that he had inadvertently caught the attention of another woman, Barbara Berlusconi. Does this name ring a bell? Indeed. She is the daughter of Silvio Berlusconi, the owner of AC Milan and former Prime Minister of Italy, and she would later become the vice president of AC Milan. It has long been rumored among media and fans that she was the reason for the downfall of the once gilded talent, Pato. This speculation was not without merit. Ever since Pato began a relationship with Barbara, his performance had plummeted, and he frequently battled injuries, ultimately leaving AC Milan to return to Brazil in hopes of rediscovering his form. Chapter 78. He does not deserve Parma. The situation involving Barbara had also left Ida Jespica somewhat displeased. Levi, feeling a sense of relief, acknowledged that Barbara's presence diverted Ida Jespica's attention, preventing her from exerting sufficient energy to provoke him. Following the conclusion of the gathering, Levi escorted Ida Jespica back to her hotel, opting to return home without even stepping out of the car. However, trouble was inevitable. It was unclear how Ferrari had obtained the information, but he was aware that Levi and Ida Jespica had attended a private event the previous day. During a media interview, Ferrari venomously declared, "Levi? He is nothing but a pile of excrement, utterly unworthy of Parma. I must warn you, although I lack concrete evidence, I know you harassed my girlfriend yesterday. You insufferable playboy, do not present me with proof. Otherwise, I shall ensure your reputation is irrevocably tarnished." The following afternoon, as Levi departed from the Coliseum training facility, he was besieged by reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, surrounding his vehicle from all sides. Li Wei understood that if he did not utter a word today, he would not be allowed to leave. Thus, he halted the car, rolled down the window, and immediately found himself confronted by a multitude of cameras and microphones. Eager to invade his space, Li Wei was compelled to sound the horn forcefully, which finally urged the reporters to cover their ears and move aside. Li Wei opened the car door and stepped out, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Every day you speak of human rights, yet is this how you demonstrate respect for them? The microphone is practically being shoved up my nostrils." Many journalists could not help but chuckle, their irritation stemming from Li Wei's honking significantly alleviated. Li Wei raised a finger and proclaimed, "Today, I shall address but a single question." The reporters immediately erupted in discontent. "One question? That's far too few. Li Wei, as a public figure, you cannot act in this manner. This is a violation of the regulations governing news reporting." Li Wei adjusted his collar, his demeanor icy as he declared, "I shall not permit any inquiries from among you, for I am well aware of the questions you yearn to pose. Furthermore, I insist that you all remain silent, or I shall depart in my vehicle." The reporters exchanged discontented glances at Li Wei, yet they found themselves powerless, akin to fish at the mercy of a butcher's blade. Their hunger for sensational, exclusive news hinged entirely upon him. Consequently, they clenched their teeth in frustration, vowing to confront Li Wei in the future. For the moment, however, the reporters dutifully fell silent. Players who had lingered late at the training ground emerged and, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a quiet admiration. Indeed, the gentleman possessed formidable prowess, rendering these self-proclaimed kings of the press obedient in his presence. Li Wei raised his index finger and stated, "Let me clarify one thing. My relationship with Ida Jespica is purely platonic and entirely ordinary. I have not pursued Ida Jespica in any manner. So, Ferrari, you disgrace of Parma, kindly close your mouth. Indeed, I mean your mouth, for it reeks abominably." After uttering these words, Li Wei promptly entered his vehicle and departed. Nevertheless, the media sensed that this story was sufficiently sensational. Who is Ferrari? Currently, he serves as the primary central defender for Roma, yet it is in Parma that he truly gained notoriety. Yes, Ferrari was once a member of Parma. And not just any member, he was their captain. However, after Parma fell into administration, Ferrari chose to flee at the earliest opportunity, ultimately joining the ranks of Roma in 2004 for a transfer fee of $6 million after 3 seasons of service to Parma. Although the former captain did not exhibit unwavering loyalty to Parma, his most illustrious moments occurred during his time there, where he was regarded as one of the most promising defensive talents among his peers due to his performances. Some Parma fans still hold a fondness for Ferrari, and when this former captain clashed with the current president of Parma, it promised to be quite entertaining, especially given the fiery rhetoric exchanged. Ferrari claimed that Li Wei was unworthy of being the president of Parma, while Li Wei retaliated by branding Ferrari as a disgrace to Parma. Indeed, there was no need to wait until the next day. That very evening, the tabloids published accounts of the verbal altercation between Li Wei and Ferrari. The former Parma captain declared, "Li Wei is unworthy of Parma." To which Li Wei responded, "He is a disgrace to Parma." The sensationalist tabloids, in their relentless pursuit of scandal, concocted tales of a woman inciting conflict and spun narratives of Parma's romantic history, as if one were reading a convoluted love-hate urban romance novel rather than a news report. On September 23rd, the day following Li Wei's outburst at Ferrari, Pioli sought out Li Wei in his office. Holding a newspaper and lamenting, "Sir, are you now intending to engage in a war of words before every match?" Li Wei shrugged and remarked, "Some matters are beyond your control." Pioli inwardly rolled his eyes. If only you could temper your temperament, how many issues could be avoided? Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced, for he understood Li Wei's character well. Speaking such words aloud would only serve to sour their relationship. If Li Wei were to adopt the affable demeanor of someone like Ancelotti, would he still be Li Wei? Pioli retrieved a stack of documents from beneath the newspaper and said, "The match is scheduled for tomorrow, and we must hold the pre-match press conference today." "Sir, who do you intend to have participate in this conference? Additionally, have you finalized the 18-man roster?" Li Wei took the documents and lowered his head to peruse them. "You may attend the press conference. I shall not interfere," he remarked. "I am aware of your traditional coaching mindset, which disapproves of my stirring the pot in the newspapers. Given the circumstances, it is best for you to attend." Pioli offered a dry smile, unsure of how to respond to Li Wei. He could only divert the conversation, saying, "Tomorrow, on the 24th, we have a match against Roma, yet on the 28th, the second leg of the Europa League qualifying round awaits. Should we conserve our strength?" The more he spoke, the more awkward Pioli felt, his confidence dwindling. Initially, the media regarded their opponent in the Europa League qualifying round, Kazan Rubin, as a team that could be easily overcome. However, at that time, Li Wei had returned to Italy to handle the Hugging Gate incident, leaving Pioli responsible for the match against Kazan Rubin. Eager to achieve a favorable result and assert his authority over Li Wei, Pioli fell prey to Kazan Rubin, suffering a resounding defeat of 4-1. Chapter 79, the overbearing declaration. The Europa League, formerly known as the UEFA Cup, traces its history back to 1971 when UEFA took over the Cities Cup, established in 1955, and rebranded it as the UEFA Cup, beginning in the 1999 to 2000 season. The European Cup Winners' Cup was merged into the UEFA Cup, allowing domestic cup champions from various nations to compete, thereby establishing the UEFA Cup as the second premier intercontinental tournament in Europe, following the Champions League. While it may appear impressive, aficionados of the Europa League are well aware that it is often considered a mere trifle for the larger clubs, primarily due to its meager financial rewards. Just how insignificant are these rewards? In the group stage, each participating team receives a participation fee of 300,000. Subsequently, for every match played, clubs earn 50,000 for a victory, while a draw yields only half that amount, 25,000. To date, the highest earnings in the Europa League were claimed by the previous season's CSKA Moscow, which amassed a total of $324 million upon winning the tournament. In stark contrast, the financial incentives for the Champions League are considerably more lucrative. Teams entering the initial group stage can secure a base fee of $1.7 million, with each match appearance fetching 340,000. Thus, participating in all 6 group matches guarantees a minimum revenue of $3.7 million, surpassing the total prize for winning the Europa League. Furthermore, each victory in the Champions League adds an additional 340,000, while a draw nets 170,000. Should a team win all group matches, it could earn nearly $6 million. If they progress to the second stage, they receive another $2 million in base fees, with victory bonuses doubling. Advancing to the quarterfinals adds $2.7 million, the semifinals $3.4 million, and the final $4.1 million, with the champion team receiving an additional $2.7 million, alongside doubled victory bonuses. This disparity in financial incentives subtly underlines Pioli's implicit advice to Li Wei to conserve energy for the league and forego the Europa League. Li Wei shook his head and remarked, "One cannot afford to hold back in the UEFA Europa League. Despite the modest prize money, the ancillary benefits are substantial. For instance, the revenue from sponsorship advertising, ticket sales, broadcast rights, and the influence garnered from winning the championship. These elements contribute to a direct income of approximately €10 million. while the indirect benefits could very well reach 30 million euros. Indirect benefits? 30 million euros? Pioli found it hard to believe such claims. Li Wei nodded and remarked, "Indeed. Do you believe that if Parma were to clinch the championship, they could retain their star players?" Pioli fell silent. As a proud Parmense, he cherished his local team. Yet he was acutely aware of Parma's prolonged decline and their lack of substantial historical legacy. Each summer, Parma often became synonymous with the players' marketplace. However, there existed a deeper reason, unspoken by Li Wei: financial constraints. His liquidity had dwindled to approximately 10 million euros, while Parma's debts loomed at around 60 million euros. Regardless of Parma's inclinations, they would inevitably need to offload players to generate cash, or else risk plunging into a severe debt crisis. Under such circumstances, should Parma achieve commendable results in the Europa League, or even seize the championship, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of European clubs, particularly the affluent teams in the Premier League, known for their lavish spending. Pioli expressed his concerns, stating, "While that may be true, our draw against Fiorentina has already drawn harsh criticism from the media. If we were to suffer a defeat at home against Roma, those unscrupulous media outlets would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of disparaging remarks, severely impacting the players' morale. In this scenario, the team must also breach the defenses of Kazan Rubin, scoring 3 goals while ensuring they concede none, in order to advance to the group stage. Is that truly feasible?" Li Wei confidently remarked, "Do not underestimate yourself. The depth of the team's bench is far stronger than you can imagine." Pioli, at present, remains oblivious, but in 5 years' time, he shall come to profoundly understand the immense confidence encapsulated within Li Wei's statement. At the pre-match press conference, Li Wei was notably absent. The ongoing verbal sparring with Ferrari had already stirred enough turmoil, and he preferred not to further embroil the club in controversy at this juncture. Representing Parma at the conference was head coach Pioli, yet his stature within the media was evidently diminished, thus allowing Luciano Spalletti, the head coach of AS Roma, to assume the spotlight. "I am aware of your inquiries, and I understand precisely what you wish to glean from me. However, such matters bear no significance to me. My sole focus is on one aspect: the margin by which I shall triumph over Parma, nothing more." Upon hearing such a brazen declaration, the journalists did not react with displeasure. Instead, they erupted in laughter, all too familiar with Li Wei's reputation for such bold assertions. Spalletti's invocation of this phrase was unmistakably a provocation directed at Li Wei. During this period, Li Wei has been the focal point of media attention, his name saturating newspapers, radio broadcasts, and television discussions. Young fans have begun to idolize him, which inevitably has incited jealousy among many, including Spalletti. He harbored a long-standing disdain for this suddenly prominent and flamboyant heir, thinking, "What do you have to offer other than your fortunate birth? Without that advantage, you would scarcely compare to a vagabond. Yet you prattle incessantly, snapping like a rabid dog. Why should you, Li Wei, this interloper, garner such attention in Serie A while I, a seasoned coach, languish in obscurity?" Spalletti's dissatisfaction with Li Wei had been simmering. Now, the opportunity to publicly humiliate him had arisen, promising not only to vent his frustrations, but also to capture the media and fans' attention. It was evident that Spalletti was deeply influenced by the media's portrayal of Li Wei. He fancied himself a champion of justice, a gallant knight wielding a sword to vanquish the nefarious beast. Regrettably, the flamboyant club president seemed to have fallen out with the journalists, resulting in his absence from the press conference, thus denying Spalletti the pleasure of delivering his retorts directly to him. As for Pioli, the representative of Parma, Spalletti regarded him with disdain, viewing him as a mere sycophant to the president, content to play the role of a puppet. Although he had once been heralded by the media as the future star of Italian coaching, given his current state, what remarkable accomplishments could he hope to achieve? Luciano Spalletti harbored a sense of disdain within himself. Chapter 80, Levi's Counterattack 1. Pioli found himself in an awkward position during the press conference. He lacked the resolute demeanor of Levi. In the face of Luciano Spalletti's biting sarcasm, he could only respond in a rather official manner. Roma is an exceptionally strong club. They possess numerous outstanding players, and we must maintain our focus for the entire 90 minutes. The journalists regarded Pioli with evident disdain. Their dislike for Levi was palpable, yet they couldn't help but find themselves preoccupied with thoughts of him. How entertaining it would be if the rogue Levi were present. Levi had a fair degree of familiarity with the Roma club. After all, following the downturn of Serie A post-2010, the once dominant Inter Milan, which had secured 5 consecutive league titles in the 21st century, only managed a 6th-place finish in the 2011-12 season, and slightly better, a 5th-place finish in 2013-14. The 2014-15 season saw them plummet further, landing in 8th place. AC Milan also entered a phase of zero-cost transfers, heavily relying on loans and free signings. Yet they too struggled to improve their performance. Against this backdrop, only Juventus and Roma, alongside Napoli, remained as the few bright spots in Serie A. Indeed, one could argue that Roma had supplanted Milan as the powerhouse of Italian football in the wake of Milan's decline. Remarkably, this year marked the inaugural ascent of AS Roma Football Club. This trend was already evident prior to the commencement of the season. Traditionally modest in the transfer market, Roma made significant acquisitions this summer, with the most notable being the signing of David Pizarro from Inter Milan. The inclusion of the Chilean star undoubtedly bolstered Roma's midfield strength. Additionally, Roma secured attacking talents such as Vucinic and Cassetti from Lecce, acquired French midfielder Fati from Salzburg, and obtained Velga from Palermo. Former Parma captain Ferrari also returned on loan from Everton, enhancing Roma's defensive capabilities. Furthermore, Roma borrowed goalkeeper Zotti and center-back Amato from Ascoli. The arrival of these players significantly fortified Roma's overall strength. Although head coach Luciano Spalletti indulged in mocking Li Wei during the pre-match press conference, drawing ire, he was not to be underestimated. At the age of 47, Luciano Spalletti is regarded as a representative figure of the new generation of Italian coaches. He first garnered fame in the 2000-2001 season when he took over as Udinese coach mid-season, miraculously guiding the team to safety. In the subsequent 3 seasons, Spalletti led a youthful Udinese to European competition qualifications year after year. In the 2004-2005 season, Udinese even secured a spot in the UEFA Champions League. In 2005, Spalletti unexpectedly took the reins at Roma, though few had high expectations for him at that time, as his predecessor was the illustrious coach Fabio Capello, who had failed to replicate Roma's former glories. In his inaugural season at Roma, Spalletti achieved remarkable success, guiding the team to an unprecedented 11 consecutive victories in Serie A history. However, let us allow you to bask in this glory for the time being. When the matches commence, you shall surely face the consequences. Li Wei chose to disregard the media's persistent inquiries regarding his opinion on Luciano Spalletti's remarks. He was secretly concocting a grand strategy, poised to bring Spalletti to his knees in the forthcoming league match. The clock struck 2:50 in the afternoon on September 24th. The sporting director, Camagnani, stood in the stands, grasping the railing with both hands while observing the rapidly filling stadium. A myriad of emotions surged within him. Ever since Li Wei assumed the role of head coach, the attendance at home games had seen a remarkable increase. The passion that had slowly faded was gradually being rekindled. He truly relished such scenes. The stands of Tardini Stadium were filled to capacity, a sea of black crosses on white shirts stretching as far as the eye could see. The crowd sang in unison, their cheers echoing through the air. Amidst their fervent shouts, the Parma players battled fiercely against their opponents on the field, striving for victory, which made the aging director feel a sense of youthful exuberance once more. Yet, today's adversary would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. In the locker room, the players have completed their warm-up, and only a few minutes remain before the match commences. At this moment, Li Wei seldom delves into tactical discussions. Instead, he typically shares words that uplift the team's spirit. The tactical elements were thoroughly explained and practiced 2 or 3 days prior to the game. The players have become quite familiar with these strategies, and reiterating them would merely heighten their anxiety. Today is no exception. Li Wei stood before the tactical board. Prior to the match, Roma's head coach, Luciano Spalletti, audaciously proclaimed, "My sole focus is how many goals I will score against Parma." I have uttered similar words before. So the implications of his statement are abundantly clear to all. That scoundrel is provoking us. I find joy in this, for we have the opportunity to demonstrate to him the repercussions of his insolence. Roma is a team proficient in offense but lacking in defense. Therefore, our task in this match is to exhibit greater patience than they do. Even if we find ourselves without a promising counterattack until the 89th minute, we must not succumb to haste or anxiety, for the opportunity will arise in the 90th minute. Remember, it is they who should be anxious, not us. Their foolish coach has made grandiose claims, and should they fail to secure victory, he will become a laughingstock. Thus, he will undoubtedly urge his players to attack fervently throughout the match. Gentlemen, you must keep in mind that patience is my sole demand for you in this encounter. Regardless of the circumstances, maintain ample patience and composure. While fiercely defending, Keep your eyes firmly fixed on their goal, but if the opportunity is not particularly favorable, do not recklessly engage. Such actions could spell disaster for our team, for Roma's offense is exceedingly sharp. I assure you, as long as we remain patient, victory shall be ours. As Li Wei conveyed to his players, the match had scarcely commenced when, having passed the initial probing phase, the away team Roma launched a vigorous offensive, showing no signs of intimidation and threatening to seize control of the game. In the second minute, Roma's talismanic captain, Totti, struck first with a fierce shot from outside the box, which ricocheted off the crossbar and soared out of play. This audacious attempt elicited gasps from the Parma supporters and attendants. Li Wei, standing at the sidelines, could not help but furrow his brow. Roma's offense was proving more formidable than anticipated, and the current defensive lineup, could it withstand their relentless assault? Levi's gaze was fixed on the team's defensive line. With Chiellini having played consecutively for 4 matches, Levi opted to grant him a rest, allowing the substitute player, Colli, wearing number 33, to take Chiellini's place alongside center-back Bonucci. In fact, Parma's roster boasted even more adept center-backs, such as the captain Contini and number 28, Pesci. However, Contini had opposed Levi and even went so far as to leak confidential locker room information to the media, prompting Levi to swiftly relegate him to the reserves. Contini's situation did not improve even there, as he often found himself excluded from the 18-man squad of the reserve team. Pesci, closely aligned with Contini and initially part of the dissenting faction, experienced a shift in demeanor towards Levi after Contini faced punishment. Although Levi refrained from banishing Pesci to the reserves, he still imposed a 5-match suspension on him. True to his word, even amidst a shortage of adequate center-backs, Levi chose not to field Pesci in the match. Right-back Filinetti stepped in for Croatian international Srna, while young Spanish talent Alba, lacking in stamina, was replaced by the more defensively proficient Pochetti. Currently, Parma's defensive line was Levi's greatest concern. Conversely, the midfield appeared robust, with Modric and Yaya Touré resting, leading Levi to assemble a quartet of De Sena, Grella, Hamsik, and Maffeo. Up front, he opted for a pairing of Di Natale and Rigan, combining height and speed to form a dual striker front. In a bid to bolster defense, Levi abandoned the 4-3-3 formation in favor of a 4-4-2 setup. 20 minutes into the match, Roma had yet to score, though they had created several promising opportunities. One such instance saw Roma's forward, the agile Montella, receive a long pass from De Rossi, using his speed to break through the defenses of Colli and Filinetti. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, Montella's shot was thwarted by the remarkable Handanovi, who skillfully saved the attempt. Despite Parma enduring relentless pressure from Roma during these 20 minutes, they were not without merit. The players, having endured the rigors of the attack and defense, began to settle into their rhythm. Particularly noteworthy was the young talent De Sena, whose tireless runs frequently forced Roma's offensive maneuvers to stall, granting Parma's players ample time to organize their defensive line. At this moment, Li Wei sprang into action, raising his right arm and shouting, "Run!" Upon receiving Li Wei's directive, all the players of Parma immediately intensified their running. Although they were fielding a semi-reserve lineup against Roma, do not underestimate the substitutes. It is precisely because they are substitutes that these players often exhibit even greater determination than the regular starters. Only through exceptional performance can they secure more opportunities on the pitch, potentially displacing the original starters and becoming key players themselves. Hamke epitomizes this spirit. While not particularly swift or physically imposing, he possesses a fierce tenacity, exerting himself relentlessly during the match and often risking injury to contest the ball with opponents. His indomitable spirit has indeed intimidated many. It is precisely due to his relentless pursuit that when Li Wei called for a counterattack, Hamke promptly sprang into action. Chapter 81. Li Wei's counterattack. The commentator for the Parma vs Roma match is none other than Li Wei's longtime rival, Bryant. Previously, during the commentary of the match between Parma and Torino, Bryant had been mercilessly critical of Li Wei and Parma. Now, upon witnessing Hamke's interception, he immediately adopted a pro-Roma stance. Parma has intercepted the ball. Roma must be cautious of Parma's swift counterattack. If Roma can thwart Parma's counter, they can seize the opportunity for a quick offensive and defeat the timid Parma. However, the Parma fans in attendance were undeterred by Bryant's commentary, erupting in cheers. Everyone knows that Parma's most formidable weapon is their rapid counterattack, often culminating in just a few swift passes that bring the ball deep into the opponent's penalty area, sometimes even into the net itself. This occasion was no different. After intercepting the ball, Hamke assessed the situation and immediately executed a diagonal pass to Morfeo. Although Morfeo's speed is not remarkable, he made a quick start, and despite the Roma players exerting every ounce of effort, they struggled to catch up with him. Morfeo, not seeking personal glory, delivered a high ball just before the Roma players could reach him, sending the ball soaring near the penalty area. Inside the Roma box, the numbers were sparse, with only 4 players, including the goalkeeper. Rigan had already arrived and leaped high into the air. Bang! Although Roma's goalkeeper, Doni, exerted himself to the utmost in an attempt to save, Rigan's header was powerful and precise, sending the ball just past Doni's fingertips and into the net, creating a white splash in the goal. The cheers from the Parma fans erupted like a volcanic explosion, startling even the visiting Roma supporters with their fervor. At that moment, the television broadcast shifted its focus, not only capturing Rigan, the scorer, but also quickly turning to Li Wei. Everyone knows that Li Wei celebrates passionately after his team scores, often sprinting to the corner flag to join the scoring Parma players in jubilation. Without a doubt, Li Wei's celebratory gestures are perpetually captivating. This occasion is no exception. However, where's Li Wei? The camera panned to the sidelines, yet he seems to have vanished. Has he joined the players in their jubilation? Curiously, among the Parma players celebrating on the sidelines, there is no sight of Li Wei in his white sports attire. Nevertheless, with numerous cameras capturing the action on the football field, the director swiftly located the elusive Li Wei. What is Li Wei engaged in? Before the broadcast camera, everyone can distinctly observe Li Wei's actions. He is seated on the bench, with one leg crossed over the other, his eyelids half closed. When the camera focuses on him, his mouth gradually opens wider and wider. Sitting beside Li Wei, Pioli can clearly see that Li Wei has audaciously yawned. He actually yawned? What does this mean regarding Li Wei? Does it imply that this particular goal is so commonplace that it has become monotonous for him? Li Wei is indeed mocking Roma. Pioli finds it challenging to articulate his emotions at this moment. There lingers a peculiar sense of bitterness within him. The live broadcast director sees the opportunity to capture Li Wei's expression, immediately focusing the camera on him for an extended close-up. A privilege not afforded to Ricardo even after he scored a goal, as his screen time paled in comparison to Li Wei's. On the television screen, both the ecstatic Parma supporters and the disheartened Roma fans were treated to an extraordinary spectacle. The broadcast zoomed in on Li Wei's face, capturing him with closed eyes and an open mouth as he indulged in a prolonged yawn. After yawning, Li Wei raised his arms. Was he about to cheer? No. He simply stretched lazily after his yawn. From the look on his face, it was evident that this stretch was exceedingly satisfying. In that fleeting moment, all Roma fans shared a singular thought. This rascal is certainly doing it on purpose. Indeed, Li Wei was deliberate in his actions. Ever since Luciano Spalletti uttered his famous phrase at the pre-match press conference, Li Wei had resolved to thoroughly humiliate Spalletti once his team scored. Roma is formidable. They ranked second last season. My Parma faced them only to be slaughtered. Yet, it's all rather mundane, truly tiresome. After finishing a yawn, Li Wei stretched lazily, neither celebrating with those around him nor being approached by anyone to celebrate. His demeanor had left those nearby in shock. Commentator Bryant, who harbored a profound disdain for Li Wei, unleashed his fury upon witnessing this display. Li Wei was nothing short of a disgrace to the coaching community, showing no respect for his opponents whatsoever. He was a rogue, a scoundrel. I strongly urge the Football Association to bar Li Wei from the coaching bench. Through the large screen at the venue, the fans in attendance witnessed Li Wei's yawn, prompting an immediate uproar. Some Roma supporters near the home team's coaching area began hurling everything that could find at Li Wei. There were even fans attempting to dismantle their chairs to throw at him, but the sturdy, fixed chairs of Parma thwarted their efforts. Meanwhile, Parma supporters were incensed. How dare you act so arrogantly on our turf? The Parma boys, the staunchest faction of Parma fans, were led by Bernardo, who had previously voiced his discontent with Li Wei, organizing protests outside the club and sit-ins at the town hall. However, those who once criticized him had shifted allegiances after Li Wei led Parma to a remarkable comeback against Torino and a resounding victory over AC Milan. The audacity of the Roma fans could no longer be tolerated. With a rallying cry, Bernardo summoned the Parma supporters, who surged toward the section occupied by the Roma fans. The Roma supporters were terrified. Damn it, are you really ganging up on us? Given the generally poor attendance rates in Serie A, the number of away fans was minimal. Only about 1,000 Roma fans were present at the Tardini Stadium, while the Parma supporters nearly filled every available seat, numbering around 25,000. Fortunately, riot police and security personnel swiftly intervened, preventing the agitated Parma fans from escalating the situation. Even so, the Roma fans were left thoroughly intimidated, no longer daring to act defiantly within Tardini Stadium. Chapter 82. Trouble afoot. The atmosphere grew chaotic, prompting the referee to approach the sidelines and issue a warning to Li Wei. "Sir, please be mindful of your conduct. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to send you to the stands." Li Wei shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and remarked, "What have I done? Is yawning a crime? Since when has yawning become an act of provocation on the international stage?" The referee was momentarily at a loss for words, though he had heard of Li Wei's eloquence. It was not until today that he truly appreciated the finesse of Li Wei's verbal prowess. The referee could only turn away in frustration. Once the referee departed, Pioli turned to Li Wei and said, "Sir, is it wise to adopt such a confrontational stance towards the referee? If he bears a grudge against you and favors Roma in his decisions during the match, we could find ourselves at a significant disadvantage." Li Wei let out a cold laugh and remarked, "The concession of the strong to the weak is an act of goodwill, while the concession of the weak to the strong is a display of cowardice. Parma is merely a small team, whereas Roma is a formidable giant, the pride of the capital. Even before the match has commenced, it is already evident that the referee will inevitably lean towards Roma in his decisions. At such a juncture, yielding is futile. Only a resolute stance will incite caution from the referee, ensuring that subsequent calls do not excessively favor Roma." It must be said that Li Wei possesses an uncanny ability to grasp the sentiments of the masses, almost to an artful degree. As the match resumed, Roma's coach, Luciano Spalletti, was nearly driven to the brink of explosion by Li Wei's celebratory antics, prompting him to urge Roma to intensify their offensive efforts. Many Roma players had witnessed Li Wei's yawning gesture through the large-screen replay, even those who hadn't seen it had heard about it from their teammates, igniting a simmering rage within them that needed no prompting from Spalletti. With his directive, Roma's attacks became even more ferocious. At this moment, Parma began to feel immense pressure, resorting to various tactics to disrupt Roma's advances. The players engaged in numerous subtle infractions, particularly amplifying their physical confrontations. During the initial 20 minutes, the referee frequently whistled for fouls committed by Parma's players, yet now he hesitated to favor Roma. He feared Li Wei's sharp tongue might unleash a torrent of criticism regarding his officiating after the match. Following the scandal of the telephone gate, unscrupulous media outlets were eager for another scandal to emerge within the refereeing community, which would undoubtedly boost their sales. As the referee maintained a neutral stance, Luciano Spalletti erupted in fury. "What on earth are you doing? Did you not see that number 13 from Parma commit a foul? Are your eyes blind?" He elbowed him in the ribs. "How could you possibly miss that? If it weren't for the Parma defender's foul on Montella, he would have scored with a header long ago." The head referee on the field did not heed the complaints of Luciano Spalletti, yet the fourth official did. Summoned through the earpiece, the head referee approached. With a grave expression, he brandished a yellow card towards Luciano Spalletti. Infuriated, Spalletti was nearly beside himself, prompting the assistant coach of Roma to swiftly intervene and escort him back to the visitors' bench. Had Spalletti's irate remarks reached the referee's ears, it was likely that another yellow card would have followed, escalating to a red and banishing him to the stands. The Roma players, already on edge due to their inability to score, became further agitated upon witnessing their coach receive a yellow card. Seizing the moment, Parma launched a rapid counterattack that nearly resulted in a goal. Had it not been for the heroic efforts of Roma's goalkeeper, Doni, who deflected the ball onto the crossbar, their plight would have been even more dire. Ultimately, after the 45 minutes of the first half elapsed, Parma failed to extend their lead, while Roma's relentless assault did not yield an equalizer, leaving Parma ahead by 1-0 at halftime. As the whistle signaled the end of the first half, Luciano Spalletti's countenance bore a troubled expression as he hurriedly departed the visitors' bench, retreating to the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, Li Wei stood at the sidelines, offering a firm pat on the shoulder of each Parma player as they exited the field. Though no words were exchanged, the gesture conveyed a profound meaning, transmitting his strength to the team. Upon returning to the dressing room, his first order of business was to commend the entire squad's performance. Young players, particularly those in reserve, require praise rather than criticism. Li Wei possesses a remarkable ability to adjust the players' mental states. I observed a telling detail. Their head coach, Luciano Spalletti, wore a rather grim expression upon leaving the field. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that our performance inflicted considerable anguish and fury upon them, while they remain utterly powerless against us. As the second half commences, the adversary's offense is undoubtedly formidable. However, this also marks the moment for us to brandish our swords. A single counterattack could shatter their defensive line. Li Wei surveyed all the players in the locker room. In previous matches, I had refrained from imposing any demands on you. But this match is different. I expect you to exert every ounce of energy until the final whistle. Let us annihilate Roma. Let every Serie A club tremble at the prospect of facing us. The players of Parma felt a surge of fervor. Annihilate Roma? When has Parma ever possessed such audacity or prowess? Yet, following the first half of the match, they discovered that while Roma was formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. Under Li Wei's guidance, perhaps we could indeed vanquish Roma. Vanquish this team that had been so arrogantly boastful before the match. Meanwhile, in another locker room, Roma's head coach, Luciano Spalletti, was vehemently admonishing his players for their performance in the first half. He believed his tactics were sound, regardless of how tight the opposition's defense was. Persistent pressure would inevitably shatter their line. Did not Fiorentina achieve just that? He did not consider his team's attacking capability inferior to that of Fiorentina. In fact, he believed that under his tutelage, Roma's offensive prowess surpassed that of Fiorentina. If they failed to meet their objectives, it could only be attributed to the players not giving their all. In the second half, we must intensify our offensive efforts, Luciano Spalletti shouted, shaking his fist at his subordinates. They cannot hold out much longer. If we attack with full force, they will soon crumble under our onslaught. Consider the last match. Fiorentina nearly broke Parma. And now, we are only facing Parma's semi-regular lineup. Are we truly inferior to Fiorentina? With the coach's repeated exhortations, the players began to feel that perhaps they indeed had not given their all in the first half. If they poured their efforts into the second half, they should be able to overwhelm their opponents. Thus, as the second half commenced, Roma's attacks were more ferocious than in the first. They frequently shot on goal, threatening Parma's net. This scene evoked a sense of anxiety among the Parma fans watching. Meanwhile, Luciano Spalletti sat calmly on the bench, awaiting the good news. Observing Roma's relentless waves of offense, he was confident that it would not be long before they breached Parma's defenses. Although Roma did not regard Parma as a serious contender in their championship pursuit, it was undeniable that Roma, with 2 victories and 1 defeat, ranked third, while Parma, with 2 victories and 1 draw, maintained an unbeaten record, sitting atop the league standings on goal difference, even above Inter Milan. It felt profoundly disconcerting to see a relegation-threatened team positioned above them. Moreover, defeating Parma would not only allow them to drag the team down into the mire but also secure a full 3 points, compensating for the previous round's narrow 0-1 defeat to Inter Milan at home. He envisioned a beautiful scenario, yet remained oblivious to the growing gaps in his team's defensive line. As the center-backs pushed further upfield, seemingly eager to join the attack, the players of Parma now held immense admiration for their young coach. During halftime, he had specifically cautioned them that the first 5 minutes of the second half would witness an intense offensive onslaught from Roma, urging them to be particularly vigilant against conceding a goal. Yet, this also presented an opportunity for them. If the chance arose, they would not hesitate to seize it. As they fortified their defense, they observed Roma's center-backs advancing higher up the pitch, leaving a vast expanse behind them. Surely, such an opportunity was too good to pass up. The Australian player Grella intercepted the ball from the opposition and passed it to his teammate Hamsik ahead. Although Modric was absent, Hamsik capably filled the pivotal role, demonstrating a greater audacity to advance than Modric. Hamsik skillfully maneuvered past a Roma defender and delivered the ball to the feet of the central forward, Rigan. Simultaneously, Di Natale and Morfeo surged forward with remarkable speed, while the 2 fullbacks advanced rapidly along the flanks. Parma transformed from defense to a swift offensive attack. The pace left Roma's coach Luciano Spalletti utterly astonished. Italian teams are known for their defensive prowess, especially those adept at counterattacking. Throughout his extensive coaching career, Spalletti had encountered numerous teams with tactical approaches centered on defense and counterattacks. However, he had never witnessed a transition as rapid and decisive as that of Parma. In an instant, a sense of panic surged within him. This anxiety spread swiftly through him, prompting him to leap from his seat and rush to the sidelines. It was at this moment that he realized, in his excessive emphasis on offense, he had left behind a vast swath of open space in his defensive line. This was dire. Chapter 83. The swift prevails. The offensive tactics employed by Parma are hardly intricate, lacking the multidimensional, free-flowing approach characteristic of Roma's formation. This stark contrast is one of the reasons why Luciano Spalletti, Roma's head coach, harbors a deep-seated envy towards Li Wei. Despite achieving victories, his team's play is aesthetically pleasing. While the media inundates the public with attention towards Li Wei, perceived as an extravagant figure. Spalletti finds Li Wei's style of football utterly grotesque, provoking an instinctive aversion upon mere observation. In comparison to Roma, Parma's offensive strategy appears remarkably straightforward. Upon regaining possession, they promptly seek to deliver the ball to their pivotal players, Modri or Hamsik. In the absence of immediate opportunities, the ball is launched by fullbacks or even center-backs directly towards the forwards. Once in possession, the forwards swiftly redirect the ball to the flanks, allowing the pacey wingers to launch their attacks. The ensuing actions often culminate in either incisive shots or crosses, devoid of the fluid short passing sequences that typify more elaborate strategies. This approach, while conventional and lacking in flair, possesses a singular attribute: speed. As the adage goes, in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. Take, for instance, this particular offensive maneuver. All of Parma's players spring into action, transforming from a defensive posture with 10 players to 5 racing forward in an instant. Their decisiveness is palpable, with no trace of hesitation. This sudden shift catches Roma's players off guard. They are flustered and disorganized, unable to establish a coherent defensive line in time. From his vantage point on the sidelines, Luciano Spalletti perceives the unfolding events with greater clarity than the players on the pitch. He rises abruptly from his seat, witnessing Hamsik deliver the ball to the towering Regano. Roma's fullback, Cassetti, finds himself in a precarious position, torn between retreating to maintain distance from Regano or advancing to engage him. The former choice is prudent, while the latter is perilous. Should he fail to contain Regano, Roma's already shaky defense could collapse entirely. Before Cassetti can finalize his decision, Regano pivots and passes the ball into the open space to his right. Cassetti hastily sprints towards the ball, but someone is even faster: Mofio, the former $20 million man. Although his speed is not exceptional, he had anticipated the play and accelerated beforehand, reaching his peak velocity long before Cassetti, who had only just begun to move. Mofio effortlessly intercepts the ball, carrying it towards the penalty area. At this moment, only 2 Roma defenders stand before him: the center-back Mexes and Ferrari, the former Parma captain who views Li Wei as a rival. With a fierce shout, Ferrari charges forward with determination. At present, Ferrari is consumed by anger, resolutely determined to retain Morpheus at all costs, even resorting to a reckless foul if necessary. Max, sensing impending doom, feels a knot tighten within him. Indeed, before Ferrari could arrive, Morpheus had already executed a deft flick of his right foot, delivering a lethal cross. The football seamlessly glided past the incautious Ferrari, landing behind Max. This time, it was not merely a sense of foreboding, it was a stark reality. The stands erupted with the exuberant cheers of Parma supporters, who were convinced that the goal was inevitable. They firmly believed that a Parma player would soon materialize behind Max. Sure enough, as Morpheus delivered the pass, Di Natale surged forward like a specter, galloping into action. Max exerted every ounce of effort in pursuit, but it was futile, for by the time he turned around, Di Natale was already positioned with his back to him, delivering a precise shot. The football effortlessly soared into the net. At that moment, Luciano Spalletti had yet to fully comprehend the situation. From Hamsik's interception to the ball's entrance into Roma's goal, only 3 passes were executed in less than 15 seconds. It was truly a lightning-fast goal. Yet, such strikes had become the hallmark of Parma's recent scoring methods. Luciano Spalletti stood dazed on the sidelines. He was aware of Parma's rapid offensive capabilities and their propensity for swift transitions from defense to attack. However, until now, he had relied on media reports and match footage to familiarize himself with the team, believing he had grasped their characteristics thoroughly. Now, as he stood on the sidelines, witnessing the jubilant celebrations of the Parma players, he realized he had grossly underestimated the speed at which this team could transition from offense to goal. An exquisite counterattack. The pace was as swift as a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, Di Natale had sent the ball into the net. Parma had established a 2-goal lead at home. It seemed that in this direct confrontation with Roma, Parma would emerge victorious. Commentator Bryant no longer dared to underestimate Parma under Li Wei's leadership. He had previously derided this flamboyant president and his team during Li Wei's inaugural match. However, he now found himself compelled to reassess his stance towards Li Wei, as the audience naturally gravitates towards victors. Bryant could criticize the winner, but not indefinitely, lest he jeopardize his own career. Now, he had no choice but to extol Li Wei and Parma, seeking to atone for his earlier misjudgments. After 3 consecutive seasons of battling relegation, the transformation under Li Wei's guidance was nothing short of remarkable. Following a challenging draw against Fiorentina, Had it been any of Parma's previous coaches, a string of defeats would likely have awaited them. Yet, under his stewardship, the team swiftly regained its composure. They had taken the lead in the crucial points battle against Roma. It is far more intricate than merely leading by 2 goals. Throughout this match, we witnessed the unwavering execution of Coach Li Wei's tactical directives by the Parma players, a testament to his firm control over the team. Contrary to the media's previous assertions of discord between club president Li Wei and head coach Pioli, leading to a state of unrest among the players, the broadcast cleverly captured a close-up of Li Wei as he celebrated with Pioli. In that moment, however, a hint of bitterness shadowed Pioli's smile, as he has evidently begun to perceive the widening gap between himself and Li Wei. As players approached to celebrate, they chose to embrace not the official head coach Pioli, but the assistant coach Li Wei. This portrayal serves to inform the audience of the pivotal figure behind Parma's transformation. Chapter 84. He is destined for football. It is truly astounding that a man who has never played professional football nor coached any professional team, with a mere 3-month tenure at an amateur club on his resume, could be perceived as knowledgeable about the game. Yet, under his stewardship, Parma has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Even now, we ponder the true nature of this individual. I suspect that a supernova is swiftly ascending within the realm of European football coaching. Bryant expressed in awe. The Parma supporters in the stands chanted fervently for their team, celebrating the hero of the match, Captain Di Natale. However, the leader of the Parma boys, Bernardo, was calling out Li Wei's name. Of course, his solitary voice paled in comparison to the cacophony of 25,000 fans. Yet he believes that one day, the roar of those 25,000 will echo his own. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the Parma fans, Roma's head coach Luciano Spalletti wore a grim expression. He rushed to the sidelines, shouting at his despondent players, "Attack! Continue the offensive after the match resumes. We must equalize swiftly." Yet, beyond his fervent exhortations, he found himself devoid of effective strategies to breach Parma's defenses. No matter how his team passed the ball, Parma's line stood resolutely, yielding no vulnerabilities. Thus, he could only urge his players to intensify their attacks, hoping that sheer volume could provoke a qualitative change and secure a goal through numerical superiority in attempts. However, Parma was least fazed by such unrefined bombardments. As the match resumed, Roma's offensive became even more aggressive. Yet, Parma's defense withstood the onslaught. Moreover, having repelled wave after wave of Roman attacks, the players diligently recalled Li Wei's words spoken in the locker room. They are set to annihilate Rome. As the match progressed, the Rome team grew increasingly agitated. With the end of the game in sight, they still could not find the back of the net. Many players abandoned teamwork, opting instead to rely solely on their individual abilities. Dribbling the ball, they either attempted to breach the defense directly or unleashed long-range shots. While the notion of passing to teammates for collaboration was utterly dismissed, it was not only the players of Rome who became disoriented. Their coach, Luciano Spalletti, was equally flustered. With just 15 minutes remaining, he made the desperate decision to substitute 3 attacking players in hopes of a final surge. However, this maneuver merely afforded Parma greater opportunities. Ultimately, in the 82nd minute, Parma capitalized on the gaping holes left by Rome's aggressive offensive push, replicating their initial goal. This strike decisively sealed Rome's fate, extinguishing any lingering hopes of a comeback. Despite coach Luciano Spalletti pacing anxiously along the sidelines, he could not alter the course of defeat for his team. Ironically, prior to the match, Spalletti had stated his singular focus, to triumph over Parma by a substantial margin. We all knew to whom his remarks were directed. Yet, gazing at the scoreboards and reflecting on his words incited uncontrollable laughter. It seems Luciano Spalletti will carry this embarrassment for quite some time. Commentator Bryant did not miss the opportunity to mock Spalletti. Known for his sharp tongue and penchant for satire, it is his style to ridicule anyone, including previously mocking Li Wei. Now, targeting Spalletti appeared to be a far more prudent choice. It also allowed him to vent his frustrations over the inability to continue ridiculing Li Wei. The journalists in the media area observed Di Natale scoring his second goal, marking the third for the match, and they recognized that the outcome was no longer in question. The only remaining suspense was whether Parma would find the net again in the dwindling moments of the game. The journalists were decidedly displeased, as they had been subtly cheering for the Rome team throughout the match. This was not due to their allegiance to Rome or admiration for coach Luciano Spalletti, but rather because Rome's adversary was Parma, led by Li Wei. Only with a Parma defeat could the claims they had made in their newspapers be validated. They reveled in Li Wei's misfortunes, and when his performance faltered, they anticipated his capitulation under pressure. Yet, fate was not on their side, and their hopes were thoroughly dashed. Li Wei not only avoided defeat but also secured a pivotal victory in a crucial match. After a hard-fought draw with Fiorentina, he faced AS Roma just 4 days later. Parma not only withstood the grueling schedule but also swiftly regained their winning form, delivering a resounding rebuttal to the media's skepticism. Consequently, the countenance of the journalists soured. And when Di Natale found the net, a hush fell over the media section, creating a stark contrast to the jubilant Parma supporters nearby. In the past, they might have cursed their fortune, lamenting that luck had favored them, much like when Li Wei led the team to overturn a match against Torino. However, now they recognized that Parma's victories were not mere strokes of luck, but rather a testament to their genuine prowess. They were puzzled as to how this flamboyant young tycoon could instigate such a monumental transformation in Parma, for it seemed improbable that an inexperienced, pleasure-seeking youth could achieve such feats. Yet, Li Wei did it time and again. He possessed a unique aura on the pitch, as though he were destined to stand on the sidelines, exuding passion and belonging to the world of football from birth. The journalists in the media section were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Ultimately, Li Wei undeniably triumphed over Roma, and the players adhered to his vision, intensifying their offensive strategy in the 82nd minute. They pushed the battle into the chaotic half of Roma, where Regano showcased his exceptional talents. In the final 10 minutes, he not only assisted but also scored, leading Parma to a stunning 5-0 victory over AS Roma. However, not everything unfolded smoothly on the football field. During the stoppage time, in the 91st minute, Regano nudged the ball, heading it to Morfeo, who galloped forward and sent the ball into the net. Yet, as he struck, the defending Ferrari lunged in, and Morfeo had no time to evade the incoming tackle. He was knocked off his feet, rolling on the ground while clutching his lower leg in agony. Li Wei was incensed, vowing to make Ferrari regret his actions. However, the race was still in progress. "Calm down." The broadcast camera swiftly focused on Li Wei, yet to everyone's astonishment, he was seen attempting to persuade the Parma players who were besieging Ferrari. Is this truly Li Wei? Is this the same Li Wei who feared neither trouble nor the complications that came with it? Surely, I am not mistaken. Does Levi truly lack a twin brother? Not only the media, but even Pioli was taken aback. Upon witnessing Ferrari's foul, he immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He rushed forward, intending to intercept Levi. During a match, the head coach is prohibited from entering the field. Such an act typically warrants a red card and could potentially lead to further sanctions. However, as Pioli dashed out, he realized that his presence might be somewhat superfluous. Li Wei remained even more composed than he had anticipated. The referee promptly issued a red card to Ferrari. With a disdainful smirk, Ferrari spat on the ground and turned to leave. The Parma players surged around him, their tempers flaring. Although the Roma players were equally displeased with Ferrari's irrational foul, he was nonetheless their teammate, and they quickly intervened to shield him from the Parma players. While neither side resorted to outright violence, heated exchanges ensued, with numerous shoves and expletives flying. The referee's whistle echoed incessantly across the field as he handed yellow cards to Parma's Rigan and Roma's Totti and Mexes, finally managing to quell the players' emotions. On the sidelines, Li Wei noticed Morfeo being escorted back by medical personnel, his face contorted in pain, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Sir, is my foot broken?" Li Wei reassured, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine, and you will recover swiftly." The equipment on the field was insufficient to fully treat Morpheus's injuries, merely capable of providing initial care for his wounds. Li Wei inquired about the condition of Morfeo, asking whether he had sustained a fracture. The team doctor, with a grave expression, responded, "It is certain that he has injured his bone. At this moment, it is difficult to ascertain whether it is a minor fracture or merely a hairline crack. We will only know after further examination at the hospital. The only assurance I can provide you, sir, is that in the most optimistic scenario, Morfeo will require a month of rest." Li Wei helplessly remarked that he would ensure the best treatment, should the medical assistance in Italy prove inadequate. Arrangements would be made to transfer the player to Germany or the United States. The team physician nodded and turned to leave, as he needed to accompany Morfeo to the hospital for examinations, ensuring the athlete received optimal care. At that moment, the turmoil on the field had subsided. As Roma prepared to resume play, forward Montella passed the ball to Totti, but the referee swiftly blew the whistle, bringing the intense match to a close. The relationship between Parma and Roma had always been rather ordinary, neither particularly good nor bad. However, it was evident that following this match, the dynamics between the two teams would deteriorate significantly, evolving into a fierce rivalry characterized by a relentless animosity. Meanwhile, the media were far from disheartened. They were exuberantly thrilled. The match had provided an abundance of newsworthy material, from Li Wei's yawning to the commotion among the spectators. And the malicious foul committed by Ferrari against Morfeo on the pitch, each incident alone would have sufficed for a front-page feature in the sports section. Now, 3 such stories had emerged from a single match. Which one should make the headlines? It was indeed a delightful dilemma. Oh, and they had another delightful conundrum, an interview with Li Wei. Although he had not rushed to confront Ferrari with a couple of punches after the latter's foul on Morfeo, no one believed that this notorious rogue had genuinely turned over a new leaf. He was undoubtedly harboring some hidden strategy. Perhaps he was preparing to unveil a grand revelation before the journalists. As the match concluded, reporters hurried to the press room, which was bustling with activity. Not only were local journalists present, but those who received news of the match also rushed in, including representatives from 2 television stations equipped with cameras and microphones. However, the coaches of both Parma and Roma were indeed present, Luciano Spalletti from Roma and Pioli from Parma. Li Wei, that scoundrel. How could he refrain from appearing for an interview at such a crucial time? For the first time, the reporters found themselves nostalgically recalling the loathsome visage of Li Wei before them. However, they soon discovered that Pioli could, at times, be rather endearing. Seated at the podium, Pioli calmly stated, "I understand that you will undoubtedly inquire about the whereabouts of Mr. President and why he is absent from the post-match press conference. The truth is, Mr. President is currently preoccupied. Immediately following the match, he went to the hospital to visit the injured Parma players, and later this evening, he has a prior engagement in Milan. As you know, Mr. President is a person who is exceedingly strict, both with others and himself, and with a decisive match for Parma's European fate looming in 4 days. He could only afford to schedule a meeting today to prepare wholeheartedly for the UEFA Europa League qualifiers." A meeting? In Milan? The answer was unmistakably evident. The reporters, suddenly invigorated as if energized by a surge of adrenaline, began to bombard him with questions. "Is Mr. Li Wei's date with Ferrari's girlfriend, Ida Jespica? Can you divulge any details about Mr. Li Wei's companion?" Yet, Pioli, seemingly indifferent to the burgeoning curiosity, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information as it pertains to personal privacy. Moreover, I do not concern myself with Mr. President's private life and am wholly uninformed about his romantic engagements." Many reporters glared at Pioli in frustration. Indeed, it seemed that anyone associated with Li Wei inevitably transformed into a villain. One could hardly believe how innocent Pioli once was. He had been such a naive young man, nervously fielding our questions and carefully responding to each one, fearful of offending the press. How unlike now, where he appeared to be a diminished reflection of Li Wei. Chapter 86. This man is toxic. Parma and Milan are 2 distinct cities. Yet the distance between them is not great. The journey from the center of Parma to the city of Milan spans approximately 130 kilometers, easily traversable in about 1 hour and 40 minutes by car. Li Wei accelerated to a speed of 120 miles per hour, reaching the city of Milan from Parma in almost just an hour. Li Wei retrieved his phone and dialed a number that had resided in his contacts for nearly a month, yet had never been called by him. "Benedict? It's me, Ada. Where are you? I have a surprise for you." Ada Jespica provided an address, then chuckled, "Just the fact that you called me is surprise enough." Levi drove past a flower shop and came to a halt, saying, "Then I shall grant you an even greater surprise. Until we meet again. How did you come to be in the city of Milan?" Ada Jespica inquired, but Levi had already ended the call. Ada Jespica furrowed her brow and picked up the phone once more, though this time the recipient was not Levi, but rather someone close to him. Half an hour later, Levi arrived at the address provided by Ada Jespica, a picturesque venue where she was to conduct a photo shoot today. Li Wei had just parked his car outside the entrance of the clubhouse when he beheld Ida Jespica descending the steps, adorned in a provocative little dress, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Li Wei opened the car door and retrieved a bouquet of elegantly simple, yet stunning flowers. "These are for you." Ida Jespica received the roses with great surprise. "Wow, blue roses. How did you know I adored this variety?" Li Wei closed the car door with a smile and inquired, "Do you know the language of flowers?" Ida Jespica rolled her eyes at him and replied, "In this regard, I possess far greater knowledge than you. The blue rose symbolizes pure love and sincere kindness, and the fact that you gifted me 2 blue roses implies." At this juncture, Ida Jespica's beautiful, large eyes met Li Wei's, her voice dripping with enchanting allure. "Our encounter is predestined. The convergence of our souls evokes an unquenchable romantic sentiment. Are you courting me? Or is this merely an act of revenge against Ferrari?" Li Wei was not surprised that Ida Jespica was aware of the events that transpired on the football field that day. In this age of advanced information dissemination, news can easily be accessed through media outlets. Moreover, Ida Jespica's profession ensures that she is privy to information far earlier than the average person. Li Wei recalled that. In addition to being a model, Ida Jespica was also a television presenter. Li Wei was not embarrassed by the dark corners of his heart being exposed. Instead, he smiled calmly and remarked, "It's merely a meal." Ida Jespica, pursing her alluring red lips in contemplation, replied, "Very well, but I shall select the venue. In truth, even had you not mentioned it, I intended for you to make the decision. You are aware that I have only just arrived in Italy. I am not well acquainted with Milan, let alone Parma." Li Wei chuckled. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Wei comfortably assisted Ida Jespica into the passenger seat before gently closing the door. His gaze shifted to a concealed location, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. There, hidden away, were two journalists he had hired. The dining establishment was quite upscale, and the journalists Li Wei had engaged lacked the means to gain entry. This did not surprise him. His intentions differed from those of Ida Jespica. While he sought to exact revenge on Ferrari, he was not as ruthless as she might have envisioned. As anticipated, Ida Jespica graciously declined Li Wei's offer to escort her home. Li Wei did not insist. He merely shrugged and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you until the driver arrives before we depart." Li Wei indeed did not linger. But when the driver summoned by Ida Jespica arrived, he escorted her into the car and departed without uttering a word. Ida Jespica rolled down the window, gazing at Li Wei's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. This man is intoxicating. The following day, news erupted like wildfire. Apart from Parma's resounding 5-0 victory over Roma, Ferrari's malicious foul, and Li Wei yawning, another sensational story emerged. A man was reported to be secretly meeting Ferrari's girlfriend. The alluring news anchor Ida Jespica, with suspicions pointing towards Parma's chairman, Li Wei. Rumors regarding Li Wei and Ida Jespica had circulated 2 weeks prior, but were swiftly quelled under Li Wei's public relations efforts. However, the situation now appeared distinct. The photograph disseminated was subtly orchestrated by Li Wei himself, rendering the man's identity indistinct. Nonetheless, the car in the image was unmistakable, a Maserati Quattroporte. A luxury vehicle valued at $2 million is not within everyone's reach. Moreover, the license plate bore the Parma province, raising doubts about whether this man was indeed Li Wei. An additional crucial point was that Pioli had previously stated Li Wei's absence from the press conference was due to a date. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Ida Jespica seemed to have an engagement, which, when connected to Li Wei, appeared to unravel the entire mystery. The following day, eager reporters flocked to the Collecchio training base. However, upon their arrival, the stoic doorman informed them that the team was on holiday, with only head coach Mr. Pioli and a few assistants present. As for the chairman, that was uncertain. Who could say if he would be coming to the office? The bustling journalists could only leave a few to stake out the Collecchio training base, while the rest scoured for Li Wei. Some astute reporters sought out Ida Jespica, who was certainly easier to locate than Li Wei and was more than willing to entertain interviews. However, the journalists quickly realized that this Venezuelan model was no ordinary interviewee. When confronted with their inquiries, she calmly responded, "Was the man who proposed to me last night Li Wei?" "That I cannot disclose. Have my feelings for Ferrari soured? Perhaps." Everyone needs time to reflect, a situation often encountered by couples in love. The reporters could only extract vague answers, failing to obtain the clarity they sought. And as for the elusive Li Wei, he did not indulge in the speculations of journalists, frolicking at some tourist destination or engaged in tactical discussions at the Collecchio training base with Pioli. Instead, he was at home, indulging in a deep slumber that lasted the entire day. The pressures on a coach are immense, especially for Li Wei, who not only battles wits with other clubs but also contends with the media. He too requires ample rest. September 26th marked the third day following the match against Roma. On this day, the players arrived for training, and the reporters, who had fruitlessly searched for Li Wei throughout the day, gathered once more at the Collecchio training base. Lying in wait for a chance encounter, they indeed encountered a rabbit, yet this particular rabbit was accompanied by bodyguards. Li Wei disregarded the journalists' inquiries, and with the escort of his bodyguards, he entered the training facility, his expression impassive behind his dark sunglasses. The reporters, observing his retreating figure, were seized by a sense of frustration and resentment. Li Wei, that scoundrel. His actions are utterly detestable. He ignited a fire and then departed, showing no concern for extinguishing the flames or adding fuel to the situation. Chapter 87. the battle that decides fate. Although Li Wei remained remarkably low-key in the ensuing days, adhering to a monotonous routine of work, eschewing both the city of Milan and nightclubs, the remnants of his notoriety provided ample material for journalists to remain occupied for quite some time. Upon witnessing a man, purportedly Li Wei, presenting roses to Ida Jespica, Ferrari vociferously confronted the media, declaring, "He is a villain. Should I lay eyes on him, he shall regret it." Ida Jespica, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "Was the man who brought me roses Li Wei? No, I can only state that even with a boyfriend, beautiful women will never lack admirers bearing roses. The individual that evening was neither the first to present me with roses nor will he be the last." Matteo Ferrari is overly sensitive. In the absence of concrete evidence, the media hesitated to assert that the man in the photograph was indeed Li Wei. Had it been someone else, they might have spoken freely. But when it comes to Li Wei, a formidable adversary unafraid of legal battles, they were compelled to tread cautiously. Amidst the tumult, the clock struck 6:30 p.m. on September 28th, marking the second leg of the UEFA Europa League qualifying round. Parma hosted Kazan Rubin at their home ground. For reasons unknown, the television network enlisted Ida Jespica to partner with Bryant in commentating on this round of the Europa League match. Ordinarily, this match would have garnered little attention. However, due to the scandal surrounding Li Wei and Ida Jespica, coupled with Li Wei's contentious persona, what was initially a low viewership game attracted a significant audience of fans eager to witness the live broadcast. Ida Jespica, despite her stunning beauty, is far from being a mere decorative figure. Prior to the commentary, she diligently prepared herself. Even before the match commenced, she highlighted the key points anticipated in the game. The outcome of this Europa League qualifying match would determine which team could advance to the Europa League, and though the tournament may seem inconsequential to many clubs, it represented Parma's sole opportunity to engage in European competition. For a club yearning for revival, Parma would not easily relinquish this match. In the first leg of the qualifying round, Parma and Kazan Rubin had engaged in a goal-scoring frenzy, with Kazan Rubin netting 4 goals, while Parma managed a solitary, precious away goal from Ribery in the dying moments of the match. In other words, for Parma to progress to the group stage of the Europa League, they must score 3 goals in this match while ensuring that Kazan Rubin does not score, thus allowing them to advance based on the aggregate away goals rule. The journalists present at the scene were undeniably triumphant. Despite their previous eagerness for an interview with Li Wei, practically begging for a moment of his time, they were quick to revert to their old ways the moment they had no request for an interview. When it came to criticizing Li Wei, they showed no mercy whatsoever. Moreover, the reporters were convinced that they would witness Li Wei's downfall that day. Even before the match began, Parma was already trailing by 3 goals. As long as Kazan Rubin did not foolishly commit to an all-out offensive, victory was surely within their grasp. The prospect of failing to advance to the European competition was enough to evoke thoughts of Li Wei shedding tears. The mere anticipation of such a scene made the journalists chuckle heartily. Before long, the match commenced, and Kazan Rubin predictably adopted a defensive counter-attacking strategy. With the exception of their striker, Domingos, the entire team retreated to their half. This familiar tactic elicited a sense of glee among the reporters. As this time it was not Parma employing a defensive counterattack, one could only wonder what thoughts occupied Li Wei's mind upon witnessing Kazan Rubin's strategy. How amusing it was. In the past, it was he who executed defensive counterattacks against others, yet now he found himself on the offensive while others defended. What a delightful spectacle it was. Li Wei stood resolutely on the sidelines, unfazed by the tactical approach of Kazan Rubin. Just as Kazan Rubin anticipated that Li Wei would initiate an aggressive offensive before the match had even begun, Li Wei was equally aware that Kazan Rubin would likely adopt a strategy of defensive counterattacks. For Parma, the benefits of the Europa League felt somewhat insipid. The only notable aspect was that this platform was sufficiently grand and prestigious to capture the attention of other European clubs. However, for Kazan Rubin, although the monetary rewards of the Europa League were modest, they were by no means insignificant. Moreover, it provided an opportunity for the club to vie for honor. Therefore, Kazan Rubin would certainly proceed with caution, avoiding any foolishly reckless attempts at offense. While breaching the defenses of Kazan Rubin may appear straightforward, it is not without its challenges. The conundrum of overcoming a densely packed defense has long been a subject of fervent discussion in the footballing world. Yet, through the years of discourse, solutions have indeed emerged. Solution 1. Exploiting set pieces. During corner kicks, the team as center-backs can push forward, thereby diminishing the opponent's numerical advantage in their half. This approach extends to free kicks as well, Provided the free kick execution is proficient, it can render the opponent's defense nearly ineffective. Solution 2. Long-range shots. To maintain a localized numerical superiority, a compact defense will inevitably relinquish control of the area outside the penalty box. This lapse grants the opponents opportunities and space for long-range strikes. Moreover, with players crowding in front of the goalkeeper, a well-placed long-range shot could easily catch the goalkeeper unprepared, leading to miraculous outcomes. Solution 3. Long passes and aerial balls. A concentrated defense is evidently stationed in the central area, leaving the flanks relatively vulnerable. In such instances, players find it easier to deliver long passes into the penalty area, where the advantage of numbers does not always equate to superiority in aerial duels. Li Wei has devised a tactical approach, incorporating the strategies of his predecessors, to dismantle the formidable defense of Kazan Ruby. Whether this endeavor will bear fruit remains to be seen with the passage of time. Chapter 88. In a bind to counteract the dense defense. Li Wei has employed an unconventional formation and tactics, evident from the starting lineup. The starting goalkeeper, Handanovi, undoubtedly stands out, having allowed only 2 goals in the league. A remarkable feat that has set a stunning precedent for Parma. In the central defense, it comes as no surprise that Chiellini and Bonucci are paired as starters. Although still relatively inexperienced, it can be said that Handanovi's numerous heroic saves have been facilitated by the occasional missteps of Chiellini and Bonucci. However, their rapid development is undeniable. Given a season's time and trust, they are certain to mature into reliable defenders for Parma. On the flanks, Li Wei has opted for Alba and Serna, both possessing formidable assist capabilities. Particularly, Serna is a world-class fullback with the ability to dominate an entire wing. While Alba's prowess on the flank is not yet at the same level, his limitations lie in stamina and defensive skills. For this match, Li Wei is confident that Kazan Ruby will be hesitant to press forward, allowing for a counterattack focused primarily through the center, reducing the defensive burden on Alba. In midfield, Li Wei has stationed Yaya Toure as a defensive midfielder, poised to unleash a powerful strike when the opportunity arises. Modri and Hamsik serve as central midfielders, their refined skills enhancing Parma's control and distribution in the midfield. Up front, rather than deploying 3 forwards, Li Wei has repositioned Ribéry to play as an attacking midfielder, linking the midfield and forward lines. On the front line, Li Wei has benched the former mainstay Di Natale, opting instead for the towering Riggen as the primary striker, while Quagliarella assumes his favored role as a second striker, often referred to as a shadow striker. This formation clearly indicates that Parma is prepared to unleash its full offensive potential in this match. With both fullbacks pushing forward, they take on the roles previously held by wingers in a 4-3-3 formation. The midfield boasts Modri and Hamsik, adept at controlling the tempo, ready to support Yaya Toure. The African powerhouse, while Riggen, a robust center forward, anchors himself firmly in Kazan Ruby's penalty area. As the match enters the 10th minute, Parma's offense appears to be in full swing, yet the results are not as fruitful as anticipated. Both fullbacks, Serna and Alba, have attempted crosses aimed at the towering Riggen stationed in Kazan Ruby's box, but the outcome has not been particularly effective. The 2 central defenders for Kazan Ruby are archetypal Russian giants, both tall and robust in stature. Although Ligin possesses commendable physical attributes, he found himself unable to evade the defensive efforts of 2 opposing players, resulting in 2 unsuccessful attempts to connect with the ball during crosses. In contrast, Yaya Toure unleashed a powerful shot from approximately 34 meters outside the penalty area, nearly finding the back of the net. The ball, in its trajectory, made contact with a player from Kazan Ruby, altering its course and narrowly grazing the goalpost before veering out of bounds. While the Kazan Ruby goalkeeper exhibited little to no response throughout this sequence, Levi squinted from the sidelines, his hands gesturing subtly. The Parma players, attuned to his movements, understood their cue. Marek, initially poised to deliver a long pass, hesitated and instead returned the ball to the holding midfielder, Yaya Toure. Toure, displaying patience, awaited the advance of Kazan's forward, Domingos, before passing the ball to the fullback, Serna. The commentator, Bryant, expressed his astonishment. What on earth is happening? Is Parma not attacking anymore? They're playing the ball backward, with both fullbacks returning to their original positions, forsaking their roles as wingbacks. Ida Jespica, her beautiful eyes fixed on Levi's striking figure on the screen, remarked, "This must be Levi's directive, but why take such an approach? It's evident that in playing the ball backward, Kazan will not press forward. Rather, they will relish the opportunity to waste time, especially since they are in the lead." The journalists in the media section were unabashed in their disparagement of Li Wei, a novice indeed, attempting to lure Kazan into pressing forward with such tactics. What prowess does he possess aside from his financial backing? I suspect the recent victories were more attributable to Pioli's influence than to Li Wei's. Indeed, Li Wei appears to be a charlatan. How could he possibly possess the capability to coach a Serie A club? Such a tedious strategy. Parma is on the brink of becoming a disgrace to Italian football. While most individuals might adopt a serious or irate demeanor when criticizing others, these journalists were distinctly different. As they lambasted Li Wei, each wore a similar expression, one of delight and amusement. They were all eagerly anticipating Li Wei's downfall, pondering how best to sow discord within the Parma camp through their newspapers, aiming to cast Li Wei as a villain deserving of public ire. Each journalist seemed to revel in the prospect, as if savoring honey. Pioli left the coaching area and approached Li Wei, lowering his voice to say, "Sir, while we had established a plan to play the ball backward after a period of attacking to allow the players to regain their stamina, how much time has actually passed?" Li Wei glanced at his watch and remarked, "There is no rush. We still have time." Inside, Pioli felt a sense of urgency. Yet after witnessing Li Wei's management of numerous Serie A matches, he had come to a realization. Li Wei was not the frivolous playboy portrayed by the media, treating Parma as a mere toy and pretending to understand the game. Perhaps he had his shortcomings, but in terms of on-field command, he undoubtedly surpassed the majority of Serie A coaches. He understood that when Li Wei stood on the sidelines, he transformed into a general, not a Caesar. Every command he issued was rarely subject to alteration. Reluctantly, Pioli returned to his coaching seat. Kurban Berdiev, the head coach of Rubin Kazan, cast a glance at Li Wei standing at the edge of the pitch, silently scoffing. "Young man, football is not as simple as you might think." Initially, Berdiev had held a significant regard for Parma, especially after their defeat to Rubin Kazan. Parma had since triumphed over formidable opponents, achieving a resounding 4-1 victory against AC Milan, a 1-1 draw with Fiorentina, and a 5-0 demolition of Roma. With 3 wins and 1 draw in the league, Parma now ranked first in Serie A. Not by mere chance, as they had held the top position for 2 consecutive rounds. However, Berdiev began to suspect he had been overly cautious. What was Li Wei doing? After 10 minutes of attacking play, he had opted to abandon the offense and retreat to pass the ball in the back. Did he not recognize the ancient Chinese military adage, "Strike while the iron is hot. If the momentum falters, it diminishes further and ultimately exhausts"? It was ironic that he bore half Chinese blood. It seemed he was indeed the dandy the media claimed him to be. Apart from the wealth left by his parents, he possessed little else. Commentator Bryant furrowed his brow and remarked, "The match has reached the 20th minute, yet Parma continues to pass the ball in defense. It appears Li Wei has no solution for Rubin Kazan's defense. This is turning into a rather dull match." Not only did Bryant express his discontent with Li Wei, but the Parma supporters present also voiced their grievances. Today, over 23,000 Parma fans filled the Tardini Stadium, eager to support their team, hoping for a miraculous performance under Li Wei's guidance. Yet, what was happening now? Whether Parma can work a miracle under the stewardship of Li Wei remains an enigma. Yet the current reality is that their performance has rendered spectators in a state of drowsiness. Some Parma supporters in attendance have begun to express their discontent with jeers, not only directed at Kazan Rubin, but also at their own team. Television broadcasts frequently capture the reactions of the fans in the stands, who, in stark contrast to the placid football match unfolding on the pitch, have become the focal point of attention. In the 89th chapter, the tactical corner kicks unfold. Perhaps influenced by the fans' boos, Parma has tentatively begun to mount sporadic attacks, albeit with a cautious approach and limited personnel involvement. Once again, Parma initiates an offensive. Regardless of whether it culminates in success, the ball must be passed forward. It is impractical to keep the ball circulating in one's own half indefinitely. Ribéry, having seized possession in the attacking third, elegantly pivots, yet he fails to discern a promising passing lane. The Kazan-Rubin defense stands resolute and compact. Within Ribéry's line of sight, he is confronted by a sea of dark red-clad Kazan-Rubin players, with only a few black-crossed white-shirt Parma players visible, ensnared in a tight encirclement. This attack evidently lacks the potential to pose a threat to Kazan-Rubin's goal. Quagliarella hesitates, opting not to linger within the penalty area. Instead, he retreats toward his own half to support his teammates. Should he manage to provide assistance, there may yet be a glimmer of hope, albeit a faint one. Historically, Parma's offensive endeavors have predominantly relied on counterattacks to score goals. The situation predominantly unfolds in a manner where the outnumbered team exploits openings within the opponent's defense. rendering them overwhelmed and allowing for numerous opportunities to penetrate. However, when Kazan Rubin faces Parma's formidable defense, the area in front of their goal is densely populated with Kazan players, making it exceedingly challenging, if not altogether impossible, for 2 or 3 individuals to breach a wall of 9 defenders. Ribéry finds himself in a precarious position as Kazan players begin to encircle him. Yet, through his exceptional dribbling skills, he manages to hold on until Quagliarella arrives, at which point he passes the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Quagliarella is left with little choice. Advancing with the ball is evidently futile, as he is not particularly adept at dribbling, especially with Kazan players flanking him on all sides. Passing is equally problematic due to a lack of available options. Ultimately, Quagliarella resorts to a long-range shot outside the penalty area. His long-range efforts have improved notably since joining Parma, thanks in part to the coach's focus on enhancing this skill. However, the shot strikes a Kazan defender who rushed to block it, veering off course and failing to even reach the goal, veering wildly out of bounds. Quagliarella shakes his head in frustration, recognizing that his nerves caused him to misstrike the ball, leaving him dissatisfied with his performance. The referee, indifferent to Quagliarella's feelings, blows his whistle impassively, pointing towards the corner flag. A corner kick. Journalists and the media stand observe Quagliarella's gesture of despair and promptly revel in his misfortune, commenting on the loss of confidence among Parma's attacking players, despite the match being only 24 minutes in. One reporter chimes in, lamenting the pitiful state of Parma's offensive morale. It is often said that a general's disposition is reflected in his troops. Thus, Li Wei is merely a fortunate individual whose luck seems to falter at the slightest setback. I perceive this match as a pivotal moment for Parma in the league. How insightful. One might wonder, rather than lamenting Parma's collapse, I am more curious about the expression on Li Wei's face post-match. He will undoubtedly be in tears, seeking solace from his mother, perhaps even crying for milk. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Kazan Rubin's coach, Kurban Berdiev, watches with a satisfied smile as his defense successfully thwarts yet another Parma attack. He turns to glance at the Parma coach squatting on the sidelines, that enigmatic, flamboyant figure. What was his name again? Benedict Li, Li Ping, or perhaps Li Donghua? Indeed, the journalist has mentioned that this name is, in fact, of Chinese origin, which explains its peculiar pronunciation. It is quite forgettable, and ultimately, after this match, only the name of Kurban Berdiev will linger in the annals of the Europa League. Who would care about the name of Parma's head coach, or rather, the club president? When the referee blew the whistle and pointed towards the corner flag area, the Parma fans present were filled with disappointment, for yet another attacking opportunity had concluded without a goal. In truth, a corner kick is also an opportunity for offense. Yet it seemed to be of little concern to them. Since Li Wei took the helm, the team has seldom been able to earn set pieces in the attacking third. Most of the time, the battle raged within Parma's half, resulting in numerous defensive corners. On the rare occasions when they did earn an attacking corner, they ultimately failed to pose any real threat to the opponent's goal. The commentator, Bryant, cautioned that Parma needed to be wary of Kazan's Rubin seizing the opportunity for a counterattack from a corner, for he was more acutely aware than the fans that since Li Wei's appointment, including warm-up matches, Parma has never scored from a corner kick. As everyone instinctively believed Parma's latest offensive would come to naught, none observed that Li Wei and his players, upon realizing they had earned a corner, were not disheartened. In fact, many pairs of eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. They all recalled a crucial strategy to break through a dense defense: set pieces in the attacking third, corner kicks. At this juncture, even the center-backs, who had rarely ventured past the halfway line during the match, would now press into the opponent's penalty area, allowing Parma to establish 3 aerial threats within Kazan's box. Additionally, there was a numerical advantage during the corner kick, apart from the 2 defenders and the goalkeeper. All other Parma players would be involved in the attack. Kazan's Rubin fielded 9 players in defense while Parma had 8 committed to the offense. The numerical superiority that Kazan had previously enjoyed was swiftly neutralized. However, to assert the prowess of Parma's attacking set pieces would be somewhat overstated, as they possessed a critical weakness. While the center-backs pressed forward, creating 3 aerial threats in Kazan's penalty area, only one of them, Logano, boasted commendable physical attributes. Chiellini is destined to become a world-class center-back, yet having recently transitioned from left-back to center-back, he remains relatively slender. After all, full-backs require a certain level of speed, and excessive weight would hinder their acceleration. Bonucci, although consistently playing as a center-back, also lacks physicality, for he is merely 19 years of age. A 19-year-old can still be referred to as a child, as his body is yet to reach full maturation. Before this, Logano had been merely a substitute forward for his team, with limited appearances and playing time. Under such circumstances, it was indeed challenging for Parma to score from set pieces. This explains why, in the preceding 4 rounds of Serie A, Parma failed to register even a single header goal. It must be acknowledged that Kurban Berdiev had meticulously studied Parma's tactics, thus he was acutely aware of how Li Wei's Parma responded when awarded a corner kick. Consequently, he refrained from positioning all his players in front of their goal merely to defend against this relatively insignificant corner threat. Instead, he contemplated how to exploit the corner to launch a counterattack, seizing the opportunity presented by Parma's vulnerable defense to net a goal. Just a single goal would suffice to extinguish the hopes of the match. With an away goal secured, Parma would need to strive relentlessly to score at least 4 goals to overcome Kazan Rubin, and additionally triumph in a penalty shootout. If they wished to avoid penalties, they would have to find the net 5 times against Kazan Rubin in the remaining match time. But is that feasible? Clearly, it is not. Berdiev stationed the goalkeeper centrally in the goal, flanked by 2 fullbacks at the posts, while 2 center-backs and 3 midfielders formed the core of the defensive unit against aerial threats within the penalty area. The remaining 2 midfielders and 1 forward remained outside, poised to initiate a swift counterattack at any moment. Li Wei observed Chiellini, adorned with the captain's armband, as he approached the goal of Kazan Rubin. His somewhat slender frame appeared rather inconspicuous among the 4 robust players of Kazan Rubin. In stark contrast, Ligon and Bonucci stood at the forefront, garnering the most attention. Particularly Ligon, although he had not exhibited any extraordinary performance in the preceding 20 minutes. The 2 central defenders of Kazan Rubin were acutely aware of how formidable Ligon could be, had it not been for their combined efforts to mark him. Ligon might have already executed several menacing headers during previous attacks. Moreover, Ligon was the only player in Parma's squad this season to have recorded a header goal, underscoring his significant threat. Bonucci's threat was equally substantial, despite his relatively weaker physicality. His height, standing at an impressive 1.88 meters, rendered him quite conspicuous even amidst the towering figures in Kazan Rubin's penalty area. Now, it remained to be seen whether the tactics he had devised would yield the desired effect. Li Wei refrained from focusing too intently on Chiellini, fearing it might incite the vigilance of Rubin Kazan. He cast his gaze toward the corner flag, where Madri was poised to take the corner kick. Suddenly, the whistle pierced the air. Madri delivered the corner, the ball soaring toward the goal as all players surged forward. The center forward, Rigan, darted in, drawing away a defender from Rubin Kazan. Simultaneously, Hamsik, who had been positioned at the edge of the penalty arc, made a direct run into the box, capturing the attention of yet another Rubin Kazan player. Bonucci raced to the back post, successfully diverting the focus of 2 additional defenders. However, at that moment, 2 defenders from Rubin Kazan remained fixated on Chiellini, their eyes seemingly locked on him alone. This was a predicament. At this moment, Li Wei felt an immediate sense of foreboding. He was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or if Kazan Rubin had discerned his subtle tactics. In any case, it seemed that this set-piece strategy was destined for failure. The 2 defenders assigned to mark Chiellini were formidable. One stood at approximately 1.85 meters, comparable to Chiellini, but significantly more robust. The other, although somewhat slender, had caught Li Wei's attention in previous matches for his subtle yet frequent fouls. Neither of them was an easy opponent to contend with, and now they were both focused on Chiellini. It was only after the play began that Chiellini became aware of the situation, but there was no opportunity for a do-over. He understood all too well that for Parma to seize such a promising attacking opportunity was no simple feat. Following this unsuccessful header, Kazan Rubin would likely regroup, abandoning thoughts of a counterattack in favor of a staunch defensive posture. He could not afford to squander this chance, however modest it might be. It was nonetheless an opportunity. Suddenly, he executed a sharp stop. The 2 Kazan Rubin defenders, anticipating a contest for the ball, also came to an abrupt halt. Yet, just as they braked, Chiellini surged forward, weaving between them. He broke free. Chapter 90. Full of suspense, the 2 defenders from Kazan Rubin exhibited impressive reflexes, quickly adjusting their positions and launching themselves forward again. They assumed Chiellini's sudden acceleration was intended to elude them, aiming instead for a header. Thus, they took large strides in their pursuit. Little did they expect that after slipping past, Chiellini would merely take 1 step before coming to a standstill. The eager defenders, propelled by their momentum, sailed past him. As they turned in astonishment to glance back at Chiellini, they found him leaping into the air. "Chiellini!" the commentator Bryant bellowed, stretching his voice in exhilaration. It was evident to all that this somewhat slender young center back was, at that moment, the sole aerial threat hovering above Kazan Rubin's penalty area. Amidst Bryant's fervent shouts, the football soared, and Chiellini unleashed a powerful header. Chiellini! The goalkeeper of Kazan Ruby, Richkov, was utterly unprepared for his teammates, allowing the Parma center back to leap effortlessly and head the ball. Thus, when Chiellini sent the football soaring towards the goal, Richkov merely lowered his center of gravity, bracing himself to make a save. However, before he could execute a complete diving motion, the ball had already found its way into the net, rendering his efforts futile. At such close range, a powerful header made it exceedingly difficult for the goalkeeper to respond effectively. Bryant continued to animate his agile tongue, voicing exuberant cheers following the goal. Giorgio Chiellini. The formidable Chiellini. The indomitable Chiellini. In a moment where Parma's offensive efforts faltered, the young center-back Chiellini rose to the occasion, breaching Kazan Ruby's concrete defense and marking his maiden goal in his professional career. A significant goal indeed. One could sense the weight lifting from Li Wei's heart. Chiellini's strike reintroduced suspense into the match. At the moment of Chiellini's goal, the Kazan Ruby fans suddenly fell silent, while the Parma supporters erupted in unrestrained jubilation at the Tardini Stadium. This was their home ground, the very source of their joy. When Chiellini propelled the ball into the net, Li Wei did not leap in excitement along the sidelines, but this did not signify a lack of exhilaration. On the contrary, he chose a different manner to celebrate. He vigorously swung his right fist, repeatedly, as if he were crushing something. Though this goal did not grant his team an aggregate lead, his focus lay not in that, but rather in the attacking brilliance radiating from Chiellini. He understood well that a center-back who can only defend does not qualify as a top-tier defender. It is only when a center-back can also contribute to the offensive endeavors that they can be deemed exceptional. Set-piece tactics are indeed an indispensable component of any offense. And now, Chiellini shimmered with that very brilliance, filling him with pride. The pride of nurturing Chiellini into a world-class center-back ahead of schedule. Kazan Ruby's coach, Kurban Berdiev, felt the mounting pressure. He had anticipated Parma would score, but he never imagined they would do so from a corner kick. It is noteworthy that they had not registered a single corner kick goal in their last 5 matches, including the Europa League. This significantly heightened the defensive pressure on Kazan Ruby. They could not allow Parma to continue launching unrestrained attacks, otherwise they would easily secure corner kick opportunities. We must bolster our offense to deter Parma from committing vast resources to every attack against our half, remarked Berdiev's assistant with a grave expression. Kurban Berdiev replied with a wry smile, acknowledging the risk. This is quite perilous. Parma's attacking prowess is evident to all. Moreover, the defensive prowess of Serie A teams is renowned, yet Parma has managed to score 14 goals in just 4 matches, averaging an impressive 3.5 goals per game. Given such offensive capabilities, it is evident that Parma is not only one of the most formidable attacking teams in Serie A but also holds a noteworthy position on the European stage. Kurban Berdiev's assistant steadfastly maintained his stance. Considering the stoppage time, approximately 70 minutes remain in the match. Kurban, do you possess the confidence to maintain a 2-goal advantage? Even without the necessity of 2 goals, should Parma net another strike, their players will be emboldened, while the opposing team might become increasingly apprehensive, fearing each of Parma's advances. At that juncture, implementing changes may prove too late. Kurban Berdiev hesitated to allow his team to press forward aggressively, yet ultimately opted for a compromise, intensifying the offense while still prioritizing defense. Initially, Kazan Rubin had only Domingos positioned as their forward. But now Kurban Berdiev has instructed 2 wide midfielders to advance, positioning themselves between the defensive line and Domingos. When an opportunity arises, these 2 wide midfielders will swiftly support Domingos in attack. In the absence of such an opportunity, they will disrupt Parma's passing game. When necessary, these 2 wide midfielders will retreat to bolster the team's defense. Observing this tactical shift from the sidelines, Li Wei could not help but smile. How could this cautious old man, Kurban Berdiev, ever hope to match Parma? Li Wei originally believed that this plan could only be implemented after the team scored its 2nd goal. However, with Kurban Berdiev digging his own grave, it can now be put into action ahead of schedule. Li Wei raised his right hand high, shouting towards the players on the sidelines, "Activate Plan B." Li Wei's voice resonated powerfully, not only reaching the ears of the Parma players, but also those of the Kazan Ruby team. Yet, for the Kazan Ruby players, hearing it bore little significance, as they remained oblivious to the nature of Plan B. Was it an offensive strategy, a defensive maneuver, or perhaps an enhancement of ball control. All that the Kazan Ruby players could do was mentally prepare themselves, lest they be caught off guard by a sudden strike from the Parma players, resulting in yet another goal conceded, which would be quite troublesome indeed. Chapter 91. Plan B. As the match progressed, Parma unexpectedly intensified their passing, albeit solely within their own half, often resorting to seemingly aimless touches. Kazan Ruby's forward, Domingos, refrained from pressing forward, leading to Parma players making backward passes, leaving the Kazan Ruby players in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly Parma's plan B? It felt more like a trickery scheme. However, at that moment, Parma launched an offensive. Serna carried the ball across the halfway line, prompting the left midfielder of Kazan Ruby to rush forward for an interception. Serna remained composed, gently tapping the ball to the approaching Yaya Touré, who did not hesitate to advance, as he surpassed the Kazan Ruby left midfielder. The ball was already delivered to him by Yaya Touré. This was a beautiful and decisive 1-2 play, leaving the Kazan Ruby left midfielder somewhat befuddled. Yet, the spectators in the stands observed everything clearly. Upon receiving Serna's pass, Yaya Touré made a slight adjustment before delivering a precise through ball. Meanwhile, Serna's unrelenting sprint to receive the pass was crucial, as their collaboration was exceptional, swiftly tearing through the Kazan Ruby defense. The players of Kazan Ruby were taken aback, not anticipating that their left midfielder would be so easily outmaneuvered, nor could they foresee Serna's resolute and rapid insertion into the play. As the left back of the team advanced to bolster the defense, Serna had already reached the periphery of the left penalty area of Kazan Ruben. In this position, Serna was perfectly poised to deliver a curling ball to the Parma player stationed in the center, possessing both the capability for such a long pass and ample space and time to execute it. True to form, Serna swung his robust right leg, preparing to pass. The left back of Kazan Ruben, realizing he was too late, gritted his teeth and launched himself into a desperate dive for defense. However, the controlling left back of Kazan Ruben was met with a scene that filled him with both alarm and fury. A triumphant smile played across Serna's face as he effortlessly flicked the ball with his sturdy right leg, revealing no intention of a long pass. At that moment, the left back was still airborne. Not only was he unable to defend against Serna, but it was also questionable whether he could regain his footing before Serna made his next pass. Serna glided into the penalty area with ease, causing great dismay among the players of Kazan Ruben, who hurriedly dispatched teammates to block him. Yet, Serna was not greedy for glory. He opted for a lateral pass, delivering the ball to Ribéry, who stood at the edge of the penalty area. Due to Serna's incursion, most of the Kazan Ruben players had been drawn into the penalty area, leaving Ribéry completely unmarked at the periphery. Everyone knew that Ribéry, besides his exceptional dribbling skills, possessed a remarkable long-range shot. With no one to impede him, Ribéry could attempt a long-range strike, which might very well find its mark. The few Kazan Ruben players who had just entered the penalty area quickly dashed back out, targeting Ribéry glanced up at the penalty area, opting not to take the long shot. Instead, he gently caressed the ball. The white sphere traced a parabolic arc through the air. Quagliarella. No one had noticed that Quagliarella had ghosted into the small penalty area. Quagliarella's timing for the run was impeccable. The players of Kazan Ruben were first startled into retreat by Serna's advance, and then further distracted by Ribéry's ball control, prompting some to converge on Ribéry. In this tug-of-war, the defenders of Kazan Ruben were momentarily oblivious to the developing situation, remaining stationary and failing to create an offside trap in time. Meanwhile, with some players drawn to Ribéry, a significant gap emerged in their tightly knit defensive line. However, Kazan Ruben still had their last line of defense, their goalkeeper, Richkov. Towering at 6 feet 3 inches, Richkov bore down on Quagliarella like a great bear. The crowded penalty area, coupled with Richkov's imposing stature, left Quagliarella with few suitable angles for a shot. Nevertheless, Quagliarella paid no heed to Richkov. He did not stop the ball, but instead swept it directly towards the goal. At the moment Quagliarella passed, Rigan had already pivoted sharply and was sprinting towards the goal. Indeed, it is not solely Rigano. Ribéry and Serna also dart towards the goal. However, when it comes to the greatest threat, Rigano stands out due to his advantageous shooting position. Ribéry is closely guarded by other players, while Serna finds himself too far on the left, leaving him with limited space to shoot. The Kazan Ruby defender, determined to mark him, clenched his teeth and attempted to grab Rigano, yet he could not restrain this formidable force, instead causing himself to spin halfway around and nearly fall. The defender lost his balance, while other Kazan Ruby players appeared disoriented, instinctively running without a clear strategy. Consequently, There was not a single Kazan Ruby defender in front of Regano, not even the goalkeeper. He boldly advanced to block Quagliarella's shooting angle, leaving him no time to return. What once seemed to be a solid defensive line for Kazan Ruby had now utterly vanished. Regano, presented with Quagliarella's ground pass, comfortably pushed the ball toward the goal. The ball was not moving swiftly, for at the moment Regano shot, a Kazan Ruby player rushed in to interfere, discreetly nudging him at the waist. Yet, all of this became inconsequential. Had goalkeeper Richkov still been present, he might have safely gathered the ball, but now the goal stood empty. All Kazan Ruby players could do was watch helplessly as the ball rolled steadily, albeit slowly, into the net. The Kazan Ruby players were left in shock, with many kneeling in disbelief, unable to fathom how their once formidable defense had crumbled so instantaneously. They had allowed the opposition to score 2 goals with such ease. Nearly 4 minutes had elapsed since the last goal, 2 goals in 4 minutes, with approximately 60 minutes remaining in the match. Could they withstand Parma's relentless assault in the time to come? This exquisite goal from Parma not only shattered Kazan Ruby's defense, but also obliterated their confidence in securing victory. Some players had even begun to question the tactics of head coach Kurban Berdiev, a grave misstep for the team. When a football team cannot strictly adhere to its coach's strategies, division is not far behind. Chapter 92. A Mercury-like flow in the commentary box. Ida Jespica was as exhilarated as a rock singer. Wow, absolutely stunning. Parma's attack was simply magnificent. Their offense flowed like mercury, incredibly beautiful. Under Levi's guidance, Parma has unveiled a different style of attack, proclaiming that they are not merely a team that relies on counterattacks. Beside her, Bryant felt an equal thrill. Goal. Cristian Regano. Regano. With his goal, Parma shattered the defense of Kazan Ruben. Although Parma still trails their opponents by a score of 3-4, this has become inconsequential. Kazan Ruben has crumbled under the onslaught of Parma's attack. Hail to the great Parma. Hail to Italian football. Perhaps Bryant harbors some lingering resentment toward Levi. Yet when faced with the national battle, he unhesitatingly stands with the Italian club, unlike certain media outlets who view Levi as a bitter adversary. Bryant displays no lack of patriotic fervor during Parma's clash with the Russian team, Kazan Ruben, and continues to relentlessly criticize Levi without a hint of national pride. If the Tardini Stadium had a roof, it would surely be lifted by the exuberant cheers of the 23,000 Parma fans present. To encapsulate the atmosphere at Tardini Stadium in a single word, volcanic eruption would be most apparent. Their excitement stems not only from the prospect of victory, but also from the exquisite goal Parma has just scored, with 6 seamless passes from the back line to the front. The players of Kazan Ruben resembled mere wooden posts, utterly unable to thwart Parma's advance. This is hardly the Parma depicted by the media, known solely for their unattractive defensive counterattacks. This Parma team is not only capable of defending, but also excels in executing beautiful attacking football. How could this not endear them to the fans? Reporters in the press box exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that Parma could orchestrate such fluid and spectacular plays. Is this truly Parma, and not AC Milan or Barcelona? It seems Parma is on the brink of victory, a disheartening outcome for some. While some journalists concede defeat, others maintain their belief in a favorable outcome. Let us not forget that Parma still trails Kazan Ruben by 1 goal in the aggregate score, rendering Kazan Ruben the team with the upper hand. Fitness coach John Wolfgang immediately embraced Levi, aware that Levi had been diligently preparing for the encounter with Kazan Ruben over the past 2 weeks, especially in the week leading up to the match. Levi devoted himself entirely to the task at hand, forsaking wine and women for the sake of football. On one occasion, John Wolfgang returned late from a seminar, only to find Levi's office light still aglow at 9 in the evening. The following morning at 5:30, when John Wolfgang drove to the training facility to check the equipment, Levi's office light remained illuminated. Such relentless dedication has finally borne fruit. Congratulations, sir. This is indeed what you have long sought. Despite the excitement bubbling within him, Li Wei shook his head with a smile, saying, "No, John, to be frank, this goal was largely a matter of luck. We have yet to mature in our exquisite ball control and offensive tactics. We can only catch our opponents off guard with an occasional surprise. Moreover, now is not the time for celebration. The scoreboard reads 2 o'clock, but let us not forget that we are trailing 3, for in the aggregate. What are you smiling so joyfully for then?" Pioli interjected, showing no mercy as he called out Li Wei's pretense. At that moment, Chiellini, leading his teammates, surged towards the sidelines like a tidal wave crashing against a dam. The towering Chiellini leaped high, channeling his energy into a powerful header, and then landed squarely upon Li Wei. Li Wei and his companion, John Wolfgang, were unable to withstand the onslaught and were swiftly brought down to the ground. Subsequently, a multitude of players surged forward, enveloping them in a frenzy of celebration. Among those who contributed to the goal, Rigan triumphantly shouted, "This goal is dedicated to you, sir." Without hesitation, he leapt onto the pile of players. The scene before the Parma bench was instantly transformed into chaos. Finally, as the players concluded their exuberant revelry, Li Wei stood up, clutching his waist, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "From now on, anyone who dares to stack me like a tower will face a fine." Although Johann Wolfgang suffered the consequences of being beside Li Wei, he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his friend's indignation. "Benedict, shall I prescribe you some medicine to bolster your spirits?" Johann Wolfgang remarked, his expression remarkably lewd, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a charlatan peddling counterfeit remedies on the streets. Li Wei cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, "It is you who is in dire need of supplementation." Li Wei stood up, clutching his waist, a moment captured effortlessly by the cameras and broadcast to the viewers at home. The fans erupted in laughter. The live commentator, Bryant, mischievously remarked to Ida Yespikova, "It seems Li Wei has been hesitant to ask you out lately." Everyone was well aware of the recent rumors swirling around Li Wei and Ida Yespikova, further complicated by Aida's boyfriend, Ferrari, thus rendering this love triangle the center of attention. And scrupulous journalists had concocted countless tales regarding the trio's romantic entanglements. Ida shot Bryant an exasperated glance and declared, "Li Wei and I are merely friends." With an innocent shrug, Bryant retorted, "I never insinuated otherwise. Can friends not meet to converse?" As the match resumed, it was evident that during the fervent celebrations of Parma, the head coach of Kazan Ruby, Kurban Berdiev, was far from idle. He issued instructions to his team, defend steadfastly. This time, Kazan Ruby was not employing a 9-1 formation, but rather a formidable 10-0, with forward Domingos retreating to participate in defense. It must be said that facing a team that had entirely forsaken offense and resolutely fortified their defense made breaching their goal a daunting challenge. After observing that the relentless offensive efforts yielded little effect, Li Wei opted to decelerate the team's attacking rhythm. This decision was made to conserve energy, preventing excessive fatigue that could lead to a collapse in the final stages of the match. As the first half concluded, the aggregate score remained unchanged at 3-4, with the home team, Parma, still trailing. However, during the halftime break, Li Wei exhibited no signs of urgency. Instead, he fervently commended the team's performance and encouraged them to continue their efforts in the second half. Beyond these words of motivation, he refrained from further commentary, fully aware that the players understood their responsibilities. With the tactics in place, what more was there to discuss? In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere within Parma's dressing room, the mood among the players of Kazan Ruben was notably tense. Prior to the match, the ambience had been quite different, as they had triumphed over Parma with a resounding 4-1 in the first leg of the qualification round. Confidence had abounded, with players casually conversing and contemplating a proactive strategy to dismantle Parma after stifling their offense in the first half. Yet now, smiles had vanished. Kazan Ruben still held the lead, but this was no longer a source of comfort for the players. The most concerning factor was Parma's fluid and dynamic offense, exemplified by their impressive header goal, which underscored their potential to breach Kazan Ruben's formidable defense. With another 45 minutes remaining in the second half, the notion of maintaining their slender lead seemed increasingly tenuous. In reality, it was not a full goal advantage, but rather a half goal, given that Parma had secured a valuable away goal. According to the rules of the UEFA Europa League, in the event of a tie on aggregate, the team with more away goals is deemed the victor. Thus, the seemingly dominant Kazan Ruben found themselves in a precarious position. They were akin to traversing a narrow bridge to paradise. One moment they were overlooking the earthly realm, and the next, a misstep could lead to a descent into chaos. Kurban Berdiev furrowed his brow, uncertain of the best course of action. The defensive strategy he had previously devised was predicated on caution, however. It was never his intention to merely endure for 90 minutes. While Kazan Ruben might not yet be renowned across Europe, they were undeniably a formidable force, having risen in prominence within the Russian Premier League in recent years. The original plan had been to wear down Parma's stamina and morale in the first half, and then to adapt in the second half, opting for either a defensive counterattack or an all-out assault, aiming to vanquish Parma before their home supporters. Yet now, Parma's 2 golden goals had derailed his strategy, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Should he persist with the defensive tactics employed in the first half? From the circumstances of the first half, it is clear that a defensive strategy is not without merit. However, given the current form of the players from Kazan Rubin, is it truly feasible to prevent further alterations to the score? Kerbin Berdiev harbors doubts regarding this. What if they were to adopt an offensive approach instead? This would necessitate a greater commitment of resources to the attack, thereby jeopardizing the integrity and stability of the defense. Should Parma seize the opportunity for a counterattack, it could prove fatal. Yet, if inaction prevails, the team, already dazed by Parma's 2 goals in the first half, risks collapsing entirely in the second. Kerbin Berdiev, grappling with fluctuating emotions, ultimately resolves to initiate an offensive. To refrain from attacking is to court defeat. Yet, an offensive stance retains the possibility of survival. Thus, the second half sees Kazan Rubin intensifying their offensive onslaught. As the second half commences, Kazan Rubin abandons their conservative defensive tactics, with not only the midfield joining the attack but also the 2 fullbacks frequently supporting the offensive efforts. The fans who traveled from afar to support Kazan Rubin erupt with joy, their cheers resonating throughout the stadium, invigorating the players. This exuberance instills a false sense of invincibility in the players, leading them to believe that by pushing forward, victory over Parma is assured. Much like in the first round of the Europa League qualifiers, when they had triumphed over this Italian club with a stunning 4-1 victory at home. They are convinced that this time they will score. If not this attack, then the next one will surely succeed. If the next attack fails, the one after that is bound to find the net. Parma, seemingly intimidated by Kazan Rubin's relentless assault, retracts to their own half, trembling under the onslaught. Journalists in the media area, re-energized, eagerly anticipate the next offensive from Kazan Rubin to yield a goal. However, what ultimately unfolds is Parma exploiting the gaps left by Kazan Rubin's aggressive push, launching a counterattack that proves devastating. Frank Ribery. As the commentator Bryant passionately exclaims, the number 7 jersey-clad Ribery sprints across the field with arms outstretched, pursued by his teammates. The Tardini Stadium erupts once more like a volcano. Although those who attended the match believed Parma could execute a remarkable comeback against Kazan Rubin, when the moment actually arrived, all Parma fans were left in awe. They had indeed turned the tide against Kazan Rubin on their home ground. Observe the despondent Kazan Rubin players on the field. Witness the jubilant Parma players celebrating. In that instant, the fans of Parma felt as though they were living in a dream. It was utterly surreal, absolutely remarkable. At this moment, the broadcast naturally focused on Parma's assistant coach, Li Wei. Although he holds the position of assistant coach, he stands out as one of the most unique figures in Serie A and even in the world of football. He captures the attention of spectators more than many players, and he is even more captivating than numerous head coaches. Li Wei did not disappoint the audience before the television screen. However, this time, it was not his celebratory antics that drew attention, but rather his swift retreat in the face of a jubilant throng of Parma players. The Quicksilver Ribery, with his scarred visage, was the closest in pursuit of Li Wei, but just as he reached out to seize him, Li Wei executed a sudden, sharp turn. Ribery, caught off guard, stumbled and fell onto the grass, losing his balance. The Parma players erupted into laughter, rushing towards Ribery. No, a terrified cry escaped Ribery's lips, but it was swiftly silenced as the jubilant Parma players buried him beneath their joyous bodies. Chapter 94. The journalist blackout commentator Bryant, witnessing the spectacle of Li Wei being pursued by the Parma players, could not help but indulge in schadenfreude. Teasing Li Wei with a remark, "It seems that being popular among players is not always a boon." Ida Jespica chimed in with her own jest. "Have you not noticed that Li Wei's speed is quite impressive as well?" Ribery couldn't catch up. Yet, Ida's comment ignited unintended ire. Bryant, seizing the moment, playfully retorted, "My dear lady, it appears you are rather keen on Li Wei's physical prowess." This elicited an eye roll from Ida directed at Bryant. Nevertheless, the viewers at home found great amusement in the scene, especially the Parma supporters. They harbored a deep-seated disdain for the malicious fouls committed by Ferrari, and the thought of Li Wei successfully outmaneuvering Ferrari was rather delightful. Having gained the lead, Li Wei felt considerably more composed. He decided to make a substitution, bringing on the Australian Vincenzo Grella in place of Hamsik. Although Vincenzo Grella had yet to achieve widespread fame, he was a seasoned veteran of Serie A, having remained in Italy since joining Empoli in 1998. Known for his tenacious playing style, expansive defensive coverage, and commendable heading ability, he was a commendable choice for a defensive midfielder. Li Wei's decision was aimed at bolstering the midfield defense. Upon witnessing this substitution, Kurban Berdiev immediately grasped Li Wei's intentions. Although Parma is capable of executing fluid and beautiful attacks, that is not their most proficient style of play. Now, Parma could comfortably revert to their familiar rhythm and tactics. However, the goal conceded by Kazan Rubin earlier was a direct result of Parma's sudden interception in midfield, which allowed them to deliver a precise through ball to Ribéry, resulting in a lethal strike. But did Kazan Rubin have any options now? Unless they wished to forfeit their chances of advancing to the UEFA Europa League group stage. They had no choice but to muster the resolve to launch an offensive against Parma. Soon, Berdiev found himself regretting his decision, sitting in the coach's seat with his fingers buried deep within his brown hair in frustration. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was filled with jubilant cheers. La la la, Parma. La la la, Parma. The Parma fans, as if celebrating Christmas, were exuberantly bouncing with joy. Goal. It was an almost identical counterattack. After a midfield interception by Grella, he immediately passed the ball to Modric. Modric, without pausing, executed a through ball, and Ribéry, like the wind, chased after it. A Kazan Rubin player lunged in for a tackle, but to no avail. Ribéry cleverly maneuvered the ball away from the opponent's foul attempt and ultimately struck a low shot that pierced through the goalkeeper's legs and into the net behind him. Magnificent. This is Parma. This is the formidable Parma. Bryant was filled with passion. Despite being aware of the reality, he still felt as though he were in a dream. Who could have imagined, prior to the match, that under Li Wei's coaching, Parma would score 4 goals against their opponent, Kazan Rubin, at the Tardini Stadium? Indeed, Kazan Rubin may be a team from a second-tier European league, but they are undoubtedly a title-contending team in the Russian Premier League, well-renowned in the Russian football scene. Yet, this formidable side, facing a Serie A relegation team, found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Parma, despite holding a 3-goal lead. For a clock, what an inconceivable scoreline. Journalists in the media area wore grim expressions, their moods considerably dampened. If the Parma fan section beside them was akin to paradise, then the media area was undoubtedly hell. The journalists exchanged glances, pondering how to report on this match. Just days ago, they were lamenting Parma's fate, each one suppressing their disdain for the team. Comments about Parma's exclusion from European competitions and Li Wei's futile attempts to salvage the situation were merely gentle jabs. Harsher critiques labeled Li Wei's efforts as a dismal failure, with Parma's Europa League adventure being a mere one-day affair. A cartoonist even depicted a shepherd and a cow trembling on a mountaintop, gazing in fear at a dragon with its mouth wide open. Parma, nicknamed the Cow Army, and Kazan Rubin, whose emblem features a red dragon, formed a striking contrast. What delighted the journalists even more was that the appearance of the shepherd bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Wei, rendered with remarkable accuracy. How the tables have turned now. If only they could refrain from reporting. I imagine the editor-in-chief would understand. In a moment of desperation, one reporter devised a rather ineffective strategy. Indeed, even if reporting was unavoidable, they could at least aim for a more subdued coverage. Yet another reporter timidly remarked, "Isn't this a bit excessive? Doesn't it suggest our defeat to Li Wei?" Laodisa of Turin Sports stood up, gritting his teeth, and declared, "This is not a matter of being at the mercy of Li Wei. This is a new battleground. We are here to ostracize this disgraceful figure in the football world." Indeed, we are here to ostracize this disgraceful figure in football. The presence of a scoundrel like Li Wei in Serie A will only hinder the progress of Italian football. Believing that wealth grants one the right to act with impunity, attempting to dominate football through capital, to protect the integrity of the sport from the taint of capital. We must confront this debauched character. Indeed, yes, this is our course of action. However, at that moment, the previously hesitant reporter who had questioned if this made them seem defeated by Li Wei timidly spoke again. "So, should we still attend the post-match press conference? If we do, we must be wary of being humiliated by Li Wei." The previously lively media area fell silent at this remark. Laodisa shot a glare at this evidently inexperienced reporter, who too was in a state of distress. Logically speaking, the simplest response to this dilemma seemed to be to avoid attending the post-match press conference altogether. Yet, it is not as simple as opting out of one's responsibilities. Can one simply choose not to attend work? Certainly not. If one were to do so, would they still expect a salary? No. Attending the post-match press conference equated to fulfilling their job duties. As for the notion of ostracizing Li Wei, that was merely a self-justifying excuse. One must convince the editor-in-chief first. Finally, a reporter, lacking confidence, suggested, "Perhaps Li Wei will not attend the post-match press conference." After all, he missed the last two. Indeed. It was only Pioli who attended. Surely, how could Li Wei suddenly decide to show up? Dealing with Pioli should be manageable. That makes sense. Li Wei certainly wanted to attend the press conference. Chapter 95. Utter indifference. As the match drew to a close, the score remained unchanged. In the second leg of the UEFA Europa League, Parma triumphed over Kazan Ruby with a resounding 4-0 victory, securing a total aggregate score of 5-4 against their qualifying opponents, thereby successfully advancing to the group stage of the tournament. The draw for the group stage will take place on the evening of October 4th in Nyon, Switzerland, at which point it will be revealed which group Parma will be placed in and which four clubs will constitute their opponents. Upon the conclusion of the match, Li Wei approached the head coach of Kazan Ruby, Kurban Berdiev, to offer a handshake. It is anticipated that this individual will, in 2008, historically lead Kazan Ruby to their inaugural Russian Premier League championship trophy. The timing is not far off, as the championship in 2008 will essentially correspond to the upcoming 2007 to 2008 season. Kurban Berdiev was somewhat taken aback by Li Wei's initiative, as the media had painted him as conceited and capricious, having gone so far as to purchase Parma in pursuit of coaching a team. Your football philosophy is commendable. I have faith that you will achieve success with Kazan Ruby, and the moment is indeed opportune, Li Wei remarked with significant implication. Kurban Berdiev was surprised by Li Wei's commendation. Since the other party had extended goodwill, he felt it inappropriate to respond with harsh words. Thank you, but in this match, you and your players exhibited even greater excellence. Li Wei smiled, then walked towards the football field to embrace the players, ultimately waving to the fans in the stands alongside all the players, including those on the substitutes bench, eliciting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. At the post-match press conference, journalists gathered, awaiting the attendance of both coaches. For Kazan Ruby, it was undoubtedly head coach Kurban Berdiev, while for Parma, it was typically Coach Pioli. And the journalists presumed Pioli would be present today. However, when Pioli appeared at the entrance of the press conference hall, a stir arose among the reporters. For he was not alone. Accompanying him was Parma's assistant coach, Li Wei. How could he be here? Was this rogue known for his absence from press conferences? This was the first thought that crossed many minds upon seeing Li Wei. Many faces fell, particularly that of La Gazzetta dello Sport journalist Laudisa, renowned for opposing Li Wei. Although he had suffered several public humiliations at Li Wei's hands, his unwavering stance had garnered him significant support from fans, especially those of Torino, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the boastful Li Wei, as well as from supporters of clubs like AC Milan and Roma, who had been soundly defeated by Parma. Thanks to this backing, Laudisa had not only survived the fallout from a fabricated starting lineup, but had also thrived in the journalism field recently. Undoubtedly, his success stemmed primarily, if not solely, from his relentless criticism of Li Wei, appealing to those fans who held grudges against him. Consequently, Laudisa had become a prime target for Li Wei's rebuttals. It was evident that today he would not escape unscathed. Li Wei sat majestically on the podium, casting a disdainful gaze upon the journalists below. This incited considerable displeasure among the reporters, yet they found themselves powerless to retaliate. After all, Li Wei was the victor. Football is a complex game, yet at times, it can be remarkably straightforward, as long as one can lead the team to triumph. They may revel in their glory before the press, while these unacknowledged kings must endure, submit, and ultimately grovel for an interview. Li Wei gazed upon the visibly disconcerted journalists below, a smile blossoming upon his face, one brimming with joy. Initially, he had intended to have Stefano Pioli convey his message, yet he deemed it disrespectful towards the esteemed journalist present, thus he chose to appear in person. He came forth solely to utter a singular phrase. He yearned to inquire of the dear Mr. Laudisa, now that Parma has not suffered a catastrophic defeat, does your heart perceive the world as grotesquely transformed? Upon concluding his remarks, he nodded toward Pioli and turned to retrace his steps, leaving behind a cadre of journalists, their expressions grim yet still momentarily stunned. As he departed with decisive clarity, those journalists, who had anticipated a fiery encounter from Li Wei's arrival, found themselves enveloped in discomfort, feeling utterly disregarded. They sensed that he had scarcely acknowledged their presence, treating them as though they were mere phantoms. What could be more humiliating for these self-righteous and self-satisfied journalists than being overlooked? Patrick, seated beside Laudisa, wore a countenance of thunderclouds. Although Li Wei had emerged to retaliate against Laudisa's provocation, he could not shake the feeling that the blow had struck him instead. A distinguished journalist from the Gazzetta dello Sport had been entirely disregarded. Li Wei emerged as the sole highlight at the post-match press conference, while Pioli attracted little attention. As for the head coach of Kazan Rubin, Kurban Berdiev, who would bother to pay heed to a loser? Moreover, this loser is the coach of Russia. How many Italian fans do you think would take an interest in the state of Russian football? The following day, numerous media outlets inexplicably chose to overlook Parma's home match against Kazan Rubin in the Europa League qualification, even for those that did report on it. They merely mentioned it in passing within the corners of their sports sections, stating that Parma had easily triumphed 4-0 over the Russian team. Fans, upon seeing this, had little to say. They did not question why there was a lack of extensive coverage for the match or wonder who scored the 4 goals for Parma. The reason is straightforward. Although Serie A is no longer the small World Cup of the last century, it still holds significant prestige. The league, which had just emerged from the scandal of Calciopoli, remains one of the top leagues in European football, rather than the one that later relied solely on Juventus's dominance. In this context, it is entirely reasonable for Parma, having transitioned from a relegation-threatened team to a strong contender in Serie A, to defeat an obscure Russian team 4-0 on their home turf. As for Li Wei's sardonic remarks about Ladisa, it seems the journalists were rather foolish to publish his words. After all, Ladisa is part of the same squad. How could one betray a teammate so openly? Chapter 96, Finding New Paths the day after the match. Parma's public relations manager, Harry Thompson, promptly approached Li Wei. Sir, Parma is currently facing a media blackout. Harry Thompson wasted no time and got straight to the point. Li Wei, engrossed in his work, glanced up at Harry and calmly responded. And Harry was taken aback. He had envisioned countless reactions from Li Wei, but never anticipated such indifference. Did Li Wei not comprehend the repercussions of a club being shunned by the media? Without attention, the club could not attract new fans. And those who had recently begun to pay attention to Parma would surely lose interest. A lack of visibility would hinder the sale of various advertisements at premium prices, and might even jeopardize their sale altogether. Furthermore, diminished recognition would render it difficult for the club to entice players to join Parma. Any notable players that Parma sought to attract would be reluctant to associate with a club facing such challenges and would undoubtedly be inclined to seek opportunities elsewhere. However, Harry Thompson quickly realized that despite Li Wei's youth, many labeled him as a privileged heir and a wayward spirit. It is undeniable that Li Wei indeed began his journey with a significantly higher advantage than the average individual. Upon reaching adulthood, he acquired a sum of wealth that would take a typical person a lifetime to amass as initial capital. However, under Li Wei's adept management, this extraordinary sum has multiplied tenfold in merely a few years. Such a person may be considered a wealthy heir, yet he is far from being a wastrel. How could he possibly be oblivious to the formidable power of the media's suppression against him? After a moment of contemplation, Harry Thompson inquired, Sir, are you uncertain about what steps to take? Li Wei quietly remarked, We must indeed take action, yet the reality is that our capabilities are rather limited. Italy is an exceedingly xenophobic nation, where instances of racial discrimination abound. To individuals harboring such prejudices, a mixed-race person like myself is perceived as an abomination, inferior even to those of African or Asian descent. And do you truly believe that this recent ban could have been instigated by a handful of grassroots journalists? Harry Thompson paused in astonishment and replied, Could there possibly be influential families orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Li Wei shook his head and remarked, I cannot truly be regarded as a contender. To put it bluntly, I am not yet worthy of the esteem of those prominent families. However, the term indulgence is indeed fitting. Harry Thompson, puzzled, inquired, Why would they act in such a manner? Is it merely because we have won a few matches? This is utterly ridiculous. If that is the case, will foreigners still invest in Serie A clubs in the future? Li Wei posed a thought-provoking question. Do Italians truly desire foreign investors to acquire their clubs? Unlike many fans who eagerly anticipate the arrival of wealthy benefactors to take over their beloved teams, Italians exhibit a distinct aversion towards foreign capital. For instance, the prosperity of the English Premier League is inextricably linked to foreign investment. In contrast, even during the golden era of the 1990s, often likened to a mini World Cup, all Serie A clubs were owned by Italians. If one considers this a relic of the past, it is worth noting that in the 21st century, Serie A remains resistant to change. While other leading European leagues have gradually embraced foreign investment, it was not until 2009 that Serie A witnessed its first club acquisition by foreign capital, that club being Bologna, which had just ascended from Serie B that same season. There have been both successes and failures. In 2002, Parma found itself in an unprecedented predicament due to the bankruptcy of its parent company. Both the club and the Parma government desperately sought a new owner capable of stabilizing Parma's position in Serie A. Yet, it wasn't until 2005 that a suitable owner was found. At that time, a Chinese beverage company offered a substantial sum of €28 million for Parma. But the proposal was declined. This marked the first instance of a domestic Chinese enterprise independently acquiring an overseas sports club. Li Wei's acquisition of Parma encountered numerous obstacles. However, fortune smiled upon him as he undertook the purchase amidst the turmoil of the Calciopoli scandal. This situation allowed officials who were reluctant to see top Italian league clubs fall into foreign hands to shift their focus elsewhere, leaving the management of other clubs preoccupied and enabling Li Wei to successfully acquire Parma. As the negative repercussions of the scandal began to dissipate after a summer of turmoil, certain individuals naturally redirected their attention towards Li Wei and Parma. Levi paused momentarily before addressing Harry Thompson, stating, "You are far more acquainted with managing media crises than I am. However, resolving this media blockade cannot merely be achieved through monetary means. Unless we are prepared to bow to certain individuals, there exists only one solution to this media embargo." Harry Thompson, well aware of Levi's character, understood that compelling him to submit would be akin to inflicting a fate worse than death. After all, it was this very stubbornness that had led Levi to sever ties with his father and venture to America. Thus, with astuteness, he inquired, "What is this solution?" Li Wei raised his head and proclaimed, "Victory. We must achieve victory relentlessly. Do these media outlets truly dare to neglect reporting on Parma? Of course, beyond this approach, we must also alleviate our current situation." Harry Thompson cleverly remarked, "Shall we reach out to our friendly newspapers?" "Rest assured, sir. I have already established contact with both the Parma Evening News and Parma Life Journal. They have agreed that as long as the club provides them with some exclusive information, they will support Parma." Li Wei shook his head and remarked, "These two newspapers are far too small in scale. Their influence is confined solely to the realm of Parma." Harry Thompson replied with a wry smile, "Mr. Chairman, you must understand that the influential Italian newspapers are precisely the ones that have spearheaded the campaign against us. Unless you are willing to pay a substantial price, it is impossible to persuade them to redirect their support towards you." "I am aware," Li Wei nodded in agreement. "However, what I mean is that we cannot simply seek to win over these two publications. Are there not other media outlets we can engage?" Harry Thompson pondered seriously for a moment before responding, "Indeed, there are many local newspapers we could potentially ally with, such as the Rome Daily and the Milan Lifestyle. But their demands are likely to be far more complex than merely exclusive insider information from Parma." Li Wei shook his head and said, "No, what I meant is not this, but rather." Li Wei pointed at the computer on his desk. "Online media. Chapter 97. Parma has fallen." "Online media?" Harry Thompson retorted. Li Wei nodded and remarked, "Indeed. Although the internet is flourishing globally, a closer inspection reveals that many traditional media outlets have not given adequate attention to the realm of online media. They remain entrenched in their conventional methods. I will allocate a budget for you to invest in online media that you deem promising, or to sponsor them in advertising for Parma. Ultimately, you should assemble a team to promote positive news about Parma on football forums." "Forums? Is that truly effective? They lack credibility. Is it really worthwhile to exert effort here?" Clearly, Harry Thompson had little experience with forums and his understanding of them was quite superficial. He perceived forums merely as a space for casual banter among individuals, rife with a mix of truth and falsehoods, and he would quickly forget what he encountered once he stepped away from them. Levi, in response to Harry Thompson's objections, did not engage in a spirited debate. Instead, he calmly stated, "If you cannot accomplish this, I shall find someone else to undertake the task." Harry Thompson was immediately gripped by a cold sweat. In that moment, he realized with a jolt whom he was addressing. Perhaps Levi's casual demeanor had led Thompson to overlook the fact that Levi held the position of authority. He forced a dry smile and replied, "No problem. I assure you I will complete the task. Do not let me down." Levi's tone remained unruffled, yet this time it sent a chill through Thompson's heart. At 3 p.m. on October 1st, Parma, fresh from their triumphant victory over Kazan's Rubin on September 28th, was set to face the weary side at Marassi Stadium. Officially named the Luigi Ferrari Stadium, this English-style sports arena is located in the Marassi district of Genoa, Italy. Interestingly, the stadium serves as the home ground for both Sampdoria and Genoa football clubs. On this day, Parma's opponent was Sampdoria, once famously known as the Golden Samp. However, The era of the Golden Samp had long since faded, belonging to the 1990s. By the turn of the century, Sampdoria had already been relegated to Serie B, enduring a struggle for 4 seasons before finally returning to Serie A in 2003, where they performed decently, finishing the previous season in 12th place. The summer's telephone scandal had provided Sampdoria, unscathed by the turmoil, with an opportunity to seize advantage. Owner Garone quickly revealed his ambitions in the transfer market, acquiring notable players such as Franceschini, Telly, the young Del Vecchio, Oliveira, and Pieri, all of whom significantly enhanced Sampdoria's competitiveness. Garone even briefly signed Vieri, yet regrettably, Vieri's heart was not with Sampdoria, and their fleeting partnership soon came to an end. Despite the summer reinforcements, Sampdoria's league start was dismal. After 4 matches, they had yet to secure a victory, with a record of 3 draws and 1 loss positioning them within the relegation zone on the Serie A table. Although the media was reluctant to admit it, there was a general consensus that Parma would emerge victorious with ease. However, by the end of the match, the media, initially skeptical, was elated. A significant upset had occurred. The previously dominant Parma, who had been leading the league, was defeated by Sampdoria at Marassi Stadium. The match began relatively smoothly, even favoring Parma. In the 6th minute, promising youth player Des Senna unexpectedly unleashed a shot from outside the penalty area. No one anticipated that Des Senna, who had been functioning as a midfield enforcer, would suddenly unleash a shot. Remarkably, this strike was of commendable quality, powerful and precise, and although Sampdoria's goalkeeper, Castelli, attempted to intervene, the ball found its way into the upper right corner of the net. Parma took the lead with a score of 1-0 against Sampdoria. It was widely believed that Parma excelled in counter-attacking play, and this scoreline allowed them to fully commit to their defensive tactics. The score remained unchanged into the second half. However, a dramatic turn of events occurred in the 60th minute. First, Sampdoria's midfielder, Franceschini, struck from the edge of the penalty area to equalize. Shortly thereafter, in the 63rd minute, Sampdoria's forward, Del Vecchio, broke through Parma's defense, facing the goalkeeper Handanovi one-on-one, and effortlessly scored. In the 64th minute, a now increasingly anxious Parma fell victim to Sampdoria's midfield, who seized the opportunity right after the restart, executing a swift counterattack, culminating in a 3rd goal by former Parma player Bonazzoli. No one could have foreseen that Parma, renowned for their steadfast defense, would concede 3 goals in a mere 4 minutes. On the sidelines, Li Wei roared in frustration, making a bold decision to substitute 3 players in succession, which momentarily halted the downward spiral. However, Parma's aspirations for a remarkable comeback were thwarted by their own limitations. In the dying moments of the match, specifically the 88th minute, a penalty awarded for a foul committed on Ribéry was converted by the captain, Dynasty, offering Parma a modicum of dignity. Ultimately, the scoreline reflected a narrow defeat of 2-3 against Sampdoria, but all who witnessed the match understood that it was a harrowing loss for Parma. Sampdoria's attack was relentless, registering 17 shots, 11 of which were on target. Had it not been for Handanovi's continued heroics, the outcome would undoubtedly have been far more lopsided than a mere 2-3 defeat. The media buzzed with excitement, particularly the renowned journalist Laodisa, who harbored animosity towards Li Wei, alongside Patrick, a sports reporter from Milan who felt overlooked by the coach. They worked with an almost feverish zeal, willing to toil late into the night, seizing the rare opportunity to report on Parma's misfortune. They eagerly penned articles proclaiming that this defeat had stripped Parma of their FA day, while lauding Sampdoria as the valiant knights who had vanquished the tyrant and liberated the common folk from their anguish. It appeared as though Parma's downfall was a spectacle relished by the masses. Adding to their delight was the fact that the typically unyielding Li Wei and the Parma club did not rise to counter such criticisms, indicating their own turmoil stemming from this defeat. Chapter 98. Parma is on the brink of demise. This underscores their evident struggle to cope with failure. After all, Li Wei is merely a wealthy and capricious coach. As for the head coach, Pioli, he may possess some capability, but would he dare to confront Li Wei's shortcomings? Moreover, Pioli is fundamentally just a coach in Italy's Serie B, with no prior experience in Serie A. He might be aware of the underlying issues, but does he truly possess the capacity to resolve Parma's predicaments? This all points to a singular truth: the once promising dark horse, Parma, is on the verge of collapse. The media's excitement reached a crescendo when, at this critical juncture, the sidelined captain, Contini, granted an interview to reporters, unabashedly expressing his disdain for Li Wei in response to some leading questions. Reporter: how's your injury? When do you anticipate returning to the Serie A pitch? Initially, Li Wei relegated Contini to the reserve team, partly due to Contini's indiscretion in leaking locker room matters to the press, and partly because Contini was experiencing mild discomfort in his thigh muscles, a slight strain that would necessitate a brief respite of 3 to 4 days. This served as a convenient pretext for Li Wei to demote Contini, especially considering the latter's status as team captain, which warranted a more delicate handling than that of an ordinary player. Thus, the official narrative surrounding Contini's transfer to the reserve team was that he was merely nursing a muscle injury, allowing him to train with the reserves while maintaining his condition. While most may be oblivious to the underlying circumstances, it is implausible that a well-informed journalist would remain unaware of Contini's predicament. The reporter's seemingly naive inquiries were, in fact, crafted to provoke Contini's discontent towards Li Wei, hoping to elicit remarks that would resonate with their audience. Contini, a seasoned veteran of Serie A, was certainly astute enough to discern the reporter's intentions, yet he remained unfazed. At present, Contini is consumed by a fiery jealousy over Li Wei's impressive achievements. He is incensed at his own relegation to the reserves, where he faces ostracism, finding it exceedingly difficult to secure playing time even there. He has spent 3 weeks in the reserves, yet his appearances have been limited to a solitary match, during which he was substituted in during stoppage time at the 91st minute. In essence, his presence on the field served little purpose aside from utilizing a substitution slot to delay the match. Before long, the referee's whistle concluded the game, leaving Contini with a singular impression. He felt like a mere jester. Regardless of his current plight, he pondered, what more could Li Wei do to him? Terminate his contract? That would be even better, as it would afford him the opportunity to join a club where he could actually play football, even if it were in Serie B, which would be preferable to remaining at Parma. Contini mused, 3 weeks have passed, and I am fully recovered. I am ready to contribute to Parma's first team in Serie A and on the European stage. I have completed all my rehabilitation. I no longer wish to remain a mere substitute in the reserves. When will I return to the Serie A? I do not know. I lack the authority to decide that. It depends on the club. A reporter probed, are you preparing for a transfer? Contini deftly sidestepped the question, responding, transfer? It is too early to discuss that now. My focus is solely on training hard. I do not wish to engage in empty rhetoric. I prefer to let my performance on the pitch speak for itself. I will soon communicate with those who support me but are unaware of my current situation. My family and I are still quite happy to be in Parma, and I hope to receive an opportunity to prove myself soon. Following the interview, the ever-sensationalist journalists hurriedly published Contini's comments in their respective newspapers, disingenuously lamenting, what a tragedy for the world of football. The captain of a top-flight team is rendered obsolete merely due to the dissatisfaction of club president Li Wei with some of Contini's remarks. Is this world still one that cherishes freedom of speech? Is speaking the truth deemed erroneous, warranting a severe penalty? This is the lament of the football realm and a regression of global freedom of expression. Typically, after a journalist interviews a player with issues concerning the club or the coach, they promptly seek the club's press officer or the coach for their perspective. Even if, due to time constraints or other unforeseen circumstances, a successful interview cannot be conducted, the journalist strives to maintain neutrality in their reporting. In the subsequent days, they endeavor to interview the club or the coach, and only after synthesizing both sides' narratives do they articulate their own stance. Why is this approach taken? It is to enhance the journalist's perceived impartiality. However, insiders are acutely aware that a conflict between Li Wei and the media has erupted, engulfing all major Serie A sports outlets. The media has systematically suppressed news about Parma. If suppression fails, they resort to broadcasting negative stories, and if no such stories exist, they downplay the situation, endeavoring to tarnish Parma's reputation or render the club a mere memory to fans. Faced with this media-induced warfare, Li Wei remains unfazed. He understands that once match day returns, he can silence these media outlets with tangible results. The primary reason for Parma's underwhelming performance lies in their recent grueling schedule. From the match against Torino on September 10th to the conclusion of the game against Sampdoria on October 1st, Parma endured 7 matches in a mere 21 days. This averages to a game every 3 days, including a demanding trip to Russia to face Rubin Kazan, which alone required 12 hours of travel. Despite such exhausting circumstances, Parma delivered several commendable performances. How could the players possibly avoid fatigue? Consequently, during the match against Sampdoria, signs of collapse became evident. Fortunately, after the match on October 1st, A national break ensued, with international players returning to their respective countries to participate in the 2008 UEFA European Championship qualifiers. Although Parma boasts a number of players, only a few were selected for their national teams. In this round of international fixtures, only 5 players from Parma were called up: goalkeeper Samir Handanovic for Slovenia, midfielder Grella for Australia, right-back Srna for Croatia, Ribéry for France, and Yaya Toure for Ivory Coast. The remaining players will enjoy a well-deserved rest. Parma's next match will not take place until October 15th, when they host Udinese in the league. Chapter 99. An enticing distraction vacation. Surely, it must involve some charming companions. Otherwise, lounging alone on a beach chair, observing couples strolling by, is merely a form of self-inflicted torment. What sort of vacation is that? At this juncture, many believe that Li Wei would invite Ida Jespica to vacation together. However, they were mistaken. Li Wei opted not to extend an invitation to Ida Jespica, instead bringing 2 bodyguards to the exquisite resort of Sardinia, located 200 kilometers west of the Italian peninsula and a mere 12 kilometers north of Corsica, France. When one mentions exclusive Italian islands, the first that springs to mind is often Sicily. Yet, in truth, the genuine upscale vacation destination in Italy is Sardinia, which lies only 12 kilometers from French territory. Due to its remoteness from the mainland and its underdeveloped industry, Sardinia has remained largely untainted by pollution, offering its visitors unparalleled pristine waters and beaches. Consequently, numerous royals, political figures, and celebrities choose to retreat to Sardinia during their leisure time. Notably, Princess Diana, during her passionate romance with affluent boyfriend Dodi Fayed, went to great lengths to find a picturesque yet discreet locale for their holiday, being high-profile individuals pursued by the media. Any discovery of their whereabouts would inevitably provoke a sensational uproar. Conversely, a location that was too secluded would lack the necessary comforts they were accustomed to. After much contemplation, they concluded that Sardinia was indeed the most suitable choice. On one hand, the island's inhabitants are naturally unassuming, indifferent to the presence of distinguished guests. On the other hand, the frequent visits from celebrities have rendered them quite accustomed to such encounters. Additionally, Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, owner of AC Milan, has publicly expressed his discontent on multiple occasions, lamenting that the demands of his office leave him too occupied to enjoy his luxurious yacht moored in Sardinia's bay, which he has boarded only once since its purchase, not to mention the lavish villas scattered across the island that he has yet to experience. As previously mentioned, vacationing alone while witnessing couples display their affection is hardly a pleasurable endeavor. Li Wei arrived accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and the reason is rather straightforward. He is not yet ready to tether himself with commitments. Thus, upon disembarking from the plane, his immediate inclination was not to head to a hotel, but rather to a nightclub in pursuit of romantic encounters. He sought to enjoy the company of a vacationing woman for a few days, and naturally, their relationship would conclude upon the end of their respective holidays. However, Li Wei felt as though he had perhaps stumbled into a predicament. Initially, he settled into a booth within the dance floor, ordering a cocktail, and amidst the vibrant atmosphere, he scanned with his eager, ravenous eyes for a suitable companion. He certainly did not wish to engage with someone already attached. Despite having brought 1 bodyguard with him to the bar, while the other took care of the luggage at the hotel. Who would have the heart to flirt after a brawl at the bar? Just as he was on the prowl, a striking couple strolled by. The man was handsome and charismatic. His presence alone could easily warrant a modeling career, while the woman appeared somewhat familiar, a blonde beauty with fair skin, adorned in designer attire. Li Wei cast a glance at the other person, remaining indifferent, for no matter how strikingly beautiful she was not to his taste. He sought a single woman to alleviate his solitude, not one to bring forth complications. Suddenly, 2 individuals erupted into a quarrel beside him, though not a gravely significant issue. It stemmed from a man who, upon noticing a woman clad in a provocative slip dress passing by, could not help but steal a few glances. The slip-dress woman seemed to reciprocate the interest, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. As a man, who could truly restrain himself in such a moment? Naturally, he returned her gaze with a charming wink. Unfortunately, this scene was witnessed by the man's blonde companion, which led to a rather typical confrontation. Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at the 2 individuals before dismissing them entirely, his cocktail in hand and his gaze hazily scanning for potential prey. Suddenly, the blonde companion let out a derisive laugh and remarked, "If you dare to flirt openly, why should I refrain?" "How dare you?" came the frustrated voice of the man. The blonde companion did not respond to his words, She had already spotted Li Wei in his quest for a target and swiftly approached him with determination. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, the blonde companion cupped Li Wei's face in her hands and kissed him passionately. What on earth is happening? Li Wei was left utterly astonished. The man, trembling with rage, rushed over to pull the blonde companion away, shouting, "Barbara, what are you doing?" The blonde, oh no, it was indeed Barbara. After being yanked aside, she teasingly extended her alluring little tongue to caress her vibrant red lips. Defiantly tilting her chin as she retorted, "What am I doing? Can't you see clearly? If you still don't understand, I can demonstrate again for you to see properly." What a ridiculous situation. However, at this moment, Li Wei had managed to recognize the blonde woman, Barbara Berlusconi, the little princess of AC Milan, and indeed, one of the future decision-makers of AC Milan. Li Wei's exuberant mood was abruptly shattered, prompting him to consider a hasty retreat. However, just as he had barely lifted himself from the booth, he was caught in the act by Barbara, who coldly remarked, "Halt. I never imagined that you, Li Wei, would be the type to indulge and then turn your back without a second thought." Very well. Li Wei gradually discerned that Barbara did not randomly choose her partner for mere popularity. Rather, she had recognized him, which was the source of this unexpected fortune bestowed upon him. However, Li Wei did not perceive this as a blessing, but rather as a potential calamity. Now that Barbara had identified him, attempting to slip away would serve no purpose. They were both public figures. Could one truly evade the other if there was a genuine desire to connect? Would one really retreat to the uninhabited regions of the Alps to live as a hermit? Li Wei is not a man of indecision. Otherwise, how could the media privately refer to him as a villain or a scoundrel? Li Wei revealed a slightly mischievous smile as he approached, lifting Barbara's smooth chin with his left hand and saying, "Leave? Who said I would leave? I am here to assist you." Barbara glanced at Li Wei with a sidelong gaze, showing no sign of shyness, and replied with a cold laugh, "I have a keen eye for people. I can clearly see whether you genuinely wish to slip away or have come to seek me out." Li Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he maintained a playful expression as he deftly shifted the conversation. "Shall I assist you in dealing with him?" His gaze fixated on the male companion of Barbara, whose looks could easily qualify him for a modeling career. Chapter 100. The Scandalous Affair 2. What are you staring at? What do you mean by that? The male companion of Barbara discerned that she was acquainted with Li Wei, realizing that this was not merely a random man to provoke her. This individual could very well be a rival. "What are you looking at?" Li Wei calmly brushed aside the hand pointed at him. "You certainly dress quite extravagantly. It's evident that you are a high-end escort." Initially wearing a frosty expression, Barbara couldn't help but chuckle at Li Wei's biting remark. "Now I understand why the reporters blacklisted you. It turns out you are quite insufferable." Li Wei cast a sidelong glance at the other party, silently lamenting, "If it weren't for this unexpected calamity, I would not be like a hedgehog, pricking anyone who dares to approach. Why would I trouble myself with this insipid fellow?" Barbara's companion let out a scornful laugh and remarked, "It seems I must enlighten you on the consequences of being so brazen in a foreign land. Although Levi is of mixed heritage, his overall appearance leans towards an Asian visage. The dim lighting within the bar further obscures his features, leading this individual to mistakenly perceive Levi as Asian, which is not entirely erroneous. However, the unfortunate part is that he has misidentified Levi as someone from an island nation. This grievous error is utterly intolerable to Levi. I am a true Chinese citizen." With a swift kick, Levi sent Barbara's companion sprawling to the ground. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and something exploded beside his face, leaving him with a sensation akin to a laceration on his cheek. Turning to look, he saw another young man wielding a nearly empty bottle, the remaining glass having shattered against his shoulder. The assailant was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his aim had faltered, striking the shoulder instead of the head. At this moment, Li Wei finally felt the ache in his shoulder, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "So there are reinforcements. I knew that encountering you, Barbara, would lead to no good." Barbara, listening nearby, laughed exuberantly, undeterred by fear. Instead, she experienced a peculiar thrill. Just then, the boy whom Li Wei had knocked down scrambled to his feet and lunged toward him with a roar, targeting Li Wei. However, no one dared to confront Barbara, evidently. Her male companion and his friends were aware of her status, and wisely refrained from dragging her into the fray. "Here I come, sir." At that moment, the bodyguard who had been discreetly following Li Wei charged in as well. Yet, it appeared that Barbara's companions had even more assistance in no time. 2 additional young men rushed over to aid her. The brawl commenced. Stop! Stop! The bar's security arrived," But Li Wei harbored serious doubts about these guards, wondering if they were akin to the Italian police, only showing up after the chaos had unfolded. By then, the fight had already concluded. Although Barbara's side boasted a numerical advantage with 4 men, Li Wei had only himself and his bodyguard. Yet, his bodyguard was a well-paid American soldier, a veteran of the Afghan War. It was not an exaggeration to say he could easily overpower those 4 inept men. When the security personnel reached the scene, they found 4 men groaning on the ground, while Li Wei stood nearby, grimacing in pain. He had been ambushed with a bottle on his shoulder, and it hurt. Fearing shards of glass, he dared not rub his shoulder, enduring the discomfort stoically. The bodyguard stood tall behind him, unwavering. What happened? The security guards were not fools. They could tell that Li Wei was no ordinary individual. After all, who had a bodyguard by their side if they were just a regular person? What's going on? The guard's tone softened somewhat, though his expression remained grim. After all, fighting in a bar could severely impact their business. It threatened their livelihood. At this juncture, Barbara approached with a beaming smile, saying, "There is nothing to worry about. It was all just a bit of fun. We will compensate for any losses incurred by the bar today." Upon hearing this, the guard's expressions lightened considerably. Barbara turned to Li Wei and stated, "You will pay." "Pay?" Li Wei was taken aback. Barbara replied with an air of certainty, "Of course, it's your responsibility. You were the one who fought them. If you don't pay, who will? And don't count on me. My father is quite strict, and my allowance is rather limited." Li Wei, consumed by fury, responded with a sardonic smile, "Compensation? Impossible. I shall call the police. Let us see how this situation unfolds when your father learns of it." Barbara, exasperated, pointed at Li Wei and exclaimed, "How dare you?" Li Wei retrieved his phone from his pocket, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "Shall we wager? Do you think I dare, or do I not?" Barbara, unable to accept the challenge, felt her fair complexion drain of color in frustration. She opened her luxurious handbag and declared, "Fine, I'll pay." "How much?" Shortly thereafter, a staff member approached with the bill, stating, "Madam, the total amounts to 10,120 euros, but we shall waive the cents. 10,000 euros will suffice." "Is this a robbery?" Barbara exclaimed, her fury reaching a boiling point. Why did it seem that everyone was conspiring against her today? Even the shabby bar seemed intent on adding to her misfortune. Li Wei furrowed his brows. 10,000 euros is no trivial sum, equivalent to 100,000 renminbi in China, particularly when considering the robust value of the renminbi in 2006. The bar staff remained composed, neither angry nor servile, as they presented the bill, stating, "The primary loss is to restore the reputation of our establishment. Therefore, all guests tonight shall enjoy a 50% discount. And this expense is to be covered by you, miss." Li Wei also discerned that despite Barbara's fashionable attire, her financial resources were quite limited. On one hand, her father, Berlusconi, provided her with a modest allowance. On the other hand, Barbara's penchant for luxury items consumed what little pocket money she had, leaving her with scant change in her possession. Li Wei, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Fine, I shall give it." Barbara had been contemplating how to persuade Li Wei to lend her the money, but now that he had taken the initiative to do so, accompanied by an expression of disdain, it immediately stirred a sense of rebellion within her. "Humph! Does this young lady require assistance from others to procure funds? Consider this amount alone. I shall repay you in a few days." Barbara glared at Li Wei. Li Wei found the situation rather amusing and teased, "This is a sum of 10,000 euros. Surely you must provide some collateral for my peace of mind. This handbag of yours seems rather exquisite." Barbara scoffed, replying, "How could a handbag be worth 10,000 euros? Why not leave it here as a guarantee?" Barbara believed that Li Wei lacked the audacity to take any action against her. Chapter 101. The paparazzi, however. Barbara had clearly misjudged Li Wei's courage, which could only be described as audacious. "Very well. Since you've disrupted my pursuit of romance, you might as well serve as my substitute. By the way, I hope your boyfriend won't mind." Li Wei gestured towards Barbara's companion, who was lying on the ground. Barbara, with a cool demeanor, remarked, "Boyfriend? You think too highly of it. He is merely a man I've recently flirted with. I never anticipated he would be so disloyal before I even indulged." He was already contemplating the delights beyond the plate. Li Wei chuckled and said, "All right, let us proceed to the hotel." At that moment, Barbara finally realized that Li Wei was not jesting. "Li Wei, how dare you?" Li Wei firmly embraced Barbara, lowering his head as his dark eyes emitted a piercing gaze akin to a sharpened sword. "You shall soon discover whether I dare," he proclaimed. "Let me go," Barbara protested, struggling against him. Li Wei exerted his strength with a frigid tone, stating, I typically refrain from striking women, but that does not imply I am incapable of doing so. Do not compel me to take action, understood? Barbara felt a twinge of fear, for when had she ever faced such a threat? Moreover, from Li Wei's demeanor and tone, it was evident to Barbara that he was not merely attempting to intimidate her. He was entirely serious. Eugenio Delvisi was a freelance photographer, a term that romanticizes his profession. In truth, he was a paparazzo, colloquially known as part of the dog pack. He was not affiliated with any publication, as he was merely an amateur in the field, and no newspaper was willing to offer him a position. Nevertheless, Eugenio Delvisi remained undeterred. He had brought his beloved camera to the celebrity-frequented paradise of Sardinia, where he had spent 7 days. His funds were dwindling, and aside from a few inconsequential photographs, he had failed to capture anything of true newsworthy value. While these celebrities enjoyed their vacation, they engaged in nothing particularly noteworthy, behaving like any ordinary holiday-goers. Such mundane images would never entice a newspaper to pay a premium, nor even harbor a desire to acquire them. Today marked his final day. Whether Eugenio Delvisi wished it or not, he had to leave Sardinia, for the simple reason that his pockets were empty. At that moment, Eugenio Delvisi spotted a couple emerging from a posh bar he had been monitoring. The man affectionately draped his arm around the woman, though she appeared somewhat reluctant, occasionally twisting her body as if caught in a minor quarrel. However, Eugenio Delvisi's eyes lit up with recognition. The woman was none other than Barbara Berlusconi, daughter of Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi. The man was Benedict Li Wei, the controversial president of Parma Football Club, recently ostracized by the industry. Anyone familiar with the realm of sports journalism was aware that Li had been effectively blacklisted by media outlets, a situation undoubtedly sanctioned or at least tolerated by the media magnate Berlusconi. In this context, Li was romantically involved with the princess of the Berlusconi family. What an extraordinary turn of events! The ramifications of such news would undoubtedly create a media frenzy. Eugenio Delvisi felt a rush of exhilaration at the prospect. Yet, amidst his excitement, he understood the necessity of remaining composed to capture the perfect photograph, ideally, one featuring both Li Wei and Barbara in a frontal view, showcasing their intimacy. This intimacy should transcend mere arm-holding. He sought images of passionate kisses, tender caresses, and the like. Li Wei's hands were remarkably honest, not acting upon Barbara as the dogged Eugenio Delvisi had presumed. In truth, even if Li Wei had the desire to act, he found himself utterly powerless. His left arm was wrapped around Barbara while his right shoulder throbbed painfully from a recent blow from a bottle, leaving him hesitant to move for fear of exacerbating his injury. He had suggested taking Barbara to the hotel, a ruse to mislead her. In reality, he ended up escorting Barbara to the hospital. While Li Wei was receiving treatment, Barbara seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Li Wei was aware, yet indifferent. In truth, he understood that he and Barbara were on entirely different paths. Perhaps this rebellious child sought to play with fire, teasing the renowned figure of Syria that he had become. Li Wei had no desire to entangle himself with Barbara, as he was well aware of how terrifying she could be when provoked. Fortunately, after examination, it was determined that his shoulder bore no serious injury, only some bruising that would require a couple of days of rest. However, his enthusiasm for vacation had waned considerably. He opted instead to spend money on a young model for a brief 2-day escapade in Sardinia before departing. Originally, he had planned to indulge in 8 days of revelry on the island, but he decided to redirect his focus towards work instead. For instance, on October 5th, the draw for the UEFA Europa League was set to occur in Switzerland. As per the initial plan, the club's vice president, Baldini, alongside the first-team coach, Pioli, were scheduled to attend the ceremony. With little else to occupy his time, Li Wei decided to join the fray. There, he met numerous executives from various European clubs, though it was evident that his own club was not held in high regard for reasons that were not unfounded. During the draw, representatives from 40 clubs were present. 40 clubs. Yet, among them, only Bayer Leverkusen could truly be considered a formidable force in European football. The remaining teams were either not part of the Elite 5 leagues or were merely dominant within smaller leagues, masquerading as strong contenders. Notably, among these teams lurked a future powerhouse, Paris Saint-Germain. Currently, Paris Saint-Germain had not yet blossomed into the League One titan boasting stars like Ibrahimovic, Silva, David Luiz, and Lucas. Instead, they were struggling in the league, having finished 9th last season, and their ranking was poised to plummet to 16th, perilously close to the relegation zone. Nonetheless, this did not deter Li Wei from establishing connections with the management of Paris Saint-Germain. Future dealings with the affluent club could very well be on the horizon, and making acquaintances now would facilitate potential transfers later. At this juncture, the Europa League had not yet undergone reform, and the group stage was somewhat misleading, comprising 5 teams instead of the expected 4. However, the matches were not played in a double round-robin format, but rather as a single round, meaning that Parma would only need to face each club in their group once, without the need for home and away fixtures. Chapter 102. No comment. The 4 matches in the group stage included 2 home and 2 away games. Which clubs Parma would face at home and which they would encounter away would be determined by the draw. The draw for the Europa League was rather drawn out, and Li Wei found himself on the verge of yawning from boredom when Parma's name was finally called, placing them in Group D. It was rather amusing, considering that since the owner Tanzi's incarceration in 2002, Parma had focused primarily on avoiding relegation, with their performance in European competitions being quite average. Yet, this very Parma had somehow been placed in the top tier, colloquially known as the seeded teams. These seeded teams will not encounter one another during the group stage. In other words, their opponents will be from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th tiers. While these teams are not necessarily weak, they are, on paper, inferior to the top-tier teams. Thus, any team allocated to the first tier, provided they are not placed in a group of death, is highly likely to advance to the knockout stage. This arrangement reflects a subtle favor bestowed upon the seeded teams by UEFA. However, what Levi could not foresee was that a once-thriving club like Parma would still qualify as a seeded team based on their historical European competition points. One wonders just how low the European points of other clubs must be to reach such a status. As teams were drawn, Parma's opponents in Group D of the UEFA Europa League were revealed. They include Lens from France, Heerenveen from the Netherlands, Osasuna from Spain, and the modest Danish team Odense. Fortunately, Parma has avoided the dreaded group of death. Each year, whether in the Europa League or the Champions League, 1 or 2, sometimes even 3, groups of death emerge. A group of death is characterized by teams of relatively equal strength, where every team must endure a series of arduous contests to secure advancement. Consequently, these groups garner the highest level of attention, often captivating the interest of fans. This year's Europa League is no exception. Levi perceives 2 groups of death. The first is Group B, comprising Bayer Leverkusen from Germany, Brugge from Belgium, Besiktas from Turkey, Dynamo Bucharest from Romania, and Tottenham Hotspur from England. Within this group, aside from the more vulnerable Dynamo Bucharest, Leverkusen is expected to secure advancement, while the other 3 teams possess comparable strength. Brugge reigns as the powerhouse of Belgium. Tottenham, although not among the top 3 in the Premier League, is merely a mid-tier team that occasionally vies for a top 4 finish. Besiktas, despite appearing to be the weakest on paper, boasts a formidable home advantage that can unsettle any opponent in Turkey. The second group of death is Group H, which features Newcastle from England, Celta from Spain, Palermo from Italy, Fenerbahce from Turkey, and Frankfurt from Germany. Apart from Fenerbahce, the remaining teams hail from the top 4 leagues, all positioned as mid-table contenders, making it difficult to discern which team is significantly stronger. Like Besiktas, Fenerbahce, despite their perceived weakness, benefits from home support, making them a force not to be underestimated. Seated to Levi's left is the sporting director of the Italian club Palermo, while to his right sits the vice-chairman of Newcastle, known as the Magpies. Upon seeing the draw results, both instinctively shielded their faces with their hands. Li Wei observed the scene from a distance, feeling quite at ease. Following the conclusion of the draw ceremony, UEFA organized a grand evening banquet. Although attendance was not mandatory, who would dare to disregard UEFA's invitation over such a trivial matter? Naturally, there were those who preferred to abstain from such a masked affair, and some club executives might have been preoccupied with pressing matters that prevented their attendance. However, this was of little consequence. For those clubs that did attend, it was rare for them to arrive alone. Each was accompanied by a distinguished figure. Take Parma, for instance. Their original representatives were Vice President Baldini and head coach Pioli, should one of them choose to forego the evening banquet. The other possessed ample stature to adequately represent the club. Li Wei, having lost interest in such nocturnal festivities, departed from the hotel where the lottery ceremony was held, intending to head directly to the airport to purchase a ticket for his return flight to Italy. Just as he exited the hotel, a dazzling array of flashing lights erupted around him. "Hey, what is going on?" Li Wei exclaimed, shielding his eyes with his hand. Li Wei had never been subjected to such treatment. The sudden flash of cameras caught him entirely off guard, causing him to shed a few tears. As the barrage of flashes subsided, a multitude of reporters surged forward with their questions. Mr. Li Wei, may I inquire whether you are in a romantic relationship with Miss Barbara Berlusconi? Has President Berlusconi consented to your association with Miss Barbara? When did your relationship commence? It is rumored that Miss Barbara is expecting your child, and that she has been for several months. What is the situation? Li Wei was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Although the sudden turn of events caught him off guard, he had anticipated some level of scrutiny. Likely due to being photographed with Barbara on Sardinia, leading to the assumption that they were romantically involved. However, how did the conversation escalate to the claim that Barbara had ruined his child? The most intimate moment he shared with Barbara was merely a kiss in a bar, not even a passionate one, just a simple peck. To suggest that Barbara could be carrying his child was absurd. Did they think he was a mere child, still believing that kissing could lead to pregnancy? No comment. No comment. Li Wei has certainly become a seasoned adversary of the media. He is acutely aware that, in the face of unscrupulous journalists who lack integrity, the most prudent course of action is to refrain from answering their inquiries, for the more one speaks, the greater the likelihood of error. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards and hotel staff, Li Wei returned to his hotel. Upon entering, he realized that no fewer than 50 reporters had gathered outside. And that was merely at the front entrance. It was evident that a considerable number of journalists were also lurking at the side and rear entrances of the hotel. Observing this situation, Li Wei understood that there was no chance of making it to the airport today. At that moment, Li Wei had little inclination to return to Italy. He took out his phone, intending to call the club's public relations manager, Harry Thompson, to reprimand him for failing to inform him of significant news that pertained to him. However, after pressing a few buttons with no response, he realized that his phone had run out of battery and had shut down. He hurried back to his hotel room to charge it, and upon powering it back on, he was greeted with over a dozen missed calls and messages. All from Harry Thompson. Go, go, goal. Ale, ale, ale. Li Wei was about to return Harry Thompson's call when the phone rang with the tone of the cup of life. The caller ID displayed Harry Thompson's name. Hello? Li Wei answered the phone. Thank goodness. Mr. Chairman, you finally picked up. Although he could not see Harry Thompson on the other end, Li Wei could easily envision him exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Li Wei, what nonsense do those newspapers speak? They dare to claim that Barbara has harmed my child. Could it possibly be untrue? Harry Thompson's tone held a hint of astonishment. Li Wei, with a dark expression, remarked, what is real and what is false? My relationship with her is not at all what you imagine. We have never engaged in such activities. Harry Thompson was at a loss for words. Li Wei inquired, what on earth has transpired that has led you to suspect Barbara of harming my child? Harry Thompson replied, approximately 2 days ago, a certain Eugenio Delvich, a member of the dog squad, attempted to sell photographs of you and Barbara at an exorbitant price. However, many believe these images may be digitally manipulated, which certainly contributes to his outrageous asking price of a staggering 150,000 euros. This fellow seems utterly obsessed with money. Li Wei, if no one purchased it, how could it possibly make it to the newspaper? Harry Thompson, the Sun ultimately acquired it for a sum of 100,000 euros. This collection of photographs includes images of you embracing Barbara, as well as pictures of you and Barbara at the hospital. Most notably, there is one photograph of Barbara exiting the hospital, with her head bowed, gently caressing her belly. It is precisely this image that has prompted the media to speculate that Barbara is expecting your child. Li Wei found himself at a loss for words to describe his dismal mood. The reason behind Barbara's gentle caress of her abdomen eluded him. Yet he was acutely aware of why he had accompanied her to the hospital. It was solely due to the incident at the bar, where his shoulder had been forcefully struck by a bottle, prompting him to seek medical attention. Nothing more, nothing less. Li Wei, has Barbara not given an interview to clarify her pregnancy status? Harry Thompson, indeed, she has, but sir, one must consider the nature of the Sun. It is unlikely they would allow such a significant story to fade away quietly. It is said that Barbara is now confined to her room by her father, Berlusconi. However, this situation may not be entirely unfavorable for you, as the media can no longer effectively suppress your presence. Levi grasped his hair in despair and lamented, what a dreadful situation this is. How should I confront the media now? Harry Thompson paused for a moment, his tone tinged with pity as he replied, Sir, I believe your focus should not be on how to deal with the media, but rather on how to navigate the wrath of Berlusconi. Li Wei regained his composure. Indignation etched upon his face as he exclaimed, I too harbor a tempest of fury. Harry Thompson, with a wry smile, responded, It has been communicated from Berlusconi's side that you must personally call him to elucidate this matter. After all, the one most affected by this situation is Barbara, his most cherished daughter, and you owe him a reasonable explanation. Chapter 103, A Cold Response. What is there to clarify about such matters? Li Wei was plagued by a headache, yet he ultimately made the call. The ensuing conversation was far from pleasant. Berlusconi admonished Li Wei against attempting to approach his daughter and urged him to resolve the media blackout issue. It was evident that Berlusconi perceived the recent scandal involving Li Wei and Barbara as anything but innocent, viewing it as a conspiracy orchestrated by Li Wei. This incited Li Wei's ire, leading him to ponder whether Berlusconi truly believed he could wield such unchecked power. Li Wei responded curtly, "Then you shall handle this matter on your own." The following day, as he departed from the hotel, he was once again besieged by reporters. Faced with their inquiries, Li Wei uttered only 3 sentences. "What is my relationship with Barbara?" That question ought to be directed at his father, Berlusconi. A child? No, that is entirely unfounded. My visit to the hospital was solely due to a shoulder injury, and Barbara accompanied me for the examination. Evidence in the form of photographs. I do not acknowledge that as proof. In the photo taken surreptitiously, Barbara was merely experiencing some abdominal discomfort. As you know, Sardinia is abundant in seafood, and consuming undercooked seafood can easily lead to food poisoning. Moreover, to suggest that a mere touch of the abdomen equates to pregnancy is utterly preposterous. After delivering these statements, Li Wei swiftly departed, ignoring the relentless pursuit and questions from the reporters. Nevertheless, even a single sentence from Li Wei was sufficient to leave Berlusconi in a state of disarray. These unscrupulous journalists, ever eager to sensationalize, were certain to exploit any opportunity. The Sun reported, "Recently, the president of Parma Football Club's romantic involvement with Barbara has been unveiled, yet this relationship faces staunch opposition from AC Milan's president, Berlusconi." Bild. The German newspaper stated, according to insiders, Li Wei's investment in Parma Club stems from its proximity to Milan, merely 130 kilometers away, allowing the couple to maintain their clandestine rendezvous away from Berlusconi's scrutiny. The Evening Post added, in defiance of Berlusconi's vehement opposition, the impetuous Li Wei chose not to yield. He triumphed over AC Milan with a resounding 4-1 victory, thereby diminishing Berlusconi's stature. This situation left Barbara, caught between her father and her boyfriend, in considerable distress. Upon reading these reports, Berlusconi was infuriated. Ultimately, he opted for a strategy of silence, recognizing that the involvement of celebrities had incited media frenzy. Any comments made would likely be distorted. On October 15th, the rumors concerning Li Wei and Barbara subsided, coinciding with the resurgence of hostilities in Serie A. The current Udinese squad is notably formidable, featuring Italian international Vincenzo Iaquinta, who recently celebrated a World Cup victory with Italy. The midfield boasts the robust Sully Montari, an integral member of the future treble-winning Inter Milan. Goalkeeper De Sanctis was honored as the best goalkeeper of the 03-04 Serie A season, had it not been for Buffon. Many would regard him as Italy's number 1. However, this Udinese bears little resemblance to its historical predecessor, primarily due to the significant departure of former captain Di Natale, who was lured to Parma with a substantial offer from Li Wei, and his position was filled by Ghanaian star Asamoah Gyan. Li Wei was not unfamiliar with him, for John would later participate in 2 World Cups, scoring a total of 6 goals, thereby becoming the highest-scoring African player in the history of the World Cup finals. In 2015, he transferred to the Chinese Super League's Shanghai SPG, with rumored annual earnings soaring to €18 million. Although Asamoah was an exceptional player, it was evident that he could not compensate for the influence that Di Natale had at Udinese. An interesting occurrence arose when Udinese, having sold their veteran captain Bernardo, Candela, Vidigal, and Di Natale, who transferred to Parma, as well as Handanovic, managed to generate nearly €30 million from these sales over the summer. Yet, Udinese remained quite frugal, acquiring only 3 players, one of whom arrived on a free transfer. The highest transfer fee was €2.5 million for the former Italian national youth team midfield linchpin, D'Agostino. Perhaps due to Udinese's parsimonious approach, the interim coach Gagliotti, who had taken over mid-season, unexpectedly remained with the club to lead them into the 2006-2007 season. The use of the term unexpectedly is fitting because Gagliotti had not coached a Serie A team since the 1994-1995 season and had been out of work for several years. Udinese had not initially planned for the seasoned coach Gagliotti to continue in his role. They had engaged with the renowned French coach Le Guin over the summer. However, The Frenchman evidently found Udinese modesty unappealing and declined the opportunity to manage the team. Consequently, Udinese had no choice but to settle for Gagliotti, announcing that the experienced coach would guide them through the forthcoming season. In Li Wei's view, Udinese might be manageable, yet coach Gagliotti held a contrasting opinion. This season, with Fiorentina and Lazio both facing point deductions, Udinese only needed to outpace Palermo to secure a potential berth in European competitions. Thus, Gagliotti believed that Udinese could compete for a place in the UEFA Champions League, especially since they were free from the pressures of competing on multiple fronts this year and could concentrate solely on the league. Securing a Champions League qualification is not merely a matter of words. It requires tangible efforts. Gagliotti meticulously reviewed the Serie A rankings since the dawn of the 21st century. In the 2000-2001 season, the fourth place was claimed by Parma with 56 points. In the 2001-2002 season, AC Milan occupied the fourth spot with 55 points. The 2002-2003 season saw Lazio in fourth place with 60 points. By the previous season, 2005-2006, the fourth position was held by Fiorentina, amassing 74 points. Analyzing the trends in Serie A points over the years, it becomes evident that to rank in the top four, a team must generally accumulate around 60 points. This year, due to the deduction of points from several formidable Serie A teams, the required points for securing a position in the top four may be slightly lowered. However, for the sake of prudence, Gagliotti's target for this season is 60 points. Chapter 104. I have discovered Parma's weakness in order to ensure the team secures at least 60 points. Gagliotti engaged in discussions with the coaching staff for an entire week to devise a comprehensive battle plan based on Udinese's schedule for the season. This plan, though intricate, can be distilled into a simpler essence. In straightforward terms, Gagliotti assessed the matches based on the timing, the opponents, and the venues, home or away, to determine which games must be won, which should be approached with caution, and which might be worth conceding. Undoubtedly, given Parma's long-standing reputation as a relegation-threatened team, compounded by their 5 consecutive defeats in preseason friendlies, Gagliotti categorized Parma as a team that must be decisively defeated. Following a staggering 5-0 victory over Roma at Livorno's home ground, Gagliotti felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Contemplating whether to alter his strategy and forego points from Parma, instead seeking to garner them from other teams. At that juncture, Parma suffered yet another defeat. This time 2-3 to Sampdoria. Instantly, Gagliotti's spirits lifted. After all, what kind of team was Sampdoria? Merely a relegation contender. Udinese, on the other hand, often found themselves in mid-table, instilling confidence that they could outshine Sampdoria. Of course, if Gagliotti relied solely on this observation to believe he could vanquish Parma, it would be an act of sheer arrogance. After meticulously scrutinizing multiple matches between Parma and Sampdoria, he had uncovered a secret weapon. At the pre-match press conference, Gagliotti exuded an air of confidence as he proclaimed, "Parma is formidable? That is simply because other teams have yet to identify their vulnerabilities." Instantly, a reporter's eyes lit up. Though he feigned ignorance, vulnerabilities? Every team has its weaknesses. What is so remarkable about that? Despite being an experienced coach, Gagliotti fell into the reporter's trap, retorting with displeasure. "I cannot speak to what weaknesses other teams have discovered in Parma, but the flaws I have identified are potentially lethal."